Hello, this is Ashin. What if Naruto was not just a forgotten son of Minato and Kushina, but a reincarnation of the true Demon King? In this alternate timeline, Naruto is ignored by his family, while his siblings Menma and Narumi are treated like heroes. Betrayed by his friends, abandoned by his parents, and hated by the village, Naruto becomes cold, distant, and alone. But he was never truly powerless. Inside him lives Eriko, the Kyūbi, the only one who understands his pain. And when Naruto awakens memories of his past life, he discovers the truth. He is not just Naruto, he is Lucifer, the original Demon King, the true ruler of the Underworld, and a being far beyond anything Konoha could ever understand. After leaving the village, Naruto returns to the Underworld, reunites with his old students, gains powerful allies, and trains until his strength reaches a terrifying level. Now, years later, Naruto comes back to Konoha, but he is no longer the abandoned child they threw away. He is Naruto Lucifer, and everyone who looked down on him is about to learn the price of their mistake. Interesting? Well then, sit back, relax, and enjoy listening.
Chapter 1 The Bliss of Reincarnation. Land of Fire. Konoha. That was the name of this beautiful village, which many would think is a wonderful place to live. But the truth is that behind that facade of winning 3 wars, proclaiming itself the most militarily powerful of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha is quite corrupt. The civilians of this village think that everything should be handed to them on a silver platter, and the truth is that since the second Hokage, the civilians have gained a lot of power over time. The civilians have been meddling in everything for so long that shinobi barely had a vote in the councils anymore, with a few exceptions. Only the most important clans had significant votes in the meetings. Having said that, let me tell you why the Konoha Council is a disgrace. First, they demanded the death of the 4th Hokage's firstborn son, who refused to kill his own child because he knew he could control the power of the 9 tails. Second, not satisfied with the death of Naruto, the Hokage's son, they decided to make his life a living hell. Third and last, they worshipped the Hokage's other 2 sons, Menma and Narumi, because they possessed the 9 tails chakra. In their quest to make Naruto the outcast of the family, they succeeded. Minato and Kushina focused solely on Menma and Narumi, who showed signs of becoming good shinobi from the age of 5. Both brothers were arrogant, and the Namikaze Uzumaki marriage neglected Naruto, who was always asking for favors. He did spend a little time with them, but they wouldn't give it to him, and besides, they treated him quite neglectfully. His old clothes were evidence of that. Thanks to all those events at a young age, Naruto developed a cold and distant attitude towards others. He had no one to talk to, no friends, and more than that, he had no parents. For Naruto, they had died when they decided to name him the heirs of the Namikaze Uzumaki clans. This automatically banished him from the family, as he was the eldest of the siblings. Another factor that made Naruto quite cold towards those who approached him was that when he was 5 years old, he was good friends with Hinata Hyuga and the Uchiha siblings, Sasuke and Satsuki Uchiha. But as I said, they were friends, since before he turned 6 years old, they played a tasteless prank on him, guided by Menma and Narumi. The prank consisted of making him believe they were his friends, and they succeeded, causing Naruto to become a rather cold person from that day on. Something that made Satsuki regret her actions later on. Seeing Naruto in his new form, he walked the streets of Konoha alone, wearing a coat that covered his face, his gaze emotionless and unresponsive to everyone. Whenever she approached to speak to him, he vanished. But what astonished Naruto was learning why everyone treated him this way and why they worshipped his brothers. It's pretty stupid, he thought. I barely know what chakra is, and I can understand that a large amount of chakra needs the body and soul of the user from whom the power was taken. If it wasn't there, the power wouldn't reform in those 2 arrogant bastards. I can't wait to see their faces when they realize the mistake they've made. You want to know how I discovered all this? Well, a beautiful purple-haired girl told me everything. She was the Kyūbi no Yoko, who introduced herself to me and declared her love, supposedly because my soul was pure and I had a pure heart. She didn't have a name, so I asked if I could give her one myself. Therefore, I called her Eriko. Eriko Otsutsuki, better known to everyone as the Kyūbi no Yoko. For as long as I can remember, she healed me from the beatings those damned villagers gave me. With the little chakra she had, she only wanted to heal me and apologized for everything that happened to me, which she said was her fault. And although I was still surprised that she acted this way towards me, I didn't blame her for anything. For me, the blame for everything lay with that damned Minato Namikaze, who simply sealed her inside me and left me to my fate, abandoning me without knowing everything that had happened to me. And the worst part of all is that they unknowingly exiled me from the clan, but at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. Naruto was lying in Eriko's lap, remembering everything that had happened to him in his short life. 6 years of utter misery, he thought to himself as Eriko stroked his hair. That was the only thing that distracted him, the time he spent with her. Lately, Naruto preferred to stay in his mental space with Eriko, since she was the only living being who could understand him. Unbeknownst to Naruto, he was being watched by something, or rather, someone. "You've had a shitty life, huh?" said a voice that made Eriko and Naruto turn away from where the voice came from. "Who are you?" Naruto asked in a cold and serious tone. The purple-haired girl had a mini-tailed beast ball pointed in the direction of the voice. "Hey, calm down, man," said a voice revealing itself, a black-haired man with silver streaks, wearing black armor with gold decorations. He was 6 feet 2, not very tall, but his face was that of a man in his 40s. The most striking thing was that he carried a light blue energy sphere in his right hand and a black one with a scarlet center in the other. "Who the hell are you?" Eriko said, striking a fighting pose. Naruto-chan has a girlfriend." Eriko blushed at the comment but didn't drop her fighting stance. "You know who I am, Naruto, or rather, who we are." When the man said that, Naruto was flooded with strange memories. Devils, Gatenshus, and Tenshis, Maou, Seraphim, the god of the Bible, Trihexa, Great Red, Ouroboros, Ophis, Chan, Sekuruti, Hakuryaku. "What is all this I think I've seen?" Naruto said, clutching his head, much to Eriko's concern, who went to check on him. "But I also remember Ashura, Indra, Otsutsuki, Ninshu, the 9 Biju. What are these memories?" Naruto said, sweating. Let me refresh your memory, Naru. You and I are the same being, although, well, we're fragmented. You being the reincarnation of Ashura and the Sage of Six Paths, and me being Lucifer, being the majority of the original soul." Naruto. "I understand now, we are Lucifer, the true demon king, the true Lucifer." "That's right, but let me tell you why we've awakened now, see if you remember everything." Memories. "I was exhausted after fighting Elohim, the god of the Bible, but something in our battle changed me, and that was seeing my dear friends die, my 3 lifelong friends, who always supported me through everything, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus, all defeated by a titanic beast called Trihexa. I swallowed my pride and joined the one I once called Father back when I was an overly curious Tenshi. Together with Father, we managed to seal Trihexa forever. I was dying, while I looked into Father's face, who was kneeling, coughing up blood. He too was dying, having just sealed the celestial dragons, which drained all his energy. You were right, Father. You only begin to value life when you lose everything, though I regret having been so foolish in the past. No, my son, you always had everything, but you wanted more and more, and you didn't care about sacrificing your purity to achieve your goals, Elohim said, in a meditative pose. It's just that back then I wanted to know what it felt like to touch a woman's breasts, though in my madness and thirst for power I couldn't have that pleasure, and I'm still pure in matters of love, Lucifer said with a smile. Although I feel a little guilty for the friends I had to lose to get to this point. Elohim, you sowed chaos, my son. You were the precursor of 2 biblical factions. Your departure will hurt me deeply. You will always be my firstborn son. And thanks to your help against Trihexa, I realized that you still had some of that goodness you once possessed. I saw it when you lost your 3 friends and brothers. I hope that in your next life, you can atone for your mistakes by saving lives. I know it's difficult for you, but today you saved thousands by stopping the war, Elohim said, spitting blood as he closed Lucifer's eyes. Thanks, old man. Maybe I was just a confused and arrogant fool, but there are things humanity has done that make me resentful, and you know very well that what happened to him was the trigger. Farewell, old man. You will always be my father, Lucifer said as the light of his life went out. End of memory. In the end, we waited an eternity to return, Naruto said with a melancholic smile. Lucifer, yes, and we will return better than ever, he said with a smile. Naruto, and now that I can feel and remember everything, we can be one again. Now I have Eriko, Chan, and I'm sure they will be happy about my return. Throughout their conversation, Eriko was both surprised and relieved to see Naruto smile and to feel his emotions shift from anger and pain to peace, joy, and melancholy. Lucifer, while it's true you were born from that human's womb, the good news is that thanks to that, you'll be half human and half demon. But that won't make you weaker, it will only enhance our power, and we will become the most powerful of all. We will have tremendous potential. Lucifer first sent the light blue sphere from his right hand to Naruto's chest, and then the black and red sphere from his left. Lucifer, don't ask questions, just enjoy it. Naruto, okay. Naruto approached Lucifer, and they both opened their arms to embrace. Both released lights, blue and white in Naruto's case, and black, silver, and red in Lucifer's. It seems I have your father's power, Eriko-chan, Naruto said, his voice now quite mature for his age, and with a new appearance, his hair now black with silver streaks. What? Eriko exclaimed, astonished. Naruto approached Eriko, that's right. My other self's soul seems to have found your father's power, and with the little magic and chakra he had, he created a fetus in Kushina Uzumaki's womb so that I would be a match and have this perfect body. It's lucky those two arrogant bastards didn't have a single ounce of power, since that was something that could have happened. When I was born, a part of him entered me so I wouldn't be some stupid fool running around in an orange uniform yelling, "Kill me." He gave me the intelligence to know that you're not guilty of anything and that you were just like that because of your nature, something they never understood, and I was the only human who did. Naruto approached Eriko, causing her to look at him with a blush from head to toe. What my other self's soul didn't count on was you being controlled and attacking Konoha. But things turned out for the best. You're here with me, and you never turned your back on me, Naruto said with a smile. You look so grown up, Naru-kun. Eriko commented, lightly touching Naruto's cheek, where his whisker marks were gone, and his eyebrows and hair were now black. Yes, Eriko-chan, but with this small body, I have to train hard and awaken my full potential. Besides, I have to plan my revenge against the Namikaze Uzumaki bastards. Even so, I was reborn, and I still have some of their blood, but I already know a certain technique to extract that disgusting blood and acquire their abilities. And Eriko, my dear Eriko, I'll repay you for everything you've done for me. Naruto said as he stroked Eriko's hair, which was purring at his touch. Eriko's cheeks flushed when she heard Naruto's affectionate nickname. And how do you plan to repay me, Naruto-kun? Eriko asked hesitantly as Naruto looked at her. Naruto winked at Eriko and chuckled. Eriko blushed, understanding everything. Naruto, I was reborn, Eriko-chan. Before, in my previous life, I stole everything I liked, and you're exactly what I want for myself. Even though I'm the last Lucifer and the true Demon King, I'll have other girls, but I feel like I love you. Thank you for taking care of me, my lovely Eriko. The Kyūbi's face was completely flushed, and she hugged Naruto, burying her face in his chest. Eriko, I love you too, my king, she said with tears in her eyes. Thank you for loving me, Eriko-chan. I really won't be that bastard I used to be. This time, I'll start a real family. Well, world, it's time you met Naruto Lucifer. Are you going to keep that name? Eriko asked Naruto, who smiled. I like the name, and Lucifer is now my last name, babe. Outside the mindscape, Naruto opened his eyes, which were now blood red. As he got up from his old mattress, he went to the bathroom to shower. As he got out of the shower, he looked at himself in the mirror and was amazed at how handsome he looked, although that was always the case since he felt like the most handsome man. And all of that is for me, Eriko said in the mindscape, making Naruto blush a little. Yes, my pretty kitsune, you like what you see, Naruto said teasingly. He, yes, my king. Well, what will you do now, Naruto-kun? Eriko asked curiously. Naruto, I'm going back to my world to train, see how it's progressed, settle down for a few years, and return for the genin exams. I'll also solidify my revenge and maybe find women worthy of my status and strength. Well, my cute and sexy kitsune, although I feel a little jealous, Eriko commented, making Naruto laugh a little. Naruto, don't be jealous, darling. You'll always be first, and when I control my power, I'll break your seal and we'll bring terror to Konoha. Eriko, okay, Naru-kun. Naruto, alright then, let's go, Naruto said, opening a magic circle. Lilith City. In the center of the Underworld city, a magic circle opened, revealing Naruto, his face bored, noticing the rain. Well, it seems my city is in perfect condition. I wonder who the Maou is right now. Minutes later. Naruto walked for about 15 minutes until he reached a large mansion that read, Town Hall of the Four Maou. Naruto, how curious, I found a very suspicious place. Upon entering, Naruto made his way through the town hall's grand halls. Arriving at a large hall, he saw many people there, but the four who stood out the most were in the center. Maou Lucifer, well, I already told you that my little sister is still too young to get engaged. Counselor 1, she can't refuse. We here are the ones who decide on marriage vows. Counselor 2, you yourselves know that the faction requires demons stronger than the current ones. Counselor 3, besides, your sister is already 6 years old, and she's a prodigy in the use of destruction magic. With each thing the counselors said, Maou Lucifer grew angrier. The counselors were from prestigious clans and had great power in the underworld, and before speaking, they heard a voice. This is all complete bullshit. Naruto had been listening to the entire conversation with an invisibility spell. Since when do the 4 strongest demons in the underworld let themselves be defeated by mere weaklings in chairs? Everyone could see the roof of the town hall where they could see what appeared to be a child with 12 bat wings flapping on his back, but what astonished everyone was his cold gaze and aura that terrified many, reminding them of a similar aura. Naruto landed on the table where the council members were, looking at the 4 Maou. Sears X Grimori, Seraphal Citri, Ijuka Astaroth, and Falbium Glacia, Labelas, my cute and foolish students, I don't know whether to feel honored that you took my position and that of my brothers, or disappointed that you, my little students, let yourselves be turned into shit by trash like this, Naruto said with a grimace of disgust at the last part. Sears X was amazed, that aura. And you have 12 wings that looked more like those of fallen angels, the only one who could. The true Maou Lucifer, my little grasshopper. What? That was the cry of the 4 Maou. Sears X, I taught you to master your destruction mode, and you also taught me to create something similar with my destruction armor. Seraphal, I taught you how to create ice. Ijuka, I taught you about the importance of technology and intelligence. Falbium, you've always been a lazybones, but a very clever one, that's why you're a great strategist. With everything Naruto said, the Mao's jaws dropped to the floor. Mama Estro, was all the Maou could manage. How is this possible? You were supposed to be dead, Seraphal said, head bowed, tears threatening to spill. Hee, guys, I missed you all too, but first of all, let me make this a family reunion. Naruto turned to the council. Who the hell are you? Shouted a council member from the Berfagal house. Who am I? Hee. Let's have a demonic riddle. Who is the only demon, absolute king of the void and with the coldest ice of all, who is the only demon born with 12 wings? Many didn't understand, but the most veteran and elderly members paled. Demon King Lucifer, Sama. Said a silver-haired maid, bowing respectfully. Grayfia. Are you little Grayfia? The identified Grayfia nodded, bowing. May I ask why you look like a child? Naruto. That's what I was getting to, but first. I am Naruto Lucifer, the former Demon King Lucifer, or you could call me by my nickname, Morningstar. Under my rule, this never happened, nor under the rule of my former students. So disappear. From today onward, the council will not appear before the 4 Maou, as you are insignificant to command in this high food chain. We are the strongest in the underworld, and we must not let you rule us. And if you wish to die, just ask. I am very humble. Naruto finished, with a sphere of ice that felt as if the North Pole were standing right in front of them. The temperature had become so cold that many there were already hyperventilating. Seraphal, it really is sensei. Only he can condense ice like that. The Maou Leviathan thought with stars in her eyes. We will not allow a brat like you to insult us, the younger members of the council would say, activating their magic, but that was their last mistake. And that was the last thing they said because they were frozen to the bone, it was impossible for them to survive after being frozen to that level. And Naruto, snapping his fingers, caused them to shatter, leaving behind pieces of ice with frozen blood. Without Naruto knowing, Grayfia had a slight pink blush on her cheek, feeling her intimate parts moisten at the sight of her king as she remembered him from her childhood. Undoubtedly, now that he had returned, much younger, she would open her heart and her legs to the only man she had ever loved and would ever love, for it was her king who had saved her and her brother Euclid when they were children. He had never shown any emotion, but deep down Grayfia knew he cared for his people, even if he denied it. Naruto, what happened here will not leave these walls, and whoever disobeys this threat will die. Gather this trash and bury it. It really is sensei, Sears X said with a smile, as did Ijuka. Falbium, you heard Naruto, Sama, this is a super S-rank secret. Whoever divulges what happened here will be my enemy. Said the bald Maou. Naruto, I hope the council won't bother me with requests like these from now on. Although, who am I kidding, I enjoy killing those bastard kids. The entire council left the town hall, many wondering who the monster they saw was, and others a little fearful since they had lived through the ancient war, where the original Maou participated. But they all had the same thought, not to anger Naruto Lucifer. Back with the Maou. Naruto, well, before I tell you how I'm alive and a child, I want you to tell me everything. We're on our way to my old mansion. Sears X, actually, sensei, we all took over the mansions of the former Maou. Naruto, Good, good. Well, I guess you owe me rent then. The four Maou had anime-style sweat drops on their heads. Ha ha ha, it's a joke, guys. I guess that's good, that way the mansions won't be neglected. But I want you to know that I'll be living there, and I'll train this body, since I'm still getting used to it. Ijuka, well, sensei, what's happened all this time is. Naruto, wait a second, kids. I'm told that a certain Rizvam is calling himself my son. Ijuka, that's right, and because of him and the old faction, we had a civil war. Naruto, that bastard, how dare he? I never had any offspring, and those closest to me know it. Ijuka, from what I've been able to investigate, he's an imposter Lucifer. When you died, he somehow obtained a trace of your power. I don't know if he absorbed it or what. I've been investigating this for a long time since you never showed any romantic involvement with any woman, and also, his blood didn't match yours, only their auras. Naruto, right now I can sense the presence of the one they call Rizvam. He's very far away, but I can feel a little of my power. His power is so insignificant. I also sense Euclid's presence with him. Didn't Grayfia die? The maid was surprised to hear that. Falbium, sensei, I'd say they're planning something, and it will happen in a few years since this neutrality will be broken by those most ardent in the war. Naruto, good deduction, Falbium. I taught you well, bald brat. Everyone got a little sweat drop as they started remembering the old days, when their sensei called them all brats. He called Searsx, period hair. He called Ijuka, emo genius, since Ijuka was unsociable in his childhood. He called Falbium, hair boy, because he only had one hair on his head. And Seraphal, well, he called her, magical girl, since he couldn't bother such an adorable child. Naruto. Okay, guys, I'll tell you. I will be here for a few years. I want to explore every land in the world and see how the supernatural world has grown. As I can see, there is a small peace between the factions, but I feel that in a few years, with the arrival of that charlatan Rizvam, you will achieve that peace. Although, I could also be wrong because we don't know what you are planning. The truth is, I just want to live my life in peace. I have already died once, and the last thing my father wished for me was that in my second life I could find what makes me happy. Right now, I feel happy to see you all again, although Euclid will not escape my punishment. He finished, looking at Grayfia, who couldn't help but give a tiny, malevolent smile. Naruto, look, guys, before I died, my father told me I'd have a second chance. When I died, I found myself wandering through different alternate worlds, universes, if you want to call them that. But one caught my attention, the shinobi world, a world with beings who possess great power. Being human, I was human before I merged with my other half. Even though I wandered, searching for answers about my entire existence and how I could be better when I was reborn, when I sensed the souls of Uzumaki Kushina and Minato Namikaze, I felt my rebirth had arrived. And I wasn't wrong, because I was reborn in their son. But I only contributed a tiny bit of my soul, since I could sense things weren't going to go well for him. But what happened was a surprise, because now I have my queen. Naruto told the Maou everything about the shinobi world. Then that bastard who was my father in that world imprisoned Eriko, Chan inside me, and condemned me to abandonment if it weren't for my other half deciding to join me and be reborn. Naruto was saying, part by part, since his soul is fragmented into Lucifer and Naruto now being known as Naruto Lucifer. That's why I'll be here for a few years until I turn 12, to solidify my sweet revenge against them. But I'll return when I'm about 16 to go to high school, since I plan to study in the human world. I'll be called Naruto Morningstar there. And by the way, Ijuka, I want my set of evil pieces, and I want them to be special, with each piece containing a trace of my power. Ijuka, very well, sensei, as you wish. Searsx, sensei, will you be taking your place as Maou? The redhead asked, making Naruto look at him as if he were crazy. Naruto, oh no, Searsx, the paperwork is yours and yours alone. Searsx had a cloud of depression hanging over him, he couldn't handle the paperwork anymore. Naruto, well, I just have to say that you are my pride as your teacher. I am proud of you, the raven-haired man finished with a smile. All the Maou would have smiled. Grayfia, Naruto-sama, if you will have your Sakito, I would like to be your queen, please. The silver-haired woman bowed her head in respect. Naruto, ooh, you're really putting me in this difficult position. I was planning for my queen to be Eriko. Naruto's mental space. In your dreams, you'll take my Naruto away from me, Eriko would say, throwing knives at a picture of Grayfia that only Kami knows where it came from. Meanwhile, Naruto watched with an anime-style sweat drop. Back to the good stuff. Ijuka, No problem, Naruto-sensei, I can create 2 peerages for you. One is Lucifer and the other is Morningstar, if that's alright with you, don't you think? Although you could count it as 1 if that's more convenient. Naruto, you're a very clever son of a bitch, of course. Ijuka had an anime-style sweat drop on his head. But well, that solves the problem, my dearest Ijuka, Naruto would say with a big smile. But I will be the first queen, Grayfia would say. Well. Guys, we've arrived at Lucifer's mansion. Sears, I will order that he be treated as he deserves. Grayfia, I will be his personal servant, so Naruto-sama, it's solely my responsibility. Naruto, don't take it so personally, Grayfia. I love you too, but don't be so possessive. Perhaps I'll see you as more than just a personal maid, Naruto said in a teasing tone but with a hint of sensuality. Grayfia had a slight blush as they entered Lucifer's mansion. Time passed slowly, but that wasn't something that bothered Naruto. Time was quality time, since he spent time with his 4 favorite students and his personal maid Grayfia, who took everything to heart, even sleeping naked next to Naruto. She washed his back, cooked him delicious meals, and brought him clothes that were tailored to his size and looked very cool on him. 2 months after arriving in Lilith, Naruto released Eriko from her seal. It's worth mentioning that the purple-haired girl and the silver-haired girl didn't get along very well, and they often argued about who would bathe with Naruto or who would sleep with him. But it wasn't something that bothered Naruto, since they were, so to speak, his beloved queens. So, after some time, they started to get along better. I began to notice that Serafal, when we were talking about trivial things, always looked at me with a slight blush, but I knew that beneath that tiny body was a great woman. I don't know if she liked my old form or the form I am now, although I'm not very different. I made myself known in the underworld as a lost Lucifer, even though many women were after me, or after my seed. 3 years later, Naruto met the new heirs of the remaining pillars, but among them all, Saraorg Bale, Sears' cousin, stood out. There was also the heir of the Agara's house, Sekvara Agaras, and Serafal's daughter, Sona Citri. There was also the Phoenix heir, Razor, who was arrogant, and finally, Sears' sister, Rias Grimori, who looked just like her mother except for her red hair. Of all the kids he met, the only ones who left a bad taste in his mouth were Razor and Rias. Razor was arrogant, boasting about his rank and immortality, and Rias was quite overconfident, being the sister of the Maou Lucifer. I ignored those two, but one day they really got on my nerves, and I challenged them both to a fight. Battlefield. Rias and Razor looked down at Naruto with superiority. Razor, this will be a piece of cake. Rias, let's teach the emo a lesson. Naruto, just because he doesn't listen to you doesn't mean I'm an emo. If you look around, I have the 2 most beautiful and strongest queens in the underworld. I know how to socialize better than you, and best of all, they aren't nearly as irritating as you. Hey Sears, I'll teach your sister a lesson in manners. Lord and Lady Grimori, I'll take your daughter down a peg, and by the way, if I beat you, I'll have some of yours. Okay, the Grimori's present would say. Naruto, neither slow nor lazy, began running towards the duo of idiots. In a swift movement, he appeared in front of Razor, sweeping the floor with his left leg, making him fall. In mid-air, Naruto delivered a powerful punch to his face, sending him flying. He then appeared behind him, kicking him to the ground, and finally burying his fist in Razor's stomach, creating a crater from the force of the blow, causing the phoenix to spit blood. A sphere of destruction crashed into Naruto's back, tearing his clothes to shreds on the impacted side. Rias launched multiple spheres of destruction, which Naruto dodged, soaring through the air on his bat wings, which he reduced to 4. Making several hand gestures, he exclaimed. Suiden, Suiruden no Jutsu. A massive waterfall of water erupted from Naruto's mouth, transforming into a giant water dragon. Incredible, Sona Citri exclaimed with interest, while Akino watched silently. That's strange, she remarked. A concentration of electricity. Getting back to the cool stuff. Naruto formed the ram seal with his left hand as lightning crackled around the water dragon. Rias watched with a touch of fear as the technique rapidly approached, but it veered off course, striking Razor, who was attempting to launch a fireball. And while receiving the jutsu, she could only curse Lucifer. Rias saw Naruto approaching silently. Naruto activated the Sharingan, trapping Rias in a genjutsu. In the genjutsu. Why, Rias, you only had to be serious, and I wouldn't have died, a dying Akino said. Ah, Akino, what happened to you? She couldn't finish as Akino died. Rias, Iuda, Sona said, missing an arm and an eye. Sona, what happened to you? She couldn't finish as she was pierced by a katana, dying instantly. You see, Rias, without Seersex you are nothing. You only have a noble title and are the heir to a prestigious clan, but nothing more. And you know what? You're not the only one in the same situation. And if you continue like this, with that arrogance, you will lose everything without being able to defend what you want. It's advice, I hope you understand. The genjutsu ended, and Rias was left unconscious, as was Razor, who had urinated from so much electricity, his body buzzing with the water. Well, Naruto, Lucifer has won, Seersex said. As everyone approached the battlefield. Good fight, Naruto, Saraorg said with a thumbs up. You're strong, Naruto, Sekvara said dryly. Era, Naruto, Kun, you really kicked Bushu's butt. Well, Naruto, what do you want? Judicus Grimori asked. Well, from Rias, I just want a share of the residence in Kuo since I plan to transfer there to study. No problem, he said with a smile, he liked the honesty of his former king. And what do you want from the Phoenix clan? Asked a maid who was Seerzek's queen. Well, I'll take care of them later, Naruto replied. Well, I'm leaving, Eriko, Grayfia, let's go, Naruto would say as he left with his queens. Years later, we see Naruto finishing preparing his clothes and weapons, placing everything within a magic circle, while his companions do the same. Alright, let's go to beautiful Konoha, Naruto says with a hint of disgust, eliciting smiles from his companions. In these last 3 years, he has mastered his full power, which, he must say, fills him with pride as it continues to grow. He has mastered his magical and demonic power, and when he meditates, he gains access to a percentage of the power of light. Because in his previous life he was a Tenshi, there is still a remote possibility that he retains a spark of light within him, however dark he may be. Naruto has mastered the power of the Sage of Six Paths, thus gaining access to his abilities and gifts. The Sharingan, a significant ocular power for the Uchiha clan, but Naruto's is darker. The magic that gave him the ability to use Amaterasu, Susanoo, Kamuhyo, Tsukuyomi, and Kotoamatsukami, but Naruto had a unique ability, specific to his Sharingan, which was the capacity to turn his body into fire with Amaterasu. The Rinnegan, which gave him the gift of possessing the 5 elements and mastering the paths of the Rinnegan. Senjutsu, which was what made the Sage of Six Paths so famous and powerful. The ability to create anything he wanted, Onyanton. With all these new abilities, and adding to that the fact that he now possessed instant immortality, which his supposed son wanted to possess. Flashback. Naruto was meditating, trying to find a presence quite familiar to him. He would smile when he found the one he was looking for, and with a magic circle, he would disappear. At Chaos Brigade Base 3, Naruto appeared, seeing some large men talking to a silver-haired man whom Naruto recognized instantly. Who are you? Shouted the most bearded man in the group. Naruto, scum is useless here. Naruto opened his eyes, causing the 2 men to burn in the desperation of Amaterasu. The silver-haired man tried to extinguish the flames with his ice, failing. Euclid-chan, didn't I teach you that trash doesn't deserve to be saved? The now confirmed Euclid opened his eyes for a moment, sending ice spikes flying at high speed, which Naruto passed through like a ghost until he reached Euclid, looking him in the eyes. Naruto was about 6 feet tall, quite considerable considering he was only 12 years old. So, Euclid, will you continue attacking your one and only true king? Said the raven-haired man. King, if my only king died a long time ago and my current one is still alive, Euclid replies. Naruto, who knows, sometimes there's a purpose for returning from death, and I have more than one purpose for finishing off Raizvam. I won't let him eliminate Lucifer, Sama, Euclid said, preparing to attack, but a loud slap echoed throughout the area. The force of the blow created a crater that nearly destroyed the base, were it not for Naruto, who, with his Diva Path power, controlled gravity to keep the place standing. Euclid, in the crater, clutching his cheek, just stared fearfully at Naruto. Now you remember, Naruto said with a serious expression, holding an ice sphere in his hand, his Rinnegan still looking at Euclid with disappointment. Impossible, how is this possible? Euclid said, his eyes filling with tears. Our father, Euclid said, his head bowed, as he knelt. But he would feel Naruto stroking his head, just like he did when he was a child, bringing back memories of the past. When was the last time someone called me, our father? Naruto was remembering Odin, the so-called father of all, recalling that he wanted to be called that by his demons to differentiate himself and mock Odin, even though they were good friends. Euclid-chan, look me in the eyes. Sharingan. Naruto's genjutsu. Fine, I'll explain. Half an hour later, inside the genjutsu. Damn Reisvam, how dare he? Question mark quote. Euclid would say euphorically. Calm down, I want you to act normal for a few years. I'll let him declare war, so an alliance will be formed between all the factions, Naruto would say calmly. But that bastard is sullying the name of Lucifer, Sama. Euclid would grit his teeth in fury, but Naruto just gave him a wicked smile. Don't worry, his fall will be legendary, my son. And as I told you, act normal during these years. And by the way, I want you to give me that elixir that makes a person immortal, the one the dragon gods used to become immortal. Naruto remembered a conversation with a certain dragon from infinity, who told him about that elixir. Euclid, yes, my lord, here it is. From a magic circle, a chalice-shaped cup appeared, filled with a pink liquid. Naruto drank it, feeling good instantly, too good for his liking. Well, this place will fall to pieces when I leave. Go with that fake Lucifer and be careful. Euclid-chan, I hope you take this mission seriously. Act normal during this time, and you have half my forgiveness. When you complete this mission to the end, you will have my full forgiveness for abandoning Grayfia-chan even though she told you that Reisvam seems fake. Euclid, I understand, my lord. I hope my sister will forgive me for everything I did. Relax, man, but I know she'll forgive you, and who knows, maybe in the future she'll reciprocate my feelings, since she's always been so loyal. Euclid, it would be a great honor if you were the one courting my sister, my lord. Perhaps, Euclid, but before I go, take good care of yourself. Naruto ended the illusion and disappeared in a magic circle, but not before erasing all traces of himself in that place, which collapsed. End of flashback. Naruto continued remembering how, since arriving in Kuo, he went to an academy far from the city where they offered advanced studies. After all, Naruto was quite a smart and analytical guy, earning the grace or the curse of never finishing a grade well because they always promoted him until he reached the 3rd year, and he would continue to advance if it weren't for the fact that he was now going on a trip for some time. That was the excuse he would give. In Kuo, he was known as a very intelligent and attractive boy, which earned him a great reputation. He ran a show that broadcast Serafal in the human world as a magical girl, which made them both a lot of money. But since he was leaving for a few years, Serafal would be in charge of the program. Alright, girls, let's go. A portal opened, and Naruto and his women entered. Gates of Konoha. Another portal opened, and Naruto appeared with a cold stare as he looked at the place where he had suffered before waking up. Naruto, NYA, so this was that shitty village, the Nekomata said with disgust. Naruto, okay, let's go in. And remember, Kuroka, you're 15, and Rossweisse, you're 16. Okay, Naruto-kun, NYA. Eriko, you're 25, and Grayfia, you're 40. She's older than us. Eriko exclaimed, a vein popping out of Grayfia's face. Naruto replied, maybe she looks 40, but she's hot. He then gave Grayfia a passionate kiss, her tongue darting around his mouth. Naruto. NYA, I want mine too. The Nekomata pouted. You know if I kiss you, it won't just end with a kiss, Naruto said. In Rossweisse, we still have to finish what you started with me in the sauna this morning, you closet pervert. Rossweisse blushed deeply. Naruto, well, Grayfia, you're about 25 years old. If my assumptions are correct, Rossweisse, Kuroka, and I would be put on a team if we based it on something that each of us could contribute, with Eriko as our sensei. If that doesn't work, I'll put the 3rd Hokage under a genjutsu so he'll advocate for us to be together. And Grayfia, since I want you to rest, you'll be away for a while. All you'll have to do is look after the house while we're gone, which will be easy for you. Alright, my king, Grayfia said with a smile. Alright, let's go. Naruto thought to himself. I still remember how I met Kuroka and Rossweisse. Kuroka was going to be executed for treason against her king, but I appeared demanding answers. When I entered his mind, I saw the heir of the Belphegor house raping his other servants. But since Kuroka was stronger than him, the coward used the electricity in the pieces to try to subdue her, but she escaped his grasp until she was captured, accused of treason, and they wanted to do the same to her sister. When I left Kuroka's mind, I just stared at the Belphegor heir with a grim expression. I didn't let him say a single word before. With brute force, I split his head in 4 pieces, throwing each piece at the feet of that bastard's parents. The guy's parents screamed in terror as Naruto's eyes were red and his face was covered in blood. Naruto, hey Lord Belphegor, you already know who I am. I hope you understand that you're a fly compared to me, and that your bastard son disgusts me, just like you do for letting him do all that. I hope you don't retaliate, if you don't want to be wiped out from the underworld without a single survivor. Nobody said anything, and Naruto left, carrying Kuroka in his arms while hugging his little sister, Sharon. From that day on, she became my tower. I met Rossweisse in a somewhat comical way. I remembered that I had to visit a friend from the past, named Thor, who was one of the few who, a long, long time ago, when I was just an exile from heaven, was a good friend and rival. In Asgard. Thor, well, so the enemy of Elohim comes to visit me. Hee hee, kid, it's been millennia since I've seen that smirk. Come here, kid, Odin said with a grin. Naruto, it's been like 3,500 years since I last saw you guys, though you haven't changed a bit. Thor, and look at you, now you're a kid. Naruto, yeah, but I can kick your ass with this kid's body. Thor, I'd like to see that. Naruto, it's just that sometimes you're a bit of a dork in a fight, and you don't get the references. Thor, wait, what? Naruto, nothing, nothing. Naruto was talking to Thor and Odin about trivial things. Naruto. So, I only have 6 hearts because my ex-girlfriend broke one. Women are dangerous, man. Odin and Thor both got a sweat drop. A silver-haired woman came running up, carrying some documents to Odin, who just paled at the mountain of paperwork she was carrying. Rossweisse, Odin, Sama, I brought you. Ah, the Valkyrie would fall on top of Naruto. Naruto, suddenly I felt like I was surrounded by pillows, and it was because when I fell, the Valkyrie's breasts were right in Lucifer's face. Kya. Rossweisse said nervously. Hey, calm down, in moments like this you have to stay calm, Naruto said with a smile that made the Valkyrie blush. Odin, well, it seems you hit the jackpot, Ross-chan. Naruto, you can keep her, take her as my gift, as a token of friendship. But what on earth is Odin, Sama saying? Are you planning to sell me to do your perverted things when I'm not around? Rossweisse said, with fake tears and drawing little circles on the floor with a depressive cloud. Odin, look on the bright side, I'll stay here nice and quiet and you'll no longer be single. Rossweisse, what are you saying? You dirty old man. Naruto, she has a personality I like, and she's very beautiful. That made the Valkyrie blush and feel embarrassed. Naruto approached Rossweisse, placing his hand on her cheek and caressing it, which made Rossweisse blush. You. Very pretty, Ross-chan. Come with me, said Lucifer with a smile. Without thinking twice, and quite embarrassed, Rossweisse hugged Naruto, hiding her face in shame. From that day on, she became my second tower. Present time. Naruto and his group of girls were walking, attracting the attention of every citizen of Konoha. Kuroka, seriously, are the people in this village really that stupid? Naruto, you can say that again. Just look at how they worship 2 kids who supposedly have Eriko's power, and I feel like that power is running out, and soon they'll just be cannon fodder. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage was signing papers, thinking about what had happened years ago. Ever since the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki disappeared, the village had been on high alert for possible attacks from other villages. For some years now, Minato had left him in charge of the village so that the blonde Hokage could train his children. The strangest thing about the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki was that the only person it communicated with was him, leaving a letter saying it would return when it unleashed its full power. The 3rd Hokage sighed. He puffed smoke from his pipe until his door was opened by Naruto, who gave him a stoic look as he entered accompanied by 4 beautiful women. Hello, young man, what can I do for you? The 3rd Hokage said. I'm back, 3rd Hokage. Hiruzen asked, and who are you, young man? I'm Naruto. When those words left Naruto's mouth, the 3rd Hokage dropped his pipe to the floor. You're Naruto Uzumaki, Hiruzen would say in amazement. Don't compare me to that shitty last name. My full name is Naruto Lucifer. Hiruzen, but you're the son of the Hokage and Kushina. Naruto, they stopped being my parents when they abandoned me. Hiruzen, well, I suppose you want to go to the academy and become a ninja. Naruto, by the way, how many members would the teams have? Well, there would be 1 sensei and 4 students, although some teams would have 5 members. Naruto, good, I didn't know that detail. Naruto looked at Grayfia and Eriko. Mental connection. Change of plans. Grayfia, now I want you to give it your all and become a Jonin, and you, Eriko, don't overdo it. Out of mind space. Naruto looked Hiruzen in the eyes and gave him an order, which the 3rd Hokage thought came from himself. Hiruzen, which of you are at Jonin level? At that moment, Grayfia approached and went to a separate room to complete an exam. Naruto, See you at the academy, love, said Naruto, bidding farewell to the silver-haired girl. You fill out this form and you can go to the academy, but hurry, the exams will start in half an hour. Put your names and ages in it, and I'll send it as a special permission slip from the third Hokage. Naruto, okay, third Hokage, see you. Naruto and his companions disappeared. They walked for a few minutes until they reached the gates of the Ninja Academy. Naruto, alright, this will be fun. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Ninja Academy. Naruto, accompanied by Kuroka, Eriko, and Rossweisse, entered the academy, attracting everyone's attention, as they walked toward the course assigned by the third Hokage, until they bumped into Iruka Umino. Naruto, hello. The third Hokage told me that this would be the course assigned to me and my friends, since we came to take the Genin exams. Iruka, that's not possible. After all, today is the last day of the school year. Naruto, I should be in this class, but I left many years ago to train elsewhere, so that's the answer. And as I said, the third Hokage saved me a spot in this class. Naruto lied about the last part, since, remember, he tricked the third Hokage into thinking he wasn't on it. Well, if you have the third Hokage's permission, you can be added to the exam, but you and your companions must complete the exam with a 95% success rate, Iruka said, a little surprised by the third Hokage's signature on the document, since that was very rare. Naruto huffed in boredom and replied that it wouldn't be a problem. After all, Naruto knew everything about the shinobi world because he had memories of the Sage of Six Paths and because of Eriko's stories. Iruka, well, let me announce the class, and then you can come in and introduce yourselves. Iruka entered the classroom where many of those who would become genin today were gathered, the most promising according to many. But the brown-haired boy was only thinking about the name of Lucifer. Naruto, that's the name of the fourth Hokage's lost son, who only just appeared, although he looked quite different, but oh well. Alright class, today we have some new students, sent by the third Hokage to become shinobi, Iruka said. Kiba, it's not fair, we've been here for many years and they just show up like this. Sakura, that's right, sensei, we've been here for 6 years. Iruka. Inuzuka, I must remind you that the third Hokage was the one who sent these kids. Haruno, those kids, or just one of them, was outside the village training, which is understandable. So you can come in now. Iruka gestured for the new group to enter. Through the classroom door, Naruto entered. When the girls saw him, they all got nosebleeds, so much so that they were taken aback by the sight of such a hunk. Naruto was wearing a white shirt with a black jacket, black pants, and black shoes. They all took in his physique. He was quite tall, about 6 feet, and surprisingly robust for his age. His face was completely smooth, without any baby fat, and his complexion suggested a man of strong character, one who didn't mind getting his hands dirty. Naruto smiled at the girl's nosebleeds and uncontrollable blushes. Many of the men looked at him with hatred and envy. Kuroka, Rossweisse, and Eriko entered through the door. As they walked in, they were met with a range of emotions, lust from the men and envy from many of the women. Iruka said with a smile, you can introduce yourselves to your new classmates, even if it's just for today. My name is Eriko Otsutsuki, I'm 16 years old. Eriko lied so she could become a genin. I came here to be a ninja, following my beloved fiancé. When the purple-haired girl said that, all the men felt a wave of depression because what a treat. She was already engaged, except for a raven-haired boy with questionable tastes who watched impassively, as did his sister, who looked at Naruto with curiosity. Menma leered at the new women who entered the room, while a Hyuga girl next to him just stared at Naruto, blushing slightly, thinking he looked cuter and sexier than her boyfriend, Menma. Back to Eriko. My dream is to marry my beloved king and have his children, said the Kyūbi as she hugged Naruto's arm, implying he was her fiancé, making the women look at Eriko with envy, while the men did the same with Naruto. Kuroka. My name is Kuroka Tuju, I'm 15 years old, NYA, and just like Eriko, NYA, I came here to be a ninja, just like my handsome fiancé, NYA, the Nekomata said with her verbal tick, hugging Lucifer, making the women and men look envious again. My dream, just like Eriko's, NYA, is to marry my king and have strong children with him, the Nekomata finished, breaking the hearts of many men present, and making many wonder what was wrong with the dark-haired man who stood there with his eyes closed, just listening. Rossweisse. My name is Rossweisse, I'm 16 years old, and just like my friends, I also came here for my king, and my dream is the same as theirs, the Valkyrie finished seriously. Once again, the boy's illusions were shattered, thinking of asking Lucifer what he bathed in to be so lucky. Naruto. took a step forward, opening his eyes and revealing a red hue that sent shivers through the entire room. Naruto, hello. When the women heard his voice, they almost had an orgasm at hearing such an imposing voice, making it clear that he was very mature for his age. Naruto, my name is Naruto. When he said that, several people in the room opened their eyes wide as they saw the now raven-haired boy smile. My name is Naruto Lucifer, I'm 12 years old. I lived here a few years ago, but I left to train. I decided to come back to become a ninja. In his mind, Naruto was just thinking, but I also want to see your village go to shit, ha ha ha. Anyway, my dream is to marry these beautiful women and restore my clan while my wives and future wives support me in everything. He finished with a smile, making the girls in the room blush as they remembered what he said about having more women. Menma, ha, you idiot brother. And how will you restore the clans if you're not the leader of any of them, neither the Uzumaki nor the Namikaze? He said it mockingly, trying to anger Naruto, but Naruto was a different person. Naruto just laughed like a maniac, Kira style. While the women watched Menma with giggles. Menma, what are you laughing at? It's the truth, loser. Narumi would remain silent, still in shock at seeing her older brother again, thinking about how she would apologize. Naruto, wait, first of all, who said I was going to restore those shitty clans? If you don't remember, I introduced myself as Naruto Lucifer, so you and your family can shove your clans where the sun don't shine. And the only loser here is you. The only thing that inflates your ego is being the Hokage's son and having power that doesn't belong to you. And by the way, when that power runs out, what the hell are you going to do? Ha 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 ha. Lucifer finished laughing, sowing doubt in Menma, who remained silent. Sasuke had an arrogant smile as he said, you're just a loser, that's why we pretended to be your friends before. When Sasuke said that, his sister and Hinata looked at him with a grim expression because of what he said. Naruto just smiled and looked Sasuke in the eyes. Listen, Uchiha, I don't give a damn about what happened that time. It just reminds me that you and your sister, that bitch, only wanted to get close to Menma and Narumi because you like the tomato girl, and I don't remember why the other one likes it. So, whatever you say is irrelevant to me. And by the way, say hi to your mother. Naruto finished with a shameless smile, making Sasuke angry and ready to attack him. Die, you bastard, Sasuke yelled, throwing a kunai, but Naruto caught Sasuke's arm and squeezed it, making him writhe in pain. Rasengan, Menma shouted, appearing behind me, but a kick from Kuroka sent him crashing into the wall, cracking it. You damned girl, what did you do to my brother? The red-haired Uzumaki yelled, going to attack Kuroka, but Eriko stood in front of her with a serious look. Turn around, and maybe I won't hurt you for everything you did to Naruto. Eriko ended up emanating a black aura that terrified everyone. Crack, that was the sound of Sasuke's hand being broken by Naruto. Oops, my apologies, I didn't gauge my strength, said Naruto with a superior smile. Enough already, said Iruka, using his giant head jutsu. Everyone returned to their places, leaving Sasuke writhing in pain from his broken hand. Naruto raised his right hand, and a white light emerged, instantly healing Sasuke's hand. Naruto, you're not on my level, Uchiha, and anyone who gets in my way will perish. Naruto smiled maliciously, making Sasuke remain silent and go back to his seat. Menma was just in his place, thinking about how he would take Naruto's women away. Naruto and his women went and sat down in a row, the four of them together. Shortly after, the exam began. 5 minutes later, Naruto and his female companions finished the exam. If you're wondering, Naruto trained all his girls, and they are trained in all ninja subjects, as well as techniques and history. After finishing their exam with Iruka, they were told to go outside, as there would be a skills demonstration and the Rookie of the Year award would be given at the end to the best. When they went outside, they could see many of the clans and important people of the village, as well as the fourth Hokage and his wife. When they came out, everyone stared at them, wondering who they were. Naruto and his girls arrived at a tree where he leaned back, and his girls stood on either side of him. Kuroka rested her head on his left arm, Eriko on his right, and Rossweisse stood in front of him but with her back to him. Ross-chan, you look a little tense. Would you like a massage? Naruto whispered in the Valkyrie's ear, causing her face to blush. She turned around to give her beloved king a kiss. Everyone watching, especially the students who were leaving, looked at the raven-haired boy with envy. Naruto, alright, my queens, the skills demonstration is about to begin. Okay, Naruto-kun nya. Once everyone was outside, the test began. Iruka, Okay, first, we'll see your aim with shurikens and kunai, and the main jutsus. Everyone took their turn, performing the tests. The results were as follows. The most important ones, without going into too much detail, shurikens and kunai. Women: Sakura 7 out of 10, Ino 7 out of 10, Narumi 9 out of 10, Satsuki 9 out of 10, and surprisingly, Kuroka, Rossweisse, and Eriko all finished 10 out of 10, bringing a smile to Naruto's face. Many of the men watched with amazement and envy at the Uzumaki for having such skilled ninjas as fiancés. With the men: Choji 5 out of 10, Kiba 5 out of 10, Shino 6 out of 10, Shikamaru 7 out of 10, Menma 9 out of 10, and Sasuke 9 out of 10. Sasuke and Menma looked down on Naruto with superiority. Top that, Dobi and Iki Baka, said Iruka. Alright, now it's Naruto Lucifer's turn. When that name came out of Iruka's mouth, many of those who didn't know looked around for the one they thought was blonde, but they only saw a raven-haired boy with silver highlights approaching, taking some shurikens and kunai that Mitsuki had given him, throwing them and hitting their targets, impressing everyone with how easily he did it. Naruto returned to his place, ignoring the incredulous looks he received. Kushina had 1,000 thoughts in her head, as did her husband. Naruto, that's Naruto. They saw it was definitely him. He looked quite similar, but his hair had changed so much he was practically unrecognizable. Naruto finished 10 out of 10, Iruka said, impressed. Sasuke and Menma clenched their fists, watching as Lucifer wore a superior smile. Then came the test where they would perform the 3 basic jutsus. The Kawarini substitution jutsu, the Henjino jutsu transformation jutsu, and the Bushin clone technique. Everyone passed the test perfectly, except for a few civilians who couldn't complete it. Now they were going to demonstrate some personal techniques. Everyone performed their respective personal jutsu or those of their clans. In Sakura's case, she performed AD, rank Earth Release Jutsu. Satsuki performed a fire jutsu, as did Sasuke. Menma and Narumi performed the Rasengan and a water jutsu simultaneously. Sasuke and Menma looked down on Naruto with superiority, believing he couldn't surpass them in this test. Kuroka stood in front of a tree, while everyone watched her curiously. She clasped her hands together, gathering magic and unleashing a violet fireball that she hurled at the tree, which was incinerated seconds later. The heat of the flames reached the Uchiha, who were firebending masters, and even the 3rd Hokage, who was astonished by the technique. Sasuke's mind raced with thoughts, wondering if he could do that. He certainly needed those women to bear him strong children. Naruto already knew what Menma and Sasuke were thinking, as it was quite obvious. He simply smiled, knowing his plans were working. Rossweisse created a sphere of cold air, which she hurled at some test dummies, freezing them. The Valkyrie then conjured ice spikes that pierced the dummies, one of the techniques she had learned from her king. The council members present were practically licking their lips at the sight of what they believed to be an ice element user. Naruto smiled again. Well done, my ice Valkyrie, you made them wet with your power. It was Eriko's turn, who concentrated a large amount of chakra at the tip of one of her fingers. Shikuden Moruto, creation of the sun. From the Kyūbi's finger emerged a mini-sun that divided into 20 mini-suns, which she sent against the test dummies, reducing them to ashes. Everyone was surprised by the jutsu, as the flames burned like the sun itself, and everyone in the council got wet again, thinking about how to get their hands on those girls to take advantage of their abilities. Naruto was the last and saw how everyone looked at him analytically. Alright, Konoha Council, get your pants wet with this. Naruto created a cube, which had a crystalline tone, while he sent it towards the test dummies. When it arrived there, the cube expanded. Now everyone recognized the cube. Minato, impossible. Hiruzen, this must be a dream. Minato, the Tsuchikage Jutsu. The mythical Jinten, dust release. Everyone saw that after the light from the cube, nothing remained but a square-shaped crater, leaving them all speechless. As an extra touch, Naruto sent a sphere of ice freezing a tree. You could see that if you touched the tree, it would shatter into 1,000 pieces. 2 Kekkei Genkei, everyone exclaimed in unison. But Naruto made a negative gesture, confusing many. Naruto, I have several Kekkei Genkei, and those 2 aren't the only ones, but I'll show you one more. Everyone watched as Naruto closed his eyes. When he opened them, everyone was surprised to see it was the Sharingan. Everyone was astonished, staring at the Lucifer with interest, while the civilians were overjoyed, thinking they would have all that power if they pulled the trigger, given their considerable influence. While Sasuke gritted his teeth, thinking about how Naruto possessed such power, how he should have it himself to be the strongest Uchiha. But one of the most surprised was the Uchiha leader upon seeing his clan's dojutsu. Undoubtedly, the boy had many tricks up his sleeve, and he certainly couldn't allow anyone else in his clan to have such a boy, except himself. Minato was also surprised. He knew that no one in his family possessed such power. Sasuke, how the hell do you have those eyes, and that power? Sasuke clenched his fists as he said the last part. Naruto, this power. Well, through training. Do you think that just because you're from a prestigious clan the world will be at your feet? And I awakened these eyes when I left this village. Sasuke, but you're the son of the 4th Hokage, and neither he nor his wife have the Sharingan. Naruto, I'm not their son, or well, I was, but they died for me, as did all traces of their blood. My lineage is superior to many, so the Sharingan isn't exclusive to the Uchiha clan. Naruto gave a wicked smile, planting the seed of doubt that the Uchiha clan wasn't the only clan with the Sharingan. Fugaku himself looked surprised upon hearing all this. Minato was saddened by what his son said. And Kushina was doing her best not to cry. Sasuke, that power should be mine. I'm an elite Uchiha. Naruto, ah, little thing. The kid's throwing a tantrum because he doesn't get what he wants, ha 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 ha. Look at me closely. Uchiha, you'll never have this power. Naruto made Sasuke so angry that he went to attack him. Sasuke threw a punch at his face, but it passed right through the raven-haired man, as if he were a ghost. Minato had a flashback, remembering how the masked man who called himself Madara used that ability. See, Sasuke, you'll never have this power, and all you can do is watch my greatness while you lie there, ha 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 ha. Damn it, Menma said, trying to hit Naruto from behind, but he only passed right through Naruto, who comically fell on top of Sasuke, where their lips collided. Naruto, well, I'm gone for a few years and you're already acting like faggots, huh? Many were laughing at the scene, while both families just slapped their faces in embarrassment. While this was happening, the Uchiha and the Namikaze separated, both spitting at what they had done. What happened made many women now understand why the Uchiha ignored them. Satsuki, now I understand everything. Naruto, ha 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 ha. Well, with your permission, I'll take my leave, you pair of faggots. Coming out of his trance, Iruka announced Naruto as the rookie, and a tie between Naruto's women. Everyone was amazed by the power that Naruto demonstrated, as well as his women. Naruto and his women were about to leave, but as they were about to depart, having already put on their ninja headbands, they decided to go buy a house for their comfort. Suddenly, Naruto was hugged from behind by a woman with a large chest. Naruto-sama, I'm back. I was made a Jonin again without any problems, and I told you that your clan would be part of the village, so as you requested, I'm a member of the council, representing your clan. Naruto, good, Grayfia-chan, you did a good job as always. So let's go. They were about to leave when they saw Minato and Kushina at the exit, along with the Sannin Jiraiya and Tsunade. Minato, son, I'm sorry. Kushina, Sochi, go home to mom. We've been looking for you this whole time. Naruto, oh yeah, and how long did it take you to notice I was gone? Minato and Kushina didn't answer. Come on, you can't just come to me like nothing happened. Besides, I don't belong to your clan. After all, you left me out for your other children, and I never belonged to your family. So, with your permission. Naruto was about to leave, but Minato grabbed his shoulder. Naruto, as your father, you must obey me. You have to go back to our house. We have a lot to talk about. Naruto, take your hands off me. Suddenly, Naruto turned into fire, but this time not Amaterasu, just ordinary fire, which pushed Minato back a little until Naruto extinguished. Naruto, you're in no position to order me around. The only thing you are to me is the Hokage, nothing more. But other than that, you'd be an easy fly to swat. But that wouldn't be fun. And if I remember correctly, when I asked you for time, you told me that Menma and Narumi needed more of your time. It's something I don't care about anymore, so leave me alone. Tsunade, you're ungrateful to your parents, who gave you life. Naruto, the only thing I'm grateful to them for is waking me up. It's the only good thing they did, since I could have been just another idiot who thinks like a donkey in this village. Besides, neither you nor that old toad can stick your noses in here. After all, you were the same. Jiraiya, kid, we weren't that bad to you. You're out of your mind. Naruto, let's see if I'm out of my mind, as you say. Go home and look in your photo albums. See if I'm in them. You'll see if what I'm saying is true or not. For now, I'm leaving. It wasn't a pleasure seeing you. Bye. Naruto. And his girls left the ninja academy. Kushina, Minato-kun, we were bad parents. Minato. This is my fault. Kushina. No, this was because of my stupid prophecy, Jiraiya said. Tsunade just stared in astonishment, now understanding that Naruto had spoken the truth. How could you forget your son like that, you pair of idiots? And you perverted toad, you and your stupid prophecies. I'm leaving. Tsunade walked away to go to the Konoha hospital. Back with Naruto. This shitty village hasn't changed at all. Naruto, NYA, someone's been following us for a while. Naruto, yeah, I knew it. Come. Out of your hiding place, whoever you are. A few meters away, Satsuki appeared. Well, may I ask what you want, Uchiha? Naruto said disinterestedly. Satsuki looked sad, since Naruto didn't call her, Satsuki-chan, like he used to. I wanted to apologize for what I did to you. I was a foolish child back then. Naruto, ha ha ha, is that all you wanted to say? Well, goodbye. Naruto continued walking, leaving Satsuki with tears threatening to spill. I waited so long to apologize, and this is how you treat me, Narubaka. The dark-haired Uchiha exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. I felt like trash when you changed, and honestly, when I started to grow up, I realized I loved you, the raven-haired girl cried, tears streaming down her black face. Naruto turned around, looking Satsuki up and down. Forgiveness isn't earned overnight, so think carefully and finish growing up, because I don't like spoiled, weak girls. Think about it from now on. Naruto left, leaving Satsuki with a new light in her eyes. The next day. We see Naruto waking up, embraced by his women, who were naked. Yesterday they finally found a house, and he left Grayfia magically fixing it up so he could go upstairs to one of the rooms and take a relaxing hot bath in the bathroom. But his peace didn't last long, as Kuroka joined him in the bathroom. It turns out Kuroka wanted to rape him, but she ended up getting pounded against the wall, completely passed out with a look of pure excitement on her face. Next was Eriko, who is always the most difficult to please during sex, since she's the nine tails, her body is very warm and she can endure more, but hours later she collapsed, exhausted. Rossweisse was next, and with her, sex could sometimes be very intense, but most of the time they did it slowly and gently because that's how they both liked it when their bodies came together. The last to wake was Grayfia, the one who gives him the most pleasure. After all, she knows all his fetishes, and she's there to fulfill them. They were all asleep with smiles on their faces as they embraced their beloved king. The first to wake was Grayfia, who gave Naruto a warm smile and a warm kiss. The others woke up instantly, and as things heated up, Grayfia announced that they would have to go to the academy today to find their teams, even though they already knew which ones they would be on. Naruto and his women were taking a bath before heading to the academy, while Grayfia went to the Hokage Tower. After a hearty breakfast prepared by Grayfia, Naruto and his girls headed to the ninja academy. When they entered through the door, they could see that Naruto was dressed similarly to yesterday, except his shirt was blood red, his jacket silver, his pants silver, and he wore red sneakers. His clothes were very eye-catching. Rossweisse wore a black skirt that reached her knees, with black leggings underneath and a light blue blouse. Kuroka wore a black dress. Eriko wore a very tight purple dress that left nothing to the imagination. All the girls in the classroom wondered if they would have any mobility in those clothes when it came to fighting. Meanwhile, the boys wondered if the raven-haired boy always wore clothes like that. The girls just kept saying how cool Naruto looked dressed like that, while the boys were practically devouring the girls of Lucifer with their eyes. Naruto sat down in one of the rows, letting Kuroka sit on his lap, which made the women's cheeks flush pink. Naruto, Kuroka-chan, I hope you'll take care of what's about to happen. And he wasn't kidding, Kuroka had a huge ass, which turned Naruto on a lot. I wanted to sit on Naru's lap, Rossweisse said with a pout that made her look very cute. Kuroka moved to Naruto's right leg, making Rossweisse sit on the other leg while hugging Naruto around the neck. Naruto, if I had known the teacher would take so long, I would have made love to you guys about 3 times already, but no, you wanted to come early. Everyone in the room, except Sasuke, had a nosebleed. Ino, that boy turns me on, he, the blonde said with a blush. Hinata, what would this Naruto be like inside me? When I tell Menma-kun, he never does anything, with the excuse that he's busy. I'm starting to think he's gay. Satsuki just had a serious look on her face. Naruto, well, we'll sort that out tonight, Kuroka-chan, he. Everyone had another nosebleed. Menma, damn it, Aniki. And I want those women, but you'll see when the council hands them over to me. Naruto, ha 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 ha, Menma, it's so obvious what you're thinking, just like that emo, Suke. Sasuke glared at Naruto with hatred. Do you think the council can interfere with me and my women? Ha 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 ha, do what you want and you'll be in for a big surprise. Naruto was challenging them, since this is what he wanted. Sasuke, Ma, you bastard, you'll see, because I'm an elite Uchiha. Menma, and you'll see why I'll be the next Hokage, and the god of shinobi. Naruto, so much glory for two bastards who only know how to whine to get everything, ha 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 ha. You'd better go make out somewhere and stop whining, Naruto said, making everyone in the room, without exception, laugh with amusement. Damn it, they both exclaimed angrily. Naruto, well, the sensei has arrived. Iruka, alright, the teams will be. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Satsuki Uchiha, Menma Namikaze, Narumi Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno. Your sensei will be Hatake Kakashi, Iruka said. Well, this smells like nepotism. Naruto said, making many laugh with amusement at his comment, since many had thought it but hadn't said it aloud. Team 8. Hinata. Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hanabi Hyuga. In this theory, Hanabi will be the same age as Hinata. That girl is pretty, Naruto thought, looking at Hanabi, who seemed bored. Team 10. Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akamichi, Shikamaru Nara, and Sai. And who is this random guy? Naruto thought, looking at Sai. Team 0. Naruto Lucifer, Eriko Otsutsuki, Kuroka Tuju, and Rossweisse. Those are all the teams. Sometime later, we see Naruto in a training field, alongside his team. Ho, Grayfia, Chan, now you're my sensei. I don't know, but calling you that is turning me on, especially with those clothes you're wearing. Look at those pantyhose, UFF. Grayfia got excited when Naruto said that, and it was because Grayfia was wearing a short, navy blue Jonin uniform that made it look like she wasn't wearing anything on her torso, making her breasts stand out a lot. But on top, she wore a miniskirt and black pantyhose that left nothing to the imagination. On her forehead, like the rest of the group, she wore her ninja headband, and navy blue ninja sandals to match her uniform. Grayfia had a funny smile. Alright, my students, let's see what you're made of, said the maid, now an elite Jonin. Naruto and the girls burst into laughter at Grayfia's antics, she was clearly enjoying herself. Grayfia, Naruto-kun, we have to test your strength. There are cameras here, and you'll see your potential, though that's what you want, isn't it? Naruto, alright, let's begin. With a great leap, Grayfia moved away from the group, creating ice spikes that began to erupt from the ground, impaling everyone, but these were shadow clones. From a magic circle emerged Rossweisse with a long sword, trying to cut Grayfia, but Grayfia created an ice sword that clashed, creating a shockwave upon impact. From underground, Kuroka emerged with a sphere of violet fire in her hands, throwing it at Grayfia, who vanished, as did Rossweisse. Grayfia reappeared behind Kuroka, kicking her so hard she crashed into a tree. Shikuden, Shuka Mekyaku. From Eriko's mouth erupted a great torrent of fire, like a tsunami. Grayfia created a magic circle, from which a large amount of ice emerged, clearing a path through the middle of the attack and reaching Eriko, who had to cancel the attack and leap high, avoiding being caught in Grayfia's ice. So you're going all out, huh, Grayfia-chan? Thought the Kyūbi, concentrating her chakra. Grayfia dodged a blow from Kuroka, who had teamed up with Rossweisse. Both were sending very evenly matched attacks that were giving Grayfia trouble. She created a great wave of wind that sent the Lucifer towers flying. Naruto, wow, you've really come a long way, Grayfia-chan. Naruto was behind Grayfia, who was surprised that she hadn't sensed him. Naruto concentrated his magic energy and slapped Grayfia's butt so hard it sent her flying. Grayfia got up in midair and rubbed the side where she'd been hit. Naruto-kun, she said, if you wanted to do that, you could have done it in private. You know we're being watched on the cameras. And it was true, since the 4th and 3rd Hokage were in the Hokage Tower, observing everything, as were the Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the Shinobi and Civilian Council. How daring of that Naruto, Tsunade said, a blush rising to her cheeks, because even if she denied it, it felt incredibly good. Jiraiya simply said, that guy is my idol, damn it. The others were just amazed by the fight Team Zero was having, while the Civilian Council were practically licking their lips at the sight of such power. Getting back to the good stuff. Kuroka unleashed her Nekomata power, increasing her strength about 20 times. And everyone watching the live feed could see this because of the destructive blows from the dark-haired girl. Kuroka was attacking Grayfia like a wild animal, sending her crashing to the ground. Tsunade was a little surprised to see that strength. Kuroka. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Naruto. Felt a bead of sweat trickle down his neck, because of what his little cat had said. Grayfia appeared behind Kuroka, trapping her in a sphere of ice. But Kuroka unleashed a torrent of fire, melting the ice. Naruto appeared in front of Grayfia, throwing rapid punches, which Grayfia expertly dodged with somersaults, while Eriko and Rossweisse came running at full speed, and Kuroka concentrated magical power in her fist, running towards Grayfia. When the whole group was about to clash their attacks, Grayfia gave a small smile, which made Naruto's eyes widen and him leap high into the air, while Grayfia spoke a few words. Storm release, minefield creation. Storm. Water and lightning began to erupt from the ground, creating a massive electrical discharge. They all received the attack at point blank range, electrocuting them and sending them flying, crashing into a mountain because they had jumped randomly to avoid further damage, as Grayfia's new technique had taken them by surprise. Naruto, who was levitating, simply smiled, while Rossweisse, Eriko, and Kuroka appeared beside him, with small bruises and slightly soiled clothes. That really hurt, Eriko said in amazement. Naruto said, she's improved a lot, girls. That's why she's one of the strongest queens today. The whole group watched a smiling Grayfia as she looked at them. That technique really surprised me. It's an explosion of storms that will electrocute you badly if they catch you. Luckily, we're not normal, Naruto thought, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Naruto and his women smiled knowingly. Wind release, great breakthrough. Kuroka and Rossweisse would say. Shudder release, great storm release, great flame ball. Naruto would draw a sword from a magic circle and concentrate a large amount of piercing chakra, his advanced wind element, which instead of cutting externally, cuts internally. Sword of the Void, union of the killing slash. Naruto would slash along with the attack of all of them, creating a great wasteland of destruction, where the combined attack would create a cut of infernal flames, enhanced with the wind element. Grayfia would become serious and release 50% of her power, creating a great wall of ice that would stop the attack completely. As the smoke dissipated, Grayfia could be seen panting. Well, I think that will be enough, Grayfia would say. What a great fight, Grayfia Nya-chan, the purple-haired gray-haired Nekomata girl would say. Alright, Grayfia-chan, that was fun. I think you'll go to the Hokage Tower now. See you at home. Naruto would give Grayfia a kiss on the cheek, and she disappeared in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Alright, girls, let's go home and have some fun. Yes, the women shouted in unison. At the Hokage Tower, everyone was amazed by the fight that had taken place. Minato could only think that Team Zero's last attack could leave him seriously injured or kill him. Meanwhile, a bandaged old man was only plotting how to keep Lucifer, who demonstrated great power and could be the ultimate weapon he was looking for. Minutes later, we see council members sitting and watching the Jonin arrive. Grayfia was the first to arrive, earning the attention of those present. Half an hour later, all the other Jonin arrived, and finally Kakashi Hatake. Minato. Alright, I want you to tell me everything that happened. Half an hour of filler later, Kakashi could be seen explaining to Minato. Kakashi, the team was a complete mess at first, but in the end, I had to let them through since they're strong in their own way. But the weak link is Sakura, who fell for AD, rank Genjutsu, which is stupid, considering she was one of the best at the Ninja Academy. My verdict is that if my team works together, they can be good ninjas, and Sakura has to train hard so she's not a hindrance to the group. The copy, Nin finished, closing his orange, covered book with a bored expression. Minato, well, I hope they improve, and that you teach them to work as a team. Minato now looked at Grayfia, which caused everyone to stare at her, wondering who she was. Azuma, excuse me, Hokage-sama, but who is that woman over there? He said, pointing at Grayfia with a slight blush, which made Kurenai grimace. Hiruzen spoke before Minato could. She is Grayfia Lucifuge, representative of the Lucifer clan that settled in Konoha yesterday. Its leader is Naruto Lucifer. She became a Jonin due to her high skill level and because she excels at everything a ninja should be. She also controls all 5 elements and is the Jonin of Team Zero. Everyone was astonished, even Minato, who hadn't known this news. Why didn't you tell me this, third Hokage-sama? Minato asked, a little surprised. Hiruzen, I left a report on your desk, and besides, you've been busy with your children, so I didn't think it was important to tell you since you always ignored Naruto. Everyone stared at Grayfia, who stood with a stoic expression. Kakashi couldn't help but blush beneath his mask at the sight of such striking beauty, but then he remembered what the third Hokage had said about her being engaged. If I remember correctly, Naruto is that boy who won Rookie of the Year yesterday, Kakashi said curiously. Yes, the third Hokage replied. But Naruto is the fourth Hokage's son, Kakashi said, making Minato nod. But then everyone heard Grayfia's voice. No, Naruto, Sama doesn't have parents, since he's taken care of himself since he was little. The only one he calls father is the one who saved him, the one who gave him a second chance. He only calls him father, no one else, Grayfia finished with a stoic expression. Kushina, and what do you know about me, Naruto? I'm his mother, just as Minato is his father. Grayfia, he's my fiancé, and I know all his secrets. I also know he doesn't consider you his parents, and as his future wife, I'm advising you to let him go. If you try to get close to him, he might just leave the village again, and I don't think you want that, do you? Grayfia had sown fear in the Namikaze Uzumaki couple upon hearing that their son might leave again. Minato, enough. I'll cancel this engagement and arrange it for him with someone better, he said seriously, astonishing everyone and causing Grayfia to give a small, arrogant smile. Grayfia, then you should ask the representative of the Lucifer clan, that is, me, since only the leader and his representative can cancel an engagement, and neither the Hokage nor the council can intervene in that. And excuse my smile if it makes me seem arrogant, but what you're saying makes me wonder how on earth you acquired such military power if you don't think before you speak. I've already made that clear, haven't I? Your son is the only one who decides, and I, his representative, wouldn't stoop to such nonsense, so think clearly and don't do anything stupid. Minato was astonished because what she said was true, and it also stung his ego that his future daughter, in-law was setting the record straight. Putting all that aside, Grayfia-san, could you tell us about your test with your genin? The third Hokage asked, changing the subject due to the tense atmosphere. Kakashi had been admiring the silver-haired woman, as her demeanor was that of a powerful and knowledgeable woman. She was undoubtedly a woman worthy of respect, someone one could fall in love with. Grayfia, why say it, since you all observed everything? I'll just tell you that Kuroka is quite strong in her base form, and with her transformation she's 20 times stronger. She possesses elements like fire, lightning, wind, and steam. Rossweisse is the best at hand seals in the group, second only to Naruto, and she has many elemental abilities, just like Naruto. Eriko is the best at jutsu, thanks to her vast arsenal, and because she's the fire queen, possessing elements like shikuden, steam, and lava. She's also skilled in hand combat and powerful genjutsu. Naruto, on the other hand, possesses countless elements, there are so many. He's skilled with a sword, has a natural affinity for genjutsu, and possesses immense strength and speed. He's also a born strategist. That's all I can say, I'll take my leave. Before they could stop her, she vanished in a magic circle. Everyone was astonished, not only by her words but because much of what she said was true. Others were amazed by the supposed jutsu she used to disappear, while the Jonin watched the video of Team Zero's battle in awe, proving that it wasn't just talk, and that Grayfia would be on par with Kushina, Makoto, or Tsunade, or even surpass them. In Lucifer's house, 3 women could be seen asleep beside their man after a quick sexual encounter in the bathroom, having just eaten a meal prepared by their beloved devil, Lucifer. Grayfia appeared, standing in front of the bed, watching them sleep. Without much thought, she went into the bathroom to wash off the sweat and grime and then climbed into bed to sleep beside her king. Hours later, night was falling as the group awoke from their relaxing slumber. Everyone went downstairs to the kitchen for a good sandwich, which they prepared, until they heard knocking at the door. Upon opening it, they saw an Anbu. Grayfia, Sama, your presence and that of your team are required in the council chambers, the purple-haired Anbu finished, bowing. We'll be there, Grayfia said seriously, causing the Anbu to disappear in a puff. Naruto, well, this is going to get interesting. An hour later, Naruto and his girls got dressed and left for the meeting. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. That was the sound behind the council chamber door. Naruto and his group entered, observing how they were being looked at. Curious glances from the shinobi, and looks of superiority and arrogance from the civilian council. Grayfia took her place as a council member, occupying the spot where a magic circle from the House of Lucifer was located. The council had already been informed that she would be a member, and many were disappointed since they had plans for her. Naruto sat in a chair in front of the large table, with his girls Kuroka and Eriko sitting on his lap, while Rossweisse stood behind him with a serious expression. Naruto, why did you call me here? Shut up, demon, said a council member. We are the law here, said a pink-haired woman in an irritating voice. Homura, we are here to decide which reigns Rossweisse and Eriko will take, since as users of Kekkei Genkai, they will be incubators of new shinobi, and Kuroka will be betrothed to Sasuke Uchiha, while you will be betrothed to some women to revive the Uzumaki clan. An arrogant laugh was heard in the room, revealing Sasuke in a corner of the council chamber. Ha, I always win, Dobi, Sasuke said arrogantly. Naruto and his women just smiled, until Fugaku spoke. I will not allow any other clan to have the Sharingan, so I do not approve of the vote to betroth you to any of the other clans, and it is something the civilian council cannot discuss, since it is a shinobi matter due to my family's lineage. I never gave permission for Sasuke to have what he asked for, but as long as Lord Naruto accepts it, I accept that commitment. Danzo, Fugaku, remember that Kakashi Hatake has the Sharingan and you didn't say anything. Fugaku didn't say anything until Naruto spoke. Look here, you old mummies, the only one who decides what to do in the clan is my representative, and I'm not from those shitty clans. My clan is the Lucifer clan, and I'm represented by Grayfia, Chan. You heard the name Naruto and thought he was some idiot from the Namikaze or Uzumaki family, right? Well, how about that, knowing you can't do anything and now you can only watch me at the top of the food chain where you want to belong but never will, ha ha ha. Naruto said this arrogantly, making many of the council members look at him with hatred. They all looked at Grayfia, waiting for a response from her, since she was the one who represented him. Grayfia, I reject Councillor Homura's proposal, as this is a clan matter, and those women are already betrothed to Naruto, Sama. Therefore, the civilian council cannot decide within Naruto, Sama's clan, not even his Hokage. That demon cannot be a member of this council. I vote we kill him, a civilian would say. Minato, silence, I am the only one who decides here. Naruto, Era, you finally grew a pair, huh? Minato. Son, please, you must return to the family. No, was Naruto's only response, as he was bored. Naruto, besides, I am the only one who decides in my clan, and if you want to betroth me to any woman, you have to tell me. A commotion erupted in the council chamber, causing many of the clans to make him offers. Hiashi, I, the leader of the Hyuga clan, offer you the hand of one of my daughters. This surprised Minato and Kushina, because one of their daughters was already engaged to Menma. Kushina, what are you saying? Your daughter is Menma's girlfriend. Hiashi, yes, but everyone knows that I seek strong husbands for my daughters. Besides, Naruto is stronger than Menma. Naruto, that's a nice idea, but I decline your offer. This surprised everyone, until Naruto spoke. He rejected it because Hinata is despicable to him, and he doesn't know his other daughter. So, when you offer me engagements, make sure you introduce me to your daughters. For a moment, Hiashi thought everything was going to hell, but after hearing his explanation, he understood. Enough, Sasuke shouted. I want that black-haired girl as one of my women, and I want her now. No, you'll have this woman for yourself, since you're not man enough to please me, and I don't like effeminate men like you, Kuroka replied, enraging Sasuke. He went to attack Naruto, who only opened one eye, trapping Sasuke in the Tsukuyomi. Naruto, I'll make two things perfectly clear. First, my women are untouchable for you. And second, I'm untouchable. Besides, if you keep messing with me, I'll destroy you. Everyone shuddered at what the raven-haired boy said. Minato, son, come home. We feel for everything we did to you. We promise to change. Naruto, I don't care. Besides, it just makes me laugh that you're apologizing now. Let's exile this demon. We already raped his women and turned them into breeding machines. But he couldn't finish, as he was decapitated by a Naruto clone wielding a black sword. Everyone would be surprised, since they never expected this. Minato, Naruto, what you did is serious. Kaharu, for killing a member of the Honorable Council of Konoha, we will exile you. But before Minato could deny what Kaharu said, only an evil laugh could be heard that chilled everyone's blood. Naruto. Ha 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 ha. Exile me, go ahead, that will only give me the freedom to join any village that wants my services. Imagine if I go to Iwa, and the Tsuchikage makes me a ninja there because I have his dust release, I would become their commander-in-chief like that. Naruto cracked his fingers to indicate how easy it would be. You wouldn't want the Kyūbi Jinchūriki to destroy your village, would you? Naruto finished with a sly laugh. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, as that possibility was terrifying. Minato, you wouldn't do that, would you? He said seriously. Naruto just looked at Minato with a mocking smile, responding with that smile. I'm just warning you, said the raven. haired boy with a smile of pure evil. In his thoughts, Danzo saw only Lucifer, realizing he would have to bring him under his control. Naruto felt someone whisper words in his head, "You will only serve root and be my personal weapon." Naruto suddenly became serious and looked at Danzo. Danzo smiled inwardly, believing he had accomplished his goal. "Naruto, if you try to use that genjutsu on me again, I'll kill you." Everyone stared at Naruto, who had said that to Danzo, who paled and was surprised by the raven-haired boy's words. "What do you mean?" Hiruzen asked, puzzled. "He tried to order me to serve root as his personal weapon, and only a genjutsu can do that without anyone noticing, and that's Kotoamatsukami, which, if my memory serves me right, was possessed by a boy named Shisui Uchiha who died a long time ago, right Danzo?" Danzo was sweating profusely at what the raven-haired man had said. Everyone looked at Danzo, who was very nervous. "Naruto, well, I also sense that he has several chakras in his bandaged arm, besides an eye not originating from your chakra in your right socket." Naruto appeared in front of Danzo, and with great speed, he removed his right eye and his bandaged arm, revealing what it was. "Argrgrgrgrgrgrgrgrr," Danzo exclaimed in pain. "That's it," Minato said, astonished, while Tsunade analytically examined the arm with multiple Sharingan and the eye of Shisui Uchiha, which had disappeared some years ago. Naruto returned to his place, while he watched Danzo writhing in the center of it all, surrounded by Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hiruzen, and Minato. "Minato, Shimura Danzo, for your crime of stealing the Sharingan of the Uchiha who died in the Third Great War, stealing the cells of Senju Hashirama, and being the cause of Shisui's death, I condemn you to death." Minato unleashed a Rasengan, but a cube of Naruto appeared around Danzo, who was lifted into the air by Naruto using the Diva Path. Naruto then created a cube of Jinten. The Jinten began to disintegrate Danzo, but Naruto wanted to see how it happened little by little. Danzo's screams as he was disintegrated caused many present to faint from the sheer cruelty of the devil. Danzo vanished into dust, to the horror of the council members. Naruto, well, since I have nothing more to do here, I'll leave. And let this be a lesson to you all, no one is safe with me. Naruto disappeared with his women, leaving the council in shock. Minato, the council is dismissed, Minato said, ordering almost everyone to leave, not without cursing Naruto before they did. Grayfia disappeared with a wide smile, but not before noticing a dark-haired woman behind her husband, who had been watching Naruto the whole time with a blush on her face. At Naruto's house. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed at Naruto's house. "That was fun," said the raven-haired boy. "All right. Now let's go to our room and have some fun," he said suggestively, but there was a knock at the door. Knock. Knock knock. Naruto, who could that be? Opening the door, he found Satsuki, who had a blush on her face when she saw Naruto. Naruto-kun, can I come in?" she said, looking down. Naruto let her in, and she sat down on a sofa. Meanwhile, Naruto sat across from her on a sofa next to his women, with Grayfia on his lap, her arms around his neck. "What did you want to tell me?" Naruto asked. Satsuki replied, "Well, I don't know where to begin. But, I want to apologize to you, but I know that won't be enough for you to forgive me, so I don't mind doing whatever you tell me, even perverted things," the raven-haired girl finished, blushing slightly and very embarrassed. Naruto thought about it, looking Satsuki up and down again. Even if she denied it, Satsuki was very pretty, and it was clear she had changed a lot. "Seriously, you do whatever I want?" the Lucifer asked seriously. "Yes, I'll do whatever you say," Satsuki said firmly. Naruto stood up and approached Satsuki, bending down slightly to her level. Naruto would be looking into Satsuki's eyes. Naru, Satsuki would be silenced by Naruto, who would claim her lips. "Huhu na Naruto," the dark-eyed girl moaned between kisses, while Naruto touched her breasts, which were quite developed for her age. After the kiss, a blushing Satsuki looked at Naruto as he sat back down on his sofa. "Naruto, earn my trust, and maybe I'll give you a gift and you'll earn my forgiveness." Satsuki nodded, touching her lips. "So, did you like the kiss, Satsuki?" "Nya," Kuroka said with a cat-like smile, making the raven-haired girl blush again. Satsuki was about to leave when she remembered something. "Naruto-kun, I have to tell you something," she said seriously. "Naruto, speak then, Satsuki. The thing is." Naruto, "Well, I understand that. I'll investigate and then give you an answer." Satsuki nodded and left. Naruto-kun, are you sure about what you're going to do? Grayfia asked seriously. Naruto replied, yes, you already know what I'll do with them. Grayfia responded. Okay, good. I'll tell my familiar to keep an eye on that person and find evidence for you. Naruto said, good, Grayfia-chan. That's why I love you. Naruto kissed Grayfia while touching her breasts, which led them back to the room to have sex until dawn. Several weeks later, various teams could be seen at the Hokage Tower. Minato announced, alright, Team 0, your A-rank mission was a resounding success. When Minato said this, several teams were astonished. Why don't we have a higher-level mission, Otosan? We're the best team in Konoha. Menma said arrogantly. Iruka, you guys are just kids for these missions, so stop whining and complete your D-rank mission. Naruto was laughing at what Menma said. Stupid, you think your team is the best. Don't joke around, you couldn't even handle Might Guy's team, said Naruto with a smile, which made Sasuke and Menma angry. Kakashi, Hokage, Sama, were ready for a higher-level mission. Besides, they need to gain experience and get out there, he finished, glancing at Grayfia, who was being hugged by Naruto around the waist, making Kakashi look away, a little envious, which Naruto noticed, making him smile. Minato, alright, this time Team 7 will have a C-rank mission. Sasuke and Menma smiled arrogantly, while their sisters shook their heads, while Sakura just thought about how great her Sasuke-kun was. Grayfia, well, Hokage, Sama, we'll retire to rest. Naruto grabbed Grayfia's butt, making her let out a cute moan, which caused all the men, without exception, to have nosebleeds. While the other women had a pinkish tint on their cheeks. Jiraiya. That guy is my idol, damn it. Naruto. Let's go, Grayfia-chan, I want your body. Everyone saw Grayfia's cheek blush, while a magic circle made the group disappear, but not before Naruto squeezed Grayfia's breasts. Everyone in the Hokage's office had nosebleeds, while Satsuki wondered what Naruto would do to her in private, and Hinata just licked her lips, already plotting what to give Naruto to get closer to him. But Hanabi Hyuga had other thoughts. That boy is the one my stupid sister hurt when he was a child. I know what my stupid sister is thinking about getting close to Naruto-kun. He's cute, maybe, and I'll approach him. Kiba was only envious of Lucifer for having all those women, even his sensei was his. Ino would only blush, thinking about what Naruto's hands would feel like if he touched her. The office would be filled with thoughtful people, others would just cry inwardly because the most alluring sensei was with Naruto, while Narumi was just jealous of how those women were stealing Naruto away. The next day, Naruto could be seen waking up next to his women. Good morning, Naruto, Sama-kun, Nya. Good morning, my queens. Naruto kissed each of their lips, and they went to take a bath and, incidentally, a good morning romp. Some time later, Team 0 could be seen in the Hokage's office, along with Team 8. Hokage, Sama, what requires our presence so early? Kurenai asked curiously. Minato, well, a few hours ago I sent Team 7 on a C-rank mission to Nami no Kumi, but it seems it became an A-rank because they were attacked by rogue ninja from Mizu no Kumi. So I'll send their teams as reinforcements, since Kakashi requested help. Naruto would just be laughing mentally, how useless, ha ha ha, and to think they were supposedly elite. Alright, we'll meet at the gates of Konoha, Grayfia would say to Kurenai. They disappeared in their respective shinshins, only to meet half an hour later at the gates of Konoha. Okay, shall we fly or walk? Naruto would say with a smile. Flying, Team 8 would say in amazement, wondering if that was even possible. Naruto, yes, we fly, so we'll fly. Naruto would place a magic circle on each of their chests that would make them levitate. When Naruto touched Hinata, she looked at him with a blush, while inwardly she was plotting how to keep him for herself, or how to be part of his harem. Hanabi would also blush, especially when Naruto looked at her with those blood-red eyes. Naruto and the entire reinforcement team went to Nami. Hours later. Near Nami. A swordsman could be seen fighting a gray-haired man, while a clone of the swordsman had his genin trapped, leaving only Sakura to guard the bridge builder. Your team is pathetic, Hitaki. The swordsman made a move with his sword, but another sword blocked it. Zabuza saw his clones disappear into small puddles of water, where two groups of 4 members and their jonin were visible. Ha ha ha, when we were called for this mission, I thought the opponent would be someone stronger, ha 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 ha. So if someone of this level beat your team, Kakashi, your team isn't worth it. Naruto had a superior smile as he looked at Kakashi, after sending Zabuza flying with a knee strike. Kakashi was looking at Naruto with a hint of disdain, while Naruto just wore an arrogant smile, staring back at him. But before Kakashi could say or do anything, Zabuza appeared behind Naruto, his sword descending swiftly. "Say goodbye, you damn brat," Zabuza said angrily, a trickle of blood escaping his mouth. But the attack came to nothing, as Naruto stopped the sword with his bare hand. Zabuza's eyes widened in shock, while Kakashi was equally stunned. "This fight is over, Zabuza," Naruto said, his voice hoarser than usual, his eyes turning a deeper red than normal. He elbowed Zabuza in the ribs, causing him to spit blood and breaking his right rib, but he didn't stop there. He appeared behind Zabuza and delivered a Spartan-style kick to his back, sending him crashing into a tree at high speed, leaving him unconscious from the pain. "I'll say it again, if you and your team couldn't defeat him, you're not worth it," Naruto said, disappointed, with a superior smile. Menma and Sasuke, who had just woken up and witnessed the fight, were just clenching their fists in frustration. "Bridge builder, take us to his house now," Kakashi asked, noticing that Zabuza had disappeared. "But what about Zabuza?" Naruto replied, "Saint Peter took him, or rather, his ally did." They all walked towards Tazuna's house, some of them chatting amongst themselves. "Menma, Hinata-chan, you came to save me," the blonde boy said, smiling as he approached his girlfriend, who simply avoided being touched by him. "What's wrong?" Menma asked, worried. "Nothing, just give me time," the lavender-eyed girl said, while looking at Naruto, who realized her intentions. Naruto, "Ha ha ha, so now you want to come, though I have no problem with you being my sex slave. Although his sister has a nice ass and good-sized breasts, in a few years she'll be quite a beauty, but first I want to see if she's willing to do anything." Half an hour later, they arrived at Tazuna's house. Observing the state of the village, Naruto thought they must have suffered terribly to end up like this. They all spent a few hours in silence, watching Naruto and his group talk about trivial things, until Sasuke and Menma spoke. "Dobi, I demand that you teach me your techniques and give me your power. Only an elite Uchiha can possess it," Sasuke said arrogantly. "Yeah, and I'll be the god of the shinobi, and you're just a hindrance," Menma said arrogantly, while Sakura supported Sasuke, saying he should give them his techniques. "Are you my boss to demand anything from me? To me, you're just a fly, so easy to swat, and I can swat you at any moment. You couldn't even control my simplest technique," Naruto said with an arrogant smile that made the Uchiha and Namikaze grind their teeth. "And your bubblegum hair. Here, the dead don't talk, because to me, you're a living dead man, just waiting to be killed." This made Sakura try to punch Naruto, but Kuroka stopped her fist with a finger. "Nobody touches my man, you bitch," Kuroka said, breaking Sakura's arm. Sakura screamed in pain, tears streaming down her face. "Damn it," Menma said angrily, unleashing the power of the Kyūbi and going to attack Kuroka, but Eriko stepped in his way and struck him in the chest, causing the Kyūbi's power to leave Menma's body, knocking him unconscious. The Kyūbi absorbed the scattered chakra. "That will mean that in a few months, the Kyūbi's chakra will run out," Naruto thought, observing the situation. "Well, we'll go back to our room, bye." Naruto and his women went to a room with a double bed, perfect for what they were about to do. "Okay, Grayfia-chan, put on the silencing seals." "Yes, Naruto-kun," the maid said, lust in her voice. End of chapter. Chapter 3. After Naruto had an orgy with all his women for hours and left them satisfied, he left his assigned room. "Ah, it's so hot, I'll take a shower," the raven-haired boy thought to himself. Naruto was at the bathroom door, about to open it, but someone came out of the bathroom and bumped into him. "Naruto-san, shouldn't you knock first?" Hanabi said seriously, but hiding her blush behind a mask of seriousness. "Naruto, I don't give a damn. I don't ask for permission, hee, although I wouldn't have minded bumping into you naked, Hanabi-chan." Hanabi blushed deeply after hearing that. Naruto headed towards the bathroom but stopped in the middle of the door. "Weren't you supposed to be leaving, or did you want to see me naked?" the raven-haired boy said, which made Hanabi blush. Naruto was only wearing pants, and she had to admit, the dark-haired boy had an amazing body. "I'll leave," Hanabi said, starting to walk to her assigned room, but Naruto grabbed her arm and pulled her close to his chest. "Kya," Hanabi moaned as she was suddenly pulled away. Are you doing?" the Hyuga girl stammered, blushing furiously. Naruto was staring intently at her with those crimson eyes. He possessed a unique demonic ability. When he looked intently into a woman's eyes, he made her doubt herself, forced her to be more honest, and made it impossible for her to lie when she saw his gaze. He didn't even need his Sharingan for that. Naruto, well, let's just say I steal what I like, and I kind of like you, baby. I've been watching you for a while, and you seem so beautiful, Naruto whispered in Hanabi's ear. Hanabi was now as red as a tomato, steaming from her ears because of Naruto's words. Naruto pulled Hanabi into the bathroom and put up a magic barrier so no one would bother them. What are you doing, Naru? The brunette was about to say, but she was cut off when Naruto pinned her against the wall, making her look into his eyes and feel his toned body. Hanabi's thoughts. Crimson, his eyes, they're so crimson, but a beautiful crimson, and his face is so beautiful, I like him. Naruto. What's wrong, Hanabi-chan? Do you like what you see? And it was true. She couldn't take her eyes off his toned body and couldn't stop blushing at the sight of it. I wouldn't mind if you stole me, Hanabi-chan, Naruto said playfully, stroking Hanabi's chin with his hand. Nah, Naruto-kun, Hanabi replied, burying her face in Naruto's chest, his serious demeanor finally breaking. Era. So you broke your serious demeanor, huh? How cute, my love, Naruto said, caressing her cheek while licking and kissing her neck, sending Hanabi into a trance and making her feel hot. Ah. Hanabi moaned as Naruto lightly bit her ear. Tell me something, Hanabi-chan, do you like me? Naruto asked with a playful smile. Yes, I like you, but don't keep playing with me, Hanabi replied, already very aroused, and Naruto knew it. Wait a little longer, Naruto said, taking her by the waist and pulling the younger Hyuga closer to his chest. He could now feel her breasts, a cup size almost AD, very developed for her age. Tell me, Hanabi, would you like to be one of my women? I won't say I'll be only for you, but my women have the privilege of possessing my entire being and knowing my true self. Besides, I protect them all with my life because they are my queens. Hanabi replied sadly, I'm not as strong as my silly sister, and I don't know if I'll be of any help. Naruto simply pulled her into a kiss, eliciting a muffled moan from Hanabi, who was dying of nerves. But she returned the kiss sweetly and gently. After the kiss, a trail of saliva crossed their lips, and the devilishly smirked. Naruto, don't worry, I trained all my women very well, and they know how to take care of themselves. Besides, the evil pieces gave them a good amount of power, both demonic and holy, and chakra, so they all have a high power level. I could talk all day, but answer me one thing, Hanabi-chan. Did you wait for me all this time? Hanabi blushed furiously and was surprised, remembering something. Flashback. Hanabi Hyuga was in a park watching a lonely boy, who had no friends and seemed to have no family. But she knew one thing, that boy was the one her foolish sister used to get close to Menma. She didn't know why, but she felt a strong connection with that boy, and whenever she saw him around, she watched him silently because she felt ashamed that he ignored her for being Hinata's sister. End of flashback. Naruto, I always felt you watching me. I hoped you would come to me, but I know you felt ashamed. Hanabi, I'm sorry, I didn't have the courage to approach you. I thought you'd hate me for being Hinata's sister, and I. Hanabi was silenced when Naruto claimed her lips again. Naruto, just because you're that bitch's sister doesn't mean you're the same. Besides, I can sense you're hiding your strength. I would never hate you since you didn't do anything to me. I could have stayed in my world, but I came back. And you know why I came back to this village after all. Because there are women who looked at me with pity when I was a child, and even though they didn't do anything to help me, their sad expressions when they saw everything that happened to me made me think that they must also have a hell in their lives. So, to that indefinite number of people who at least felt sorry for me, I'll give them the opportunity to change their lives. I'll tell you my story, and then you can tell me your answer. Hanabi, so you are the king of demons in your world, you died and your soul wandered through universes until it reached this one and reincarnated. Yes, my lovely and sensual Hanabi, Naruto said, making Hanabi blush. Your past is incredible. Who would believe you were a former demon king, and the strongest of them? It's unbelievable. I want to be a member of your peerage. I want to be with you forever, Naruto-kun, please. She said sincerely, looking into Naruto's eyes, which saw her sincerity. Naruto kissed Hanabi's lips, which made Hanabi deepen the kiss, wrapping her arms around Naruto's neck in what looked more like a battle of tongues. Your lips taste like raspberries, Naruto said, licking his lips. It's because before going to sleep, I ate some delicious raspberries, he. Hanabi said, happy that Naruto liked her breath. Naruto. Summoned his chest set, and a pawn appeared. The piece was crystalline, but inside it, you could see three energies. One was sky blue, another was black with a crimson center, like blood itself, and the third was white and gold. Well, Hyuga Hanabi, I, Naruto Lucifer, Master of Darkness, King of the Underworld, and firstborn son of God, command you to reincarnate as my lovely pawn. As Naruto said this, the silver and crimson piece entered Hanabi's chest, causing her to feel a great change in her body and her surroundings. How do you feel, Hanabi-chan? Naruto asked with a smile. Better than ever, Hanabi replied with a smile, feeling a surge of energy throughout her body and able to see clearly in the dark. Naruto, alright, now let's get to the main course. Hanabi, what do you say, Naru? But she was interrupted when Naruto removed her short sleeve shorts, exposing her femininity. It's time for a little affection, said the dark-haired boy. Lemon time. Naruto captured Hanabi's lips in a kiss, while the devil explored the Hyuga's vagina with his fingers. Naruto-kun, this is so sudden, Hanabi said, panting with excitement. Naruto, hee, I want you, baby. Naruto kissed Hanabi's neck again as she felt her orgasm approaching, until a moan escaped into Naruto's hand. Were Hanabi's gasps, her face as red as a tomato. Naruto brought his fingers to his mouth, tasting Hanabi's fluids. Your taste is that of a strong, kind, affectionate, and naughty girl, Naruto finished with a smile. Hanabi simply kissed Naruto's lips as she unbuttoned his pants. It's my turn to please Naruto-kun, Hanabi would say, revealing her perverted side. She was surprised by Naruto's member, wondering if all of it would fit inside her. The thought made her wet again, and without warning, she began to suck the tip, clumsily but gently, which gradually turned into a full-blown fellatio. The devilish member of Lucifer went in and out of Hanabi's throat, slowly bringing her to orgasm. Naruto released his load into Hanabi's throat, and she swallowed every drop of semen with gusto. Hanabi stood up, licking her fingers where semen still lingered, not wasting a single drop. Seeing her again, Naruto removed what remained of her clothing, revealing her breasts, just as he had imagined them, like a cup touching the rim, pink nipples, and her pale skin with angelic tones. Naruto pressed Hanabi against the wall, lifting one of her legs so he could lower himself to her intimate area and give her a good lick, savoring the taste. Naru, don't lick me there, I'm sensitive from your fingers and your tongue, Hanabi cried out before coming again. Naruto didn't even flinch, enjoying the juices of his lovely pawn in his mouth. Delicious, Naruto said as he kissed Hanabi lasciviously, their tongues intertwining as Hanabi followed Naruto's lead. He rubbed and squeezed Hanabi's breasts, making her let out a muffled moan. When the kiss ended, Hanabi put one leg over Naruto's shoulder, and he began rubbing his member against her vaginal opening. She closed her eyes as Naruto slowly entered her. When he reached a barrier in her intimacy, he thrust forcefully, breaking her hymen. She let out a loud moan of pain and excitement. Give me more, Hanabi said as the pain turned to excitement. Naruto, quick as a flash, began thrusting into her while sucking on her breasts and gently biting her nipples. Hanabi's face was now flushed with arousal, and she let out sweet moans that were making Naruto harder and harder inside her. Naruto pulled the Hyuga girl into a kiss, where she wrapped her arms around his neck. He had his hands on Hanabi's hips as he thrust into her forcefully. Naru, I'm coming, Hanabi said, biting Naruto's neck, which excited him even more and caused him to ejaculate at the same time as her. Naruto and Hanabi fell to the bathroom floor, where there were fluids and semen from the couple. Naruto magically cleaned everything up before they had another round of sex in the bathtub. End of lemon. After leaving the bathroom, Naruto and Hanabi went to the room where Lucifer and his women were. He went and told them what happened, and that now she is his pawn. Grayfia, well, Hanabi-san, now you're a reincarnated demon, so you must climb the ranks to be on par with us and become a mid-class, high-class, and in the best-case scenario, supreme demon. Grayfia finished with a small smile. I'll do my best, Hanabi said, bowing her head in respect. Naruto, you start as a low-class demon, but you can become a mid-class one soon since you have the potential, and if not, my piece will help you, as well as the pay to win. I did tell you in the bath, but I have 2 peerages. I want one peerage entirely of people who are the best defensively and another that would be offensively they have to be the best. Although for rating games, I divide my peerage, taking the best offensively or defensively depending on who are fighting. My peerage is divided like this, Hanabi-chan. My queens, Eriko and Grayfia, are supreme class demons. They achieved this status after being reincarnated due to their immense magical power and almost limitless chakra. As you know, Eriko is the 9 tails, making her the strongest in my peerage because of her powerful offense. However, this doesn't mean they're weak defensively, as Grayfia also possesses great offensive power, though her strength lies in defense. My rooks, Rossweisse and Kuroka, are high-class demons, nearly reaching special or supreme class, but they lack something more. They belong to my Lucifer peerage. I also came to this world to find the best candidates for my peerage. I'm not going to sit in an office waiting for an Easter egg to appear, she thought, remembering a certain redhead. And you are my first pawn. Although I had also planned to make Satsuki my pawn, I still need to resolve some things with that girl. Furthermore, if you reach the rank of high-class demon, you can have your own peerage. For example, Grayfia, Chan only has one member, a queen who was a human from another dimension named Mikasa Ackerman. Since Grayfia is very good defensively, her queen is the opposite, as she is very lethal offensively and as fast as, or even faster than, a knight. Eriko, Chan has a half-fallen, angel girl from another dimension who fulfills the role of queen, and her name is Chisato Hasegawa. But she also plans to make her fellow Biju her servants. Kuroka, Chan and Rossweisse don't have any members yet because they haven't found anyone worthy. You can see that they are my servants and serve me as their master, but they can have a peerage, and if you reach that level, you can also have your own Sakito. Although now that I think about it, I must go recruit my first knight, Naruto said seriously and melancholically. Hanabi replied, I understand everything, and I will do my best not to disappoint you and my fellow nobles. Naruto and his women smiled sincerely. So, Hanabi, was it worth waiting for Naruto all this time? Kuroka asked with a playful smile. It was worth it was worth every damn second. He. Then let's do it again, Naruto said playfully, which made them all take off their pajamas. The next day, Naruto told Grayfia and Eriko to train Hanabi a little ways away from there with a magic barrier, so that Hanabi could learn to use magic and chakra, since the Hyuga clan only teaches the basics. He also told Kuroka and Rossweisse to protect the bridge builder and, if any of the bastards on the team bothered them, to use lethal force. Naruto was sitting in a tree, lost in thought. Naruto's thoughts. Shit, now I remember that Gabriel and Penemu want to castrate me for leaving them alone. I hope Gabriel forgives me for leaving her alone since, as her older brother, I should have taken care of her. And Penemu, Chan, she always loved me in heaven, but when I influenced many to fall, she fell because of her perversion towards me, because she wanted me to be hers. I hope she doesn't kill me. I remember Searsex telling me that she's a cadre of Grigori. I wonder what Azazel's reaction will be when he sees me. He'll probably say something like, you son of a bitch. You're still alive. And Baraquile, well. Baraquile was always a great friend, and I can't think what he'd do to me if he found out his daughter wanted to sleep with me. Naruto grimaced in fear, remembering Baraquile's lightning power. And what would Searsex say if he found out what Rias and I did before I left the underworld? Naruto grimaced again, remembering Searsex's destructive power. Although the one who's really going to kill me is Miguel, my little brother. He's probably resentful towards me for what happened with Dad, although I don't think he knows I helped Dad, even though Dad sacrificed himself for everyone, after all. Well, I won't think about that for now. I'd better go find Busujima-chan. Naruto opened a magic circle and appeared on a deserted island. Naruto looked for Seiko but couldn't see her. Where do these girls go when you want a little fun? Naruto whispered, but he suddenly dodged a cut that came out of nowhere. Era, so you trained the power I gave you, dear Seiko, Naruto said amusedly, looking at a purple-haired girl with a good figure and a serious face, who smiled slightly upon seeing him, holding a sword. Morning Star, face me, Seiko said with a demented smile, beginning to attack Naruto, who dodged with mastery. Naruto summoned a sword and began clashing swords with the swordswoman. She has certainly trained and become very fast and strong. Naruto thought with a smile. You have become fast indeed, that's why I've always loved you as my knight, ha 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 ha, I'm having fun, Seiko-chan, said the Lucifer, finishing with a diabolical smile, as diabolical as, or even more diabolical than, Seiko's. Blood, I want your blood, Seiko would say with a demented smile, but they both began to move faster and faster, so much so that all that could be seen were blurry shapes of black and violet. Their swords clashed, creating a shockwave that formed a crater due to its magnitude. So tell me, Seiko-chan, do you miss civilization? Naruto asked with a smile. Seiko just smiled back, remembering how she, along with Kamuro and their group of survivors, had wiped out half the planet plagued by zombies, but she was the one who killed the most zombies and humans who got in their way. Seiko, thanks to you, I have this power, but I've been getting bored waiting for you, Naruto. Besides, you left me alone all this time, the purple-haired woman finished with an angry grimace, increasing the pressure with her sword, causing Naruto to stumble back slightly. She then delivered a powerful kick that knocked the wind out of him and sent him crashing into a cave, shattering it into 1,000 pieces due to the speed at which he was traveling. Wow, you're strong, Naruto said, spitting out a little blood from the purple-haired woman's kick. Seiko. Remember well, when you make love to a woman, you make her very strong, and you made love to me many times last year, but you left, the woman finished. Hiding her tears behind a stoic mask, though her eyes were watering. Naruto, I'm sorry, baby. I missed you so much too. At that moment, I just wanted you to get stronger and see if what you felt for me was real. I wanted you to decide if you wanted to be my knight when I saw you again. I also wanted you to be strong so you could defend yourself. But if you don't love me anymore, I understand. I didn't want to leave you alone, but it was for the best so you could reach your full potential, Naruto said, a little sadly. Seiko approached Naruto and slapped him. Idiot. How could you leave me in this place that's falling apart, especially with those idiots who ran away from me because I kill without mercy? You're such an idiot. Seiko slapped Naruto again, then hugged him, burying her face in his chest. Naruto felt a sweat drop because, well, who understands women when they're angry? Idiot. 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 Don't ever leave again, Seiko said, tears welling in her eyes. Don't cry, my sweet Seiko. I've come to take you with me. I'll never leave you alone again, Naruto said with a sweet smile. Seiko wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck and gave him a deep kiss, a kiss that revealed their love for each other. I love you, Seiko said, falling asleep in Naruto's arms with a sincere smile. It seems you spent all your time training non-stop, Seiko-chan, Naruto said, a little sad to see the one he considered one of the strongest and toughest women he had ever known. Her fighting spirit was immense, and her bloodlust, along with her mastery of the sword, made her a perfect assassin. That's why he always wanted her to be his knight. She no longer cared that he was a demon and had several women, she only wanted to be loved by him. And Naruto left her alone for a year so she could train the power he had given her. He felt happy that she had reached this level, and at the same time, sad because he felt like crap for making Seiko feel this way. Naruto, I'm proud of you. You're strong, my beautiful Seiko. I won't leave you in this world again. I won't leave you alone again. Naruto opened a magic circle, appearing in her room, where he removed her clothes, leaving her in her bra and panties. Now that I think about it, there are still a few years left before my spell expires. Ophis will kill me when her memories return, Naruto thought, remembering the Dragon of Infinity with some fear. Naruto lay down next to Seiko to comfort her and ease her weariness. Seiko just hugged Naruto tighter, and in her sleep, she repeatedly called his name. This made him whisper in her ear that he was there for her, which made her smile in her sleep. Hours later, Seiko began to open her eyes, watching Naruto sleep peacefully, her head resting on his chest. She would have a genuine smile, and a blush, when she saw how much Naruto had grown since the last time she saw him. Many of her former friends called her crazy for getting involved with a child, but she, more than anyone, knew who Naruto was and how capable he was. Naruto opened his eyes, finding Seiko awake. Hi, Seiko-chan. Naru, was all she said before kissing him. She climbed onto his lap, and he hugged her affectionately. I've wanted to feel you for so long, Seiko said happily. Seiko-chan, you'll feel me all the time, Naruto said, giving her a sweet smile. I want to be your knight. I want to be with you forever, Seiko said with a sincere smile. Naruto simply took out his knight piece, inserting it into Seiko's body, thus making her his knight. From today on, we'll be together forever. I still remember how I met you, my love. I remember. Naruto was visiting Seiko's world, having started traveling through different universes a while ago. He found this one rather unpleasant due to the pollution that led to the zombie virus, but it had some interesting people. One of them was Seiko, whom he liked for being very strong. There was also her team, and someone in particular, Komuro Takashi, and his friend, the fat guy with glasses. When he first met him, he just thought how much weed that dude must have smoked. The guy was alright, but sometimes he seemed high. Naruto kissed Seiko's lips, and the sweet kiss transformed into one of pure lust. Hey Naruto, NYA, you didn't invite us. Kuroka said, appearing alongside the other girls and Hanabi. That's Seiko-chan, Eriko said, surprised. Seiko stood up and went to hug Eriko, Grayfia, Kuroka, and Rossweisse. We missed you too, Seiko, Chan-san, Nya. Naruto pulled them all onto the bed and said. This orgy will be legendary. Naruto licked his lips, as did they all, and Seiko got so excited that she jumped on top of Naruto to be the first. Grayfia ended up putting up a barrier in the room. Lemon time. Naruto took off her panties, and without holding back any longer, he thrust his erect member into her vagina, eliciting a cry of excitement from the girl. Give me more, the purple-haired girl said, very excited. Naruto started thrusting harder and faster, while fondling her breasts. Naruto was hitting the entrance to Seiko's uterus, which pulled him closer so he could go deeper, causing him to penetrate her uterus, eliciting a cry of excitement from the girl. While Naruto was penetrating Seiko, the others were having a lesbian orgy, watching Naruto savagely penetrate Seiko. Yes, Naru, squeeze my breasts harder and lick them, were Seiko's cries, who was in a state of arousal where it was just her and Naruto, and everything else around them didn't exist. Seiko-chan, your vagina is squeezing me tighter and tighter, Naruto said in a husky voice, enjoying watching Seiko's breasts bounce up and down as he thrust into her. Naru, give me more, Seiko said, urging Naruto to increase his speed, until they were both on the verge of climaxing. I'm coming, they both exclaimed, coming at the same time. When Naruto pulled his member out of Seiko, she began to suck it while caressing his balls. I have to please my master, Seiko said with a lustful smile. Seiko climbed on top of Naruto, lowering her hips and taking him completely inside her. Ah, that feels so good, she said, biting her lips. It feels so tight, Naruto said, becoming harder and harder. Seiko began to lower her hips, leaving Naruto mesmerized by her breasts. Naruto squeezed them, eliciting a moan of pleasure from her, as they both came. The orgy lasted until nightfall, with Naruto and Seiko repeating it many times. After being with all the women, Naruto would return to Seiko, as she always wanted more. End of Lemon. After hours and hours of fake triple X action, the three teams were now in the dining room having dinner. The men stared curiously at Seiko, who was sitting on Naruto's lap. The men were slightly blushing, and the women were envious of her figure. Kakashi asked, curious, Grayfia-san, who is that woman? Grayfia replied, she's one of Naruto's fiancés who arrived today. Everyone was surprised by what was said, and Hinata and Narumi were angry about it. Hinata said with an arrogant smile, she doesn't look that strong, which made Naruto look at her impassively, but Seiko ignored Hinata, and that angered her. When I speak to you, answer me because I am the Hyuga heiress, damn it. Hanabi rolled her eyes at her sister's idiocy. Hinata-san, she advised, don't mess with someone you don't know, because besides the fact that Seiko is stronger than you and your sensei combined, she, as my fiancé, has no reason to answer an arrogant brat like you. And by the way, stop being so irritating, Naruto finished with a disgusted look at Hinata. Inside, Hinata was dying of jealousy and sadness because Naruto didn't refer to her as Hinata-chan, like he had before. Seiko, besides, my Naruto-kun doesn't like annoying girls. Tazuna and Tsunami, who were watching the interaction, were very surprised, and at the same time wanted to laugh at what was said because many of the heirs are very arrogant. You damn bitch, don't talk to my girlfriend like that, Menma yelled, going to attack Seiko. But in a swift movement, she was in front of him and then back on Naruto's lap. What the hell happened? Menma said, confused. What the hell? But he couldn't finish his sentence as he felt a sharp pain. Menma's arm fell to the ground in a pool of blood, while his face contorted in terror as he began to scream in pain. The team was shocked and horrified by what had happened, and Kakashi went to his student's aid. I told you not to mess with someone you don't know, said the devil with a calm smile. You've gone too far, Naruto, Kakashi said angrily, filtering his ki to try and intimidate Naruto, but it only made Grayfia look at him with very serious eyes and a stoic expression. Help our brother, Aniki. Naruto made a face of disgust. I'm not your brother, nor Menma's, so save that nonsense. This made Narumi sad. But what happened? I couldn't see how it happened, Kakashi said, astonished, because the cut was from a sword. Naruto, Seiko is the fastest where she comes from, so you couldn't have seen it, Naruto said stoically. Seiko, I like seeing the blood and despair on their faces when I kill, it's the best, said the Busujima with a demented smile that made everyone's blood run cold. Naruto. Well, with your permission, I'll take my leave, but he was stopped by Sasuke. Dobi, heal Menma, I order you, said the raven-haired Uchiha, making Naruto look at him as if he were insane. Naruto punched Sasuke so hard he coughed up blood and fainted. Kiba rushed to his rescue, but Naruto kicked him in the stomach, making him spit blood and leaving him gasping for air on the ground. Kurenai, that's enough, stop it, please. We're in the house of someone we're supposed to protect, and you two already want to kill each other. Please, Naruto, heal Menma, because it'll be a problem for you later. Naruto snorted and approached Kurenai, who now saw his crimson eyes. A problem for me, you say? I could cut off every part of his body and nobody in that village would dare touch me, not even their pathetic Hokage. Besides, they brought this on themselves, and it's not my fault because he offended Seiko, Chan, and everyone here is a witness. But since I'm so humble, I'll heal him, though he won't be able to move his arm. Naruto made a magic circle that glued Menma's arm back to the cut side, restoring it to normal, but still immobile. Another magic circle cleaned the blood from the floor, leaving it as good as new. This will use a lot of his chakra to regain movement, and it will eventually deplete his chakra. Naruto thought to himself. Kakashi, let this be a lesson to you. Your team of weaklings can't handle me. Naruto finished with a superior smile that made Kakashi seethe beneath his mask. Hanabi and Satsuki didn't say a word the whole time because they didn't care about their foolish siblings at all. Hinata, meanwhile, remained in shock at what had happened, not because of Menma, but because of Naruto and Seiko's coldness, which secretly excited her. Naruto went with his women into the forest, sensing someone spying on them. As they left, the presence was about to retreat, but Naruto appeared behind it, striking it on the back of the neck. Hours later, in Nami's forest, the masked man awoke to find himself tied to a chair with a rope, seeing Naruto sitting across from him. Naruto, hello Yuki Haku, he said politely, which surprised the now confirmed Haku. Could I ask why you were spying on us? Or did Zabuza send you to find out about me? Haku was nervous, but his mask didn't show it. How do you know that? Haku asked, astonished. Well, I got inside your mind, and I know everything about you and what Zabuza is doing. Besides, I saw your past, and I know everything about you, Naruto said, smiling at the end. So you know I'm a woman? Haku asked nervously. Yes, was Naruto's reply, removing his mask and making a hand seal, saying, Kai, revealing Haku, but with more delicate facial tones, and his breasts, which were covered by bandages, making it seem like he had nothing on, somewhat resembling Sakura's flat chest. Well, Haku, I have a proposition for you. Become my bishop, and you'll cease to be a criminal. And don't worry about Zabuza, Saint Peter will take him away. Haku simply nodded, knowing Zabuza was a manipulative type, and if he knew she was a woman, he might even abuse her. Alright, let's begin. Naruto placed his bishop piece inside her, making her his new bishop and explaining everything about the supernatural. Naruto, so, you'll come with me until I send you to my world to work and complete missions, so you can rise in rank like my other women. Haku, very well, Naruto-sama, she said, bowing. You belong to my peerage, Lucifer. I want you to learn more about healing and elevate your Kekkei Genkai to a level similar to my ice or my fiancé's. Naruto, go with Zabuza until he attacks the bridge, and when he's in trouble, get out of there and add your chakra here. You'll appear in a place where my queens, Grayfia and Eriko, Chan, will be waiting for you. Very well, Naruto-sama, I'll take my leave, Haku said, then left. Naruto, with that done, Grayfia, I want you to bring Satsuki to me right now. Grayfia, as you command, Naruto-sama. Grayfia disappeared in a magic circle. Tazuna's residence. Satsuki was in the room where she, Hanabi, Hinata, Sakura, and Kurenai were staying. Grayfia appeared, concealing her presence, and created an illusion to make them think Satsuki was still there. Only Hanabi noticed and stood beside Grayfia, and both disappeared with Satsuki in a magic circle. Back with Naruto. Grayfia appeared with Satsuki asleep. Naruto slowly woke her up. Where am I? Satsuki asked, looking around. Naruto, hello, Satsuki. It's time I told you what I discovered about what you told me, and what will happen to you and me. Satsuki, okay, I want to know everything, she said seriously, but blushing because Naruto was staring at her intently. Naruto, okay, first let's remember what you told me that time. Flashback. Satsuki was about to leave when she remembered something. Naruto-kun, I have to tell you something, she said seriously. Naruto, speak then. Satsuki, the thing is, my mom and older sister Akame have suffered a lot because of my bastard father. You could say that my parents' marriage is only kept alive by us, their children, Akame, Sasuke, and me. But I can easily say that my father is cheating on my mother, though she hasn't realized it. I remember very well how badly she scolded me when she found out what I did to you that time. I can tell you that she and Akame loved you very much, but they couldn't get close to you for various reasons. First, my sister is an Anbu, and father wanted her to produce strong offspring, so he tried to arrange a marriage between her and a powerful Uchiha. But my sister never wanted anything to do with anyone, so father, seeking revenge, took away her position as heir to the Uchiha clan and gave it to Sasuke. Father wanted her to marry Sasuke because he thought he would be a better leader than her, and they would have strong children, and mother was against that. That bastard of a father ignored her, which caused mom to shut herself away in a bubble, where she doesn't know what she's doing or saying. She just sealed her body and mind to stop suffering. But if father is deceiving her, she'll wake up from this trance, and I want you to help me with this, please. She deserves to be happy. Besides, father has never loved her because whoever loves you protects you. Also, my sister was disappointed in me when I did that to you, and I want you to forgive me, Naruto-kun. I think she dislikes what your parents did to you, she identified with you. Naruto, well, I understand that. I'll investigate and then give you an answer. Satsuki nodded and left. Naruto-kun, are you sure about what you're going to do? Grayfia asked seriously. Naruto, you already know what I'll do with them, Naruto said with a smile. End of flashback. I remember what I told you, Naruto-kun, Satsuki said seriously. Naruto, well, what I discovered is that your father is cheating on your mother with Sakura's mother, Mebuki Haruno. They've been doing it for 9 years, and that's why she has a place on the student council. I have proof and photos of what I'm saying. Satsuki wasn't surprised since she was sure he cheated on his mother, but with Sakura's mother. He's a rat with another rat. And about your sister, I've run into her several times, and she's cold and distant, but I think she's starting to remember me, and I really want her to smile. So, Satsuki-chan, when those words came out of Naruto's mouth, Satsuki blushed furiously. Naruto, I forgive you, but if you betray me again, forget about me, Naruto said seriously. Satsuki simply hugged Naruto and told him she would never fail him and that she would 1,000 times rather Konoha and her entire clan go to hell as long as Naruto was happy, which made him smile. Alright, Satsuki, you will be my second pawn, and I will consider you my wife from now on. Naruto kissed her lips, deepening the kiss. Thus, Satsuki became Naruto's second pawn, and Grayfia and Eriko taught her magic and chakra techniques. Satsuki also became closer friends with Hanabi, since they shared the same piece type and rank, and they both promised to become strong. Naruto sighed as he watched Satsuki and Hanabi training alongside Grayfia and Eriko, while Seiko, who was very affectionate and overprotective, hugged him tightly and didn't want to leave his side. Kuroka and Rossweisse were on the bridge keeping watch. Naruto said, Seiko-chan, I'll soon give you a demon sword as a gift. I hope you like it and master it. Okay, Naru-kun, Seiko replied. The day of the bridge attack. Naruto placed a magical barrier around Tezuna's house, where Kuroka and Rossweisse went to guard it and rest. Kuroka, in particular, was snoring from sleeping. On the bridge, a battle raged between Kakashi and Zabuza. Zabuza had the upper hand because Kakashi was exhausted from using his Sharingan so much. Kurenai's support was useless, as her genjutsu wasn't having any effect on Zabuza. Satsuki was fighting a swordsman from the Hidden Mist village who possessed the Kiba. Satsuki would take a giant leap forward once her Sharingan matured and she gained some control over magic, creating fire and thunder spells and using the power of her mutated piece to enhance her attacks and abilities. Hanabi was fighting a rogue ninja from Taki, who had an iron claw. Hanabi could now use her Byakugan without using much chakra or hand seals, and her Byakugan would take on a crimson-red hue when she used the power of her mutated shard, allowing her to predict attacks like the Sharingan and copy movements. This was possible because when Naruto asked Ijuka to create mutated shards, he infused some of his power into them, causing some of his abilities to be imprinted on the shards, which would aid his servants in certain aspects. Returning to the battle. Haku was giving Menma, Sasuke, Hinata, and Narumi a beating. The mutated ivory shard was helping her maintain her chakra levels, as she could use ice magic and healing magic to heal herself and continue fighting, which was helping her to overwhelm these 4 kids. Menma was euphoric because he couldn't access the Kyūbi's chakra and couldn't do anything to keep up. Sasuke, even with his Sharingan unlocked, couldn't do anything, and Hinata and her gentle fist technique were only providing a soothing breeze to the Lucifer eagle, who wore a mask to hide her face. Narumi was the only one who could somewhat keep up, thanks to the Kyūbi's chakra she possessed. Naruto watched everything with a smile and saw Satsuki and Hanabi winning their battles without much effort. Now Satsuki had the Kiba in her hands. Naruto saw Kakashi knocked to the ground, and Zabuza was going after Kurenai, who wouldn't be able to defend herself. Seiko-chan, upon hearing Naruto's voice, was at great speed clashing swords with Zabuza. "Who are you?" Zabuza asked, surprised, why a woman could so easily parry his sword, which meant she possessed strength equal to or greater than his. Zabuza couldn't respond, as the woman began unleashing rapid slashes that were difficult for him to dodge. He couldn't keep up with her speed, and when he began to bleed from cuts across his body, Seiko smiled maniacally and lunged at him again, much to the astonishment of Kurenai and Kakashi, who could only see a violet blur. Their swords clashed, and Zabuza struggled to follow her with his eyes. It was more a reflection of them. But what he knew was that she was merely toying with him. "Naruto, how boring, Seiko-chan. You can kill him already." When Naruto said that, Seiko smiled again, but in a macabre way. Her katana began to release a small black beam from its edge, which also surrounded Seiko, whose eyes were white and whose teeth were clenched, her veins bulging. Zabuza was nervous and couldn't prepare for the next attack. Seiko lifted her foot and the next second she was standing in front of Zabuza. "What the hell?" Zabuza began to tremble with fear at seeing that macabre smile again. Everyone stopped fighting and watched in horror as Seiko delivered an upward slash, creating a light cut that ripped Zabuza in half, leaving a large pool of blood and scattering the organs of the now dead swordsman. She took Zabuza's sword in her left hand and drew the katana into a magic circle. "Naruto, that sadist, that bloodlust." Seiko licked her lips as she appeared beside Naruto, embracing him from behind. "Naruto, let me turn that sword into a demonic one." Seiko gave Naruto the Kubikiribocho, which he imbued with demonic energy, thus turning it into a demonic sword that only responds to him and his girls, but Seiko would be the user. "Kakashi, that was too much, sadistic," said the copy, Nin, a little nervous. Meanwhile, Kurenai was pale. After all, that happened right in front of her. Haku disappeared in a magic circle after Seiko killed Zabuza. "Naruto, good, Tazuna, now your village is safe." Sasuke, "Hey, Satsuki, I want those swords you have." Satsuki punched him in the stomach, knocking him unconscious. Satsuki, "You're still too weak." At that moment, Gato and his mercenaries appeared, but since Naruto wasn't in the mood to mess around, he created a giant ice sphere that froze everyone, leaving Gato for last. Naruto then handed him over to the villagers to be killed. After that, Naruto and his women disappeared. Near Nami, Haku was conversing with Grayfia and Eriko's queens, Mikasa Ackerman and Chisato Hasegawa. Mikasa was a black-haired woman with a cold gaze and a delicate face. Chisato was a brown-haired woman with long hair and a voluptuous body that you already know. "You pervert 7W7. Mikasa simply answered calmly without changing her expression, while Chisato spoke animatedly, always with a playful smile. She also told Haku how good Naruto was in bed, which made Haku blush. Well, so you're talking about me, huh, Chisato-chan?" Naruto said, appearing behind Chisato. She didn't even flinch and simply fell into his arms. "Eriko-chan is mean. She left me in charge of the nobleman's work," Chisato said with a pout that only made her look cuter and sexier. Naruto, "Well, remember what Eriko told you last time. Whoever has the least stamina with me during sex would be in charge of the nobility's affairs, like missions. Besides, you're my queen Eriko-chan's queen, and as a middle-class devil, you have to keep making contracts." "I don't regret anything. It was one of the best nights you've ever given me," Chisato said lustfully. Naruto was getting turned on, so he proceeded to talk to Haku. "Alright, Haku, first you'll come with me until I meet new members for my peerage. And Mikasa and Chisato, I asked you to call them because I wanted to ask you to take a break and come with us until we return." Mikasa, "Okay, Naruto-sama." Chisato, "Yay," she shouted happily. "And well, girls, bring her to Tazuna's house. Bye." Naruto disappeared along with Chisato. Tazuna's residence. Naruto appeared at Tazuna's residence, along with Chisato, putting up a magical barrier. "Lemon time. Come here, Na-ru-kun," Chisato said, taking off her clothes. Naruto simply lowered his pants, revealing his erection, which excited Chisato and made her wet. Naruto and Chisato kissed passionately, giving into lust. "Suck my breasts, I know you love them, darling." Naruto sucked on her breasts, making her moan with excitement. After sucking on her breasts, Chisato went down to Naruto's impressive member, starting to suck it the way she liked. "Naru, you're so happy to see me," Chisato said as she sucked him. Yes, it's because out of all of them, you're the one who turns me on the most just by looking at you. Naruto got even harder in Chisato's mouth, which was being choked by the thrusts he was giving her, as he pushed his member in and out of her mouth, reaching all the way down her throat. I'm going to come, Naruto said, coming in Chisato's throat, which she swallowed like a pro. The semen dripped from her mouth, and some even got on her glasses, which made Naruto even hotter. Naruto laid her down on the bed and quickly thrust his member inside her, reaching the entrance to her uterus. That's so good, Naruto-kun, Chisato moaned, lost in pleasure. You've got me so hard, Naruto said, thrusting into her like a wild animal. Naruto's member was hitting her uterus, which was causing her to have a great orgasm, and without warning she came inside Naruto's penis. Mo, look, you already made me come, Naruto-kun, she said with an expression of pleasure. Naruto, could you unleash your angel form? I like you as a blonde. Chisato became even more excited and revealed her blonde hair, which made Naruto even harder, and he penetrated her, piercing her womb to her delight. Nanaru, I love it, give me more, keep going, were Chisato's moans, as she entered a state of total arousal. Naruto came inside her, filling her womb with his semen. Naruto thrust his member back in, now without giving her a break, making her come more than once. End of lemon. Days later. Naruto and his women, and the new ones who had arrived, were at his house, having lunch. Naruto, when we got back from the mission, there was a council meeting where they wanted me to hand over Chisato, Haku, and Mikasa. But since they aren't ninjas, they couldn't do anything, much to the council's dismay, ha 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 ha. But something that surprised me was that Tsunade, that slimy Sannin, wanted to see me. And after I finished lunch, I went to see her. Senju residence. Knock knock knock. Tsunade opened the door, finding Naruto there. Hello, why did you want to see me? Naruto asked seriously. Come in, Tsunade said, also serious. Naruto and Tsunade sat in separate armchairs. Tsunade, I asked you to come because I wanted to apologize for what happened. If I had known what was going on, I wouldn't have given my summoning power to that brat, and I wouldn't have trained her either. I hope you understand. Naruto, well, this is sudden, but I'll have to think about it. Tsunade, I know that family shouldn't abandon their own, and I never thought that of Kushina, but in the end, she disappointed me. Naruto had a small smile because of that. Tsunade, besides that, I want to ask you a favor. Naruto, and what would that be? Tsunade, since we're no longer family, I want to ask you if you could have sex with me. What? Naruto was surprised by what the blonde said. Are you sure? Naruto said, surprised, confirming that what she said was true. Tsunade, yes, the truth is I don't believe in that family thing anymore. Besides, I don't have anyone left, only Shizune, and since I want to reconcile with you, I wouldn't mind if you gave me something I've wanted for a long time. Let's just say you've surprised me for a while, and you seem to be a good lover, so I wouldn't complain if it were you. Naruto, hey, you want that so badly, ha ha ha. Well, what if I told you that I'd like to help you and, by the way, rejuvenate you? What would you say? This made Tsunade surprised. Tsunade, well, I don't know. If it were real, I'd be loyal to you until the end. Naruto, okay, let's begin. Naruto grabbed Tsunade by the hips and lifted her up, kissing her lips. He released demonic power, slightly rejuvenating her. Tsunade blushed deeply and began kissing Naruto more intensely. End of chapter. Chapter 4, Tsunade's room. In Tsunade's room, the blonde was naked. While Naruto kissed the Sannin's neck as she sat on his lap. You, being too rough. Tsunade said, blushing, as Naruto had devoured her lips hungrily and she was now very aroused. Naruto stopped kissing the blonde's neck and looked into her eyes. Era, tell me, Tsunade-chan, how does it feel to be young again? Asked Lucifer, grabbing Tsunade's hips, who was very aroused by Naruto's touch. Tsunade. Now that I'm in my 20s again, I can feel many pleasant things, Naruto-kun. Tsunade spoke haltingly, as Naruto had left her speechless with how much he knew. And tell me, dear Tsunade, what caught your attention about me? Asked the raven-haired man as he slowly moved his hands upward, exciting Tsunade. When I saw you fight that time and you spanked Grayfia, I got very excited. You seem like a child, but the way you speak and say things makes me see you as someone older and more experienced. I want those hands to touch me, and I want to feel loved, the Senju finished, kissing Lucifer. Naruto, you're absolutely right. I am someone who's lived a long time and seen a lot, mostly the worst of humanity, but they're also my favorite race because I can corrupt them, he. And well, from now on you'll be my pawn. Like I told you a while ago, I don't plan to destroy this village, I'll just make it fall into misery, and make each and every one of you lose all your power. Naruto finished with a devilish smile. Tsunade, I don't care about that. This village has taken my whole family from me, who fought honorably to protect it, leaving only Shizune. And I want my own happiness now. Screw this village. Besides, I'm young again, and I can start over. Naruto, it's good that you made a decision. Just for that. I'll give you the best night of your life, and maybe I'll leave you with a mini senju. Come. Then and show me, Tsunade said, lying down on the bed, making a sensual face. Lemon time. Naruto began sucking on Tsunade's breasts, which were becoming very aroused. With his right hand, Naruto inserted and withdrew his fingers from Tsunade's vagina, which was soaked with fluids. Naruto, Tsunade said, touching one of her breasts. Naruto lightly bit Tsunade's nipples, which were completely wet and soaking the sheets with her fluids. Ah, you're going to make me come, Naruto. Your fingers are the best. Touch me more, Tsunade cried, feeling incredibly hot inside. Ah, Tsunade exclaimed as she came on Naruto's fingers. Naruto lightly sucked on his fingers, savoring the blonde's fluids, making Tsunade blush at the act. I can't hold back any longer, Naruto said with a lascivious smile, taking off his boxers and revealing his imposing member, which left Tsunade speechless with its size and thickness. Wow, it's really big, Tsunade exclaimed, surprised by Naruto's size. You can say that again. Imagine what it'll be like when it finishes growing in this body. The raven-haired boy whispered in Tsunade's ear. She blushed furiously at his words and had a perverted look on her face, just imagining the tremendous bulge that the devil himself would be carrying in a few years. Naruto began to rub his member against Tsunade's vagina, which only gasped at the contact. Naruto slowly inserted his member, which entered smoothly thanks to Tsunade's fluids, but the blonde's intimacy began to tighten around Naruto's member, and it began to expand due to the raven-haired boy's abnormal size. It seems the last one was very small, Naruto said brazenly, which made Tsunade pleading for him to put it all the way in. With a strong thrust, Naruto thrust his member inside, piercing Tsunade's womb, causing her to react with a look of pleasure and surprise. No one has ever put it in me so deep, you're tearing me apart but it's so good, Naruto-kun, exclaimed the senju as she was forcefully penetrated by her now beloved raven-haired man. Naruto gave her powerful thrusts, each impact piercing Tsunade's womb, who could only moan with pleasure. Tsunade wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck, who held her in a very lascivious kiss, where they were engaged in a battle of tongues, where Naruto was dominating her and Tsunade liked it, a man who devoured her completely. The sound of flesh slapping against flesh was the only thing that could be heard in the entire room. Naruto squeezed his hips to thrust into her hard, and sucked on Tsunade's breasts. Ah, Naruto, I like how you suck my breasts, your tongue is the best, give me more. Naruto just smiled wickedly and thrust his member deeper into Tsunade's intimacy, who arched her back and her face twisted with pleasure. Ah, yes, like that, give me more, I love your penis, it's so big and hard, I want to feel it more, come inside me as much as you want, punish this whore Sanin. Naruto thrust faster, and now applause could be heard throughout the house, and with one last thrust, Naruto released his first load. Ah, it feels good, Naruto-kun, give me more, Tsunade moaned, clutching the sheets. Naruto pulled his member out of Tsunade's wet intimacy. He placed his member in front of Tsunade's face, and without saying a word, she began to suck it. You really know how to do it, Tsunade, I don't think I'll ever get tired of this. Tsunade smiled lasciviously and placed Naruto's member between her breasts. I saw you were really excited by my breasts, did you like them, Na-ru-to-kun? Tsunade purred, massaging Naruto's penis with her breasts. Naruto, Jesus, Mary, and Pepe, my dick got really hard. Without warning, Naruto ejaculated on Tsunade's breasts. Naruto, I already gave you my answer, I love those breasts. Naruto now rubbed his member against Tsunade's breasts, since only his women could give him that pleasure. Naruto, your breasts are sucking my penis, I think I'm going to come. Naruto ejaculated again on Tsunade's breasts. Mo, you really came, Naruto-kun. Tsunade was licking her breasts to taste Naruto's semen. They both went to the bathroom. In the bathtub, Tsunade was riding Naruto, who was only fondling her breasts and biting her nipples. Water splashed everywhere as Naruto thrust into Tsunade, who was lost in pleasure. Back in the blonde's room, we see Tsunade with Naruto behind her, penetrating her heart and grabbing her hair where her back was arched. Look at yourself in that mirror, Naruto said, making Tsunade look ahead to a mirror where she saw herself being thrust into by Naruto. Her face contorted with pleasure as she was being thrust into, and her breasts bouncing, made her even more aroused. Naruto thrust into Tsunade's womb again and again, causing them both to come once more. Hours passed before they were both satisfied. Tsunade came many times on Naruto's penis. He discovered her sensitive spot, her left nipple, and pressed her hard buttocks against the wall. Tsunade's ass had turned red from so many spanks that only filled her with more pleasure. End of Lemon. X. Naruto and Tsunade were embraced on the blonde's enormous bed. That was the best thing I've ever done, Tsunade said wearily. Naruto smiled and summoned a scarlet ivory piece with gold, blue, and black sparkles inside, from his Morningstar set. With his incantation, he returned Tsunade to his second ivory, or rather, his first ivory of the Morningstar nobility. Alright. Tsunade, I don't need to tell you to act as if nothing happened. I'll leave you a scroll explaining what you need to do to train your new power. I want you to use the same jutsu so you appear normal, and finally, when all this is over, I'll take you with me. Alright, Naruto-kun, I understand everything, Tsunade said with a smile. Naruto, the ivory is based on the use of magic and healing. I want you to excel in both. I don't need to tell you that I want my women to be strong. Tsunade, alright, Naruto-kun, I'm already strong, but if you want me to be stronger, I will be. Now you belong to my peerage, Morningstar, as my first bishop. You have good defense thanks to your summons and immense strength, and you're the best medical ninja of all, the raven-haired man said with a smile. Shizune is also a good medical ninja. If you'd like, I can introduce you to her, Tsunade said, making Naruto smile. Don't worry, I only use one healing bishop per peerage. I don't need another one. But perhaps my queens Eriko and Grayfia, or my rooks Kuroka and Rossweisse, might be interested, the Uzumaki commented, kissing Tsunade's lips. Tsunade was as red as a tomato, but her wicked side ignited at the kiss. My little devil, I want to keep doing this, so come back and make me feel like your woman. Tsunade and Naruto licked their lips and resumed their act. Days later. Naruto was walking through the streets of Konoha, resting, as all the women were at home either resting or training. Naruto entered the Uchiha district and transformed his appearance with a transformation technique, becoming a black-haired man with black eyes and tanned skin, to look like a normal Uchiha. Naruto walked along, observing the Uchiha people around. In the distance, he saw Satsuki training with her sister Akame, and Makoto watching the training from a bench. Naruto smiled as he watched Satsuki and her sister engage in a kenjutsu battle. Akame had the upper hand, but Satsuki blocked her attacks and countered. Akame said, "It seems you've matured, sister. You're not as weak as you used to be." She finished with a sincere smile, the usually serious Akame. Satsuki, that's because someone gives me a reason to become stronger. Besides, I must make San and Sama proud, the younger Uchiha finished with a smile, her kibas beginning to crackle with lightning. This caused Akame to smile, and they returned to their battle. It seems your daughters are very strong, Makoto-sama, Naruto said, sitting on the same bench as the older Uchiha. Ah, young man, I hadn't noticed. He, my daughters have become very strong, just like their mother, Makoto finished with a sincere smile. She is very beautiful. I can feel a kindness in her heart, and at the same time, a great sadness inside. I must save you, Makoto, Naruto thought, giving Makoto a sincere smile. Makoto-sama, I would like to ask you something, Naruto said with a smile. Makoto, yes, what can I do for you, young man? What's your name? Yuto, my name is Yuto, Naruto finished with a smile, lying about his true self. Well. Yuto-kun, what did you want to ask me? Makoto gave another sweet smile that touched Naruto's heart. Naruto. Well, I'd like to know your opinion, or rather, some advice. When a couple can no longer coexist, do you think it would be better to walk away, or fight for him or her, even if they don't show any interest in improving the relationship and don't seem to love you, and may have even met someone else, and besides, they don't respect you by doing all that, since that could hurt you? Naruto said, sounding doubtful. Makoto didn't say anything, since it was something that even made her think, but after a sigh, she gave her answer. Well, it's something even I wouldn't know how to answer, young man. To be honest, it's the first time I've been asked that question. But I think the right thing to do would be to stay away from that person and not approach them again. She finished with a fake smile that Naruto clearly sensed. Unbeknownst to Makoto, a magical arrest seal was on her chest, ready to activate at a crucial moment. Naruto, fine, thank you, Makoto-sama. Naruto gave the older Uchiha a sincere smile. It's nothing, Yuto-kun. It was nice talking to you, but I have to go now, Makoto said, starting to walk away. Naruto, wait for me, Makoto. I'll save you from your suffering. Naruto saw Satsuki and Akame approaching him. Satsuki, and who are you? I haven't seen you around here before, Satsuki said curiously. And what were you doing talking to my mother? Akame asked seriously. Naruto released a small amount of his demonic power, which surprised Satsuki and made her facepalm in embarrassment. Naruto stood up and faced Satsuki. So, Satsuki-chan, can your swords use demonic magic now? Naruto asked with a smile that made Satsuki blush. Yes. Yes, I can use it with that magic now, all for you, and because I want to be strong. And thank you for talking to Okazen, the younger raven-haired girl said happily. Akame didn't know what was happening, but she knew it was someone her sister trusted. Naruto created a magic circle beneath the three of them, and they disappeared. Huh, what happened? Akame wondered, seeing that they were in Naruto's house. In Naruto's room, 3 magic circles appeared, and Akame, Satsuki, and he emerged from them. Akame went back into a fighting stance, and Satsuki blushed, especially when Naruto revealed his true self. Satsuki-chan, Naruto pulled Satsuki into a kiss, where they both showed their love, while Akame watched, surprised to see who he really was, and blushing at their display of affection. When they separated their lips, a trail of saliva remained. I was eager to taste your lips, I love those lips, baby. But I like these even more, Naruto was fondling Satsuki's breasts. They were so soft and round. Naruto was touching Satsuki's breasts, who bit her lip to keep from moaning, but when Naruto squeezed harder, she let out a moan that made Akame blush even more. Akame, hey, I'm still here. I think you want some of my kisses, huh? Naruto said cheekily, which made Akame blush slightly. Oni-sama likes Naruto, Satsuki said with a teasing smile. Satsuki's words made Akame look away, blushing again. Naruto approached Akame and hugged her from behind. What are you doing? Akame said, blushing, trying to break free from the hug, but Naruto was stronger than her. Naruto, it's just that I can't stand not having you in my arms anymore, Akame-chan. You're so cute and beautiful, and I can't imagine not having you in my arms. I remember well how you always looked at me kindly when I was little, and once when I wanted ice cream and didn't have any money, you sent it to me. Did you think I wouldn't feel you, that I wouldn't smell your scent and feel your emotions, that I wouldn't feel your presence? You're so cute, Akame-chan. Akame had 1,000 thoughts racing through her head, but the most obvious was the fact that Naruto had confessed his feelings for her, and that he wasn't ashamed to tell her. But what surprised her most was that he always knew she was there for him, even when she was busy. Naruto was certainly a cute little boy who wasn't to blame for her misfortune, and now, seeing him grown up, she couldn't help but look at him. At that moment, she simply let herself go and allowed Naruto to continue hugging her. Your hair smells like wild strawberries and cherries. I love this scent, it's so much better than smelling it from a distance. Naruto's words made Akame blush furiously. Naruto stopped hugging Akame and turned her around to look into her eyes. His gaze was serious, but a slight blush crossed his face. Naruto brought his lips close to hers, and she was surprised by what he wanted. She was devising 1,000 strategies to get out of there, but seeing Naruto's eyes, and his gaze that reflected love, she also moved closer to him. They shared a small, slow, and affectionate kiss, while Naruto wrapped his arms around Akame's waist. Satsuki just smiled, but in her thoughts she was thinking, what the hell? Naruto and Akame slowly broke the kiss. That was my first kiss, Akame said, blushing and looking away in embarrassment. Naruto. I'm glad this beautiful lady granted me her first kiss, Naruto said with a smile. Akame blushed again and looked away. Akame, why are you doing all this? I'm not exactly feminine, and I have no experience with any of this. But Naruto put a finger to her lips to stop her. You're strong, tough, and rugged, beautiful, wonderful, and if they haven't seen that in you, it's because they're not worthy. Akame blushed furiously, but at the same time, she gave a sincere smile. Akame-chan. The aforementioned blushed again at what he said, but she saw that Naruto had a serious face and she did the same. Akame-chan, I know everything about your supposed father, and I have proof. Furthermore, I intend to free your mother from her suffering. As you can see, Satsuki and I are together, and I forgave her. And since she explained what was happening, I couldn't let you and your mother suffer anymore, as you were the first people to treat me with kindness. And after learning that you wanted to be with me, perhaps as a loving aunt and an overprotective cousin, it warmed my heart, and I can't allow you to continue suffering. Naruto saw how Akame's black eyes looked a little dull. Akame, so you know, huh? Akame glared at her father, filled with hatred and a thirst for revenge, because he was a damned son of a bitch. Satsuki also grimaced with hatred and disgust at the memory of the bastard who called himself her father. Akame, please free my mother from this suffering. If I haven't done it yet, it's because I'm losing my sight from overuse of my Mangekyo Sharingan, and because I was planning to take her with me when I escaped. But if you help me, I'll be forever grateful. Akame finished with a single tear, betrayed by the helplessness she felt at not being able to help her mother. And yet, her mother always smiled, even if it was fake for others. With her daughters, she would wear a genuine smile. Naruto, Akame-chan, the only thing I want from you is for you to let me be in your heart and, well, be your king, but I'll explain that later. He said, sticking out his tongue, making Akame smile slightly. But the important thing is that you have me here. Naruto touched Akame's chest right where her heart beat. Akame blushed again, even more so when Naruto claimed her lips in a warm kiss. After the kiss, Akame was on Naruto's chest, hugging him, which made Satsuki hug Naruto from behind. Satsuki. Naruto-kun, I think it's time to make love, don't you think? Naruto just smiled and looked at Akame. Do you want to join us, or do you want to watch? Akame-chan. Naruto spoke playfully, which made Akame blush, but she shook her head since that was too inappropriate. Naruto simply kissed her cheek and told her to join him when she was ready. Akame just stood there, watching as Naruto removed Satsuki's clothes, leaving her in her panties and bra. Lemon time. Naruto squeezed Satsuki's breasts, eliciting sweet moans that made Akame blush slightly. Naruto moved down to Satsuki's wetness. Ah, Naru, don't lick me there, Satsuki said, blushing. This made Naruto push his tongue deeper, and with his right hand, caress and rub the younger Uchiha's clitoris. All the while, as Naruto sucked Satsuki's vagina, Akame watched, her emotions beginning to heat up. Satsuki, now on top of Naruto, removed his clothes, making Akame wet at the sight of Naruto's robust body. She became even more aroused at the sight of his impressive member. Satsuki began to suck Naruto's member, savoring its bitter taste. Akame began to lightly touch her vagina, watching what her sister was doing to Naruto. For a second, she considered activating her Sharingan to learn the tongue movements her sister was making on Naruto. Now Satsuki's hips were lowering slightly as Naruto's member entered her. Ah, it hurts a little, but it feels good, Satsuki said, making Akame wonder if she would like to do it too. When he was completely inside Satsuki, she began to move up and down. Her hymen had broken, but that didn't stop her from feeling pleasure, and her face was a picture of how pleasurable it felt inside her. A few minutes later, Satsuki was beneath Naruto, receiving his thrusts. Ah, Naruto-kun, give me more, break me, let me feel you. Naruto, fine, take it all, but before I come, Naruto lifted Satsuki up and placed her on top of him, facing her sister, who had a clear view of Naruto's member going in and out of her sister. Her sister's face was one of complete excitement. Akame continued masturbating, and when Naruto and Satsuki came, she came too. Bad girl, now I must punish you, Naruto said, taking Akame by the waist and bringing her closer to his member, where she could see it directly. It's so big, Akame said, touching Naruto's penis. Without thinking twice, she put Naruto's member in her mouth, taking a large part of it. Naruto literally violated Akame's mouth with his penis and left his hot load in her throat. After swallowing it all, Akame took off her clothes, revealing her naked body. Her breasts were a D-cup, very round and firm, and her nice butt had a lovely heart shape. Naruto rubbed his member against Akame's femininity. With one thrust, he broke Akame's hymen and began to give her gentle strokes, where she bit a finger in a sign of pain and pleasure. Can you give me more? I'm not as loud as my little sister, Akame said excitedly. Naruto increased the speed, granting her wish, giving it to her harder and harder. Ah, Naruto-kun, I feel like you're going to break me, but give me more. Akame was still very excited and touched her clitoris for more pleasure. Ah, was Akame's cry when Naruto released his load inside her. Akame was panting from the pleasure she felt at that moment and fell a little asleep after coming twice. Ah, Naruto, nya, you started without us, Kuroka said, hugging him from behind and taking his still erect member in her hands. Kuroka-chan, Naruto said with a lascivious smile. The others who had arrived were taking off their clothes. Naruto ripped Kuroka's clothes off, leaving her naked. Naruto, nya, Kuroka said, as Naruto began to suck on her left breast, biting and squeezing her nipple. That's my sensitive spot, Kuroka said, blushing, because Naruto was touching her where she liked it. Without warning, Naruto thrust his member into Kuroka's vagina, who could only moan with pleasure, while she hugged Naruto, who squeezed her ass. Nanaru, in bed please, she said. Naruto didn't let her finish because he bit one of her nipples again, making Kuroka tighten her walls, which made Naruto get even harder. Naruto nya, give me more, she said. Naruto squeezed Kuroka's ass harder and with a great thrust released his load inside her. Ah, yes, Naruto nya, I like it when you fill me up, Kuroka said with her tongue out. Naruto threw her on the bed and thrust his member inside her again, making the Nekomata moan with excitement. Yes, give me more, baby, I love you. Ah, was Kuroka's cry when she came inside Naruto's penis. Jujuju, Kuroka-chan, we're not finished yet, Naruto said, thrusting his member in again. Ah, Naruto, nya, I love it when you're rough, give me more. Kuroka was interrupted by a slap across her face from Naruto. Who's your man? Naruto said imposingly as he thrust into her. Ah, yes, Naruto, nya, give me more. Kuroka said, her face flushed with excitement and her tongue sticking out. Naruto slapped her again, making Kuroka's face even more lascivious than before. All the while Kuroka and Naruto were fucking, the other women were having a lesbian orgy. Nah, Naruto, nya. Kuroka cried, now in the doggy position, her Nekomatan tails being pulled by Naruto, much to the Nekomata's pleasure. Ah, I'm coming, they both shouted at the same time, leaving Kuroka unconscious, with a face of pure pleasure. Next up was Seiko, who licked her lips as she watched Kuroka being penetrated in the same way she had been. Then came Chisato, who, in her own way, made Naruto penetrate her anally. Rossweisse and Naruto lasted almost an hour, since, as Rossweisse was sometimes shy and serious, she also hid a perverted side that Naruto knew well, and only he could bring it out, especially when he saw Chisato's face of pleasure when Naruto penetrated her anally. They all continued in this way, doing it again with Akame and Satsuki, and finally Hanabi and Tsunade. Ah, Naruto-kun, give me more, Tsunade said, with Naruto grabbing and spreading her legs, where she was completely open. I love it in this position, keep pushing it deeper into me, I'm only yours, I'm your big, titted whore. Naruto turned her onto her back and slapped her fleshy ass repeatedly, leaving his handprint. Ah, Tsunade cried out as Naruto filled her womb. Ah yes, this pleasure, nobody can take it away from me, Tsunade said with her tongue out. Naruto, hehehe Tsunade, chom, I see your anus needs to be used. Tsunade, I've never done it there, she said, a little scared. Don't worry, it'll be great for you, and for me, hehehe, Naruto laughed wickedly. Nanaru, she was interrupted when Naruto was already rubbing his member against her anal entrance. Tsunade, Naruto-kun, it's too big, it won't fit. Naruto, Tsunade-chan, in a hole, anything can fit. So, with saliva and love, everything goes in better. Naruto used his saliva to rub Tsunade's hole, eliciting small moans of excitement. Na Naruto-kun, just put it in already, I need your glorious penis, Tsunade pleaded. Wow, now you want it all the way in, hehehe, but who am I to deny you that? Naruto slowly entered Tsunade's anus. Ah, Naruto-kun, it hurts, but it feels good, Tsunade said, biting a pillow that was there. Naruto, you're really tight in here, let me adjust it more. Naruto would go in further and start moving slowly. Ah, Naruto, I'm starting to like it more and more, give me more. Hearing her moan, Naruto would squeeze Tsunade's ass and start thrusting harder. Yes, Naruto, like that, give me more, Tsunade would say with her tongue out. Naruto, your ass is driving me crazy, you're making me harder, I think I'm going to come soon. The sound of flesh hitting flesh was the only thing that could be heard, apart from the moans of both of them. Naruto would thrust harder into Tsunade, who got used to the movement, and she also moved her hips to make the impact stronger. I'm coming, was Naruto's cry as he came in Tsunade's anus, who squeezed her breasts in a sign of excitement. Naruto would pull out his member, letting the liquid trickle down Tsunade's ass. Naruto would rub his member against Tsunade's ass again. I still want to do it, Tsunade-chan. Nah, Naruto-kun, Tsunade said, opening her ass with her hands so Naruto could enter her. Put it all in, kun, Tsunade would say excitedly. Without warning, Naruto would thrust his member back into Tsunade's anus, who was the only one conscious of all the girls. Nah, Naruto-kun, pound this senju bitch, give me more and more until I can't walk. Naruto, who was sweating, would increase the speed, reaching the deepest part of Tsunade's anus, who only stuck out her tongue in a sign of excitement. Ah, yes, more, Naruto-kun. Tsunade, Naruto, was the cry of both as they reached orgasm. When Naruto was about to ejaculate, he would take his member out of her anus and put it in her vagina, which was what he needed to ejaculate like never before. They both fell onto the bed, and Naruto gathered all the other girls and put them in bed. Naruto was going to take a shower, but Seiko, who had woken up, pulled him down so he could sleep between her breasts. Each one clung to the sleeping Lucifer, who was now asleep alongside them all. End of Lemon. The first to wake up was Akame, who found Naruto awake. Hello, Naruto-kun, good morning, Akame said with a sweet smile. Naruto, hello, my lovely Akame, how did you sleep? Akame, fine, thanks to you. Although I think mom will be angry because we didn't go home, but I'll tell her that Satsuki and I stayed at a friend's house. Naruto, good, although I think I'll start my plan with your mother today. I feel like today is a good day, Naruto finished with a smile. By the way, do you want to be my knight? Akame, well, I'll accept, only because Satsuki is in your peerage, and someone has to keep her in line when she gets out of control. Hey, I'm not that annoying, Satsuki said, glaring at her sister. Alright girls, don't fight. Remember you can't walk, well, only if you use magic, hahaha, Naruto said mockingly, making the Uchiha sisters blush. That was the best night of my life, Tsunade said, waking up. And by the way, I don't think even my healing chakra can get me back in perfect condition to walk, Tsunade finished, biting her lip as she remembered everything that had happened. Hee, well girls, now that you're all awake, how about we make breakfast? By the way, Hanabi, what will your father say when he doesn't see you in your room since yesterday? Hanabi, nothing, I left a clone for myself, so there's no problem. Naruto. Intelligent, no. Well. Let's have breakfast. Scene change. After returning to Akame, his new knight, they all went their separate ways. It was already 6 p.m. Naruto was on the roof of a building, observing what would happen shortly. Naruto. We'll see what happens, I'm a little nervous. Ah, Naruto-kun, you're here, said Akame, appearing beside him. Naruto, hee, look at Tsunade over there. Naruto pointed to where Tsunade was walking towards the hospital, where Jiraiya was spying on her. Naruto, Akame-chan. I want you to see that bitch over there, she's a lady. Akame. Would have an anime-style sweat drop after that, and both would activate their good demon hearing to listen to Tsunade, who had already noticed her spy. With Tsunade. What the hell do you want, Jiraiya? Stop bothering me, you damn pervert. Jiraiya appeared in front of her with a silly grin. Tsunade, why are you limping? The curious Toad Sanin asked. Tsunade blushed and bit her lip, remembering Naruto. That's none of your business, you stupid pervert. Tsunade continued walking, releasing a little healing chakra to make her walk a little easier. Jiraiya, I don't know, but she hasn't been the same for a while now. Jiraiya put on a sad face and left. Ha, Naruto and Akame laughed at Jiraiya's misfortune. Naruto, alright, the sun's setting, it's time to act. Go home, Akame-chan. Naruto approached her and lightly kissed her lips. See you later, Naruto-kun. Akame disappeared in a puff. Naruto, alright, it's time to go get Makoto-chan. Naruto used a transformation technique, reverting to his original form. In the shopping district, Makoto was seen carrying a basket filled with various kinds of fruit. Makoto was about to head home when she saw Yuto approaching her in the distance. Hello, Makoto-sama, Yuto said with a sincere smile. Hello, Yuto-kun, the older Uchiha woman replied with a smile. Well, I was about to return to the Uchiha district, and I saw you around here, so we could go back to the clan together if you'd like, since I'll protect you from any trouble, the young man said with a determined gleam in his eyes that brought a kind smile to the dark-haired woman's face. Makoto said nothing and took Yuto's arm, bringing it to hers, and they started walking. But what Makoto didn't know was that Yuto had created an illusion, and they were both going in different directions. Makoto, well, Yuto-kun, that's why I'm the third strongest, after Kushina and Tsunade, or rather, the fourth, since I heard that Grayfia-san is very, very strong. When was the last time there were so many strong kunoichi in the village? The raven-haired woman said with a proud smile, which made Naruto's chest ache, both for what a wonderful woman she was and for what he had to do to make her see the light. He had been investigating Makoto for some time now and couldn't understand how, with such great potential, she suffered so much because of her idiot husband and son. Yuto-kun, I think we got distracted and went astray, she said, noticing that the place was different because Naruto had removed the illusion. Makoto was about to turn around, but Yuto grabbed her arm and pulled her into an alley. Makoto, what are you doing, Yuto? She said, a little surprised and scared by what Yuto was doing, thinking that he had only approached her to use her or do something bad to her. Yuto just covered her mouth with one of his hands. I came to save you from yourself, Makoto-chan, he said and looked away towards a corner where in the distance she could see the basement of a house, to be exact a window, which made Makoto also look in that direction, but what she saw broke her heart. There was her supposed husband, kissing Mebuki Haruno, while Sasuke had Mebuki's husband tied up with ropes and gagged. Know your place, trash, Sasuke said. This little whore just wants my Uchiha cock. A mere civilian like you can't mess with the powerful Uchiha. Makoto, who had Naruto's hand to her lips, began to shed tears, and something inside her broke. For the next 5 minutes, Makoto just watched as her husband, Fugaku, fucked Mebuki Haruno in front of him. Mebuki didn't resist and let herself be fucked like a whore. Naruto, who saw everything, just made a face of disgust at the sight of Fugaku and Sasuke, one for being the husband of this wonderful woman, and the other for being her son and never telling her what his father was doing. The alley was dark, so no one could see them. Naruto released his transformation, causing Makoto to look at him with a lack of light in her eyes, but knowing who he was. Naruto-chan, get me out of here, she said seriously, her eyes fixed on the raven-haired boy who looked at her with a hint of sadness. Naruto and she disappeared in a magic circle, reappearing in the Forest of Death, in a cabin that Naruto had designed for their comfort. Naruto laid Makoto down on a sofa, curled up in a fetal position. Naruto prepared herbal tea to relax Makoto, who was still reeling. Makoto, whose eyes were dull, noticed a cup of tea that Naruto had brought her. Naruto-chan. She didn't know what was happening, but Naruto helped her up so she was sitting up, looking into his eyes. Naruto hugged her, so she could let it all out. Makoto squeezed Naruto tighter in that hug, releasing all the pain she had kept inside for so many years. Naruto just stroked her hair to help her relax, and after a few minutes, Makoto was calmer. You've grown so much, Naruto-chan. The raven-haired girl said sadly. Naruto, I'm sorry, Makoto-chan, but if I hadn't shown you this, you wouldn't have believed me. I really don't want to see you sad. I want you to smile with that beautiful, sincere smile of yours. You were the first to see me kindly, and that's why I love you. Makoto just looked into Naruto's eyes, getting lost in his crimson orbs. Naruto-chan, why did you do that for me? Makoto asked sadly. Naruto, well, because your daughters have been very worried about you. Akame even wanted to run away with you from the village to get you out of that hell you call home. Forgive me for this, but your son and your husband deserve a hell behind them, Naruto said seriously, with fire in his eyes. Makoto was surprised by Naruto's determination. Makoto, why do you want to help me? She said, tears welling up again, which Naruto wiped away with his thumbs. Those beautiful eyes don't have to stoop to crying over idiots who don't know how to value you. You're better than that. You're stronger than their pathetic Uchiha leader. You're the strongest Uchiha woman of all. They don't deserve you. But you know what? The Uchiha clan doesn't deserve you either, because most of them knew about Fugaku's deception, Naruto finished seriously, which surprised Makoto and made her cry tears of pain again. So, I only have my daughters left in the world. Makoto said, tears of pain streaming down her face. Naruto, Makoto-chan, as the daughter of Madara Uchiha, you have a great lineage ahead of you, but you hide it. I've investigated everything about you, and I know you're hiding your true power and personality because your father told you that you would only reveal your true self when everything you love betrays you. Perhaps he was a visionary. You don't need to live with the pain. Come with me, and I'll save you from that darkness. Naruto finished with a smile that made Makoto blush. Makoto, Naruto-chan, do you? Yes, I love you, Makoto-chan. I don't love you like an ant. I love you like a woman who is strong in her own way, a woman who is a good mother, and above all, a woman with beautiful feelings. What idiot could betray a woman like that? Naruto pressed his forehead to Makoto's, whose eyes were watering. Naruto-kun, Makoto said, blushing, and lightly kissed the raven-haired boy's lips, which Naruto returned gently. After the kiss, Makoto was flustered by what she had done, her face turning bright red. You look so beautiful, Naruto said, embracing her, which Makoto readily accepted. But I'm an old woman, and I'm not as pretty as I used to be, Makoto said sadly, but Naruto cupped her cheeks in his hands. You're beautiful. Tsunade was older than you, and she's still one of my women, and now she's back to her 20s. My women will never feel inferior or envy another's beauty because they are beautiful in their own way. Naruto kissed Makoto's lips, and she closed her eyes during the kiss, tears of happiness streaming down her face at Naruto's words. Even though she didn't understand the bit about Tsunade becoming young again, she didn't care, since the raven-haired boy already had her where he wanted her. Makoto-chan, he said, I'll tell you something else I found out. Those damn Minato and Kushina also knew about Fugaku's infidelity, and they didn't have the guts to tell you. Naruto made a face of disgust at the memory of that family. Makoto, this time, gave him a cold look, remembering her supposed friend Kushina. Oh, so that's how things are, Kushina-san, she said seriously, thinking of the redhead. Makoto-chan, Naruto continued, I'll tell you a little bit of my story. Makoto, I understand. Naruto, well, Makoto, you want revenge, he said with a malicious smile. Makoto gave him a cold look and replied, Naruto-kun, I want revenge, but killing them would be so easy. I want to wound their pride, and for them to see that their power is insignificant before us, and for them to see that they should never have messed with Makoto Uchiha, the daughter of Madara Uchiha. Makoto now had her Mangekyo activated, spinning furiously. Naruto, now she's wild. I like it. Makoto. Besides, it's been a long time since I've held a sword or a kunai. I must get in shape and I must go to where I was born to find my father's original eyes. Makoto now had a demented smile, plotting how to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and honor the cruelty of her beloved father. Naruto became so excited that he claimed Makoto's lips in a kiss where they engaged in a battle of tongues. Makoto followed Naruto's lead, capturing his tongue and sucking it, further arousing her. Lemon time. Naru, you made me wet, Makoto said, blushing. Naruto, Makoto-chan, I want you. Naruto and Makoto were taking off their clothes, revealing the Uchiha's ample assets, her cup breasts, her fleshy ass like her daughter's but bigger, and her loose hair that made her look like a fallen angel, so sensual was she. When Naruto removed all his clothes, he revealed his erect member, which startled the older Uchiha with its enormous thickness and size. What's wrong, Makoto-chan? Doesn't that stupid Fugaku have a dick like this? Naruto gave a cheeky grin that made Makoto smile back and approach like a cat, taking it in her mouth. Makoto sucked Naruto's member, and he played with his balls, which made Naruto even harder. Naruto-kun, fill my throat, Makoto said, entering a state of extreme arousal. After all, it had been almost 6 years since they'd had sex. Naruto took Makoto's head and, pushing it all the way down her throat, released his load. You really came, Naruto-kun, Makoto said, opening her mouth so Naruto could see his semen, which she slowly swallowed. Scene change. It took about 5 minutes for Naruto's entire member to fully enter Makoto, who let out a loud, kya, as Naruto thrust it deep into her cunt, her uterus pierced in the act. Naruto-kun, give me more, Makoto cried as Naruto pounded into her on the bed. Naruto had Makoto on all fours and enjoyed watching her breasts sway up and down. Naruto began to rub them, feeling how firm and round they were. Satsuki, Chan and Akame, Chan brought out everything in you. Naruto thrust into Makoto again with force, releasing his semen into the older Uchiha's wet pussy. She arched her back in excitement, her tongue lolling out, saliva dripping from her mouth. Makoto moaned again as Naruto thrust his member back into her vagina, this time more roughly. Yes, Naruto-kun, I'm starting to like it like this. Give me more. Fill my heart with your love, and fill my cunt with your semen. Makoto let out another loud moan as Naruto grew harder and thrust like a beast. The sound of flesh slapping against flesh could be heard for miles. Their moans made each other crave more and more. With one final thrust, Naruto released his load into Makoto's vagina. End of Lemon. Days later. After that night where Naruto and Makoto surrendered themselves body and soul, the couple went to the Uchiha clan's Nakano temple. After Makoto opened about 15 secret doors, she entered the room where some of Madara's weapons and his eyes were kept. His gunbai was the only thing that wasn't visible. For the next 4 days, Naruto and Makoto made love every day. Makoto didn't return home because she no longer cared about her clan, but she sent a letter to her daughters to tell them not to worry, that she was with Naruto, even though Naruto had already told the Uchiha clan after all. Tsunade performed the eye implant on Makoto, and after 2 days of rest and Naruto using chakra and healing magic, she regained her sight, now with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Makoto would begin training in the Forest of Death to avoid being found. Naruto was considering making her one of his pieces, but he would have to see which one. She was as fast as, or faster than, a knight, had the strength of, or more than, a rook, and her fire techniques were destructive. Also, learning Kaden, Guka Mekyaku from her father made her stronger than a bishop. And since he already had bishops for healing and defense, and bishops for healing and offense, and vice versa, Naruto was thinking about which piece would be the right fit for her. So, in a magic circle, Naruto made a call. "Hello Ajuka, how are you, little emo?" Naruto said, communicating through the magic circle. Ajuka, Naruto, sensei, what brings you here unexpectedly? Naruto, Ajuka, do you remember that night piece I asked you to reinforce with my energy? Well, send it to me, and while you're at it, send me Revel-chan, the bishop I won from that bastard Razor. I hope he didn't lay a finger on my pretty blonde. Naruto, Sama, but she's only about 10 years old. Don't you think that's a bit extreme? Ajuka was silenced by Naruto. Hey, I'm not that sick. You know he brought it on himself by betting against me. When you bet one of your pieces, the bet is eternal. Besides, I just have to imbue it with my power, exchange my piece, and that's it. Ajuka, ah, I see. For a moment, I thought he was going to do something perverted to that girl. Naruto just sweated and said to his student. I am a decent pig, not a swine. Well, sensei, here's the night piece. Use it carefully and add your power to it. As for Miss Revel, I'll tell her what you ordered, although I think it would be better if you did that when you return from your trip. Alright, Ajuka, that's a better idea. Naruto closed the magic circle, and a few seconds later, a night piece appeared. Naruto added more of his power to the piece, making it turn scarlet and violet. Naruto, this piece holds much of my power. Not just anyone can possess it, not even Makoto-chan. It's a shame, since I wanted to give her a higher rank, but oh well, her status as a demon speaks for itself. Naruto had a proud smile. Naruto appeared in the Forest of Death at the cabin where Makoto was preparing lunch. Naruto, I'm here, Makoto-chan. As I suspected. The clan is looking for you, though you'll make your appearance in a few days. Naruto smiled sweetly and kissed Makoto on the cheek. Makoto pulled Naruto into a passionate kiss, which was turning into something more, but Makoto had to continue cooking. Makoto-chan, watching you train made me realize how capable you are. You're good at taijutsu, kenjutsu, ninjutsu, and even a little genjutsu. Yes, Naruto-kun, I'm also good with weapons like any Uchiha, and my genjutsu used to be very good, but it's improved, and now I've unlocked Tsukuyomi. Naruto hugged Makoto from behind, who was still cooking. So, Makoto-chan, you'll be my bishop. I'd make you my queen, but I already have Grayfia and Eriko-chan. But I'll treat you like my queen, just like all the others I'll love and cherish with my life. Naruto would go through the process, turning Makoto into his bishop. I feel younger, Makoto said, amazed. Naruto, well, being old sometimes limits you a lot. Don't you believe me? Just ask the third Hokage. Ha 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 ha. Makoto laughed at Naruto's joke, since it was true. And well, since that limits you a lot, so now you're back to your 20s. Makoto kissed Naruto again and put her head on his chest. Makoto, in 2 weeks, you've done more for me than anyone in this village has done for me in my entire life. I love you, Naruto-kun. Makoto kissed Naruto's lips, but the smell of something burning made them nervous. Lunch is burning, Makoto said with anime-style tears as she turned off the stove. The next day, Naruto and his team were at the Hokage Tower, where Team 7 and Team 8 were also present. Grayfia, did you call us, Hokage-sama? The ever-serious maid asked. Yes, it's because there's an important mission you'll be undertaking as a group, one that could represent an alliance between Kurigakure and Konoha, Minato said seriously. Yay, an important mission. Kiba exclaimed, laughing, while Menma and Sasuke wore arrogant smiles. Hinata and Narumi were already planning how to approach Naruto. Minato, but even though you're strong, you'll have a Jonin supporting you, so you can carry out the mission more safely. You also have to protect the leader of the rebels, because with her dead, the rebellion will collapse. Through the door, Makoto entered in her Junin uniform, her expression both serious and cold. That's my mother, Sasuke said, surprised, because he hadn't seen her in weeks. But his mother didn't even turn to look at him, she simply greeted Satsuki and stood next to Grayfia, who was standing in front of Minato, along with Kakashi and Kurenai. Alright, the mission consists of helping the rebels win the war against the ruthless 4th Mizukage. This mission is important because this cage is a Jinchūriki and possesses the 3 tails. We're sending you because you're the only teams that can go at this time, Minato said seriously. Naruto, ha 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 ha, the only ones, here's my team, I could end that war in the blink of an eye, but if we had to choose companions they would be, Satsuki, Hanabi, and Makoto, sensei. Naruto gave a superior smile that angered Sasuke and Menma, and on the other hand Kiba had remained silent since he had seen glimpses of Naruto's power and wasn't as brutish as the others who underestimated the raven-haired boy. Damn it, don't underestimate us, Sasuke said angrily, seeking Kakashi's approval which he gave him, but when he saw his mother, she was just looking at him coldly, which made a chill run down his spine. Minato. Naruto, you can't do this mission alone, we're trying to protect you. Naruto and his group were laughing hysterically at what Minato had said. Hanabi and Satsuki were doing their best not to join in the laughter. Minato said, seriously, Naruto. We just want to protect you. Naruto just looked at Minato with amusement and said, you think anything bad is going to happen to me? Do. Indeed compare me to these teams. And if that's all, I'll take my leave. Naruto and his group disappeared in a magic circle, leaving Hanabi and Satsuki feeling excited, because Naruto's teasing really turned them on. Back. 2. Naruto. He was walking with his group of girls. Naruto, NYA, the mission's tomorrow, we have to go do it, see you tomorrow, the Nekomata said playfully. Naruto, Kuroka-chan, Naruto caught Kuroka in a kiss, and they both disappeared in a magic circle towards her house. The other girls just said. What? About me. The next day, Naruto was at the gates of Konoha with the other arriving groups. Kakashi, alright, it's time to go, the copy, Nin said seriously. Naruto, alright, let's go. Naruto started to levitate, as did his girls, and began flying towards the rebel base. Nanny. Everyone shouted as they watched them fly away. Hey, wait for us. The other teams said, running to keep up. Makoto, Hanabi, and Satsuki were running at such a high speed that even Kakashi was surprised by Makoto's speed. Near the rebel base. Naruto was very bored after levitating for hours with nothing to do. In the distance, he saw an explosion. Naruto. Wow, that's interesting. Naruto saw the explosion and headed towards it. End of chapter. Chapter 5. When Naruto heard the explosion, he went to see what was happening. Upon arriving, he saw a swordsman with a sword that released explosive tags fighting a woman with reddish-brown hair. Naruto noticed that the man was wearing the Kiri uniform and guessed that the swordsman had ambushed her before meeting up with reinforcements. In the fight, the swordsman began throwing explosive tags, which the woman dodged as best she could, since the man was very fast. She created steam and lava-style jutsus, leaving widespread destruction in their wake. The swordsman avoided being touched by these jutsus, though he sustained a few burns. I'll kill you, and I'll take your head to Lord Mizukage, said the sharp-toothed swordsman. Come and attack, the woman said before charging at the swordsman, who followed suit. Naruto, watching the fight, was only slightly amazed by the woman's skill level. Although he knew she was holding back, she was clearly very strong. Interesting woman, Naruto said, somewhat astonished. Beside them were the other teams who had arrived with their girls, but Naruto and his women were levitating. The only ones who weren't, so as not to raise suspicion, were Makoto, Satsuki, and Hanabi. Back to the fight. The swordsman, in a treacherous attack, detonated a paper bomb near the woman's face as she tried to shield herself. He then moved from behind to decapitate her. Mei, without seeing him, relying solely on her senses, already had a kunai ready to plunge into his eye, but a hand stopped the swordsman's attack at the last moment. I hate treacherous attacks. Naruto said, delivering an upward kick to the swordsman, sending him tumbling across the ground until he crashed into a mountain. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, because in a split second Naruto was on one side, and on the other he was stopping a sword with his bare hand and attacking the swordsman. Kakashi gave a signal, and his team and Team 8 moved to Naruto's side, but Kakashi and Kurenai stood in front. Naruto looked at the brunette woman, who was surprised to see him, as he exuded great power. She knew Naruto was strong, having seen him stop a sword of that size with one hand, and with a single attack, send the usually tough Jinpachi, wielder of the Shibuki sword, crashing to the ground. "What the hell, do you want Konoha ninjas in this place?" Jinpachi said, getting up after the blow. Kakashi was about to reply, but Naruto spoke first. "The dead don't speak," Naruto said as he reappeared in front of Jinpachi, delivering a punch that destroyed half a mountain, breaking several bones in the swordsman, who was spitting blood. Everyone except Naruto's women was surprised to see that strength and only said, "Holy crap." While Menma and Sasuke clenched their fists in frustration, as Naruto was gaining more and more ground than them, which was unacceptable. Jinpachi was vomiting everything he had eaten, plus blood, after receiving that punch to the stomach. He felt dizzy after the attack and could only stand, staggering, to grab his sword and, with slow attacks, try to cut Naruto, who easily dodged his blows. Kurenai. He neutralized an Anbu, level ninja with a single strike, the sensei of Team 8 said in amazement. Jinpachi fell to the ground, vomiting blood again and nearly fainting, his vision blurring. With fear in his eyes, he saw Naruto approaching with a macabre smile and take the Shibuki in his hands. Interesting sword. If it can't cut your enemy, it can leave an explosion on impact, but only the enemy would receive the impact. Naruto would smile macabrely, which froze the blood of everyone except his women, making some of them excited to see their man being cruel. Please, have mercy, don't kill me. The Mizukage sent me to attack Mai Terumi, since she's the leader of the resistance, and we discovered she'd received reinforcements from a ninja village, Jinpachi stammered, terrified. A demon can't be merciful, Naruto said, his smile widening. Jinpachi saw behind him the figure of a giant demon with a psychopathic gaze, reflecting pure evil. Naruto approached Jinpachi, using his Sharingan to access his memories. No, please, mercy, he pleaded, but didn't finish speaking before Naruto raised the Shibuki and plunged its tip into Jinpachi's torso, causing him to spit out blood as it pierced his stomach. Hey, what's next? An explosion. Naruto said, watching the sword's papers glow orange. Bye. Naruto said, smiling wickedly. Boom. That was the sound of the explosion as the sword's papers exploded. Naruto walked over as if nothing had happened, leaving a crater where the explosion had occurred. When everyone could see Jinpachi, his body mangled, some parts of him completely destroyed, but his head was gone. He killed him, Mai said, astonished, but deep down she felt excited. Naruto approached Mai and bowed his head slightly. Beautiful lady, if I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been killed. Naruto said respectfully with a smile, which made Mai blush slightly. Mai, well, it's not like I needed your help, Mai said in a tsundere style, causing Naruto to have a thought in his head. You say, thank you, you ungrateful pig. But I do appreciate you helping with the rebellion, Mai said, bowing her head. It's nothing, Grayfia said seriously. Mai, and you, young man, are you the captain of this team? No, actually, I'm just a genin who kicks ass, both for bad guys and sexy women, Naruto said in a sensual tone at the end, which made Mai get slightly wet. Mai was also surprised, not only by the fact that he was a genin, but also because, besides having the level of a jonin, he was flirting with her, which made her want to know more about Naruto. Kakashi, actually, I'm the one, but he was interrupted by Grayfia who looked at him stoically. No one is the captain of this team, since we consist of 3 senseis and their junin, plus a support junin is accompanying us on this mission, Grayfia said, pointing to Makoto at the end. Kakashi remained silent, as it was true. Although I can be the captain here, Naruto said, smiling, which made all the girls in the group blush, but especially the women. What do you mean, captain? Sasuke said, gritting his teeth. I'll be the captain, then. Because I feel like it, because I want to, and because I can. Sasuke gritted his teeth again, but a cold look from Makoto made him shit his pants. By the way, Terumi-san, how many kilometers is Kiri from here? Naruto asked, his hand on his chin, thinking about something. Oh, well, it would be about 13 kilometers, Mai said, curious about the question. And what are the exact coordinates of the Mizukage Tower, more precisely, the Mizukage's office? Naruto asked, with a macabre smile at the end, which gave Kakashi and Kurenai a bad feeling. Mei, well, if I'm not mistaken, it's 15 kilometers to the northwest, 40 meters high, Mei said curiously, answering the red-eyed boy's question. Naruto gave a sly smile, and from a magic circle, he pulled out Jinpachi's head. Some of the genin, upon seeing it, began to vomit, and Kakashi and Kurenai, being the most experienced, did their best not to do the same. Mei, upon seeing the head, frowned, but inside she was getting very hot. A little gift from me, for the Mizukage, Naruto said with a devilish smile. Ross-chan, will you do the honors for me? Naruto said to Rossweisse, who raised her hand, creating a crystal bubble where she enclosed Jinpachi's head and a spear, which Naruto took in his hands. Everyone watched as Naruto took the crystal bubble in his right hand, turned towards the village, and launched a sphere with his immense strength towards the coordinates Mei had given him. A few seconds later, Naruto launched the spear that had been trailing the sphere for several kilometers, both traveling at great speed. Naruto, what did you do? Kurenai asked curiously. Naruto simply smiled, a smirk that made everyone's blood run cold. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Mizukage was reading and signing documents when suddenly his instincts kicked in. He jumped up from his seat, seeing that nothing had happened, but a few seconds later something destroyed the left side of his office and crashed into the wall. Seconds later, a spear pierced the crystal sphere. What the hell is going on here? Yagura said angrily, looking at the destroyed sphere where a red liquid dripped onto the floor. What a devil! Yagura fell silent upon seeing what looked like a head impaled from side to side, realizing it was Jinpachi, with a face of terror. You're going to die, Yagura-chan. Yagura's eyes widened in shock as Jinpachi's black eyes opened, and even with his terrified expression, he spoke. The fourth Mizukage saw that after those words, Jinpachi was dead. Anbu and Ninja began to arrive to see what had happened. Back with Naruto. Hey, and that's what I just did, Naruto said, causing Mei and Kurenai to freeze, as well as the other genin. Mei and Kurenai simply said. You deliberately went to wake a sleeping giant, you slimy captain. Naruto replied. Well, don't get angry. What if we get ambushed again after provoking the Mizukage? Kurenai asked, a little fearful. Naruto simply told her. Don't worry, you'll be fine. So everyone went to the rebellion's base, where Naruto and his team went one way, and the other teams went another, since some are better at certain things, no matter how idiotic they are. A few weeks passed. And Naruto and his group became the center of attention, since Naruto acted like a leader, and in fact, his strategies were better than Mei's, Kakashi's, or Makoto's. Mei was surprised and jealous to learn that Naruto was with all the women on his team, although one day he told her that he had more women in Konoha and other places, since as the last of his family, he had to have his harem. She thought he was a chauvinist and oppressive, but all of Naruto's women told her that Lucifer was sweet, gentle, overprotective, tough, ambitious, and much more. But best of all, he could please each of them, and during their orgies, he left them fainting from so much pleasure. He knew each of their sensitive sides and knew how to make them happy. Mei blushed deeply, her face turning bright red, when Kuroka and Eriko said lewd things to them that only Naruto could say. This left Mei very wet. When Mei heard all that, she thought that maybe he could be interested in someone like her. Scene change. Naruto is seen bathing in a waterfall at night. During these 3 weeks they were there, he had to deal with Hinata and Narumi's constant harassment. Although he denied it, Hinata looked good, but that was all. Maybe he'd go inside her one day just to see Menma's frustrated face when he lost Hinata, though it wasn't like he was going to end up with Hinata himself, Naruto thought with a devilish smile. And Narumi, ha 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 ha, that damn tomato, I know she drives Sasuke crazy, and since she doesn't pay attention to him, even though she wants me, I don't mind having her as my personal whore for a while, Naruto said, smiling devilishly again. Naruto-kun, a voice said. Naruto, well, so you deigned to come, said Lucifer to a blushing Mei who came with Makoto. Makoto-chan, said Naruto, going and hugging Makoto around the waist, making Mei observe Naruto's naked body, until she reached his W. W is that, said Mei, with her hand covering her mouth, upon seeing Naruto's member. It's a blessed axe. Naruto began to kiss Makoto with a sweet kiss, which transformed into a kiss full of total lust. Mei, who was watching everything, blushed deeply because Naruto knew how to use his tongue well, and she could see it because Makoto was in her own world, letting Naruto claim her mouth completely. Naruto licked his lips. Your lips taste like wild berries, Naruto said, kissing Makoto again. Unbeknownst to her, Naruto was getting aroused. Mei, who was watching this, was astonished to see Naruto's junior move up to the lower area between Makoto's breasts. Mei wondered how far Naruto would go inside her. Naruto broke the kiss and looked at Mei, who was blushing as she watched him. Naruto beckoned her to come over. When Mei reached him, he threw her into the water. WTF. Mei, now soaked, glared angrily at Naruto, who had entered the water with Makoto. Why did you do that, Naruto? Mei asked, a vein throbbing in her forehead. Naruto didn't answer, he stood in front of her, staring into her eyes. Mei blushed deeply because Naruto's eyes were so striking. Mei-chan, I understand, Naruto said, confusing Mei. Mei Terumi, why do you want to bring peace to that village? Why save the Kekkei Genkai users? Naruto asked, surprising Mei. Mei, well, because it's the only thing I have left. After my fiancé left me at the altar, I spent my entire adulthood trying to free Kiri from Yagura's tyrant. Then I found out that my supposed fiancé was one of the infiltrators who revealed the location of our old base, where many innocent children died. Killing him slowly and painfully was very, very exciting, the brunette said with a demented smile, which made Naruto blush a little. Naruto, and what if I told you I could change your life, only if you swear loyalty or love to me? Naruto said, making Mei surprised and blush. And how do you plan to do that? Mei asked curiously. Naruto pointed at Makoto, making Mei look curious. Makoto Uchiha was the wife of the Uchiha leader, although secretly she's now one of my women. She was betrayed by him and by his son, Sasuke. Her husband cheated on her with another woman for about 9 years, and I was the one who showed her the truth. Throughout Naruto's speech, Makoto didn't even flinch, because for her, the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, and Fugaku were dead. Makoto was a good wife, but that idiot didn't appreciate that, and in fact, I have him on my blacklist for when Konoha falls, Naruto said, smiling maliciously. The fall of Konoha? Mei asked curiously, also surprised by what had happened to Makoto. I won't destroy that village, it would be too easy, but I'm going to put an end to that idea that they are untouchable and invincible, I will bring chaos without even destroying anything, since they will destroy each other. Naruto smiled again, which excited Makoto, who hugged him from behind, touching his device. Mei, seeing what Makoto was doing, blushed deeply and almost got a nosebleed. I love each of my women equally, I value them as women, I take care of them more than anything. Kuroka was unjustly blamed for defending herself and taking care of her sister, but I saved her and gave her a better future. Eriko was always feared and hated for her power, even though she had 2 women by her side. She was always hated like a demon, no one could ever give her the feeling of being loved. But I loved her from the beginning, and I will love her until the end. Grayfia always waited for me, not knowing if I would return or even if I was alive. She only wanted to be with me, and she chose to die alone without anyone to love. But I came back, and we started everything. Rossweisse, because she always focused on training, being strong, and fulfilling her duties as a Valkyrie, never had anyone to love, only her grandmother Gondel. But thanks to Odin, I was able to have my beautiful demi-goddess. Mei blushed deeply at how Naruto spoke about the past of his women, how he trusted them, and how he saved them from loneliness. Naruto took Mei's chin and placed a kiss on her lips, which made Mei's eyes widen, but she returned the kiss. Naruto broke the kiss, leaving a trail of saliva, and placed his hand on Mei's cheek. Come with me and you'll know what power, domination, and above all, the pleasure of feeling loved truly are, said the devil, a genuine smile playing on his lips. Mei blushed furiously and kissed Naruto's lips. Lemon time. Naruto took Mei by the waist and pulled her closer to his chest. Naruto and Mei were kissing passionately, while Makoto hugged Naruto from behind, massaging his erect member. Naruto broke the kiss with Mei and went down to where she was wearing a navy blue bra. Naruto ripped off the bra, reveling in the sight of Mei's breasts, and began to suck on them. Ah, Naru, suck them more, Mei said, blushing, but Makoto silenced her, moving to her side and kissing her. Seeing this, Naruto became even harder and pulled Mei towards him, turning her so her back was to him, and began massaging her breasts while leaving kisses all over her neck. At the same time, Makoto removed Mei's panties and threw them where Naruto had left his clothes. Makoto began to insert her fingers into Mei, who only let out soft, muffled moans, punctuated by Naruto's kiss. Let's go to the shore, Naruto said, lifting Mei into his arms. When they reached the shore, Naruto placed Mei on a rock and spread her legs, inserting his tongue into her vagina. Ah, Naru, I like it there, Mei moaned, feeling incredibly hot. Makoto climbed on top of Mei, sucking on her breasts, further arousing her. I'm coming, Mei said, arching her back, her excitement palpable, allowing Naruto to savor her fluids. I like your taste, a mature and strong woman. Naruto thrust his member into Mei, who let out a cry of pure lust. Naruto began to move, giving Mei gentle thrusts, while also inserting his tongue into Makoto's pussy, whose ass was raised so Naruto could give her his attention. Naruto-kun, I love it, Mei and Makoto said simultaneously. Naruto increased his speed, now moving more roughly, going deeper inside Mei. Naruto-kun, you're hitting my uterus, I like that, Mei said with her tongue out, while Makoto, who was receiving Naruto's tongue in her pussy, was squeezing Mei's breasts, who moaned like crazy. Makoto, with a cry of pleasure, came, a cry muffled by Mei, who kissed her lasciviously. This made Naruto even harder inside Mei, who felt him thrust deeper inside her, the tip entering her womb with each stroke. Naru, go in deeper, I want to feel it more and more, Mei said, saliva dripping from her mouth. Naruto now tightened his grip on Mei's waist, thrusting even deeper. She winced in pain as he penetrated her completely, but as the minutes passed, her vaginal walls began to tighten, squeezing Naruto's member as he felt himself reaching orgasm. With one final thrust, Naruto released his load inside her, filling her womb. Mei let out a loud moan as she too came, all her semen gushing out. At the same time, Naruto moved inside her again, making her moan even more, because she was still weak from coming so much, but Naruto wasn't giving her a break. Naruto-kun, I'm sensitive. But I like it, give me more, Mei said, her tongue out, shouting Naruto's name while Makoto touched her clitoris for more pleasure. Damn it, I'm going to come, Naruto said, and with a powerful thrust, he entered Mei completely, piercing her uterus and releasing a lot of his semen. Mei, who had arched her back and drool was dripping from her lips, just rolled her eyes back and fainted. Phew, her pussy was delicious, Naruto said, pulling his member out of Mei, who let out a small moan in her sleep when Naruto withdrew. Naruto watched as Makoto began to clean his member, savoring the taste of Naruto and his semen. She stood up and positioned herself next to Mei, opening her legs and revealing her wet pussy. Come here, Naru-to-kun, Makoto said to Naruto, who thrust his entire member deep inside her, making Makoto let out a loud moan of pleasure. End of Lemon. The next day, Naruto was in his room at the rebellion base, surrounded by his women, with Mei asleep on his chest. Memories of the previous night flooded his mind. After having sex with Makoto for an hour without rest, she fainted. He had made her climax twice in the space of a minute, he knew her sensitive spots and took full advantage of them. Afterward, he teleported to his room, where everyone was waiting for Naruto. There, they had a huge orgy, where Mei, after waking up, rode Naruto for an hour before they both collapsed from so much sex. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Grayfia said, kissing her king. Everyone began to wake up until Mei reached him. There wasn't much chatter, only that Naruto told her who he was and everything related to the supernatural, and asked if she wanted to be part of his peerage, to which Mei replied yes, thus making her his pawn. A week later, we see Naruto in front of the gates of Kiri. Naruto, alright, I can't wait any longer. I hope the wielder of Isobu gives me a good fight. Naruto-kun, remember you have to get Isobu out of that filthy Mizukage, Eriko said, speaking to Naruto with disgust. Okay, Eriko-chan, tell them to come in with me when I break down the door. Okay, Naruto-kun, Eriko said with a smile. She couldn't wait any longer to see her brothers and sisters. The reason they would attack the village directly was because it had eliminated key points of Yagura's military power, and he had locked himself inside the village with the country's daimyo. Naruto, forming hand seals and blending chakra and magic, placed his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu. I summon you, come here, my familiar. A great wave of wind was created, and as it dissipated, a black dragon appeared. It had gems along its body, which emitted a silver glow, and the dragon was of a large size, visible from afar. Naruto-sama, it's been a long time, the dragon said, giving a small bow. Apophis, Naruto said with a half-smile. Naruto-sama, thank you again for reviving me, Apophis said, bowing once more. Don't worry, as long as you are loyal, you will always live, Naruto said, giving him a sincere smile. Besides, I have something silver that requires you, but that will be soon. Naruto had a malicious smile. Apophis now wore a macabre grin. Well, Naruto-sama, what do you want me to destroy? Naruto climbed onto Apophis's head and told him to destroy the gates of Kiri. Gruaw. It was Apophis's roar that created a great blizzard of wind that destroyed the gates of Kiri, sending everything in its path flying. Naruto signaled for the rebellion to enter. Everyone. In, damn it. Everyone had a sweat drop, but they started to advance. That son of a bitch is so much fun. Many were running behind Kuroka and Makoto, who were the fastest in the group, while Grayfia went with Maou, Rossweisse, and Eriko on the other side. Kakashi and Kurenai, along with their students, were going to evacuate the villagers. Meanwhile, Naruto was with Apophis, destroying the streets of Kiri and all the shinobi who stood in his way. Two of the hidden mist swordsmen, wielding the Kabutowari and the Nuibari, positioned themselves between them, but Naruto said, "Look, damn it." After Naruto said that, Apophis unleashed a blast of black fire that nearly incinerated the swordsmen who jumped to avoid the flames. But Naruto was already there with a clone in front of them, and he decapitated them, taking their swords and sealing them. Naruto told Apophis to take flight and start launching fireballs everywhere. While later, Naruto spotted Yagura. Yagura was seething with rage. "Damn Konoha, you'll see what I'll do," he said, expelling red chakra from his body. Well, so much evil in such a small body, Naruto would say brazenly. "I'll kill you," Yagura would say, launching himself at Naruto, who would dismount from Apophis and begin attacking some ninjas who were attacking him. Naruto and Yagura clashed fists, leaving a shockwave from the impact. Naruto landed a punch to Yagura's face, which made Yagura try to punch Naruto, but Naruto nimbly dodged, leaping back. "How slow, ha ha ha," Naruto would say brazenly, which made Yagura unleash two chakra tails and attack with even greater speed. Naruto deflected his blows and countered with quick and precise strikes. Yagura stumbled back a bit, and Naruto took advantage of that, delivering a cross kick aimed at his neck, but it climbed higher, striking the back of his head and sending him rolling on the ground. "Ha ha ha, is that all you've got?" Naruto said arrogantly. Yagura was enveloped in chakra again and now unleashed three chakra tails. With incredible speed, Yagura was in front of Naruto, who was slightly surprised by the speed, but managed to dodge a punch from Yagura, then a knee to the stomach, before their fists collided, creating a shockwave. Throughout the fight, Naruto maintained that arrogant and superior smile, which only infuriated Yagura further. But suddenly, Naruto stopped attacking Yagura, letting him attack, but always dodging his attacks. "Damn it, you're underestimating me," Yagura said angrily. Naruto. "Yeah, dude, can't you see? Damn it, fight or die," Yagura said, running towards Naruto. Naruto. "Fine, if you want it and you ask for it." Naruto appeared in front of Yagura and punched him in the face, sending him rolling on the ground again. Naruto ran at great speed, picked up the rolling Yagura, and lifted him up in a bomb style. He slammed him into the ground Batista style, creating a crater with the impact. To finish him off, he lifted him into the air, teleported, and punched him in the head, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a large crater. Yagura was getting up after Naruto's attack when he suddenly started laughing like a lunatic. "Ha ha 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 ha, yes, when I kill you I'll have the bitches you came to my village with, I'll rape them all, does that bother you?" Upon hearing that, Naruto expelled a black aura that terrified the enemy ninjas and even Yagura. Apophis, who was incinerating Mizukage ninjas, turned his gaze to where Naruto was and said, "Oh." After saying that, Naruto was in front of Yagura in a second, slamming his fist into the Mizukage's stomach, sending him crashing into the Mizukage tower. Walk. Yagura spat out a pool of blood from Naruto's blow. Naruto was at his side in a second and delivered a knee strike to Yagura's back, breaking it and sending him crashing into an apartment building. Yagura emerged again, his Biju's chakra emanating, clutching his stomach from the impact. "Don't let your guard down," Naruto whispered before grabbing Yagura's leg and slamming him from side to side. After Naruto had completely destroyed Yagura, Hulk style, Naruto simply said to Yagura, "Weakling." Yagura would become so enraged that he would unleash the full force of his Sambi, transforming into it. Apophis returned to Naruto, and Naruto climbed onto its head, thus beginning their duel. The Sambi let out a great roar that terrified everyone in the village, even Yagura's followers, but they all saw Naruto riding a dragon that resembled a snake, yet seemed to keep pace with Yagura in his transformed state. Apophis, in a swift movement, coiled his body around the Sambi, biting its neck and injecting his venom. Naruto leapt high, creating a rain of lightning that struck the Sambi's head, stunning the giant turtle. Apophis appeared behind the Sambi and struck it with a powerful blow from its tail, sending the Sambi crashing into the Mozukage Tower and completely destroying it. Grua! Roared the Sambi as it got back up. Apophis, you attack head on. I have to use a jutsu that will end this battle, Naruto said seriously. Apophis disappeared underground, destroying the ground beneath him. Naruto leapt forward, seeing that the Sambi was distracted by Apophis. He clasped his hands together and began to concentrate as he slowly descended. Apophis appeared in front of the Sambi and rammed his head into its chest, forcing it back slightly. The Sambi was about to create a tailed beast ball, but Apophis struck the Sambi's chin with his tail, sending the tailed beast ball soaring into the sky. Naruto suddenly appeared and stood on the Sambi's forehead. His right arm was surrounded by a violet light, and his eyes were now ringed. Naruto placed his palm on the Sambi's forehead, piercing through it and leaving it in a trance, but without pain, it would remain paralyzed. Naruto's entire arm was inside the three tails, and he was performing several hand seals. When Naruto pulled his arm out of the three tails' forehead, he found Yagura entrance. Naruto threw him to the ground, and with a hand seal, he encased the three tails in a light blue sphere. We've won the war, were the sounds heard throughout Kurigakure upon seeing the dead Mizukage. Everyone stared at Naruto with awe and respect, while those who followed Yagura began to surrender. Long live Naruto, Sama! Some shouted here and there, as Naruto rejoined his team. So, girls, did you have fun? Naruto asked with a smile. Yes, Naruto, NYA, and that deserves a celebration, don't you think? The Nekomata said, with a hint of lust in her voice. Naruto just smiled at her, and they left. 2 weeks later. In Kiri, in a room. Naruto was surrounded by his women, reflecting on the events of the past 2 weeks. A new Mizukage had been chosen, and Mei was initially selected, but she didn't want the position. So, I was chosen instead, as he was deemed more qualified. During those 2 weeks, everything was resolved, and they could return to Konoha. Naruto entrusted the three tails sphere to Eriko, as she would be responsible for its safekeeping. In Konoha. Teams 7, 8, and 0 were in the Hokage's office, along with Makoto. The atmosphere in the office was somewhat tense. After all, Makoto was there, watching as Fugaku berated her for leaving home, and more importantly, for divorcing him under the old law of the second Hokage, which stipulated that if one party wanted a divorce without the other's consent, the divorcing party could not obtain anything from the clan or affiliation of the other. How could you leave the Uchiha clan? And who do you think you are to divorce me? You're my wife, and you have to go back home. So, we're leaving. Fugaku was about to take Makoto's arm, but she kneed him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Sasuke was surprised and went to see his father, and once again saw that cold look in Makoto's eyes. Why? Fugaku stammered, but Makoto just closed her eyes and said. Fugaku-san, and Sasuke-san, and your clan of traitors, you can shove your ideals where the sun don't shine. When Makoto said that, everyone was surprised, especially Fugaku, Sasuke, Minato, and Kushina, who didn't know this side of Makoto. Naruto, alright, before they kill the big emo, let's continue with the report. When Sasuke heard that, he got so angry that he was going to attack Naruto, but Satsuki stopped him. Don't bother my Naruto, or I'll kill you, Satsuki said, her three tomo swirling furiously. Sasuke stepped back, a little scared, because his sister had 3 tomo, while he only had 1. Makoto. The mission was a success, Hokage, Sama, Makoto said coldly, which surprised Kushina and Minato. Minato, alright, Grayfia and Kakashi, submit your reports. Grayfia began to recount what had happened in Kiri, leaving nothing out. Minato and Kushina were shocked. Fugaku, what the hell is wrong with you? Your husband is talking to you. Fugaku was about to grab Makoto by the shoulders, but her eyes were closed. Fugaku was now being squeezed by a skeletal hand, emerging from Makoto, dark blue, darker than his father Susanoo. Everyone watched as Makoto opened her eyes, and they saw with astonishment and fear the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spinning furiously within them. Those eyes. Fugaku said fearfully, but he was held even tighter by the Susanoo's arm. Makoto, like I already told you, you and your shitty clan can go to hell. I'm not that fool who trusted you so much anymore. The only thing I thank you for is giving me my 2 daughters and opening my eyes, because now I know who I am, and honestly, I feel better now. I've returned to my glory as the strongest woman here, and no one is going to mess with me anymore. You and Sasuke can go to hell. You, because you didn't have the guts to tell your mother that your father was cheating on her with a whore. When Makoto said that, Fugaku, Sasuke, Minato, and Kushina were all shocked. Makoto, besides, I know how many other people knew all along, and they couldn't tell me either. Right, the Uchiha said rhetorically. When Makoto said that, Minato and Kushina were surprised and lowered their heads. Although, I don't care anymore. I don't care about any of you. My only purpose is my daughters and my new love. When Makoto said that, she looked at Naruto with love, which surprised everyone. Are you telling me that you're replacing me with that brat? Fugaku said angrily, with a pang in his chest. Makoto, he's not a brat at all. Besides, he's a real man who makes me feel like a woman and leaves me so exhausted after every night. And just so you know, I'm stronger than you, Makoto finished, causing her Susanoo to start growing even more. But Naruto hugged her from behind to calm her down. Fugaku, upon regaining his breath, attempted to attack Naruto, but Naruto only gave him a look, and Fugaku found himself on the floor, convulsing. Sasuke, you bastard, what did you do to my father? Sasuke ran to attack Naruto, but received a knee to the stomach. When he saw who it was, he was horrified to see his mother's Mangekyo Sharingan, and he wet himself when she gave him that demented smile. Naruto had his own demented smile with his Sharingan spinning furiously, just like Makoto's. Get lost, Makoto said grimly. This made Sasuke back away, fear in his eyes. This wasn't the mother he had known for so many years. Naruto, well, Hokage, if you'll excuse me, my women and I are going home. As Naruto was about to leave the office, he looked towards teammate and said. Are you coming, love? Naruto said, seeing Hanabi and Hinata who were together. Hinata blushed when she heard that because she thought he was talking to her, but Hanabi started walking towards Naruto. Yes, love, I wouldn't miss this night for anything, Hanabi said, licking her lips. The team was surprised again, firstly because Makoto had literally severed ties with the Uchiha clan and acknowledged that Naruto was her man now, and secondly because Satsuki and Hanabi were Naruto's girlfriends. Menma and Sasuke clenched their fists in frustration, swearing revenge against the devil. Meanwhile, Hinata and Narumi were slightly annoyed. Kakashi lightly clenched his fists, grateful for Naruto's good fortune, since the copy, Nin had his sights set on Grayfia, and Naruto knew it well. Every chance he got, he did everything he could to make Kakashi understand how unattainable she was to him, like that time when Kakashi saw Grayfia handing in a mission report, and Naruto squeezed her breasts and buttocks, implying that he would take her to bed right then and there. Kushina had tears in her eyes because Makoto had literally told her to get lost for not telling her about her husband's infidelity. With Naruto. When Naruto left the office with all his women, he saw Mei sitting and waiting. Naruto took her home, where all afternoon and night they all made love to their man, including Tsunade, who arrived home from work at the hospital, and Akame, who arrived home from missions. Months later, Naruto, along with Eriko, Kuroka, and Rossweisse, were entering the building where the Chunin exams would begin. During these months, Hinata and Narumi intensified their desire to have something with him, but he wouldn't grant them that privilege. In their free time, Naruto and his women continued training with the other girls so they would be at a high level when they returned to their world. They had also strengthened their bonds, growing increasingly fond of each other, or rather, the girls grew to love Naruto more and more, to the point of giving up everything for him, although they already did that all the time. Back to the good stuff. After Sasuke and Menma made fools of themselves against Rock Lee, a taijutsu expert, Naruto and the others entered with their teams, where everyone else taking the exam was gathered. Naruto looked at them expressionlessly until he spotted Ino. Hey Ino-chan, Naruto said with a smile. Nah, Naruto-kun, Ino replied, hugging the raven-haired boy. Naruto hugged her back, touching her rear and eliciting a small moan from her. Ino was his candidate to be his new pawn. In recent months, she had grown closer to him, and that's how things started, to the point where she asked to train with him because she was weak. And she trained with Naruto, achieving a low-level Chunin rank in those months. Her change was noticeable, because now her curves were developing nicely, and her clothes were the same as in Shippuden. After the hug, they talked for a while, until Naruto sensed some strange chakras. A redhead with a mark on his forehead that said, love, who seemed to be from Suna, a short-haired blonde with a serious expression, who had a stunning figure. Her ninja headband was from Kumo, but her chakra was strange, like that of a Jinchūriki, although she seemed to have acquired it recently. An unpleasant snake-like smell, and an equally unpleasant chakra. Naruto approached the serious, looking blonde, who just stared at him coldly. When they were face to face, Naruto looked into her eyes, and in a second they were in each other's minds. Samui's mindscape. Samui was suddenly in her mindscape, and she saw a figure forming, which was the boy who had been in front of her earlier. Who are you? The blonde asked seriously. Relax, I just came to talk to Matabi, Naruto said with a smile. Behind Samui, Matabi appeared, looking curiously at Naruto. You have my sister Kyūbi's scent. Do you have some connection to her? The two-tailed cat asked curiously. Yes, she's my wife. Besides, she's also the purple-haired girl who's with me, and her name is Eriko, by the way, Naruto said, surprising Matabi. Samui was also surprised because she knew all the Biju by their names, and learning that their empress was out sent a shiver down her spine because of how close she was. So, you freed my sister? Matabi asked, astonished. Naruto, yes, I released her so long ago, and she's one of my women, but I'm not here for that. I came because I wanted you to help your Jinchūriki reach the finals. In the finals, you would create a connection with the other Biju so they can control their Jinchūriki. At that moment, I'll release them and take them far away from Konoha. Naruto finished seriously, making Matabi astonished. Samui was also astonished, since that plan was ambitious, but she remembered what Naruto said and got a little scared. So you plan to kill me to get Matabi out of here? Samui said defensively. Naruto, no, I don't plan to kill you. Well, if it's in bed, yes. I'd kill any woman there, but for pleasure. Naruto said, making Samui blush furiously and open her mouth at what he said. That made Matabi cackle and grin like a cat at Samui's shocked face. Alright, kid, you have my support. And you, Samui, take advantage of the moment and screw this guy, Matabi said pervertedly. Samui was as red as a tomato, and before she could answer, they snapped back to reality. When she came to, she returned to her usual seriousness, and Naruto gave her a genuine smile. Naruto handed her a card with an address and told her she could visit him anytime. Samui just nodded and went to join her teammates, but a slight blush lingered on her cheek. Naruto. Alright, let's see what the exams have in store for us. Forest of Death. After the exams were over and many teams were eliminated, Naruto and his team were at the gates of the Forest of Death. Naruto was behind a tree, sucking on a woman's neck. Are you sure this will work? Enko Mitarashi asked, panting slightly as Naruto drained the cursed seal while sucking on her neck. Don't worry, this will work. Naruto gave her a hard hickey, which made Mitarashi moan. He drew in a malevolent chakra that destroyed it upon contact, but where there should have been a mark, there was now a hickey from Naruto. She felt quite good now. Ever since she learned that Naruto was a unique expert in seals, she begged him, even implored him, to help her. But since he was always busy, he told her that he would remove it for the Chunin exams without fail, and that she wouldn't have to pay him anything. I think this is the best hickey I've ever had, Enko said pervertedly. Naruto simply unbuckled his belt and lowered his pants. Upon seeing it, Enko's mouth fell open in amazement at the sight of the red-eyed boy's attack titan. Chapter 6. After Naruto and his women had been flying for about 40 minutes, they landed to catch their breath. Naruto was lost in thought about Samui, and what he saw in his memories made him wonder if the villages really should be destroyed. Thinking about it, Kiri would never interfere with him. After all, their current Mizukage, swore loyalty to him, and he hasn't failed to keep him informed about the other villages these past few months. You might wonder how a village barely recovering from a civil war could know about the other villages. The answer is that Naruto controlled some rogue ninja who infiltrated those villages, even becoming bodyguards for the Kage daimyo. Naruto wanted this information because, for the Chunin exams finals, he wanted to ensure that all the Kage from the major and minor shinobi villages would bring their Jinchūriki. His subordinates would then influence these Kage to fulfill his ambitious plan. But I've been thinking a lot lately, and thinking about it, my women have been so good and obedient to me that they deserve a gift. They never been able to take them on dates, but I feel like they want to have their first date, just the two of them. Since we're from different factions, we've never been able to go on dates, but I'll take each of them after this is over. I love these girls, which is surprising, considering I've never felt these feelings for anyone before, well, with a few exceptions. Anyway, I can thank those bastards Minato and Kushina for giving me a second chance at life and helping me find the feelings I should have had in my old life. Even though no one will ever change my thirst for blood, muahahahahahahahahaha, Naruto laughed like a lunatic. Naruto Approached Eriko, who was standing with her back to him drinking water, but suddenly he hugged her affectionately. Naruto-kun. Eriko said, blushing slightly. Naruto just looked into her blue eyes and planted a kiss on her lips, which took the Kyūbi by surprise, but she returned the kiss, which was very affectionate, making her enjoy every second of it. When they separated, Eriko's face was red, and she just buried her face in Naruto's chest. Naruto saw how Kuroka and Rossweisse were looking at him, also blushing, which made Naruto approach them and kiss them in the same way. Present time. 6 hours passed and it was almost night. Naruto and his team had encountered several other teams, none of whom could defeat Team Zero. They obtained the scrolls, as well as new information, which only made Naruto smile diabolically. Naruto and his team were watching from above a scene that piqued Naruto's curiosity. This was possible because they were seeing Teams 7 and 8 fighting a woman who emitted a disgusting snake-like odor. Naruto had already done some research and saw in the memories of some genin from Odo what Orochimaru was planning. Orochimaru didn't know it, but he had given Naruto the perfect opportunity to take all the tailed beasts with him. Satsuki and Hanabi, who sensed Naruto's presence, gave small smiles that slightly disconcerted Orochimaru, who had already shown his true face. Satsuki opened her eyes, revealing her 3-tomo Sharingan, while Hanabi activated her Crimson Byakugan. Satsuki, summoning her Kiba, went to attack Orochimaru, who also drew his Kusanagi, while Naruto just thought to himself, "Damn, that's disgusting." Satsuki and Orochimaru began to clash swords. Orochimaru was somewhat impressed by Satsuki's mature Sharingan. He had thought Sasuke was stronger than her, but the younger Uchiha was demonstrating more power, and he felt she was hiding more of it, which annoyed him. After all, he was a Sannin, and a genin was holding back against him. Behind Orochimaru, Hanabi appeared with raised crimson palms. When they struck Orochimaru, he was pushed towards Satsuki, who kneed him in the stomach. Then Hanabi finished him off with the Hyuga clan's signature jutsu, 8 trigrams 60, 4 palms. Orochimaru was sent crashing into some trees, while Satsuki and Hanabi formed hand seals. Fire release, fire and wind style, blazing flame ball. The fireball struck where Orochimaru was, leaving a 30-meter trail of destruction. Sasuke and Hinata, bruised from the battle, were astonished and gritted their teeth, seeing those they considered inferior demonstrate such power. Orochimaru slowly rose, blood trickling from his mouth, a chilling smile spreading across his face, making everyone pale except for Hanabi and Satsuki, who felt it was insignificant. This surprised the Sannin, who launched himself forward at great speed, engaging in a taijutsu battle. Blows flew back and forth, but both Lucifer's pawns dodged the attacks as best they could. Satsuki leapt back as the Kibas reappeared, firing beams at the Sannin, who smiled arrogantly. He then noticed he was being held by the legs by a clone of Narumi, who had been attacking. This prompted Hinata, Sasuke, and Menma to move closer to attack, but small snakes wrapped around them, immobilizing them. Naruto, from the air, simply laughed mockingly, seeing how useless they could be. When Satsuki's attack collided with Orochimaru, it left a small crater and a cloud of dust. Naruto, in mid-air, noticed Orochimaru moving beneath the ground. Orochimaru appeared beside Menma and Sasuke and bit them on the neck, leaving his cursed mark. The movement was so swift that none of them could see it. He would take advantage of the commotion to approach Satsuki, who was watching the Sannin from within the dust, but suddenly something or someone fell in front of Satsuki, making the Sannin stop. My first impression of you is that you stink. When the smoke dissipated, Naruto appeared with a mocking smile, accompanied by his women. Hey, so Naruto Lucifer, huh? You're very brave to come here, he. You have these women, I think I could use them to my advantage. While Orochimaru chattered, Naruto began to release a black aura, which started to drive away the wild animals that were passing by. Orochimaru began to feel a little curious, but suddenly, Naruto's aura flooded the entire forest. Orochimaru fell to the ground, just like everyone else, when he saw Naruto's sinister aura and gazed fearfully into Naruto's predatory eyes. The only ones not on the ground were Satsuki, Hanabi, and Naruto's female companions, as Naruto's aura only protected them. Orochimaru, now standing, saw that Naruto wasn't doing anything, but he felt that if Naruto moved, the entire forest would tremble. Orochimaru, who the hell are you? Naruto just gave a twisted smile. Orochimaru stepped back a little, but recovered. You've got guts, brat, Orochimaru said with a smile. I'm surprised you didn't faint. like they did when they sensed my power, Naruto said, seeing Sasuke, Kiba, Sai, Menma, Sakura, Hinata, and Narumi unconscious. Orochimaru went on guard, not about to underestimate Naruto, who continued to emanate that dark power. Ha 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 ha, Naruto laughed, amused. Alright, Orochimaru, I know your whole plan. I could stop you right now with a single attack, but… Orochimaru was astonished for a second, wondering how Lucifer had found out. But I won't stop you, as that will help my plans. So for now, we have a truce. But if you go near Satsuki or any of my women, the Shimigami's punishment will be nothing compared to what I'll do to you. And you know why? Naruto said, approaching a pale Orochimaru, who was sweating profusely. And you know why, Orochimaru? Because I am the king of hell. Upon seeing Naruto possessed, Orochimaru simply fell to the ground. Behind Naruto, he saw an abyss where there were only screams of agony and suffering. And you know something else, Orochimaru? Naruto said, now with a mocking smile. I am the one who will smash your face in. Orochimaru simply began to take small steps backward. You're a monster, you don't seem human. What right do you have to say that? Naruto said, looking bored at the Sannin. I sense you're very strong, even on par with Minato, but don't get cocky or you'll die, Orochimaru said, looking at the raven-haired boy curiously. After Orochimaru's comment, Naruto simply shook his head with a finger and raised it to the sky. I am the one who stands at the top of all races. Naruto smiled mockingly, and he also felt Kuroka and Eriko blush slightly, since they liked it when Naruto was mocking, cruel, or sadistic, even if he didn't launch an attack. With his words, he could make even the most experienced tremble. I won't go near anyone associated with you, but don't interfere with my plans, Orochimaru said as he sat up, thinking. I'm scared. And you, Orochimaru, don't get in my way. And I want you to know from now on that all the tailed beasts will be mine, and no one will stand in my way, Naruto said, surprising Orochimaru. All the tailed beasts? Orochimaru asked, surprised. Yes, was Naruto's only response. Orochimaru, slightly trembling, began to disappear using a Doden technique, but not before Naruto told him that after a certain incident, he would try to tell the Raikage about forming an alliance to destroy and attack Konoha. Orochimaru, a little curious, simply disappeared, thinking about what the red-eyed boy had said. Ha 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 ha, Naruto laughed, seeing the supposed Super Saiyan trembling from his power. Naruto and his companions watched as Sakura, Hinata, and Narumi awoke from their faint. Naruto looked at Hinata and couldn't help but smile devilishly. Naruto and his women approached the group, and with magic circles, they began to lift Sasuke and Menma into the air. By this time, the Namikaze Uzumaki family realized they were losing the Kyūbi's chakra. Naruto turned around and started walking, followed by his team, and Satsuki and Hanabi's. After a few seconds, Sakura, Narumi, and Hinata began walking, following Naruto and the two magic circles that floated behind him. An hour later, Naruto could be seen leaning against a tree, drinking water from a thermos. How refreshing, Naruto said as he finished drinking. Naruto-kun, you drank it all and didn't give me any, his women said, as they began to release a black aura. Hey, girls, you're scaring me. Naruto said, sweat trickling down his neck. Well, since you drank the water, now you have to give us another nice drink, Eriko said pervertedly. The first to make a move was Kuroka, who caught Naruto in a passionate and lustful kiss. Naruto had an anime-style sweat drop as a thought crossed his mind. I almost shit myself from the scare. After the kiss, and Kuroka's mouth being devoured by the devils, Narumi, Sakura, and Hinata could be seen blushing deeply at the sight of the kiss, but they blushed even more when they saw how everyone except them started kissing Naruto, in the same way, or even more passionately, than Kuroka. After a while, between kisses, Naruto felt multiple presences approaching. They all noticed and saw several teams arriving. On one side was Team 10, where Ino was, and on the other side was Team 9, led by Might Guy. But they were surprised to see Team 23, made up of Kumo, Karui, Omoi, and Samui, who blushed slightly when she saw Naruto. From Suna, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari could be seen. Temari, blushing slightly, saw Naruto because he had Rossweisse wrapped around his waist and was kissing her neck, which was making the Valkyrie blush even more. She wanted to maintain her composure, but she couldn't, until she let out a small kya when Naruto lightly bit her earlobe. Temari, Ino, And Samui blushed when they saw that. Soon as blonde friend could only think about how sexy Naruto looked and what he would be like in private. Samui had some similar thoughts, but she wanted to get closer to Naruto and get to know him better. Since she could feel something strange when she sensed his presence. Gaara's sand reacted strangely when Naruto looked at it, curiously. Naruto smiled kindly as he formed a tiger seal. Unbeknownst to Gaara, his seal was changing, and he suddenly felt a little tired and with something he didn't expect to feel, sleepiness. Gaara collapsed to the ground, unconscious. His siblings were surprised and worried when this happened. Karui was about to prepare to attack the Sand siblings, but her sword was cut in two when she drew it. Karui looked around, but only saw Naruto with one hand raised. Naruto said, "It's cowardly to attack when they're unprotected. Honestly, I don't like you." Naruto launched another attack, this time using his Diva Path, which sent Karui crashing into a tree. Omoi, enraged by what he had done, drew his sword and charged at Naruto. And Naruto ran towards him too. Many other teams appeared to ambush the teams present. Naruto, Team Zero attacks. Naruto's three fiancés smiled slyly and began to massacre the attacking ninjas. While Omoi slashed with his sword, Naruto, with his bare fists, landed several punches and kicks that forced the dark-haired swordsman back. Omoi was frustrated, as Naruto dodged his attacks effortlessly and always wore a mocking smile. Crack! That was the sound when Naruto punched Omoi in the ribs, breaking some of them and causing him to spit blood. Omoi was sent crashing into a cave, cracking it and leaving him unconscious. Naruto watched with curiosity as Samui approached at great speed with a sword. Naruto summoned his Void Blade and clashed blades with Samui. Naruto's Void Blade was a long, heavy sword in the Roman style of ancient Rome. Samui applied a lot of pressure. Naruto felt her strength and how she was holding back a little. But they had something in common, they were both very excited for their confrontation. Well, Samui-chan, are you fighting for your comrades, or to quench your thirst for battle? Naruto said, smiling mockingly. Samui didn't answer and began to unleash slashes, which Naruto nimbly dodged, but left openings for Samui to attack quickly, which she was doing. Naruto was doing it to see how she could penetrate his defense and test his strength. Naruto, using his sword, made an upward cut, which caused Samui's sword to break, and with the second cut, Naruto sent it flying, destroying Samui's sword, which nimbly recovered in the air. Samui, neither slow nor lazy, launched into a taijutsu battle, which Naruto nimbly avoided, but he was surprised by her speed. Naruto leapt back slightly and made his sword vanish. Naruto engaged in a taijutsu battle with Samui, who landed powerful blows and possessed the agility of a certain Nekomata, who watched the fight in awe, stars in her eyes, seeing how agile Samui was, like a cat. Naruto landed a punch on Samui's face, which caught her cheek, but his fist slipped off her skin as she turned her head slightly and nimbly delivered a knee strike to Naruto, sending him crashing into some trees. Throughout the fight, Temari had been amazed at how Naruto defended them without even knowing them. In Gaara's mind, a conversation was taking place. Now you can use my power without going crazy, kid. That seal was driving me crazy, and you too. Gaara simply nodded to Shukaku, now understanding everything. Returning to the battle. Naruto, after that blow, disappeared from his spot, reappearing next to Samui and squeezing her rear in a swift movement. Samui frowned, but she was very flushed. You're holding back a lot, Samui-chan. I sense you're very angry and upset, but you're not saying it because no one can hear you. Naruto appeared in front of her. The last thing Samui saw were blood-red orbs and 3 tomo. I couldn't see all your memories, but this time I'll delve into your entire life. In Samui's mind. I remember. Please don't go, Daddy. Mommy and I need you, were the sobs of little Samui, watching her father leave home with another woman. I remember. Mom, please don't leave me alone, Samui cried uncontrollably, watching her mother put on one last smile before dying from an illness. Why? Samui screamed in pain. I remember. Hey, idiots, leave her alone. Samui was now running with a kendo stick, hitting 3 bullies who were kicking a girl who looked about 13 years old. She had blonde hair and bruises on her face from the bullies, and tears were in her eyes. Nice to meet you, my name is Samui, the blonde girl said with a smile. Thank you for saving me, my name is Yugito. They shook hands, thus beginning a friendship. Why didn't you defend yourself against them? You're so strong, aren't you? Asked the ever-serious Samui. There's no point in defending myself, it would only make things worse, Yugito replied sadly. I remember. Yugito, who was now about 16 years old, looking at an 11-year-old Samui with a sweet smile as she walked with her younger sister. Different looks could be seen: hatred, repulsion, disgust, etc., etc. I remember. Cough, cough, cough. Take good care of yourself, Samui-chan. I'm sorry to drag you into this, but despite you, my suffering ends here. But I'm sorry to leave you alone. They planned to seal the two tails in someone else, but I've left Matabi with you, the one I trust most. She'll take care of you for me. Yugito's eyes would lose their light, while Samui, a little serious, would finish closing Yugito's eyes so she could rest in peace. You too, Yugito, huh? I couldn't protect you. Damn village, damn Raikage, damn Killer Bee, damn everyone in this village. Why am I so weak? Samui would start to shed tears as her last ounce of innocence disappeared. Memories and more memories. Naruto was watching it all, along with Matabi, who would get a little sad remembering her friend Yugito. Then, Yugito committed suicide because the Raikage wanted to marry her off to his filthy brother, Killer Bee, and now they think of marrying Samui off to that rat. Naruto's expression turned cold as he remembered the times Killer Bee tried to abuse Yugito, but Samui would come and save her older sister, only to be disappointed when Raikage ignored her promises. The only reason no one has laid a finger on her is because she's become strong, Matabi would say seriously. Naruto, I think you deserve to be free, Samui. Naruto saw a naked Samui in his mindscape, sitting on the ground, her hair covering her face. Naruto approached Samui, and in a swift movement, he was hugging her. Samui slowly came out of her trance and took in the situation. Naruto-kun, he's hugging me, Samui thought, blushing deeply. Naruto-kun, Samui said, causing Naruto to release her. Naruto didn't look at Samui's body, he only looked into her eyes, a clear blue. Don't hold back, let it all out. I'll take care of you from now on. What are you talking about? The blonde asked curiously, confused. Naruto just looked at her kindly. It's not your fault. What are you talking about, Naruto-san? Samui asked, not knowing why he was saying that. It's not your fault. The raven-haired boy spoke again, causing Samui to see Matabi staring in another direction, a vivid image of his former Jinchūriki. It's not your fault. Naruto touched Samui's cheek, making her eyes well up with tears. Naruto hugged Samui again, and she began to shed tears. Something inside her began to break, causing her to tighten her embrace. Outside the mental space, Naruto carried Samui in his arms, bridal style. Everyone stopped fighting, sensing Naruto's murderous instinct. Naruto, still holding Samui in his arms, had a somber expression. He left the blonde girl in the hidden cloud village to rest, with the women watching over her. Naruto looked coldly at Omoi and Karui, who were getting up, limping. Naruto, so, Omoi, you betrayed Yugito and turned your back on her. You were one of those who bullied and mocked her in her childhood for being a Jinchūriki. You're an informant for the Raikage, and you even tried to assault Samui, along with that whore Karui, who was holding her down. But thankfully, the two tails took control of Samui's body, and she beat you both senseless. Naruto's gaze was so cold, you could feel hell itself staring at you. Omoi and Karui drew their swords, but both shivered at Naruto's cold gaze. Shikamaru, this is going to get ugly. Choji, I agree, buddy. Naruto saw Omoi, and when Omoi blinked, his katana was buried in his throat. He couldn't do or say anything as he bled out. Omoi, Karui screamed, but she was silenced when Naruto kicked her in the chest, sending her crashing through 20 trees. Karui weakly got to her feet, but she saw black boots, and when she looked up, she met Naruto's demented grin. You, who out of envy mistreated Yugito, and out of the same envy tried to kill Samui, you will die here out of the same envy. Hinata, Sakura, and Narumi covered their mouths to avoid vomiting as they watched Naruto literally tear Karui apart. He dismembered her with his immense strength, and with a single stomp, he crushed half of her head. Karui's screams were a living horror for Sakura, Hinata, and Narumi, who couldn't bear it and stopped watching. When Naruto left Karui and Omoi's bodies, he approached a terrified Temari and Kankuro. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, but I'll do other things to you, Blondie, Naruto finished sensually, making Temari blush and feel hot. Naruto whispered to them that he knew everything and wouldn't do anything, just wait for Gaara to explain. Naruto also told them that he changed Gaara's seal because it was rubbish and now the seal was the best he would ever have, even if it was only for a short time, he thought the last part. Naruto walked away from them, leaving Temari and Kankuro to carry a sleeping Gaara away. When Naruto approached, he saw Sasuke and Menma getting up behind his women, their cursed seals active. The place was filled with an unpleasant feeling, and all of Naruto's women, who, being demons, had an enhanced sense of smell, simply moved away, covering their noses. Sasuke-kun, you're finally awake, Sakura said, approaching Sasuke, but she was sent rolling by a punch from Sasuke. I don't want weak women. Now I can have those whores, Sasuke said arrogantly, looking at Naruto's women, who didn't even flinch. Menma, you stupid little brother, this time I'll take everything you have, starting with all your whores. That Grayfia girl will be my semen bag. Naruto, who heard that, had his eyes covered by his hair. In a second, Naruto flooded the entire place with a black aura, while his eyes took on a redder hue than usual. In a swift movement, Sasuke appeared in front of Naruto, a kunai in his left hand, while Menma appeared behind Naruto with a violet Rasengan. A massive explosion was all that could be seen in the entire forest. Now, Sasuke was buried headfirst in the ground, while Menma was vomiting blood. What happened? Everyone wondered, except for Naruto's friends, but Rossweisse answered. Naruto-kun, before the impact, stopped both attacks, and in less than a millisecond, landed a punch to Menma's stomach. Sasuke then kicked him in the head, burying him headfirst. Hey, that bastard hurt Sasuke-kun, Sakura said, but Ino silenced her with a slap, leaving her cheek red. You're a complete disappointment, Sakura. You don't even deserve to set foot on the ground a ninja walks on. You're such a pathetic, stupid fangirl, Ino said seriously. Sakura rubbed her bruised side and was about to protest, but they saw Naruto have Sasuke by the neck. With Naruto. You. Still too weak. Sasuke tried to pull out a kunai, but Naruto punched him, making him vomit blood and knocking him unconscious, causing the cursed seal to disappear. Menma was still lying on the ground, now looking at Naruto with fear. You only make me feel sorry for you, Menma. You're weak, Naruto said arrogantly, making Menma angry. Menma used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, which Naruto copied with his Sharingan. Naruto would use the same jutsu, outnumbering Menma and giving him a beating. To tell you the truth, Menma, he'd say, this clone technique is a bit boring. I think it only has one excellent function. Naruto looked at his women, who had clearly understood the message, licking their lips, making Ino and Hinata, who were already very aroused, even more excited. Naruto then grabbed Menma by the neck, forcing him to look at a devastated Karui. I met that girl today, and well, I didn't like her much. She's a piece of shit, just like you, and I wouldn't mind leaving you the same way she did. Naruto looked at him sadistically, which made Menma look at him with fear. Naruto was about to hit Menma, but someone hit him on the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. Narumi. Why did you try to kill Menma? Naruto looked bored at Narumi and walked away. Team 10 left, but not before Naruto winked at Ino, which made Sai jealous. Naruto took Samui in his arms, and she snuggled against his chest. They started walking towards a lake where they would pitch a tent to sleep, since night had fallen. A snake that had witnessed everything disappeared to inform its leader. Some time later, we see Naruto eating a piece of cooked fish. His women were resting in their tent, protected by magic circles, while Sasuke and Menma were sleeping in another tent. Hinata stood in front of Naruto, not saying a word. Naruto already knew what this girl wanted. Naruto-kun, can we talk? Hinata asked shyly. No, thank you, was Naruto's only reply. Please, please, Hinata pleaded, making Naruto roll his eyes in annoyance. What do you want? Naruto asked, stopping eating his fish. Well, I was wondering if you. Ha ha ha, you want something with me, ha ha ha, it's so obvious, but tell me, if by chance I said yes, what would happen to Menma? Hinata just frowned. I don't like Menma like I used to. He's never taken me, and I feel like he won't for a long time, was the lavender-eyed girl's reply. Naruto just laughed harder. Wait, are you telling me Menma has never fucked you? Naruto asked mockingly, making Hinata blush. Ha 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 ha, fine, let's do this. I can't forgive you, but I can't deny that you're beautiful. If you want, you can be my semen receptacle, you'll be my sex slave. You could be with someone else, but you'll never forget who your master is. When Naruto said that, Hinata's eyes widened, and she was going to refuse, but she remembered Mei and Kuroka's conversation, where the Nekomata was telling her how Naruto had rough sex with her. Hinata thought about it for a long time, for 10 minutes, until she answered. Fine, as long as you leave me satisfied, Naruto said with a macabre smile, and snapped his fingers, causing him and Hinata to appear in a double bed, a few kilometers from where they had been. Now, this is sudden, Hinata said, blushing. Naruto gave a macabre smile that made Hinata's blood run cold for a moment, and she saw him summon a magic circle from which a sleeping Menma appeared, but with seals all over his body that prevented him from moving or speaking. Hinata was surprised to see Menma, and only now did she understand what Naruto was going to do, which made her think about how cruel Naruto could be, but she was also very excited by how sadistic and daring he was. Naruto made Menma's body stand up, immobile. Hee hee hee. Naruto licked his lips. Let's begin, Hyuga little whore. Menma was waking up with a headache, thinking about what had happened in the battle against Naruto. Menma began to open his eyes, finding himself standing under a tree. This was quite strange, but even stranger was that he couldn't move. He tried to shout for help, but couldn't. He looked around, but noticed movement a few meters in front of him. About 15 meters away was a double bed. There, Hinata was half naked. Menma, naively, thought she was waiting for him, but he saw that in front of Hinata was Naruto without his pants, his member exposed. Its length extended beyond Hinata's head, and she watched in astonishment as Naruto's junior member pierced her head like a blade. Menma, watching everything in amazement, did his best to move, thinking that Naruto was about to assault Hinata, but he couldn't move. This desperate attempt to call Hinata was unsuccessful, it seemed he wasn't there. Alright, let's start the show. Open your mouth wide, Hinata-chan. Upon hearing the affectionate nickname, Hinata blushed and did as ordered. Naruto chuckled inwardly at how naive the Hyuga girl was. Lemon time. Naruto opened Hinata's mouth wider than she could manage, thrusting his member into her mouth, leaving her mesmerized by its bitter taste. Naruto began to move his hips, penetrating deeper into Hinata's throat, which slowly swallowed his entire member. Naruto let her take over and simply sat there, enjoying how Hinata began to eagerly suck his member. Naruto grabbed Hinata by the nape of her neck and began to thrust deeper and deeper into her throat until, with a groan, he released his first load. Naruto filled Hinata's throat completely, and she swallowed it all without letting a drop escape. When Naruto withdrew his erect member from Hinata's mouth, he grabbed her and ripped off her shorts. Naruto was very pleased because Hinata had the same breasts as Hanabi, only hers had pinker, harder nipples. Naruto stimulated Hinata's nipples with his tongue, and she began to moan like crazy, which made a certain Namikaze grind his teeth while crying silently. While sucking Hinata's nipples, Naruto also touched her intimately, which made her squirt a lot of her juices. Naruto inserted a finger into Hinata's intimate area, making her arch her back and squirt even more onto the bed. Naruto continued sucking on Hinata's breasts until she came on his fingers. Well, you're a bad girl. I must punish you, Naruto said as he licked his fingers of Hinata's juices, which made her blush deeply. Naruto opened her legs and, without warning, slowly began to insert his member into Hinata, who began to grip the sheets and moan louder. Menma, who was still watching everything, had tears in his eyes and was ashamed of himself because even his own arm wasn't as long as Naruto's member. Naruto reached Hinata's hymen and broke it, causing blood to spurt out, but he continued until he reached the entrance to the Hyuga's uterus. Hinata arched her back in excitement, the pain turned into satisfaction, and the nascent pleasure made her start to drool. Naruto began thrusting hard, which made Hinata moan his name for a full hour, during which she came about 4 times. By now, she was used to Naruto's size. Naruto now had her in the doggy position, where Menma could clearly see Naruto going in and out of Hinata's pussy. He saw how her face was lost in pleasure. Naruto gave him a mocking look, which made Menma grind his teeth. Now Hinata was sucking Naruto's cock while massaging his balls. Hinata began to masturbate Naruto with her breasts, making him very aroused by the softness of her breasts. Naruto would again insert his member into Hinata's pussy, this time reaching her uterus with each thrust, making Hinata moan louder and beg for more and more. Naruto-kun, I want to fuck you, treat me like your whore, but always give me this delicious feeling. Fuck Menma, you're the best. Ah Naruto-kun, you got harder, moaned the Hyuga with her tongue out. Naruto began to thrust harder into Hinata's pussy, until with one last thrust, he filled Hinata's pussy completely. Menma continued crying, watching as his girlfriend accepted that Naruto was indeed more of a man than him, and that she was his whore. Naruto now had his thumb caressing Hinata's other hole. Oh, hey Naru, wait a little bit, Hinata's eyes widened as Naruto inserted the tip of his member into her anus. It's too big, it won't fit, Hinata managed to say, panting heavily from the pain, but when Naruto thrust into her, she felt immense pleasure. Ah, Naruto-kun, Hinata moaned as Naruto entered her other hole. Ah yes, give me more, Hinata moaned wildly as Naruto pushed his member inside her, the sound of their bodies colliding echoing throughout the room. Menma's eyes widened as he watched Naruto enter Hinata's anal hole. Naruto was spanking Hinata's ass, which bounced with a lovely sound, a beautiful sight. Naruto left Hinata's ass all red, with the marks of his hands on it. Hinata moaned, telling him to hit her harder, which Naruto did. Naruto grabbed her hair, making her arch her back slightly and lift herself up a little, which made Naruto start pinching Hinata's nipples, who was still lost in pleasure. Naruto, smiling maliciously, disappeared with Hinata, reappearing a few meters from Menma, who now saw everything perfectly. Hinata, who was still moving her hips, didn't realize that they were now standing. Hinata, confirm that you are only my whore, and I am the only one who can give you this pleasure. Naruto-kun, he's my master, the only one who. Ah, yes, yes, give me more. The only one who gives me this pleasure. This whore only wants Naruto-kun's penis. Naruto began thrusting harder, making Hinata's breasts bounce, while Menma, who heard everything, just shed tears and clearly saw how Hinata's ass was being pounded by Naruto, who seemed like a beast when he was fucking her. Naruto pulled his member out of her anus and put it in Hinata's vagina, who stuck out her tongue in pleasure. Naruto lifted Hinata in his arms, letting Menma appreciate how his girlfriend's cunt was being fucked. With one last thrust, Naruto would let out all his semen in Hinata, who would also come. Ah, yes, yes, this is the best, Naruto-sama, Hinata continued, lost in pleasure. End of Lemon. After hours and hours of torture for Hinata and Menma, the raven-haired boy grabbed Hinata by the neck, pressing her against a tree. Remember, in public, pretend you're not mine, Naruto whispered in Hinata's ear, making her nod, blushing, still lost in the pleasure of hours past. Naruto would make Menma disappear, causing him to faint, making him believe he was having a nightmare about what happened. Naruto took a bath and went to his tent. When he arrived, he lay down next to Samui, who hadn't woken up yet. But at 4 a.m., Samui woke up, finding Naruto with one eye open. So you're awake, huh? Naruto said with a smile, which made Samui blush and slowly approach him. Their lips brushed against each other, ending in a warm kiss. Samui hugged Naruto affectionately and began kissing him more intensely. But she broke the kiss, leaving a trail of saliva. Naruto-kun, stay with me, Samui began to cry, but Naruto just placed his hand on her cheek. Everything will be alright, Samui, trust me. Naruto smiled sincerely, which made Samui snuggle closer to him. The next day, when everyone woke up, they went their separate ways. Naruto and his team left, leaving Satsuki and Hanabi with their teams. Honestly, those teams were pathetic. Naruto sent Samui home to train in secret and conceal her identity under a spell cast by Grayfia. This would alarm the Raikage at the prospect of losing a shinobi, and he would summon his most loyal soldier, his brother Killer Bee. They arrived at the forest tower and opened the scrolls, where Grayfia appeared. You could have finished this the first hour you started. Why did it take so long? Grayfia said, a little angry. Naruto, what's up, Grayfia-chan? Did you miss me in bed? Naruto had a playful smile, as did Eriko and Kuroka. Grayfia just blushed and took Naruto by the hand and led him to a room, followed by Kuroka, Eriko, and Rossweisse. Several days later, all the teams had arrived and were gathered together, listening to the Hokage announce that there would be preliminaries, and if anyone wanted to withdraw from the exam, they should do so now. Kabuto was the only one who raised his hand, which made Naruto smile since it was very obvious that the Yakushi would withdraw from the test. And so the Chunin exams began. Everyone waited for their turn, watching the others who were about to participate. Kiba glared at Naruto, hatred in his eyes. After all, in the Forest of Death, he'd made him wet himself with fear, and not only that, he'd also made him look like a scared kitten. But today he would get his revenge for all the humiliations. Hayate Giko began calling the participants. There were some entertaining fights, but something that made Naruto and everyone else pale was when Kuroka was called. And guess who she fought? Guess. Kuroka went down and fought against Kiba, where she literally broke all of the Inuzuka's bones, and yet, she only used taijutsu and her enormous strength. Naruto just thought to himself, I am scared. When Kuroka went up to the stands, everyone backed away, except for her group. Everyone saw Kiba all bruised, with blood coming out of his mouth and nose. Kuroka huddled against Naruto's chest, who just sighed. Damn, I almost shit myself from the scare. Let them come, cough cough, Menma Namikaze cough cough, and Naruto Lucifer, Hayate Giko said. Let the fighting begin. Naruto didn't expect her to participate so quickly. Naruto just gave a superior smile and appeared in the arena. On the other hand, Menma smiled arrogantly, because this time, according to him, he would put Naruto in his place. Alright, begin, Hayate said, jumping away from the fight. Naruto and Menma stared at each other. Menma started running towards Naruto, who could only watch as Menma ran towards him. Menma reached Naruto and began throwing punches, which Naruto skillfully dodged. Menma was getting angry because Naruto had his hands in his pockets while avoiding his attacks. Don't underestimate me, Menma said, creating several shadow clones that attacked Naruto. Naruto simply jumped and delivered a spinning kick, hitting the clones in the face and sending Menma rolling on the ground. He got up in a few seconds. Naruto took his hands out of his pockets. Now Naruto was running at full speed towards Menma, who could only see a cloud of dust moving. In a second, Naruto landed a punch squarely on Menma's face, followed by another to his stomach. Naruto grabbed Menma by the head and slammed him against his knee, breaking Menma's nose. Now staggering, Menma clutched his broken nose as blood began to gush from it. In a split second, Naruto delivered a powerful kick that slammed Menma into the wall, shattering it and breaking several of Menma's ribs. Menma began to release the cursed seal, causing his parents to wonder how this happened. How is this possible? Ha 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 ha, with this power I will be invincible. Naruto just smiled maliciously, sending a small chill down Menma's spine. In a split second, Naruto was in front of Menma. Naruto grabbed Menma by the head and slammed him against the wall. He reappeared and slammed his knee into Menma's stomach, causing him to cough up blood and gasp for air. Naruto grabbed Menma by the hair and began dragging him across the arena, disfiguring his face. Many who watched the fight were horrified by Naruto's brutality. Menma had fainted when Naruto started dragging him along the ground, which prompted Minato to appear and stop Naruto. But when Minato touched Naruto, Naruto elbowed him in the stomach, followed by a punch to the face, and finished with a kick to the stomach that sent him stumbling back several steps as a trickle of blood spurted from his lips. Naruto, didn't anyone tell you to mind your own business? If you try to stop me again, I'll kill you. Minato simply took Menma to the infirmary, and also took Jiraiya to have the cursed seal checked. The winner is Naruto Lucifer, Hayate said, coughing slightly. There was applause, because now they had such a beast in their village, and according to them, he would protect them. The following fights were Narumi vs. Eriko, nothing out of the ordinary. Eriko recovered all the chakra that had been stolen from her, and in the process, gave the Uzumaki a beating. Rossweisse vs. Hinata, the fight was somewhat entertaining, but Rossweisse was just toying with Hinata until she froze her from head to toe, leaving her immobile. Hanabi vs. Neji, Hanabi beat Neji so badly that he couldn't land a single blow. Tamari vs. Tenten, just like in the canon. Kankuro vs. Kumo Ninja, Kankuro wins. Choji vs. Kumo Ninja, Choji wins. Shikamaru vs. Oto Ninja, Shikamaru wins. Sasuke vs. Satsuki, Satsuki wins by a landslide, not to mention that even with the cursed seal, Sasuke couldn't beat his sister Satsuki, who humiliated him completely. Ino vs. Sakura, Ino wins by knocking out Sakura. But the fight that caught Naruto's attention the most was when Gaara and Rock Lee collided. The fight was just like in the canon, except that Gaara held back until he knocked Rock Lee unconscious. Thus the preliminaries ended, but Naruto knew that the council would interfere to ensure Sasuke and Menma were in the final. Now Naruto knew that the Raikage would try to destroy Konoha along with Orochimaru, since Naruto, being a Konoha shinobi, had killed Kumo shinobi. Therefore, the Raikage would retaliate, even though he shouldn't, as that was allowed during the Chunin exams. 2 days later. Naruto can be seen in front of a cave where the Akatsuki members, those who also wanted the tailed beasts, were supposedly located. Naruto remembered how yesterday he went to Taki's for the Seven Tails Jinchūriki. Flashback. Naruto, hooded, went to Taki's, knocking down the entrance, and fought playfully with shinobi until he reached the Seven Tails Jinchūriki. He took her away, since he learned that Taki wouldn't be participating in the Chunin exams, so he had to find her. She was dark-skinned, with orange eyes and short, greenish hair. Naruto knocked her unconscious and took her to his house. After she woke up, Naruto explained everything to her and that she was now free, which made her cry, thanking Naruto. End of flashback. Naruto, alright, it's time to finish off these guys who want to steal my tailed beasts. Naruto had a malicious smile. Chapter 7. Previously. Alright, it's time to take these guys down. Let the damn fight begin. Present day. Boom. It was the sound of the explosion when Naruto punched down the door of the Akatsuki cave. Minutes earlier. Leader Sama, from what I've discovered, it's said that some of the Jinchūriki will be gathered for the Chunin exams finals, so we should attack at that moment, said a young blonde man named Deidara, who was speaking to an orange-haired man with ringed eyes, who was like a specter in the conversation. Pain, well, thanks for the information. You, Deidara, Sasori, Hidan, Kakuzu, Kisame, Tobi, and Konan. You will attack Konoha and bring me the Jinchūriki present during the exams. Yes, Leader Sama, they all said in unison. Good. There's something else, but Pain was interrupted by an explosion at the cave entrance. When the smoke cleared, Naruto could be seen standing with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. Who are you? The Pain hologram asked. Naruto, me, of course. The one who's going to smash your face in. Pain didn't even flinch, and in a second Naruto was surrounded by explosive clay from Deidara. Boom. Ha ha ha, well, with that problem solved, let's continue the meeting, Leader Sama, Deidara said arrogantly. Ha ha ha, so Bakudo, explosive element, very interesting. When the smoke cleared, you could see Naruto with burns, but they were healing rapidly, as was his clothing, without him showing any sign of pain. Now. That's gangster stuff. The healing made Hidan and Kakuzu a little surprised, since they were the immortal duo. Well, Akatsuki, perhaps you don't know me. My name is Naruto Lucifer, and you know what? This astonished the Akatsuki, and even more so Pain, who had already heard about this individual but hadn't paid any attention. Naruto. I am the king of hell. Suddenly, a murderous instinct and a bloodlust worse than Madara Uchiha's at his peak filled the air. Naruto, so, a Rinnegan user, huh? Pain was surprised, since he thought that no one besides the Akatsuki knew about them. Pain, how do you know my bloodline? Pain asked, or rather, ordered. Bloodline, ha ha ha, you call it bloodline. It's obvious from a mile away that your eyes are implanted. I'd say you've had those eyes since you were 3 years old. And you know something curious? Those eyes belong to my father-in-law. When Naruto finished speaking, all the Akatsuki members were in shock, but especially Pain and Konan, who had known each other since childhood. But one of the most astonished was the masked Tobi, since, as a disciple of Madara, he knew almost everything about him. You're lying. Madara never had children, Tobi said in his own voice. This astonished everyone even more and sowed doubt throughout the cave. Naruto, hey, Tobi, or should I say, Uchiha Obito, you seem to have already blamed yourself by talking about Madara, haven't you? Everyone was surprised, but especially Pain, who didn't know that detail. Konan, I always suspected this guy, but this confirms several things, were Konan's thoughts. Pain knew more or less what his friend was thinking, but he still wouldn't back down. Naruto, alright, let's stop the chit-chat. Naruto began to unleash his aura, creating a mini earthquake throughout the cave. That power is terrifying, Pain thought in amazement. I won't let you ruin my plan, Obito said, appearing behind Naruto with a raised fist, but Naruto skillfully dodged and threw a punch, but his arm pierced Obito. Well, so you have Kamui, huh? Naruto smirked, which confused Obito. You won't be able to land a single hit on me, Obito said arrogantly. Well, let's see if that's true. Naruto and Obito ran towards each other, their fists colliding. Obito was backing away slightly because Naruto possessed immense strength. Obito jumped back, and Naruto did the same. They stared intently into each other's eyes. Obito tried to trap Naruto in a genjutsu, but he couldn't. Naruto, with a superior smile, appeared in front of Obito, who was surprised by his speed. Obito, using his Mangekyo Sharingan, became intangible, a big mistake. Naruto activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, which surprised Obito, and he entered his pocket dimension and began to savagely attack Obito, breaking the Uchiha's mask. When Naruto reappeared in front of him, he delivered a powerful knee strike to Obito's stomach, sending him crashing into the cave wall. Behind Naruto appeared Kisame, his Samahata drawn. Die! Kisame shouted, but his sword was stopped by Naruto's bare hand. Naruto, surrounded by his black aura, touched Kisame's sword, enveloping it in darkness. This caused the sword to turn against Kisame, whose chakra was being drained by Samahata, which now took on an even darker hue. Naruto kicked Kisame in the chest and dodged a slash from Hidan, but Hidan managed to slightly cut Naruto's arm, surprising him with Hidan's scythe. Laughing like a lunatic, Hidan began to drink Naruto's blood. Naruto started laughing like a psychopath, which disconcerted Kakuzu, who sent a fireball at Naruto. Naruto took the fireball, but his evil smile remained. Hidan began to feel ill, vomiting blood, and without warning, he began vomiting his organs, which were turning into acid. Everyone who saw this was in shock, as they didn't know what was happening. Mistake number 1, never taste my blood, as it is a blessing for whomever I choose, but it can be a curse for whomever I don't want. Now you will be my lapdog, Hidan, Naruto said maliciously. Everyone now saw Hidan, with black eyes and sclera, paler skin than normal, and no expression. Finish them off, Hidan. Upon hearing that, a torrent of red demonic power was released from Hidan's body. At great speed, his scythe pierced Kakuzu's chest. Hidan moved away from Kakuzu, who was still in shock, and licked his blood. Hidan began to stab himself with knives he created from his own blood. Kakuzu began vomiting a lot of blood, and 5 holes were visible in his chest, in addition to the first one. Kakuzu would die instantly, as all his hearts had been destroyed by Hidan's technique. Everyone was in shock, but they were even more shocked when Hidan's side was now embedded in Sasori's chest. Sasori couldn't say or do anything as Hidan pierced him through his puppet, Eriko, and he began to stop moving, dying instantly. Deidara, terrified, began creating numerous clay birds, spiders, and snakes. Just as he was about to launch them, Naruto appeared and severed both of his arms. Argrrrrrrg. Deidara screamed, causing everyone to stare in astonishment as the raven-haired man moved with unimaginable speed. Naruto produced a black gem, which he thrust into Deidara's chest, causing him to writhe in agony. With each passing second, Deidara aged rapidly, his chakra and life force draining into the gem. Deidara died, reduced to a mass of withered flesh, while Naruto took the gem and stuffed it into his pocket. Pain, who had witnessed everything from his hologram, ordered Konan, Kisame, and Tobi to retreat. But Naruto prostrated himself before Pain's hologram, while Hidan fought Kisame and Konan. Naruto, Nagato Uzumaki, think carefully about what you'll do from now on. You know very well that you shouldn't trust Obito and anyone who follows him. So I'll just say that. Naruto stepped back, and in a second he was standing in front of Kisame. Kisame, who still had his sword in his hands, was bleeding from his palms because his sword had begun to release thorns from its hilt, which was hurting him. Naruto smiled arrogantly and raised his hand. Come to me, my new toy. The sword Samahata released a black glow and flew quickly toward Naruto, who only heard a cry of pain as Kisame was stabbed again in the palms by the sword. What? Because, Kisame shouted as Naruto caught the sword in midair and saw that it didn't harm him. Naruto said, the sword responds to me from now on. In fact, I think it would be interesting. Naruto made the sword glow white, and the next second it transformed into a dark blue ring, which Naruto wore on his index finger. The sword could now transform and return to its normal state if Naruto wished. Naruto watched with a smile as Kisame, Obito, and Konan regrouped, the latter looking a little exhausted since her role hadn't harmed Hidan. Naruto made Hidan disappear in a magic circle of the Lucifer clan. Naruto took off his shirt and threw it to the ground. When the jacket hit the ground, it created a large crater. Everyone was surprised by how heavy the jacket was. Naruto cracked his knuckles and his neck, looking down at his opponents with superiority. Konan, who the hell are you? Naruto, well, I am the one who's going to smash your face in. But I'm also going to smash something else in, he said the last part with a hint of sensuality, which made Konan's cheek turn a small but discreet pink. Kisame was the first to attack. When I kill you, Samahata will be mine again, Kisame said, smiling predatorily. This made Naruto smirk, and from a magic circle, he summoned Shibuki. Kisame, damn it, damn it, damn it, this can't be happening. Kisame tried to stop, but it was too late. Naruto appeared in front of him and wrapped him in explosive tags with a sadistic grin. Konan, Obito, and the hologram of Pain could only watch as a huge explosion erupted. Konan was now truly terrified, especially when she saw that diabolical smile. Naruto, walking through Kisami's shattered remains, just looked mockingly at Obito. Obito honestly didn't know what to do at that moment. He felt that if he continued to underestimate Naruto, he would be the next corpse, and his plans would be ruined. Obito stepped away from Konan and began forming hand seals. Obito, this is your end, Lucifer. It's time for you to die. When Obito finished, he placed his palms on the ground, which had a trace of blood on them. Reverse summoning technique, Uzumaki summoning. From the smoke, a pale redhead could be seen, with rods piercing his back. Nagato, Konan said worriedly, glaring at Obito, whose mask was cracked on one side. The hologram of pain had vanished, leaving only the redhead, who opened his eyes and said irritably. Damn you, Obito. What do you plan to do? Obito, whatever is necessary to fulfill Madara's will. Conan, I won't allow it, you bastard. Conan was about to attack, but Naruto stopped her arm. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, said Lucifer seriously. Nagato tried to stand, but a black mass began to enter his body. Ah, you damned black Zetsu, what do you think you're doing? Nagato said, struggling to maintain control. I am Madara's will, and he must return, the black mass said. Obito looked at White Zetsu, who appeared beside him, and whispered for him to go after Madara's corpse. The Zetsu nodded and left. Black Zetsu performed the summoning seals and summoned the Geto Mazo, destroying the cave. Nagato no longer had control of his body and resigned himself to watching what would happen. Naruto grabbed Conan by the waist and, with his demon wings, began to fly, avoiding the falling debris. The blue-haired girl was very surprised. After avoiding the rubble, Naruto and Conan landed on solid ground, seeing the Geto Mazo. Conan was terrified when she saw the gigantic Geto Mazo, but she noticed that Naruto was very calm. Obito positioned himself next to Black Zetsu, perched on one of the Geto Mazo's shoulders. Well, Lucifer, what can you do now? Obito said arrogantly, as he implanted one of Nagato's eyes, the left one, to be exact, which he had coldly ripped out. Naruto simply began to levitate without his wings, until he reached the same height as the Geto Mazo, and looked at Obito with the same arrogance. Well, I suppose this time I'll get a little serious, Naruto said, taking a medallion from a magic circle. Naruto placed the medallion around his neck, where it hung elegantly, until it began to emanate a black and silver aura. Naruto did the same thing that Azazel did with the Dragon King Fafnir. Naruto placed Apophis's soul into the medallion, thus creating an artificial sacred gear, but the dragon's real body is what Naruto uses when he summons it in battle. This new and powerful artifact was called the Imperial Lucifer Black Dragon. The light began to dissipate, and Naruto was visible in a new form. Now Naruto wore black armor with silver embellishments. In the center was a 5-pointed silver crown with a crimson center. His wings were now those of a dragon, with 2 pairs. Naruto-sama, let us show our power. Apophis's dragon-like voice boomed. Obito began to laugh because, to him, Naruto seemed very small. Without warning, Naruto began to attack the Geto Mazo with brutal force, leaving holes all over the giant's body. Neither Obito nor Setsu could see Naruto at the speed he was moving. Naruto was moving at the speed of light, delivering incredibly powerful blows that made the Geto Mazo stagger. Obito began to sweat, as he hadn't expected this turn of events. He was about to make the Geto Mazo disappear along with himself, but Naruto appeared behind him, striking him with a punch to the back that sent him flying at high speed, crashing to the ground and creating a crater from the force of the blow. Obito couldn't get up, as he was paralyzed after the punch, because Naruto had broken his spine with that blow. Black Zetsu, who was very frightened, was just about to retreat, but Naruto punched him in the face with lightning chakra, paralyzing Black Zetsu. Then, with celestial magic energy, he forced Black Zetsu out of Nagato's body, who was unconscious and bleeding from his empty eye socket. Naruto picked him up in his arms and appeared before Conan, leaving Nagato with her. Naruto appeared in front of the Geto Mazo, and smiling smugly, began to grow, now the same size as the Geto Mazo. Concentrating his strength into a single blow, he punched the Geto Mazo in the jaw, sending it crashing to the ground and creating a massive earthquake. Seconds later, the Geto Mazo vanished. Naruto, ceasing to emanate his aura, deactivated his armor, but not before mentally thanking Apophis for lending him his power. Naruto appeared in front of Conan, who was trying to heal Nagato but couldn't. Naruto took a drop of Phoenix tears from his pocket and gave it to Nagato, causing him to recover. Nagato, now recovered, looked at Naruto seriously, but they both looked at Obito, who was struggling to get up. Hashirama's cells were acting a little slowly, and he didn't know why, his spine had broken so easily. Obito, somewhat recovered but still immobile, glared at Naruto, who returned his gaze impassively. Obito was about to say something, but Black Zetsu attached itself to his body. Naruto simply said, "I want a non-gay explanation." Obito tried to remove Black Zetsu, but he couldn't. From the ground began to emerge a coffin, one that Obito knew perfectly well. Obito, terrified, could only speak. "What do you think you're doing, Black Zetsu? I'm your superior. Now get out of my body, damn it." Black Zetsu simply began to say that he would revive Madara. Nagato was going to stop him, but Naruto stopped him and told him to just watch. Rinne Tensai no Jutsu, Black Zetsu said, reviving Madara Uchiha. Obito simply fell to the floor, dying, and watched in horror as Madara ripped out his eyes, and saw that predatory smile of his own, the last thing he saw as he died. Damn it, what happened here? I don't see the tailed beasts, and I don't see chaos or destruction. That's because you put some useless people in charge of your project, Naruto said stoically. Black Zetsu was about to speak, but Naruto raised his hand, causing Black Zetsu to be pulled back by the invisible force of Naruto's Rinnegan. When Zetsu was in front of Naruto, Naruto placed his palm on Black Zetsu's head and chanted. I, the one who fell, the one who rose, and the one who saw the worst of humanity. I condemn you to the flea. Black Zetsu began to glow white and felt intense pain. Madara was very surprised and became even more so when Zetsu's memories began to flood back to him, as well as to Nagato and Konan. No, my mother Kagaya created me to revive her. I cannot die here, were Black Zetsu's last words before dying, to everyone's shock. Madara, Kagaya Otsutsuki, mother of the Raikudo Sennin, so Black Zetsu wasn't my creation, the Uchiha regained his composure. Naruto, hey Madara, I know you're not so bad. Your daughter has told me many stories about you. I think she'd be happy to see you again, so forget about that dream of the infinite Tsukuyomi. It won't work. Besides, you have to be at my wedding in Makoto's. When Naruto said that, Madara activated his dojutsu and went after Lucifer. Madara was running to Lucifer, who was only telling him that he loved his daughter and that he shouldn't be a bad father-in-law, and that his daughter would kill him if he killed Naruto. That made Madara pale. He remembered what his former wife was like, and her temper, which Makoto surely had. Naruto. And Madara shook hands, as a sign of trust. Naruto told Madara everything that had happened in the world after his death, and what happened to his daughter. It should be said that Madara wanted to fry that bastard Fugaku in his flames, but Naruto told him that Fugaku was already dead inside. After all, Naruto had done the same thing to him as he had done to Menma in the forest, when he slept with Makoto in front of Fugaku, who started dreaming about it every night. Madara wasn't angry that Naruto was getting revenge that way. If Naruto had done everything for Makoto, he would be very grateful to him. Very. Well, Lucifer, I am eternally grateful to you. Let me participate in the capture of the tailed beasts. I won't harm them, but at least I want a little fun, and I want to see my daughter, Madara said paternally. Naruto went to Konan and Nagato and told them they could go with him to his home, that they shouldn't worry, but Nagato said he would return to his village because he was the only one who could take care of her. Nagato approached Madara and said, "Thank you for giving me these eyes, but I think I should return them to you, since you are their rightful owner." Madara shook his head and told him he could keep the eye. Konan said she wanted to go with Naruto, as she was curious about the raven-haired boy, to which Nagato smiled and told her to take good care of herself. Then Naruto disappeared with Madara and Konan, and Nagato, now as good as new, headed back to his village. Naruto's home. Naruto appeared in a magic circle, seen by his women, who noticed two companions. Grayfia, well, Naruto-sama, did you have fun? The maid asked with a small smile. Naruto, Nya, who are those with you? Kuroka asked, but Eriko's expression was somber. Naruto paled as Eriko began to raise her aura. 9. Tails fluttered down Eriko's back. Eriko-chan, let me explain, Naruto said, pale. Naruto-kun, what is this bastard doing here? Eriko said, her pupils slitting. Madara was astonished, because he knew whose chakra it was. Naruto hugged Eriko around the waist and gave her a passionate kiss, which calmed her down. Why did you bring him here? Eriko asked with a pout that made her look very cute. Well, Eriko, what happened is. Eriko. Ah, that makes sense. Okay, I understand. And you, Madara, if you try anything against my king, I'll kill you, the Kyūbi said with her killer instinct. Well, the Kyūbi isn't so bad after all, Madara said sarcastically. Naruto felt a sweat on the back of his neck and told Madara. Screw this, you bastard, and I'll kill you. Everyone just laughed in unison, they would get along after all. Hours later. 2 magic circles of the Lucifer clan appeared. From them emerged Tsunade, Makoto, and Akame. Upon seeing his daughter, Madara couldn't help but shed a tear. Tsunade, this day was exhausting. I want Naruto to give me a private massage, the Senju said lustfully. Makoto, no, you cheater, I was thinking the same thing, Makoto said, frowning. Naruto, what if I give you both the same? Remember, I can create shadow clones. When They all heard that, they began to approach Naruto. Chisato, Naru-kun, let's repeat what we did yesterday, the brunette said lustfully and longingly. Seiko, I miss my Naru in bed. I want him to make me his. Seiko licked her lips. Samui, Naruto-kun, let's repeat what we did that night and make me a baby, the blonde said, blushing. May, I want my man, dominating me, I want to feel him fill me up, Terumi said lustfully. Hey, we're here, could you say your things in private? Mikasa Ackerman said, a little blushing, while Haku supported what she said. Naruto, girls, there's plenty of Naruto for all of you, but putting that aside, Makoto-chan, I have a surprise for you. Naruto made Makoto look at Madara. When Makoto saw Madara, she blinked several times and rubbed her eyes to check if what she saw was real. I'm here. My dear daughter, come hug your old father. When Madara said that, he gave a sincere smile, which made Makoto hug him crying on his chest. Makoto, Papa, you're alive, how wonderful, I missed you so much, Papa. Me too, my daughter, Madara said with small tears in his eyes. When Madara stood up, he noticed Satsuki and Akame looking at him curiously. Madara hugged them and told them he was their grandpa, which made Naruto say this. Ha, yay. Madara, with a vein throbbing with anger, was restrained by his daughter and granddaughters to prevent him from killing Naruto. Madara, fine, as long as you take care of my daughter and granddaughters, I'll watch your back. Madara gave a superior smile, which Naruto returned. Very well, Madara, welcome to the Lucifer family. Naruto took out the piece that Ajuka had sent him, which corresponded to the Morningstar Knight. Thus, Madara became Naruto's knight and also his right-hand man. Very well, Madara. Eriko, Makoto, Seiko, Rossweisse, Akame, Satsuki-chan, and I will train you. And by the way, that army of white Zetsus, I'll give you a vial of my blood. Try to recreate the Zetsus, since with my blood they will be loyal to me. Madara nodded, since it was a good idea, the Geto Mazo was surely in the same place. Madara already had his mission, and he summoned White Zetsu, who was loyal to him, ordering him to do what Naruto had requested. A few days had passed, and the most significant development was that Naruto now had Samui and Konan in his peerage as pawns. Naruto's peerage can be summarized as follows. The king, Naruto. Naruto's peerage. Queens, Grayfia and Eriko. Knights, Madara, Seiko, and Akame. Rooks, Kuroka and Rossweisse. Bishops, Tsunade, Haku, Makoto, and he still had to claim Revel Phoenix as his own. Pawns, Hanabi, Satsuki, May, Samui, and Konan, but soon Ino would be part of his peerage. It should be noted that Konan and Naruto had grown somewhat closer. Konan greatly admired Naruto for saving Nagato and not letting him die, and because he promised that nothing bad would happen to his village hidden in the rain. Konan had honestly fallen in love with Naruto, and Naruto felt the same way. I love you, Konan. He said. I know it's sudden and it's only been a few days, but your attitude, your personality, and the time we've spent together made me realize how much I've fallen for you. You know I can't lie when I say these things. Konan silenced him, sealing her lips in a warm kiss. The kiss grew more and more passionate, reaching the point where they were touching each other. No, Naruto-kun, not here, Konan said between kisses. Naruto lifted her by the waist and took her to his room, where they would have a night of wild and loving sex. The final day. On this day, everything planned would come to fruition. For the remainder of this month, Naruto and his women trained Madara until he surpassed their level, and it could be said that in a few years he would surpass Mel's level since Madara was a high-level reincarnation at that time. Around the middle of the month, several interesting things happened. First, Grayfia gained a new member, the Anbu Neko, Yugao Hazuka, who swore eternal loyalty to her. Naruto rewarded that loyalty by having sex with her intensely, as she was scorned. He had sex with her so intensely that Yugao could only live for her two masters, Grayfia and her Naruto-kun. Yugao was now Grayfia's knight. Also this month, Naruto removed Shukaku from Gaara's seal, trapping him in a yellow orb where he would rest until Eriko released him, along with Isobu and Seiken, the Six Tails, whom Naruto freed from the Geto Mazo, as Seiken was the first to be sealed in the statue. Naruto released Shumei from inside Fu, sealing him in a green orb until Eriko freed him. Eriko made Fu her knight because of her speed. Naruto's army was beginning to grow by leaps and bounds, as they were developing abnormally fast when they tasted Naruto's blood. They only responded to his commands and would be of great intelligence for Naruto, since the White Zetsu could take the form of any person and imitate them. Also this month, Naruto and Anko grew closer. She still longed for Naruto to make love to her again, like before. She wanted to feel him again, and since the young man wasn't one to leave a damsel in distress, he gave her what she wanted. Naruto trusted her and told her his plan and everything that would happen. Enko didn't refuse since she didn't like Konoha either, and if she could humble him and get him out of there, then she would participate. Naruto made Enko his sixth pawn, and while he was at it, he also slept with her intensely. His last pawns were Ino Yamanaka, who already knew everything because she confessed to him and asked to be part of his harem because they wanted to marry her off to Menma, and she didn't want that bastard even in her dreams. He also made Temari his pawn, who wanted to join of her own volition. She also wanted to be part of Naruto's harem. Naruto now had his Luciferian peerage complete, and although he wasn't looking for people with great power, he only wanted people who would live for him and prove that he could trust them. He also liked the fact that his girls were intertwined with him body and soul. Undoubtedly, he and his women would be a hit in the rating games, due to their diverse abilities. Naruto was only in his age group, so it was easy, but now he would go all out. Okay. First battle. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Naruto Lucifer. Naruto frowned, as did many others. The council interfered in the fight. Sasuke arrogantly descended to the arena. Kakashi had specifically trained him to defeat or kill Naruto. Naruto glanced at Samui, who was hiding among the spectators, and she understood what her beloved lover had said. Let the show begin. Matabi, in Samui's mind, simply said, this will be very entertaining. Naruto stepped into the arena and observed Sasuke, who was looking at him arrogantly. Naruto wouldn't lower himself to a serious fight with a fly like Sasuke. Naruto just wanted enough time for his plan to unfold. Alright, you can begin, Ijime, the instructor began, starting the fight. Wait, the Hokage's voice was heard. Now what stupid nonsense are you going to come up with? Naruto just frowned, already knowing what was coming. Minato, Naruto Lucifer, in this fight there are two conditions. The first is that Menma will also be present, and if he wins, you will return to our family and marry the Tsuchikage's granddaughter. When Minato finished speaking, Naruto frowned again, but someone else spoke. Fugaku, and if my son wins, you will hand over Makoto, Satsuki, and Akame, and you will give up your eyes so that I can have them. Fugaku finished with an arrogant smile. Naruto didn't even flinch, since he had imagined something like this. Naruto gave a lopsided smile. Fine, Namikaze and Uchiha, if I win, be prepared for the consequences. Naruto's eyes now turned gold, while a black and silver aura surrounded him. Without saying a word, Naruto let out a roar, like a dragon's, unleashing vast amounts of dragon-like power thanks to his Imperial Lucifer Black Dragon, but without the armor. Let's finish them off, Apophis said in Naruto's mind. The roar created powerful gusts of wind that pushed Sasuke and Menma back. Moving at incredible speed, Naruto began to savagely attack Sasuke and Menma. He gave them no chance to move. Sasuke and Menma were so badly beaten that they had to release their demonic mark. Naruto stood a few meters away from them and looked at them coldly. Ha 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 ha, with this power we'll avenge all the humiliations, Sasuke said arrogantly. Yeah, Aniki, when I kill you, I'll make those bitches mine, Menma said arrogantly. Sasuke and Menma began concentrating chakra in their palms. Sasuke moved at great speed, electricity crackling in his left hand, while Menma moved in the same manner, with a Rasengan in his right hand and a three-pronged kunai in his left. Menma threw the kunai and teleported away. Rasengan, Chidori, they both shouted in unison. Both were about to unleash their techniques, but Naruto, with both hands, grabbed both their wrists. Be arrogant, when your power speaks for you, Naruto said with a macabre smile. Naruto lifted them both into the air and began slamming them to the ground. He whipped them around, unable to stop the brutality of his attack. Everyone watching this began to panic at the sight of Sasuke and Menma's blood, but they were even more terrified when they saw Naruto's bloodthirsty grin. Naruto's women in the stands smiled, some sadistically, others sweetly, which frightened everyone there. Stop, Sasuke and Menma said simultaneously, but Naruto continued to whip them around. In a swift movement, Naruto created a clone and placed both legs on the backs of the two shinobi. This caused them to scream, feeling as if a mountain were crushing them. Ha 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 ha, Naruto laughed maniacally. Suddenly, Naruto's demeanor shifted to a serious expression, and with a single stomp, he shattered the spines of both shinobi, who began to scream in pain, causing Minato, Kushina, and Fugaku to worry about their children. Without saying or doing anything, Naruto lifted them both by their heads. You're both weak, and you think you're the best of the best, and you know what? You're so easy to kill. Naruto raised them both into the air and clenched his right fist, creating an afterimage of himself beside it with a demonic appearance. Minato threw a kunai, attempting to appear in front of Naruto and stop him, but a magical barrier prevented the kunai from entering the arena. Just as Menma and Sasuke were about to hit the ground, Naruto and his afterimage screamed. Demon Fist. The blow struck both ninjas in the chest, and Menma and Sasuke felt excruciating pain and began to scream. Arg rrrg rg 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 rg. Naruto, with a pure evil grin, transformed his arm and his afterimages into a sword, slashing both their arms and leaving numerous cuts all over their bodies. They both fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Naruto allowed the magical barrier to dissipate, and Minato, Kushina, and Fugaku instantly appeared. Why did you do that to your brother? Kushina cried through her tears. Naruto slashed with his sword, leaving a cut on Kushina's cheek, and strands of her hair fell to the floor. Son, what are you doing? Minato was silenced when several explosions began to resound. Ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed like a lunatic. Everyone wondered what was happening, but now three figures were visible fighting Konoha shinobi. They were the Jinchūriki of the Four Tails, and the Eight Tails. The cage of these Jinchūriki were surprised because they saw that they were out of control. What the hell is going on here? Exclaimed Raikage, his eyes wide. My granddaughter, stop now, said the Tsuchikage, seeing how his granddaughter was fighting Konoha shinobi. Kuratsushi's voice echoed. Grandfather, retreat to your village. This is serious, and Aiwa could be harmed. Upon hearing this, Onoki was about to say something, but she saw the Raikage and the cage leap into the arena, followed by their shinobi, who began to appear in great numbers. Onoki would retreat from Konoha with his guards, but not before glancing at his granddaughter, who was melting some Konoha ninja. He glanced at his grandfather, signaling that he would explain everything when he could. When it all began, alarms blared throughout Konoha. Multiple fights were raging around the village, but in the center of the arena, Naruto stood looking down on Minato and Kushina with a superior air. Everyone, including those attacking Konoha, watched as a large number of people gathered behind Naruto. Orochimaru, who had removed his mask, took the third Hokage to fight elsewhere, while the Raikage stood a few meters away from Minato, who was observing Naruto. The Raikage was furious, as he saw his brother, Killer Bee, seemingly in a trance, with Naruto holding him by the head. Let go of my brother, or a war with Konoha will be imminent, the Raikage would say furiously. Hehehehe, a war, you say? Didn't you join Orochimaru in this invasion? Now you want to play the saint in front of Minato. Hehehehe, Naruto laughed arrogantly. Son, what does this mean? Minato said, clutching his stomach after Naruto punched him so hard he almost threw up his breakfast. What does this mean? Naruto said mockingly. This means that you will never have my power, those who surround me. Look around me, realize that to me you were just a game. Minato, Kushina, and Jiraiya saw several different people, but they were surprised to see Tsunade, Yugao, Makoto, Anko, Satsuki, Akame, Hanabi, Ino, Materumi, the Sand siblings, and something that made everyone recoil slightly, Madara Uchiha. Tsunade, why are you with that brat? Jiraiya said with disdain. Tsunade replied, oh, you damn pervert. Don't you understand now? I belong to Naruto, and he is my master, the busty Senju finished with a smile. How is Madara Uchiha alive? Fugaku asked in astonishment. When Madara saw Fugaku, it sent a chill down the spine of the Uchiha leader. Madara, so you're the bastard who hurt my dear daughter, huh? Madara said, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku began to back away, followed by a bleeding Sasuke from his amputated arm and cuts. How is this possible? Fugaku said, astonished. In a second, Fugaku was engulfed in Amaterasu flames. Ah, no mercy, don't kill me. Fugaku cried out in pain. As this happened, Minato launched an attack on Naruto, who had sent the Five Tails Jinchūriki to attack him. Naruto simply watched and told Eriko to mentally summon the Four Tails Jinchūriki. Eriko nodded and mentally contacted her brother, Son Goku. Naruto, bored of watching the Jinchūriki being beaten, forced him to transform into his Biju form. In his Biju form, with complete control of his body, he began launching Bijudamas indiscriminately. Naruto, with an arrogant smile, began rapidly striking Minato, who couldn't teleport effectively because Naruto was tracking him with his Sharingan. As Fugaku was being burned by Amaterasu, Jiraiya began drawing a Fuinjutsu seal, which absorbed the Amaterasu flames, leaving Fugaku with third-degree burns. The Raikage was engaged in a battle against Madara, who had severed his right arm. Madara was beating him senseless, which enraged him greatly. When he joined this invasion, he hadn't anticipated his plans would become so complicated. He had to flee the scene, leaving Killer Bee behind, barely alive. Naruto, using his dragon armor, landed a powerful punch to Minato's chest, causing him to cough up a large amount of blood and sending him crashing into the arena wall. Naruto returned to his position, watching as Akame and Seiko, in the distance, were dismembering ninjas from Konoha, Oto, and Suna with their swords. The Sand siblings were also doing their part, with Gaara able to continue manipulating his sand at will. Temari, with her enhanced abilities, created a powerful wind that swept away ninjas from her former village. Grayfia and Eriko were with Tsunade, Kuroka, Rossweisse, Chisato, Samui, Satsuki, and Hanabi, having tea. Naruto felt a small sweat drop as he watched his girls, so relaxed, while all around them, a massacre was taking place. Naruto stood before a Killer Bee, who was in a trance. Naruto placed the gem on his head, and seconds later all of Killer Bee's life force was drained, as was the Hichibi's. Now that gem contained the Hichibi. Naruto threw it to Eriko, who kept the gem. Naruto did the same with the Gobi Jinchūriki who detransformed, and left him lying there. The Yambi Jinchūriki, Karatsushi, arrived and stood next to Naruto. He, Karatsushi-chan, thanks for helping. I'll give you a little present later. Naruto lightly kissed Karatsushi's lips, who blushed slightly. Naruto then watched as Konan flew around, sending out her papers and killing many ninjas from Konoha, Oto, and Suna. Naruto, why are you doing this? Narumi cried. Well, just because. Narumi started to cry, but Naruto trapped her in a genjutsu. Narumi's mindscape. Tomato, look at me closely because I'll only tell you this once. I'll come back for you when you grow up, and you'll be part of my army. As they finished, Narumi collapsed, unconscious, under Naruto's predatory grin. In the distance, he saw Minato slowly getting to his feet, Kushina healing him with medical ninjutsu. Naruto, alright, everyone gather together, it's time to finish this. When Naruto said that, everyone stopped fighting and looked at him. They all started to group together, the Sand siblings stood beside Temari, and Naruto watched curiously as Madara carried an unconscious Kurenai. Hey bro. What's up? Madara just looked away, a little embarrassed. I saw in her memories that she suffers abuse from her partner, so I'll take her with me. Naruto just nodded at what his father-in-law said. Grayfia, when everyone was gathered, created a platform beneath them that would make them fly. Naruto, also beginning to levitate, would unfurl his 12 demon wings. Naruto was soaring through the sky as he activated his Rinnegan. Konoha, you have always considered yourselves superior. With arrogance, you started several wars, and the will of fire was lost. But today, you will lose that ego. With that, Naruto finished his speech, and everyone in Konoha, both inhabitants and enemies, began to pale. Minato, Naruto, don't do it. Naruto recited some words. Shinra Tensai. When Naruto said that, a powerful wave from the center began to destroy everything around him. There were some who, with their abilities, were able to save themselves, and a few people, but 50% of the inhabitants would die cruelly, as would the enemies of Konoha. 10 minutes had passed, and in Konoha some people began to stand up, others died, but something that everyone never wanted to see came true. That village that had so much ego was finally broken. Minato clenched his fists as he tried to stand, only to see a pair of black boots. When he looked up, he saw Naruto and Madara smiling malevolently. "Why, you just kill and that's it?" Minato asked, vomiting blood. Naruto just laughed mockingly. "Well, that would be easy for me. I could have destroyed this village since I returned. In fact, only 89.9% of your village is destroyed. You know what else? Right now, a clone in Kumo is doing the same thing, as is another one in Otogakure. They couldn't defeat their enemies, they couldn't defeat their egos, but more than anything, you couldn't defeat me." Naruto smiled wickedly, watching as some Jonin, especially Kakashi, approached, staggering. How low can your village fall for your strongest Jonin to be this weak? Ha, Naruto laughed again. Why? Kushina said through tears. Naruto gave her a cold, serious look. I am the king of hell. If you do this to me once, you'll never do it again. A demon cannot be weak. A demon should only think of darkness. But I thank you, because thanks to your mistake, I was able to meet my women, I was able to be reborn, and now I am better than ever. So this is goodbye forever. Naruto and Madara disappeared in a magic circle. Minato and Kushina hugged each other and began to cry. In the distance, Hinata could be seen coldly observing everything. Naruto told her that in time she and Narumi would join his demon army, so she would wait. Besides, she had to keep up appearances. Elsewhere in the village, doctors could be seen tending to the wounded. You'll pay for this, you bastard. Sasuke and Menma said simultaneously. Back. With Naruto. Tsunade, alright, Naruto-kun, Kuritsuchi has already gone to the Tsuchikage to explain everything. Let's wait for her in the land of tea. Shizune is waiting for us there, in our special room. They all licked their lips and began to disappear in a magic circle to that place. In the land of tea. A magic circle formed, and from it emerged all of Naruto's harem, the Sand siblings, and Madara with a now awakened Kurenai, looking at Madara with a blush. Madara had already explained everything to her and told her not to be ashamed, since Konoha deserved that lesson. Naruto's room. Naruto was kissing Shizune passionately, the raven-haired girl asking permission to enter his mouth, and he granted it. They then began to undress. Lemon time. Naruto pulled Shizune onto the bed and began kissing her neck. He removed her nightgown and started inserting 2 fingers into her. Shizune wouldn't take long to come in Naruto's hand, who would savor her love fluids. Without warning, Naruto thrust his member into Shizune's intimacy, causing her to arch her back in excitement. Ah, shishi, Naruto-sama, I love it when you penetrate me all the way. Naruto moved his hips, entering Shizune deeper and deeper, her mouth claiming her. Shizune moaned like crazy as Naruto increased his speed. With one final thrust, Naruto filled the raven-haired woman's womb, causing her to also come from the excess of sex they had shared in the last hour. Naruto took Rossweisse's hand and began to suck on her breasts, eliciting a sweet moan from the Valkyrie. Ah yes, Naruto-kun, suck them more, the Valkyrie said, beginning to feel a powerful orgasm. Without saying a word, Naruto entered her, thrusting gently while kissing her passionately. After half an hour, leaving Rossweisse's ass red, Naruto came inside her. He then created several clones who began to have sex with all of them. Naruto took Ino, who gave him a playful smile. He made Ino suck him off to the very end, where the blonde offered no resistance and let him violate her throat. At the same time, Samui had Naruto in a lustful kiss. Naruto, putting Ino on all fours, slowly inserted his member until he reached the entrance of her uterus. Ino stuck out her tongue while arching her back. Naruto began to thrust into her, while Ino and Samui shared a lesbian kiss. Naruto grew harder and squeezed Ino's hips until, with a final thrust, he pierced her womb, filling her with semen. Naruto then thrust into Samui, who moaned with pleasure. Naruto began to thrust harder, delivering sharp slaps to Samui's ass, which only made her moan louder as Naruto struck her fleshy bottom. Naruto continued thrusting harder as the room filled with the moans of his women, whose clones did their bidding. With a final thrust, Naruto released his seed into Samui's womb. The night was, as always, very long for Naruto, but that's not a bad thing considering who he spends it with. End of Lemon. The next morning, Kuratsushi arrived with the Tsuchikage, who wanted to speak with Naruto. It wasn't a big deal, except that he asked him to look after his granddaughter. Naruto promised he would, and that perhaps when he returned he would have a great-grandchild. This prompted Onoki to chase after him, his Jinten at the ready. But Kuratsushi would give his grandfather a gentle tap on the head, calming him down. Onoki would rub his head, crying in an anime style. Kuratsushi went and kissed Naruto, who then hugged her around the waist. Onoki, with a smile, would return to his village, but not before telling Naruto. If you break her heart, I'll break your neck. Chapter 8. 4 years had passed since Naruto returned to Kuo. Naruto remained anonymous during all this time. He went to the underworld from time to time, but he didn't encounter anyone, he only saw his city from the shadows. In the 4 years that had passed, Naruto had put all his new pieces to work, making contracts and missions, which were clearly alongside the nobility of Grayfia and Eriko. In 4 years of missions and contracts, all her new pieces, as well as the pieces of her women, who now had more limbs, were in the middle of the pack among reincarnated demons, although some of them stood out from the rest. In Eriko's peerage were all her Biju brothers. Shukaku, Matabi, Isobu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Seiken, Shumei, and Yuki. They made up Eriko's 8 pawns. Her knight was Fuotsutsuki, who would take that surname with Eriko's blessing. Her queen was Chisato Hasegawa, as you already know. Her rook was Kuritsuchi, since they got along very well, although Naruto also wanted to make her one of his pieces, but Eriko beat him to it. In Grayfia's peerage were her queen, Mikasa Ackerman, and her knight, Yugao Hazuka. Gaara, his pawn, just like Kankuro, and his bishop, Shizune Kato. Each and every one of them, after 4 years of service, ascended to middle-class devils. In these 4 years, their bonds with all their women had also grown stronger, to the point where they already wanted to have Naruto's children. Naruto was taking a shower. "Ah, how refreshing," Naruto said, enjoying the warm water. "He, Naruto-kun, and it's even more refreshing when we do it in the shower," Erika said, hugging Naruto from behind, making her assets press against the Lucifer's back. Naruto turned around and looked into the Kyūbi's blue eyes. The years only made her more beautiful. They both connected their lips in a warm kiss. Now, Naruto was sitting surrounded by all his women. They had all changed a lot over the years. Hanabi now possessed a stunning figure, her long brown hair, and her delicate facial features made her look like a goddess. Ino, Satsuki, Haku, Samui, and Temari were in the same boat. Now they all looked like goddesses. Akame, Mei, Konan, Yugao, Fu, Enko, Tsunade, Makoto, Kuroka, Rossweisse, Chisato, Seiko, and Mikasa were all as beautiful as before. But something that made everyone see Madara differently was that 2 years later, he began a relationship with Kurenai, and they were currently engaged. Naruto would only have to present his nobility to the entire underworld, and then everyone would be recognized, some as middle class, others as upper class, supreme, or male. Madara had already reached male level, and this could be considered a super demon, just like Naruto. Madara's special magic was darkness magic. At night, his power increased greatly. Naruto was very happy, since, in his opinion, he possessed the most powerful nobility in the underworld. Naruto had also changed a lot. His body had grown, and he was now more robust than before. His height had reached 6.4 meters, and his voice, which he previously had to imitate, now spoke normally without much trouble. Looking at each of his pieces, Naruto spoke. "Well, I think it's time to go back. I already sent Grayfia to enroll us at Kuo Academy, but only some of you will be able to go." When Naruto said that, they all frowned, since the academy took up many hours of the day, hours they could be spending with their Naruto. Naruto gave them all a smile, which made them blush. Naruto, "All right girls, the ones who will be with me at the academy are Satsuki, Hanabi, Samui, Temari, Kuroka, Ino, Seiko, Kuritsuchi, Fu, and Haku," Naruto said, making them all very excited. "Naruto, Ross-chan, you'll be the civics teacher, since I don't think you want to just sit around doing nothing." Rossweisse nodded with a small smile. "Mei, that's unfair," Terumi said with a small pout. Naruto kissed Mei's lips, making her blush. Naruto, "All right Madara, I think starting tomorrow, it will be your turn to take charge of the army's affairs." "Okay, Naruto, leave it to me. And by the way, the Zetsu have evolved, they now have some interesting abilities, and Hidan, the one you turned into a zombie, is the best soldier in your army." Naruto nodded, thinking that yes, it was time to find the next members of his army. "How many Zetsu are there in total?" Lucifer asked curiously. Madara put on some glasses that only Kami knew where they came from and opened a notebook. "Madara, in total, we have 20,000 wind release Zetsu, 10,000 water release Zetsu, 15,000 fire release Zetsu, 30,000 lightning release Zetsu, 5,000 wood release Zetsu, and 20,000 who were born from his blood, who can use ice magic and red light spears. In total, we have 100,000 Zetsu," Madara said with a smile. Good, this will be helpful, because I feel that the Rizvam imposter will have some army, I know that for sure." "Well, Naruto, it's time to come out of anonymity. In a few months, there will be a meeting of the young demons, although as a young man you only have that body," Madara said mockingly, making Naruto's veins throb with anger. All of Naruto's women were now giggling as they watched their beloved cry anime style, because they no longer respected him. Madara would receive a tap on the head, courtesy of Makoto. Madara would be rubbing his head, looking at Makoto with a bead of sweat. "He-s. My Naruto-kun, father. Besides, you're going too far." Okay, I understand," Madara would say, as Kurenai hugged him from behind. "Alright, let's visit Sears's," Naruto would say with a smile. Everyone nodded. Sears's castle. In Sears's office, he was talking with his queen, Emile Bale. Sears's-sama, do you think Rias Ojuo-sama can get out of her problem with the Phoenix heir? Asked Emile, who was a chestnut brown-haired woman with violet eyes, very similar to Venelana, only with a smaller bust. Sears's, I don't know what I can do. Certainly, the council no longer interferes in these family problems, but I realized too late that Rias Tan was engaged to Razor. My only hope is that Rias wins her rating game, because I think we'll have to decide it that way. The evil Lucifer spoke seriously, and a little sadly because his sister was in this situation, especially since the time for Razor to come for her was approaching. Well, I think I've missed a lot, said a voice that Sears's recognized instantly. Naruto-sensei, said Sears's with a smile, seeing Naruto and some other people he didn't recognize emerge from a magic circle. Hello, Sears's, let's talk about what's happened in our lives these past 4 years. Naruto sat in Sears's chair and put his feet up on the desk. Eriko, Rossweisse, and Makoto slapped their foreheads in embarrassment. Emile, Sears's-sama, who is this young man, and why is he calling you sensei when he's even younger than you? Sears's, it's a long story, so let's take a seat. Sears's and Emile sat down in front of Naruto, who now had Seiko sitting on his lap, her arms wrapped around his neck in a very affectionate way. Alright. Naruto-sensei, first explain to Emile-chan who you are. Naruto, Emile-chan, huh. He, so you're married now. Naruto spoke in a mocking tone, which made Sears's a little embarrassed. Naruto, okay, Emile, I'll explain who I am. Emile. Wow, incredible. You're Lucifer-sama, the first Lucifer. Emile's eyes were wide with shock. Naruto. Yeah, dude, no way. Well, Sears's, a lot has happened in these 4 years. I'll just tell you that I achieved my revenge, and I already have my complete Lucifer peerage. Now I only need to complete my Morningstar peerage. Alright, Naruto-sensei, that's good. May I introduce them? Naruto replied, before that, when the young demons gather, I want you to observe all my pieces. Some are already middle class, others are high class, and still others are male class. Sears's was quite surprised, as reincarnated demons had never risen so high. Naruto continued, alright, Sears's, I'll introduce my pieces. You already know my queens. Grayfia, the Ice Queen of the Morningstar nobility. And Eriko, the Fire Queen of the Lucifer nobility. Grayfia is attending to something at the moment, she'll be back shortly. You also know my rooks, Kuroka and Rossweisse of the Lucifer nobility. These are my new pieces that I've acquired over time. My bishops are Tsunade Senju, she stepped forward, Haku Yuki, she did the same, Makoto Uchiha, she did the same. And you know that Razor wagered his bishop, which now belongs to me, and I will soon claim it. Tsunade Senju is of my Morningstar peerage, while Hakuyuki and Makoto Uchiha are of my Lucifer peerage. Therefore, Revel will be my Morningstar peerage. Sears's nodded, very surprised, since every presence in the room exuded an aura of absolute power, especially the black-haired Uchiha, who was being embraced by his wife, Kurenai. Naruto continued speaking. My knights, Akame Uchiha, she stepped forward proudly, and Seiko Busujima, this little rascal here, Naruto said, hugging Seiko. And my father-in-law, Madara Uchiha, who is the mutated Knight Ajuka and I were working on. My pawns. Hanabi Hyuga, Satsuki Uchiha, Mei Terumi, Samui Ni, Ino Yamanaka, Enko Mitarashi, Konan, and Tamari. All of them bowed their heads respectfully. Very interesting, sensei, but what about the others in the office? Naruto was about to answer, but a magic circle appeared beside him, from which Grayfia emerged. Naruto-sama, I've already taken care of it, the maid said. Naruto nodded, and then told Grayfia to answer Sears's question. Very well, Sears's-sama, as you know, I, like any high-class or higher-class demon, am granted my title of nobility and my set of evil pieces. Eriko and I already have some members, although Kuroka and Rossweisse don't yet have any members in their peerage. Sears's, introduce your pieces and Eriko-sans. Grayfia, my pieces are. My queen, Mikasa Ackerman. The aforementioned bowed her head respectfully, maintaining her stoic expression. My knight, Yugao Hazuka. The aforementioned nodded. My pawns, Sabaku no Gara and Kenkiro, would step forward. And my bishop, Shizune Kato, would also nod. Eriko would stand beside Grayfia and begin to speak. Well, Sears's, my pieces are. My 8 pawns are my Biju brothers, to whom I had to add my power in order to reincarnate them. I had to wait 2 years to recover all the chakra used. But It is a sacrifice I am willing to accept. They are Shukaku, who was a blonde-haired boy with golden eyes, who appeared to be about 22 years old. Matabi, a blue-haired woman with reddish streaks, appeared to be about 18 years old, with a voluptuous hourglass figure, D-cup breasts, and one greenish eye and one yellow eye, a color typically only seen in cats. Isobu was a tall man in his 30s, with fair skin, navy blue hair, and red eyes. Son Goku was a redhead with orange eyes, tanned skin, and a robust build. He also appeared to be about 30 years old. Kokuo was an albino with light blue eyes and fair skin, and he looked younger than the others, but he was quite tall. Saiken was a boy with tanned skin and gray hair, and he was quite short for his age, appearing to be about 22 years old. He was the type who kept his eyes closed. Shumei, she was a chestnut-haired girl with orange eyes, tanned skin, and a stunning figure. Yuki was a dark-haired boy with pink eyes. He was the tallest of them all and quite robust. "Well, these are my brothers, my lovely pawns," he said sarcastically, which made the Biju veins bulge with anger. "My knight is Fuotsutsuki, whom I blessed with my surname. My rook is Kuritsuchi. And you already know my perverted queen, Chisato Hasagawa." The aforementioned wasn't bothered. Instead, she gave a perverted smile directed at Naruto. "Sears, well, your pieces are interesting, but tell me, who are those two?" the Maou asked, looking at Madara and Kurenai. Grayfia spoke. "He is Uchiha Madara, father of Makoto, Naruto's bishop, and he possesses Naruto's knight piece, Morningstar. Currently, he is at Mao's level, and I believe he can defeat you and Ajuka together, without you and Ajuka releasing your true forms." This greatly surprised Sears. The woman with him is his fiancée, Kurenai Yuhi. She is human, but when her pieces are given to Madara, he will reincarnate her as a queen. "Well, Naruto-sensei, your nobility and that of your women are interesting. Now let me tell you what happened in these 4 years. Well, so Risavim's bastard has a granddaughter, whom Azazel is protecting. You and your parents forgot that before I made sure the council didn't interfere, she was already engaged, and that marriage can only be avoided if she isn't a virgin or if she wins a rating game against Riser." Sears nodded, as he didn't like the idea of Rias marrying someone she didn't love. "Alright, Sears, I have a solution. When Riser goes to visit Rias, I want you there with your wife. Before that, summon me through a magic circle. It's been a while since I've seen Rias-chan and Akano-chan, or Little Sharon." Sears nodded with a smile, as he didn't know what his sensei would do. "But it's always good to see Naruto kicking ass. Alright Sears, I have to go. First, I'll visit Grigori, and I need to prepare to enter Kuo Academy. See you on the agreed-upon day." Sears nodded with a smile. Naruto and his entire group disappeared in a magic circle. Sears Sama, do you think this is the solution? Asked Sears' queen, a little worried. Don't worry, Emil. Naruto-sensei never breaks his promises, and he always helps his loved ones. Besides, I think my sister likes him, although it's strange for me since he's my sensei, the one who trained me since I was a child. But since I reincarnated as a child and I'm growing up, I think that instead of sensei, someday I'll call him brother-in-law, Sears said with a smile. Emil returned the same smile and went to get tea so that Sears could continue with his endless paperwork. In Grigori, outside the Grigori kingdom, Naruto could be seen accompanied by Grayfia, Eriko, Madara, Tsunade, Makoto, Rossweisse, and Kuroka. He sent the others home, as this had to be done with his most trusted allies. Naruto powered up, and seconds later, several guards appeared. Who are you, and what are you looking for here? A guard with light spears asked. Naruto just smiled somewhat arrogantly. Tell Azazel that Gabriel's favorite brother, and the beloved who brought down Penemu, has returned. The guards were confused, but one of them went to warn Azazel. Elsewhere. In the sixth heaven, an angel was sewing a rag doll with blonde hair tinged with gray, sapphire blue eyes, and a sweet smile. When she finished sewing it, she looked at it with a sweet smile. But suddenly, she began to tear it apart, ripping off each part of its body. Lucifer Onisama, you left me very alone. If I ever see you again, I will castrate you, the blonde said as she destroyed the doll of the former Lucifer, the one who was an angel before everything. The blonde sneezed, as did a violet-haired Gaidenshi with grayish blue eyes, tanned skin, and a voluptuous hourglass figure. Both goddesses, so different, sneezed at the same time, confusing Azazel, Baraquile, and Chamazai, who were beside them. The blonde from the sky only wondered what innocent soul was talking about her. Returning to Grigori, the Guard entered Azazel's office. Azazel, from what I can see, you already sensed a strange presence at Grigori's entrance, didn't you? The leader of the fallen angels said, reading a book. Guard 1, yes, Leader Sama, it's a black-haired man with silver undertones and crimson eyes. He sent you a message. Azazel, and what could it be? The leader of the fallen angels asked curiously. Guard 1, he said, tell Azazel that Gabriel's favorite brother, and the beloved who caused Penemu's fall, has returned. When the guard said that, everyone was shocked, because only one person in all of history could get so far with the most beautiful women in heaven in Grigori. The one who was most shocked was Penemu, because only one person could make her feel feelings for him, Gabriel's older brother, the firstborn son of God, that first fallen one and father of demons. He was Lucifer. Everyone in the room flew out at great speed, they wanted to confirm if it was a joke or if it was true. We'll see what happens. I'm a little nervous. When they arrived, they saw a boy of about 17 years old, with the same look the guard had described. Azazel, I don't know who you are, but you can't come to Grigori and say you're who you claim to be, because he's dead and you're just a brat. Naruto gave a lopsided smile as he looked at everyone. Well, you've certainly changed, guys. Let me remind you why I'm Lucifer. A great explosion of power was felt throughout Grigori. Naruto was surrounded by a black aura, and at the same time, a small part of a white aura. The power was overwhelming, and they began to remember the old Lucifer, the same smile Naruto wore, the same posture when he stood with his arms crossed, and those eyes filled with bloodlust. Chimazai, there's no doubt it's him, but how? The cadre gasped from the pressure. Son of a bitch, Azazel said with a knowing smile. Naruto stopped emanating that power and saw Penemu walking towards him, her face shadowed. Penemu-chan, she's beautiful, Naruto said, very surprised. Penemu didn't even flinch, she continued walking until she was about 20 meters away from Naruto. She lifted her head and began to run alongside Naruto. After the cadre began to chase Naruto, a frightened Naruto ran at full speed, dodging Penemu's light spears. Penemu was in a berserker state as she pursued Naruto. Tired of running, Naruto caught both of Penemu's hands, just as she was about to launch a light spear at him. Naruto's red eyes met Penemu's blue-gray eyes. I missed you too, Penemu-chan, Naruto said with a sincere smile, as he hugged Penemu, who couldn't hold back her tears and began to cry. My name is Naruto, Penemu-chan, Lucifer will just be my last name, the raven-haired boy said with a loving smile. Naruto-kun, it's a dream to see you again. I missed you so much. I felt so alone for so many millennia. Naruto silenced her by kissing her lips. Penemu, very red, yielded to the kiss. A few minutes later, between kisses, they both stopped. This is very real, and I'm back to stay. Penemu hugged Naruto, burying her face in his chest. The others appeared a few meters away beside them. Baraquile. You son of a bitch. You're still alive. Naruto smiled at Baraquile. Azazel. You son of a bitch, you're still alive, asshole. Naruto just laughed and replied. Of course, only 3,000 years have passed. Explain to us how you came back from the dead, Chimazai said seriously. Naruto, fine, I'll tell you. Well, that's all. Everyone was very surprised, but they didn't say anything else. Azazel, I learned a few years ago that you possess an artificial sacred gear. Azazel simply smiled smugly and revealed his sacred gear. It's called Downfall Dragon Spear, and it possesses the soul of the Dragon King Fafnir, Azazel said with a genuine smile, as they both enjoyed such things. Naruto simply pulled out his medallion. What's inside? Azazel asked, sensing a very dark presence, yet one of harmony at that moment. Naruto just smiled smugly. I created this, thanks to Ajuka explaining how some Longinus-type sacred gears work, like the divinity diving of the White Dragon Emperor and the booster gear of the Welsh Dragon. I based it on that and created this medallion, which keeps my ally, an evil dragon, in harmony. Naruto's words caused both Azazel and Chimazai's eyes to widen. Evil dragon, are you crazy? Chimazai said, a little fearful. Naruto. Worry, you'll be fine. Chimazai had an anime-style sweat drop, just like Azazel. Azazel, and which dragon do you have as an ally? Asked the leader of the fallen angels. Naruto, well, I'll just tell you that he's worse than Anubis, and he's Ra's greatest enemy. Azazel, now understanding, simply said one name. Apophis, was all Azazel said. Azazel's sacred gear began to glow, and a voice resonated. Hey kid, or rather Lucifer, I hope one of these days our wielders have a good battle, to demonstrate which artificial sacred gear, and which dragon, is stronger, said Fafnir's dragon-like voice. Naruto's golden medallion also glowed, and seconds later, Apophis's response arrived. Consider it done, Dragon King Fafnir. I also hope to have a good battle, replied the dark dragon Apophis. Both sacred gears stopped glowing, and both wielders sheathed their sacred gears. He, it was great to see you again, Penemu-chan. If you want, you can come to my house to make up for lost time. Penemu, blushing deeply, simply nodded and approached Naruto. Still blushing, she buried her face in Naruto's chest, who was taller than her. Azazel. Alright, take good care of her, and don't give me any nephews so soon. Azazel was laughing, as were Baraquile and Chinmazai, but many spears of light were launched towards them, and they began to perform evasive maneuvers. Naruto and his group disappeared in the direction of the Lucifer mansion in Kuo. Upon arriving, everyone was engaged in something. Gaara and Kankuro were playing chess. And the other women were chatting amongst themselves. When Naruto arrived, he was bombarded with questions from everyone, asking who Penemu was and things like that. Naruto told them that she was Penemu, and that she was a friend from the past. Penemu was very jealous seeing how they all hugged and kissed Naruto. Naruto saw how Penemu made a cute pout when he saw her, which made her look very kawaii and sexy. Penemu-chan, don't worry, you, like all of them, will have the same love with the same strength and the same longing with which I love you all. Penemu, very flushed, grabbed Naruto's arm and rolled him across the floor at full speed. Now, that's some serious lust, Chisato said with a perverted smile. In Naruto's room, Naruto and Penemu were kissing passionately. She asked permission to enter, and Naruto granted it. I've waited for you my whole life, and now that you're back, I want you to give me a child. I don't want to be alone anymore. Don't leave me alone, Penemu said, removing her clothes until she was naked. Lemon time. Naruto, observing Penemu's stunning body, blushed deeply, especially after what she said. I won't leave you alone. If I came for you, it's because I love you. It took me more than 3,000 years to understand that, and now that I can be with you, and with all those who love me, I will never abandon them. Naruto smiled sweetly and proceeded to kiss Penemu's lips. The kiss intensified into one of passion and lust. Naruto rubbed his member against Penemu's entrance, who, between kisses, bit Naruto's lips, making him harder and squeezing Penemu's fleshy buttocks. Breaking the kiss and leaving a trail of saliva, Naruto went for Penemu's breasts, sucking them longingly. Her breasts were large as Grayfia's or Kuroka's. They were very soft and round, her tanned skin made them look exquisite, and those rosy, hard nipples made Naruto thrust his entire member into Penemu in one stroke. She arched her back and stuck out her tongue in excitement. Blood trickled from her intimacy. Naruto had remained still, so she could get used to the pain. About 30 seconds later, Naruto began to move, giving her gentle thrusts, while continuing to suck Penemu's breasts. If you keep sucking them like that, I'll go crazy, Penemu said, her face red and drool dripping from the corner of her mouth. Then go crazy, Naruto said, thrusting faster, making Penemu moan louder. Naruto continued sucking on Penemu's breasts, causing the inner walls of her vagina to tighten more and more. Your vagina is so tight, Naruto said as he grew harder. Penemu didn't respond, she was lost in pleasure. Naruto turned her over, putting her on her back, and began thrusting harder into her. Ah, Naruto-kun, give me more, I want more, she said, lost in the pleasure. Naruto began thrusting harder and harder, until he was inside and out of Penemu's womb. Ah, yes, I want more. This is what I've waited millennia for. I love you, Naruto-kun, I'm coming. Penemu said, arching her back, coming inside Naruto's member. Penemu's fluids soaked the floor, and Naruto, with a smile, kissed Penemu's lips, which were quite red. Naruto placed Penemu on the bed, and positioning himself in front of her, inserted his member into her. Penemu got so excited that she also started moving her hips. Naruto, pounding her hard against the wall, began thrusting like a wild animal. Penemu, whose tongue was hanging out, simply climbed on top of Naruto, riding him. Naruto, who was about to ejaculate, just squeezed Penemu's hips, and with one last thrust, released his seed into her womb. Naruto, who was standing, was now ejaculating in Penemu's mouth, since he still had a lot of semen coming out of his member and Penemu wanted it in her throat. End of lemon. Penemu and Naruto did it all night, the other girls left them alone so it would be more romantic for them. 5 days Later. Naruto was now leaving the principal's office at Kuo Academy. He had come with his friends, Gaara, and Kankuro, who were all enrolling. They were all taking different courses, and today was the final entrance exam for everyone. The principal was very pleased that such a gifted student as Naruto would be studying at his academy, especially since he had left the city for vacation at age 12 and was now in the third year of high school. Walking through the empty hallways, since everyone was in class, Naruto saw Rias and Akeno approaching and talking in the distance. Naruto concealed his aura and presence and slipped into an empty room. Rias. You're very worried about Razor, aren't you? Rias said seriously. Akeno, I don't want to talk about it. I want to think and see what the best solution will be. I don't want to reveal that without him here, Rias said seriously. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto listened to everything with a smile. Naruto said a few words from the shadows. I'll come back for you, Rias-chan. With that, Naruto disappeared. Rias stopped abruptly and looked around. She placed her hand on her chest and continued walking. Even though I want to deny it, I miss you so much, Naruto-kun, the redhead thought sadly. Days later. Naruto was receiving a call and suddenly became serious. He ordered all his peerage to assemble. When everyone was there, Naruto disappeared along with his peerage in a magic circle. Some time before, Rias stood beside her peerage, while in front of them stood Razor and his peerage with arrogant smiles. Emil, who was between them to avoid a fight, simply spoke. Sears-sama knew this would happen, so he will come in person. Razor and Rias were surprised and watched as Sears-X's magic circle appeared. Sears-X gave his sister an affectionate look. Razor, what are you doing here, male Lucifer? Sears-X, I've come because this engagement was a mistake. If I had realized this sooner, I would have broken it off much sooner. Razor became angry, and Rias smiled with a sigh. You can't stop the engagement. This will benefit both families in the underworld, Razor said, trying to convince Sears-X. My sister doesn't want to marry you. I can't stop it right now, but someone else can. This confused everyone. And who is that person? I need to kill them, Razor said angrily. Ha 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 ha, you, kill me. You're so funny, Yakitori. Naruto appeared from a magic circle, with his usual smile, and behind him, all his peerage. You bastard, Razor said, gritting his teeth. Naruto was about to speak, but arms wrapped around his neck. Naruto-sama, I missed you so much, Naruto-sama. Revel said, overjoyed. Naruto just did this. Yeah. You've really grown up, Revel-chan. You're even more beautiful. I think you're about 15 years old, if I'm not mistaken. Naruto smiled at Revel, who blushed deeply. Revel, come here this instant, Razor said angrily. No, was Revel's only response. Remember you lost me in your stupid bet, so I'm not your piece anymore. Razor tried to use the peace punishment, but nothing happened. Naruto was surrounding Revel with his aura, causing an ivory piece to emerge from her. Then, summoning his own set, the ivory piece of the Morningstar nobility entered Revel. Razor received his ivory piece, seeing that Revel's aura was now different. Naruto just smiled mockingly. I told you once, if you try to get near my women, I'll kill you. Neither Revel nor Rias belong to you. Naruto unleashed his killer instinct, which terrified Razor and his Sakito, as well as those who didn't know Naruto. Rias was overjoyed that Naruto had returned, and a small tear escaped her left eye, which Akeno noticed, and she too was overjoyed. Naruto ceased emanating his aura and looked at Razor with superiority. Sears-X, Naruto-sama, how do you intend to stop this engagement? Asked the male, curious and desperate to know how it would work. When Sears-X said that, Naruto simply looked at Rias, who blushed deeply, stood up from her seat, and walked toward Naruto. When they were face to face, Rias rushed toward Naruto, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed his lips. Everyone was in shock, except for Naruto's women, Madara, Akeno, and Kaneko. Sears-X, jaw dropped, completely taken aback. Didn't you see it coming? When Naruto and Rias separated, they embraced affectionately, kissing again with even more passion than before, a passion everyone could feel. Razor was furious, the fire surrounding him a testament to that. Naruto squeezed Rias's rear, eliciting a soft moan into the kiss. Damn it! Razor shouted, lunging to attack Naruto, but a sword sliced him from the torso down, leaving him sprawled on the ground. The swordswoman summoned another, which crackled with lightning. Razor, lying on the ground, saw Satsuki, her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated, looking down at him with a superior air. Everyone saw two swords surrounded by lightning, held in both of her hands. When Razor's entourage saw this, they were about to attack, but they saw Rossweisse raise her hand, and multiple chains of ice imprisoned the entire Razor entourage. Razor, recovered, was about to attack Satsuki for humiliating him, but with a glance, she cast Amaterasu. Razor began to scream in pain. "That's enough, Satsuki-chan," Naruto said, prompting Satsuki to deactivate the technique. Satsuki did so, and Razor could be seen badly burned, his regeneration wasn't working, and he looked terrified from the pain he had felt. Naruto walked toward Satsuki, hugged her from behind, and told her to go join the others. "He, you've really roasted yourself, Yakitori. You remember how I beat you with that fire technique in our rating game, right? She's very pretty, isn't she? After all, she's my pretty pawn." What Naruto said surprised Rias and her entourage. "Revel, Razor, what do you mean, a pawn? You're lying," Razor said angrily. He, envy, huh? He, you feel that, don't you? All my peerages are at the level to defeat a high-class demon or higher, so it's no wonder my Sakito is kicking ass. And by the way, the flames of Amaterasu can burn even dragon fire, in case you didn't know. Razor was now very scared. "Naruto, this engagement is annulled, since Rias is already my woman in body and soul." "What do you mean?" Searsex would say. "Well, 4 years ago, before I left, Rias and I made a bet, and since I won, I asked her for something fair, but she didn't accept it at that moment. But she did tell me that she would give me something in the meantime since I was going on a trip, and that would be her virginity. We made love that day." What Naruto said made everyone's eyes widen, and Rias blushed deeply. Akino didn't even flinch since she knew very well what was happening, and she wanted to be next on the list. "So, my sister and you, huh?" Searsex said with his grim expression. "You, going to die today, Naruto?" Searsex said, chasing after Naruto with energy of destruction. Naruto hit Searsex hard on the head to calm him down, which worked. Back to the good stuff. Razor was furious, because after all, Rias was Naruto's now, and that meant she was his fiancée. Naruto looked at Razor arrogantly. "Just get out of here. You have no business here." When Naruto said that, Razor clicked his teeth and clenched his fists, disappearing in a magic circle. Ha, well, that'll keep him from bothering me again," Naruto said with a smile. "Alright, thanks Naruto, see you later," Searsex said with a smile. And Rias-tan, be happy with Naruto, Searsex said to his sister, who blushed deeply, as much as her hair color. Searsex disappeared, leaving the occult research club room in silence. Kuroka, Rias-chan, I didn't know you were in love with Naruto, NYA, and that you were such a wild girl, huh? But tell me, did you like how he did it? Rias. I didn't like it, I loved it. Everyone laughed, except for a few people who were still in shock. Issei, Bushu, who is this guy? The brown-haired boy asked. Rias. He's my fiancé now, and he's the one I want, said the redhead, hugging Naruto. Issei just nodded, already understanding that he wouldn't have a chance with Rias. Akino also hugged Naruto, putting his arm between her breasts. This made Issei feel a wave of depression wash over him, as he thought about how to ask Naruto to teach him how to win over women. Everyone watched Issei, who was in a corner crying anime style. Akino. Era, why is Issei-kun crying over there? Naruto. I don't know, but it makes you think. Everyone laughed again. Naruto was now in front of Kaneko, along with his sister Kuroka. They hugged Kaneko, who didn't resist, which made Issei feel another wave of depression, since Kaneko let Naruto hug her. Kuroka and Naruto, Ne-sama, I missed you, Kaneko said with a cute pout. Sharon NYA, we're here NYA, and I see you've grown a lot NYA, Kuroka said, her cheek close to her sister's, who felt a little embarrassed by how affectionate her sister was. We started studying here on Monday. I can't wait to see Sona and Tsubaki's faces when we see each other again, Naruto said with a smile. They all nodded and left the occult research club, either to go to Naruto's house or to their own homes. Chapter 9. At this moment, Naruto was a little nervous. Why? Nothing in the world prepared him for what he would have to experience today. I am getting nervous. You might wonder what it could be. Well, yeah, dude, no way. The answer is simple. Standing in front of Naruto were Zudicus Grimori and Venelana Bale. Did Inti you see it coming? We're screwed then, huh? Zudikus, so, Naruto-sama, you're responsible for my daughter losing her virginity, the Grimoire Patriarch said, his expression serious yet eerie. Re going to die. Naruto paled, even more so when he saw the sweet smile Venelana gave him. Re all going to die. Hey. Before anything else, I love Rias, Naruto said, blushing. After all, Rias is his favorite tomato. See. That's racist, but you're right. At that moment, Venelana started chasing Naruto all over the Lucifer mansion. Run. Bitch, run. Naruto just thought. Why is misfortune chasing me? All of Naruto's women were just eating popcorn, which only Kami knows where it came from. Ah. The mysteries of life. Rias just patted her face, because her parents and brother always spoiled her as if she were still a child. Poor ugly little thing. Half an hour later, Rias was seen affectionately hugging Naruto, who had burns all over his neck, remembering what Venelana had told him. If you break her heart, I'll break your neck. Venelana only had a sweet smile, which terrified her husband. After all, she was very overprotective of her children. Naruto just kissed Rias's lips, making her blush deeply. Oh, love. Venelana. Very well, Naruto-sama, I expect you to take care of my daughter, or else I'll castrate you, the Bale finished, creating a sphere of destruction. I'm scared. Zudikus was behind his son Searzex, using him as a shield, because of the fear he had of his wife. You did the right thing, Bob. Naruto was just pale, since Venelana had never been like this, and with even more reason, he decided to hug Rias tighter, while he stood behind her, using her as a shield. Where? Your honor, trash. Rias just slapped her face and told her mother to calm down. Naruto just said. No one has ever cared this much about me. All his women just said. What? About me? Now Naruto had another problem, and it was all his women with frying pans or their respective magic, chasing after him. Today is a great day to die. Scene. Change. Naruto could be seen, holding Rias in his lap, while she spoke to her peerage. Rias, well, my beloved servants, I present to you Naruto Lucifer, heir to the house of Lucifer, and my fiancé, Rias said with a lovely smile that made her look even more beautiful. This is what Naruto thought as he looked at her. Nosborn. What a charmer. The Sakito Grimoire had different emotions. Kiba simply bowed his head in respect. Kaneko just continued eating her cookie. Asia also bowed her head. Akeno just licked her lips. And Issei, seeing Akeno lick her lips, just cried internally, because Lucifer was stealing his senpais. Well. Who's hungry? Naruto just gave a sincere smile. Kaneko, say hello to your Oni-chan, Naruto said with a smile, but Kaneko just flipped him the bird. What have I done to deserve this contempt? I cry internally, Naruto. Kaneko, Naruto, you're so overprotective, and it bothers me, Kaneko said seriously, eating her cookie. You say, thank you, you ungrateful pig. Naruto said with a chibi face. Several things happened in these months. Naruto defeated Kokobile, killing him. Kokobile said the magic words to anger Naruto. I'll rape all those bitches you have. That was enough for Naruto to destroy him. Something good came out of Kokobile's attempted war. Now there would be a meeting, and the three factions would make peace. Something else that surprised Naruto was that Zenobia IV was after his seed. After learning that God was dead, she only wanted strong children, much like Kuroka, who also wanted children. But Zenobia wanted those children so she wouldn't feel empty. After all, she dedicated her entire life to the church and to God, though she never stopped believing in him. Zenobia became Rias's knight, and she too would be part of her harem, but first they both needed to get to know each other well. At the faction meeting, everything was normal until the attack. Naruto was surprised to see Kateria Leviathan again, the daughter of his childhood friend, the former male Leviathan. Naruto saw that Kateria was still having difficulty using her snake magic from the Leviathan clan, and she tried to self-destruct when she was already lost, but Naruto sealed her magic at the last moment so she wouldn't die. What the hell are you doing, you bastard? The brunette said angrily. Naruto whispered words that made Kateria pale and shudder. You look so pathetic, Kateria. I can't believe you're a daughter of Leviathan. Even more, I can't believe you joined Rizvam even though he's not even a descendant of mine. For a few seconds, Naruto revealed his demonic form, terrifying Kateria, who was now kneeling, pale with fear. Lucifer-sama, is that you? The brunette asked, still kneeling, unable to look up because of the fear she felt at that moment. Naruto's aura and killer instinct terrified many who fought, but they didn't approach for fear of Naruto's reprisals. If your father were here, he would punish you with 1,000 hellish lashes just for kneeling in fear. Where is the honor of the Leviathan family? And you talk about Seraphal-chan. How ironic. Naruto lifted Kateria by the head, and she looked at Naruto's normal face. Leviathan was never afraid, and I remember you weren't afraid either. Hanging out with those kids has made you weak, my sweet niece. Kateria had tears in her eyes, yet she also felt joy, for Naruto was her uncle Lucifer, and she remembered many things with him. But I will see to it that you become a true Leviathan again. Now you are mine and under my command. Do you agree to that? Kateria nodded before fainting. Naruto took her in his arms, bridal style. Naruto began to levitate, to take Kateria to Grayfia, but he realized that something was about to hit him. Kamui, authority of the gods, Naruto said, letting the attack pass through him like a ghost, and bringing Kateria to safety. Well, Levelly Lucifer. Tell me, why are you attacking your superior? Naruto asked curiously. Levelly, well, I'm very bored, and they offered me some fun, the silver-haired woman said with a smile. Naruto, well, if I kick your ass, it won't be fun. Besides, there's another kind of fun you don't know about, and you know it well, right? Naruto finished with a smile. Levelly frowned. We'll meet again, Naruto Lucifer. We'll see who a real Lucifer is. Naruto just thought. What right do you have to say that? Levelly made a magic circle and disappeared. Azazel, who witnessed everything, just laughed because it was obvious Levelly wanted Naruto, but she still hadn't accepted her dragon instincts, which told her to mark that man as hers. Ah. That makes sense. Naruto just appeared in front of Grayfia and handed Kateria over to her to take to the Lucifer mansion and heal her. Michael just looked at Naruto with a sweet smile, because he already knew who he was. Damn. It. Naruto. Hey Michael, don't tell Gabriel, he'll kill me, Naruto said palely. I am scared. Michael. Well, you son of a bitch. How are you alive, huh? Asked the Lord of the Sky. Naruto. Good question, brother, good question. So. Naruto told Michael how he was alive. Ah. Anyway. I thank Father for giving me this opportunity, and I'm sorry, brother, Naruto said, bowing his head to Michael. Manners maketh the man. Michael. It seems you've changed, huh? I forgive you, but earn my trust, Michael said with a sincere smile. Naruto just said. You. Cruel but fair. X. Scene. Change. Kuo Academy. Naruto was in his classroom, the same one Rias and Akino shared. The raven-haired boy was the object of lustful glances from all his female classmates, and even some of the teachers, because he had such a toned body and his face didn't have an ounce of baby fat. Many women looked at Rias and Akino with envy, as they were helping Naruto with homework and notes since he had enrolled mid-year. Naruto was also the object of collective envy from the men because he had several girlfriends, and now many considered him the Prince of Kuo, something that pleased Kiba since he didn't like that title. You take the fun out of life. Now Naruto could be seen walking towards his class. But suddenly he was pulled into a room. What's happening? But luckily for Naruto, the one who had pulled him was Akino, who had a mocking smile. Good scare. What's wrong, Akino-chan? Naruto said, smiling. Era, Naruto-kun, you've been neglecting me. Don't you love me anymore? Akino said playfully. You're tempting me. Of course I love you, but what will Baraquile say? Naruto asked curiously. Akino just became serious. He'll say the same thing as Rias's parents. Besides, you have the added bonus of being his friend forever, so don't tell me you're my friend's daughter, because I'm going to have you inside me, whether you like it or not, Akino finished, taking off her clothes and licking her lips. Damn, where were these nymphomaniacs when I was a kid? Naruto just paled, because literally, Akino wanted to rape him. No way, she raped me. Akino hugged Naruto's chest, making her large breasts touch his torso, which was becoming aroused just from feeling Akino's body. That feels so good. You know, Naruto-kun, I love you so much, Akino said with a sincere smile. Deep down, Akino wasn't sad, because before Naruto left for the shinobi world, he talked to her a lot and made her understand that her father wasn't to blame, and that her mother wouldn't want her to hold a grudge against her father, whom she considered her only love, and who died for it. Naruto comforted Akino, who had suffered so much at such a young age, and also showed her how he coldly and sadistically killed the murderers of Akino's mother. That led to Akino's sadism. That's why Akino loves Naruto, who, out of respect for his friend Baraquile, didn't want to hurt his daughter. Because that's what a man does. Akino. Naruto-kun, I want to be with you, I want to be one with you, the Himehime said, with tears in her eyes. Naruto wiped away those tears and kissed Akino's forehead. Naruto, you're a beautiful woman, you've grown up and you're as beautiful as your mother, your father is surely proud of that, but I respect your father, since he's a good friend. I don't know how he'd react when he found out about this, Naruto thought fearfully. Akino just hugged Naruto tighter. It doesn't matter what my father says, he has to understand. Besides, you love me too, don't you? Akino asked, making Naruto blush slightly. Yes, I love you, but, Naruto was interrupted because Akino was kissing his lips. Oh, that feels good. Naruto returned the kiss, surprised that Akino loved him so much. Naruto took Akino by the waist, turning her to face him. He kissed her again, their tongues intertwining. Akino began to remove her clothes, becoming completely naked. Lemon time. When Naruto realized what was happening, he saw that Akino was completely naked. Akino-chan, shall we do it here? Asked the devil. It doesn't matter where, I want to be yours, Akino said, blushing. Naruto cast a spell, transforming the room and placing them both in his own dimension. He laid Akino down on a double bed. Naruto removed all his clothes and began kissing Akino's neck, which made her let out a sweet, kya. Naruto, he, I see you have a sensitive spot, huh, my Akino-chan. Naruto said playfully, while sucking and lightly biting Akino's neck. No, don't play with my neck, ah. Akino said when Naruto left a red-hot hickey. Era, Naruto-kun, it's my time to play. Akino said playfully. Akino took Naruto's member in her right hand, bending down slightly until she touched the imposing rod of the red-eyed boy. Akino was very excited, seeing the complexity of the Lucifer's member. Without thinking much, she took Naruto's entire member towards her throat. Akino began to give Naruto a good blowjob, which lasted several minutes, between Naruto's moans, because Akino also used her breasts to masturbate him, while at the same time using her hands to rub his balls. Naruto ejaculated a lot in Akino's throat, and she gladly received all of his semen. Akino began licking up all the semen that was leaking from the corners of his mouth, taking it into her own mouth and cleaning the tip of Naruto's penis. Playfully, Akino sat on Naruto's lap, making him look at her large breasts. Naruto-kun, suck them, Akino said playfully. Without thinking, Naruto began to suck on Akino's breasts, which she enjoyed as he tasted them. Nah, Naruto-kun, not so hard, you sound like a child. I don't give milk yet, Akino said, blushing deeply, as Naruto touched her vagina, which was soaked. Naruto lightly bit Akino's nipples, making her let out a sweet moan. Naruto moved down to the entrance of her femininity and began to rub his member against Akino's wet area. With one thrust, Naruto penetrated Akino's intimacy, making her arch her back and close her eyes in a little pain, but when Naruto began to move, she started to like it, making a very lascivious face. Akino's intimacy was squeezing Naruto tightly, which made him even harder, despite the tight grip. Naruto thrust hard, reaching Akino's deepest places. Ah, yes, Naruto-kun, give me more, make me completely yours, Akino moaned like crazy. Naruto kissed Akino's lips while squeezing her hips, thrusting even harder. Akino wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck as they moved their tongues in a lustful way, each keeping pace with the other. With one final thrust, Naruto filled Akino's womb with his seed, causing Akino to let out a final moan, her eyes rolling back in her head. When Naruto withdrew his member from Akino, she began to suck on it, cleaning it of the remaining semen. When she had finished cleaning up, she climbed on top of Naruto and lowered her hips to fully insert his member into her. Ah, that feels so good, Akino moaned each time she lowered her hips, allowing Naruto's member to reach her deepest parts. Naruto was mesmerized, watching Akino's breasts bounce in a very sexy way. He began to suck on them, making Akino let out a sweet, kya. Ah, Naruto-kun, I love this, Akino said, blushing deeply. They looked at each other one last time. Naruto, squeezing Akeno by the waist, gave one final thrust, causing his member to penetrate Akeno's womb. A lot of fluid flowed from Akeno's insides as she lay surrendered on Naruto's chest. Naruto, that was amazing, Naruto said, breathing heavily. End of Lemon. After literally finishing off Akeno, Naruto left for his class, even though he had missed some. XXX. Elsewhere. Rizebum-sama, I have the formula to open part of the seal that imprisons Trihexa. Good, Euclid, don't disappoint me, a silver-haired man with a beard said seriously. The self-proclaimed Euclid only frowned slightly, as he still had to put up with that bastard Rizebum. 20 weeks had passed, and now Naruto was with all his women at the Kuo Academy pool. They were resting from training, and what better way to relax than swimming? Well said, of course. But Naruto was literally raped by Zenobia, who locked herself in a room with him. Holy shit, she raped me. When he came out of the room, Naruto found himself covered in lipstick, with hickeys and a few bite marks. That guy is my idol. Zenobia was smiling broadly, but she couldn't walk very well. I think the con artist got conned. Naruto, recovering, saw Sona looking at him with a blush, but he looked away. Ah. Love. Naruto remembers how Sona reacted when he returned. He remembers. Sona was in her student council office working when suddenly, lips were kissing her. Don't mess around, she thought. Upon realizing it, she saw it was Naruto, who had changed a lot. A pleasant surprise, she thought. Sona's face turned red when she realized who it was, and she was very embarrassed. Naruto pulled away from Sona's lips and looked at everyone around him, some staring in amazement, others with hatred. Tsubaki, is that Naruto-sama? Queen Citri asked in astonishment. Sona, why did you kiss me, idiot? And why are you showing up like this after so long? Sona said angrily, but blushing. Naruto simply said. Because I feel like it. Naruto, remember I beat you in a chess game, and you should have married me, but I gave you the option of seeking my reward later, so I wanted it to be a kiss, Naruto said with a mocking smile. That's your idol, mine too. Saji glared at Naruto with hatred. After all, Lucifer kissed his Kaichu. Well, Sona, I'm back in the underworld and the city, Naruto said mockingly. I understand, Sona said, still embarrassed, but she composed herself, looking at Naruto seriously. Saji, how dare you kiss Sona, Kaichu? Saji said, trying to punch Naruto, but he only passed right through Naruto as if he were a ghost, and he fell to the ground, hitting his head hard. Ouch. What a blow that bastard took. Everyone was surprised, except for Sona and Tsubaki, who already knew Naruto. Well, Sona, see you later, and advise your servants not to attack those they don't know, Naruto said, waving before disappearing. As he vanished, Sona touched her lips, where Naruto had gently kissed her. That was my first kiss, Sona thought, blushing slightly. Some people are so lucky. Although it might not seem like it, Sona had enjoyed the kiss, as she secretly loved the raven-haired boy very much. End of flashback. Tsubaki looked at Sona mischievously, remembering the times Naruto, in moments alone, had stolen kisses from Sona, and she wanted him to do the same to her. She felt a little jealous. Naruto was now creating several clones, who began applying suntan lotion to each of his women while massaging them. Everything was going well until Kuroka playfully suggested that Naruto give them a more special massage, which they all agreed to, and thus a good orgy was formed, which would last for several hours. Chapter 10. Meeting with Asgard. Odin, well, brats, I think it would be good to form this alliance, since if a war were to break out or an enemy were to attack Asgard, I would like to have friends who support our cause. Besides, I have good friends among you, the father god finished with a knowing smile, looking at his good friend Naruto. Searsex. We are glad to hear that, since we also want peace, for our friends, family, and siblings, and that is why our alliance. Michael, heaven also agrees, and we will support you in any way we can. Azazel, well, there's no other way, besides, it'll be interesting. Everything was the same, until Loki's attack. Naruto watched from a magic bubble the fight between Sakito Grimori and Citri against Loki, who had already broken free from Ajuka's spell. Everything was going well, until Loki summoned Fenrir and one of the dark dragons, who was larger than Apophis. Upon seeing this, Naruto's medallion began to glow intensely, and a great amount of killing intent was felt emanating from it. Naruto disappeared in a magic circle, reappearing in front of Fenrir and Midgarson. Naruto, using his Lucifer Black Dragon armor, gave Fenrir and Midgarson a beating, which caused the god Loki to intervene in the fight. "Hey kid, why don't you join me? You're surrounded by inferior beings," Loki said arrogantly. Naruto replied arrogantly, empty words from Odin's weakest son, which enraged Loki. Loki, at great speed, landed a punch to Naruto's stomach, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a crater. Loki laughed arrogantly and slowly walked over to Naruto, who was getting up. "I offered you my friendship," he said. Naruto smiled arrogantly, and in a second, he had landed more than 15 blows on Loki, who didn't see it coming, especially since all he saw was a black and silver light. Naruto, in his armor, kept hitting Loki, who defended himself as best he could, but he couldn't keep up with Naruto. "That's enough," Loki said angrily, to which Naruto stopped. "I am a god, you foolish creature. A demon like you cannot win." Loki was interrupted when Naruto grabbed his foot and began slamming him against the ground. Loki could be seen in a trance from the pain, as Naruto walked away. Naruto. Weakling. Naruto. Took Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. Naruto, at great speed, went after Loki, who was struggling to his feet. Loki began to create many ice spikes, which were sent towards Naruto, who passed through them as if he were a ghost. "What skill, sir?" Naruto, with his Sharingan active, reflected a genjutsu, which stunned Loki's senses, preventing him from seeing the real Naruto behind him. Naruto knelt behind Loki and said, "Surprise. Motherfucker." Naruto struck Mjolnir, sealing Loki. Although, thinking about it, Loki was saved because Odin asked them to spare him. But if it had been Naruto's decision, Loki would already be dead. That's what being evil is all about. After sealing Loki, everyone appeared in the room where they were all waiting. Naruto handed Mjolnir to Thor, who smiled back. "I am still worthy." "Odin, thank you, Naruto, for not killing my son," said the father god with a smile. Naruto, "It's nothing, old man. It's time we all united, don't you think? There are plenty of young demons," said Lucifer, causing many to look at him with a sweat drop since Odin had a perverted expression. "You're sick." Odin, "Fine, Odin, declare this alliance, and from now on we will be allies." Everyone was happy, especially because Odin was speaking so sincerely. The lack of respect. The next day, Naruto was being strangled by a blonde with blue eyes. "We going to die. Gabriel-chan, please, don't kill me," Naruto said with difficulty. "I'm scared." "Iniki, you idiot, I'll kill you for being unfaithful and for leaving me alone," the seraph said with fire in her eyes. Damn it. Around Naruto and Gabriel, all their women were drinking tea, not paying attention to what Naruto was going through. "Ah, you damn jerk. That's what you get for being an idiot. You know you should never abandon a lady," Eriko said with a smile. "Thanks for helping, Eriko," Naruto said with a depressed cloud over his face. "Poor ugly thing. Don't talk, Iniki," Gabriel said, choking Naruto harder. "We're going to die." The men present were frightened, especially Madara, who stood behind his wife, shielding her, saying nothing so that he wouldn't be the one strangled by Makoto, who watched him vigilantly. "I am getting nervous," Naruto said, using what little strength he had left to hug Gabriel, who slowly released her grip on him. "You're a very clever son of a bitch," she said. "Gabriel-chan, I know my words won't be enough to show you how much I regret leaving you alone, but I want you to know that I never stopped thinking about my little sister. Besides, it was better to distance myself from you, since you would have fallen into darkness like I did. Because that's what a man does," Gabriel replied. Tears began to flow, especially when she felt her brother hug her affectionately. Naruto simply smiled at Gabriel and wiped away her tears. "Gabriel, we have a lot to talk about," said the seraph, who began to drag Naruto all over the Lucifer mansion, until they were alone. All of Naruto's women just smiled. Michael, who was the one who brought Gabriel to the Lucifer mansion, also smiled, and he smiled maliciously because he got his revenge on Naruto by bringing Gabriel. "Simpson. You are diabolical." Although he had to admit that the reunion between the two siblings was nice. "Wow. Really, Naruto-sama," said Gabriel with stars in his eyes. Naruto, "Yes, Gabriel, that's all I've lived through all this time, and as you can see, this is me now," finished Lucifer with a sincere smile. Gabriel hugged Naruto's chest, where she looked into Lucifer's eyes. "Oh. Love. I'm glad to see you again, Gabriel said happily, which made Naruto's heart beat fast. She is the strongest person. Naruto. Gabriel-chan, in all my years of conquest, violence, and massacre. I always found myself thinking about how my life would have been if I hadn't fallen. In remembering everything we went through together, you, me, and Penemu-chan, I realized that I love you. Naruto lowered his head until his forehead touched Gabriel's, who was slightly flushed. What? A handsome man. They gazed at each other, Gabriel's blue eyes looking with love, Naruto's crimson eyes, who looked at her the same way. Oh. Love. Naruto. I never understood our brotherly relationship until I understood feelings, Naruto said, a little sadly. Just because we are children of the God of the Bible doesn't mean we don't feel things. Especially when different emotions are born within us. Gabriel, of all the beings in heaven, you always looked at me with love, but you never realized it, nor did I, because I barely understood feelings, the seraph said with a smile. Naruto, now I can understand that more than brothers, we are soulmates. Naruto moved closer, where by a millimeter, his lips were about to connect with Gabriel's. Gabriel, when you fell, I was about to fall too, but I remembered that you once told me not to follow in your footsteps if you ever fell into darkness. Although I also hated you a little, because you also fell for something as silly as boobs. Gabriel had a vein of anger running through his veins, while Naruto had a chibi face. Well. Don't get angry. You know something, Gabriel-chan. In my battle with father, with every punch, with every deadly technique, I always asked about you. Because I truly loved them a lot, that's why I never seriously fought with Michael whenever we met, because an older brother never hurts his little brothers. Because that's what a man does. I truly would have had a different life if things had been different, but now things are much better and I love them. Naruto was about to continue speaking, but Gabriel interrupted him. I love you too, Naruto. It doesn't matter if we're brothers, our souls are twins, and I don't mind sharing you, I don't mind if I stop being an angel, I just want to be by your side. Gabriel moved his head closer, their lips meeting. Naruto placed his left hand on Gabriel's cheek, and she squeezed his hand with longing. I love you, they both said at the same time, sealing that kiss, a kiss full of love. Naruto hugged Gabriel around the waist, while Gabriel hugged Naruto's neck. They both stopped kissing, leaving a trail of saliva between them. Gabriel smiled at Naruto, who enjoyed the sight of Gabriel smiling. Why are you so beautiful? Gabriel replied, well, Naruto-kun, I'll call you that from now on. Besides, I'll be living here and studying with you in Kuo. When Gabriel said that, Naruto only had a bead of sweat on his forehead. He remembered now how Gabriel had always been a bit bossy with him, telling him to do his homework like a tenchi. You. Ryutoi, she said. Naruto hugged Gabriel, and they both went to where the others were. Well, Gabriel-chan, this is Madara Uchiha, my knight morning star and right-hand man in my army, but he's also my father-in-law. Madara said respectfully, a pleasure to meet you. Gabriel, it's a pleasure, I'm glad to meet you all, the seraph said, all of Naruto's pieces, as well as everyone else. Michael, well, sister, I hope you're happy. If you need anything, call me. Because that's what a man does. As for you, Naruto, Michael said seriously, which made Naruto tremble a little. I am scared. I hope you don't do anything perverted with my sister, not until we're husband and wife. What Michael said made Gabriel's face turn completely red. No way, that's going too far. With a final smile, Michael disappeared in a golden light. Madara, Naruto, I think it's time you went after those two, don't you think? When Madara said that, Naruto's expression changed to a sadistic one. What are you talking about? Gabriel asked curiously. Ah. Homer, this world. Naruto, nothing, darling, it's just that Madara reminded me I need to find new members for my army. Gabriel, what army, Naruto-kun? She asked curiously. Naruto explained to Gabriel about the Zetsu and some of his best men. Gabriel. Ah. Naruto summoned a magic circle, from which appeared a brunette with chestnut hair, navy blue eyes, and a voluptuous hourglass figure, with breasts overflowing from a DD cup. This was Kateria Leviathan. What, you don't? Naruto. Sama, what can I do for you? The busty brunette asked. Naruto, I want you to prepare Hidan, make him appear in front of Konoha. When Naruto said that, he had a sadistic smile, just like Madara. Very well, my lord, Kateria said respectfully, bowing her head to disappear. The day Grayfia brought her to the Lucifer mansion, Grayfia healed her, and Naruto convinced her and told her everything that was false about Raizvam. He also told her that in the future, Serafal would leave her position as male, and Kateria would be the one to take that place if she wanted. This made Kateria trust Naruto more, while at the same time she was surprised by the change in the red-eyed boy and stopped seeing him as a father figure, since she began to see him as a man. A strong, dominant male. What? A savage man. Naruto knew very well what she was thinking. After all, now that he had his room in Morningstar Tower, he could read her thoughts and feel her emotions more easily. Besides, he knew that Kateria was an adult woman, old enough to understand what she wanted, so he pinned her in that room and pounded her against the wall for 3 days straight. That guy is my idol. From that day on, Kateria served Naruto eternally, while falling more and more in love with him. Kateria was second in command of the army, and she would also train the Zetsu to give them experience. Naruto and Madara disappeared into a dimensional portal. In these 4 years, Konoha, Suna, and Kumo slowly recovered from their respective problems, all caused by the same person, Naruto Lucifer. Several things happened in these 4 years. First, Omegakure, Kiri, and Iwa were the villages with the best military and commercial standing. These 3 villages also had an alliance, as they were the only villages Naruto had trusted and that were saved from destruction. In Omegakure, Nagato represented his village and said that a great change was coming, which he achieved, and everyone respected him. In Suna, a new cage was chosen, Baki. In Kumo, remained the Reikage, though he lost considerable military power after losing his 2 Jinchūriki. In Konoha, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, remained, the only one eligible to hold the position of Kage. Menma and Sasuke left Konoha to train with Orochimaru, which they did. When they returned after escaping Orochimaru, they were among the strongest, surpassed only by Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya. Orochimaru's arms were sealed inside the Grim Reaper's stomach because the 3rd Hokage had sealed them before dying, which thwarted Orochimaru's plans. Sasuke became the leader of the Uchiha clan because his father had become paralyzed, only able to move the muscles of his face. Menma and Hinata stayed together, or so it seemed. But when they were intimate, Hinata felt nothing, as if being with Menma was insignificant. This wounded Menma's pride, as he remembered that time, or rather the dream he thought he'd had, where Naruto had sex with Hinata. In front of Naruto, he was just a child, and besides, Naruto was definitely older than him. Although, unfortunately, that was just an illusion Hinata had created, since she wouldn't let Menma make love to her even if he were the last man on earth. But Naruto did leave her some scrolls with ninja techniques that she had to learn during the time they were apart, so both she and Narumi trained, though they kept their new abilities a secret. Narumi and Hinata trained together, waiting for Naruto to return for them. Hinata explained to Narumi who Naruto really was, leaving her some scrolls detailing his entire life, the world he came from, the places he had traveled, and the reason for his change. And although they regretted how they had treated Naruto when they were children, for Hinata, a more aggressive and dominant Naruto in bed was very exciting. Where were these nymphomaniacs? But the one who had the most problems during these 4 years was Minato, who had to do everything to bring Konoha back to its glory, in addition to training new shinobi. After all, in Naruto's ruthless attack, he killed more than 400 shinobi, all Chunin and Jonin. At least they had Kakashi, Guy, Yamato, Jiraiya, and other shinobi in their ranks. Outside Konoha, a magic circle appeared, from which Naruto and Madara emerged. A few seconds later, Kateria appeared with a motionless Hidan. Naruto said, "All right, Hidan, your mission is to find and bring me Hinata Hyuga and Narumi Uzumaki." Hidan opened his eyes, which were red with black sclera. "Yes, Naruto-sama," the undead being said, drawing his scythe and running towards Konoha. Naruto, Madara, and Kateria sprouted their demon wings. Naruto had 12, Madara 10, and Kateria 10, to be exact. They began to soar through the sky, noticing that there was no barrier detecting high-altitude flight. They positioned themselves high above, observing Hidan, who was running at great speed. Hidan entered through the gates of Konoha, and about 10 Anbu were quickly in front of him. "Who are you?" one of the Anbu asked, but was decapitated in a swift movement. The others took up their fighting stances, watching as Hidan plunged his scythe into his chest, from which a jet of blood spurted, sending the Anbu squirming and bewildered. "What the hell are you doing?" said an Anbu, but suddenly he began to convulse, as did all the Anbu. A Jonin who arrived to see what was happening was surprised by the action. "What's going on here?" The Jonin said, reaching for a kunai, but an Anbu plunged his katana into his chest. What are you doing? The Jonin demanded, but the Anbu remained silent, as if he were a living dead. Naruto, in the sky, just smiled maliciously. He had turned Hidan into a poison for any human. Alarms began to sound, and multiple shinobi went to see what was happening, as they heard an explosion at the gates of Konoha, courtesy of a fireball from one of the Anbu infected by that blood. Hidan began to run, getting away from the fights and jumping across rooftops to reach Narumi and Hinata. Elsewhere. Before the alarms sounded, Hinata and Narumi were practicing ninjutsu. Narumi, Hinata-chan, do you think Naruto will come for us soon? The redhead asked, panting from the training. Hinata, yes, he promised to come for us before he left. Besides, remember he gave us that paper with the seal that would protect us from an attack as strong as his Shinra Tensei. Hinata replied, panting from the training. Right, Narumi said thoughtfully. Suddenly, they began to hear the alarms, a sign that something bad was happening, although they didn't care anymore. Minutes passed, and they felt a terrifying chakra rapidly approaching them. Both got into fighting stances, ready to face whoever it was. Hidan leapt up and stood in front of Hinata and Narumi, who were already in a fighting position. Sensing his murderous instinct, they both trembled slightly, but remained on guard. Are you Hinata Hyuga and Narumi Uzumaki? Hidan asked, causing the two girls to look at him curiously. Yes, we are. Why do you ask? Narumi replied defiantly. Hidan said, that's good. It would be a shame to kill you, ha ha ha, but my leader, Naruto-sama, wants you alive. He looked like a living dead man with those empty eyes. Naruto had given Hidan a personality, or rather, restored his original demeanor, but only when he was excited or in battle. In serious matters, he remained stoic. Hinata and Narumi were surprised, yet smiled, as the day had finally arrived. Well, it's time to go, Narumi said to her friend, who nodded in agreement. They both started walking toward Hidan, but before they reached him, they were trapped in a wooden prison. This made Hidan angry, and he looked with disinterest at Minato, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Kushina, Guy, Hiashi, the remaining rookies, and Yamato who had his palms on the ground, a sign that he had performed the wood jutsu. Minato, who are you? How did you make our Anbu go berserk and attack everyone? And what do you want with my daughter and Hinata? The Hokage asked seriously. Hidan, I just want to complete my mission, and if I have to kill you all to do it, then I will, Hidan said, grabbing his scythe. Hidan moved with great speed, clashing his scythe against Minato's three-pronged kunai, making Minato stagger slightly from the tremendous force. Menma wanted to punch Hidan, but received a powerful kick from him, sending him crashing into a tree and splitting it in two. Kushina got angry and drew her chains, wrapping Hidan in them, but Hidan broke them with strength. Hidan was then hit in the back with wooden stakes, which did no damage. He pulled them out as if they were nothing and went to attack Yamato. Yamato, it's time. Yamato created a wooden dragon, which he sent toward Hidan. Hidan simply leapt forward and sliced the dragon in half with his scythe. Hidan stood before Yamato, and before he could cut him in half, Yamato was saved at the last moment by Minato, though Yamato received a small cut on his left shoulder. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Yamato said. It's nothing, concentrate more. Minato was about to throw his kunai, but everyone began to hear a macabre laugh. They all paled as they saw Naruto descending from the sky, accompanied by Madara and a dark-haired woman. Naruto, they all said upon seeing the devil. Naruto just smiled sadistically. Well, it seems you've made this pigsty come alive again, hey. You could use another destruction, don't you think? When everyone heard that, they broke out in a cold sweat. Sasuke, Dobi, I'll kill you for what you did to my father, the raven-haired boy said, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto, oh, well, it seems the little elite Uchiha finally got those eyes, huh? Ha. Besides, I think your father wouldn't want to lose another child, so you'd better behave yourself in front of his destroyer. I only came for Hinata and Narumi. If you don't want their destruction, hand them over to me, Naruto said mockingly. When Minato, Kushina, Hiashi, Sasuke, and Menma heard that, they were surprised and angry at the same time. How dare you say you're taking Hinata and Narumi, as if they were yours, you bastard. Sasuke and Menma said angrily. Naruto, well, it seems you're still in love with them. Guys, snap out of it and think about it. Those girls just want sex. When Naruto said that, the girls just blushed. Naruto. Hand them over to me, or else you'll have serious problems, the raven-haired boy said with a sadistic smile. Minato, I will not hand over my daughter to you. This time I will defeat you and rid this world of my son's evil, the fourth Hokage said seriously, with a hint of sadness at the end. Naruto smiled mockingly. I am not your son, I never was. As I said before, the only thing I thank you for is that you let me be reborn. You won't understand that, so let's talk about what's important now. If you don't hand over Narumi and Hinata, there will be carnage, Naruto said sadistically. What Naruto said made many start to sweat. No. We will not hand over my sister and Hinata-chan to you, since you only want them for your worldly and evil purposes. I love Hinata, as she loves me, Menma said angrily. What lovely words, Menma. It seems that loser Sanin Toad has taught you something besides staring at girls' breasts and underwear, and yet you speak of my worldly desires. Naruto just looked at Menma mockingly and said something that made Menma remember. Tell me, Menma, after witnessing me fuck your girlfriend and her falling in love with my penis, do you think you can make such a woman fall in love with such a small member? Naruto said arrogantly. What Naruto said astonished everyone. Hinata, in the wooden prison, just got wet when Naruto spoke of it, and Narumi looked at her with a certain envy. Menma just fell to his knees on the ground, since now he confirmed that Naruto and Hinata had indeed done it. Minato, even so, we will not hand them over, the fourth Hokage said seriously, taking a fighting stance. Naruto just smiled arrogantly. Hidan, kill him now, Naruto said, making Hidan lick the blood from Yamato's side. Hidan plunged his side into his chest, causing a lot of blood to gush out, and tracing the symbol of his ritual on the ground. Everyone watched in astonishment, noticing that Hidan's skin was now black. With a single thrust, he pierced his liver, confusing everyone, but Yamato suddenly began spitting up blood and feeling intense pain. Minato asked, his voice filled with concern for his shinobi. Naruto just laughed again, making everyone look at him in fear. Naruto, it's easy, Minato. If you don't give me Hinata and Narumi, my soldier Hidan will go after your wife, your damn kid, and finally you. And that's what will happen to everyone in this village. I could take them by force, but that wouldn't be fun for me. When Naruto said that, everyone looked at him terrified. How much evil Naruto possessed. Naruto just smiled arrogantly, because he literally told Minato that he would have to hand them over so that more people wouldn't die. Hidan plunged his side into his left thigh, which made Yamato scream in pain. Everyone was terrified when they heard Yamato's scream. Hidan plunged his side into his chest, causing Yamato to cough up even more blood and stop feeding chakra into the technique. This freed Hinata and Narumi, who were approaching Naruto. Stop, stop, Minato said, terrified. He now understood that Hidan was dangerous because of his technique. Kushina used her chains to create a barrier that trapped Narumi and Hinata, who didn't even flinch. Yamato continued screaming in pain, making Minato nervously look around because so much was happening at once. You haven't said the magic words to me, Naruto said mockingly, looking at Minato. Minato said nothing. He was in a dilemma. Should he hand over his daughter and Hiyashi's daughter? Naruto, well, you still haven't decided, Hidan. Go further now. When Naruto said that, Hidan plunged his side into his member, which shocked everyone, and Yamato's eyes widened in shock. Ah, was Yamato's scream as he lost his manhood. Seeing this, Naruto laughed like a lunatic. Everyone felt like shit for not being able to do anything. If Naruto destroyed the village, he had been prevented from destroying it for 4 years. Now, he seemed stronger than before, or so some thought, especially Shikamaru, who was the most analytical of them all. Yamato was on the ground writhing in pain, having lost his manhood. I'll have to teach you a lesson again, Minato, Naruto said, snapping his fingers as the barrier between Narumi and Hinata crumbled, along with the adamantine chains. What the hell? Kushina shouted as she watched her chains and the barrier shatter. It's a new power, the power of destruction. It's the gift my beloved Rias gave me after I reincarnated her as my rook. My pieces are so special that I can acquire their powers as my own, even when they're gone. Hinata and Narumi approached Naruto, their faces flushed. Narumi, Hinata, come here now. Their parents ordered, but they didn't listen. I'll reward you later with something hot, girls, but for now, I can only give you this. Naruto kissed Narumi, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening the kiss. A furious Sasuke created a massive fireball and hurled it at the couple, but before Madara or Kadoria could react, Hinata stepped in front of the blaze and, with a palm swung infused with water chakra, extinguished it. Everyone watched in amazement, even Naruto himself watched the technique with curiosity, because of how easily he performed it. The Uchiha are always so weak, no offense, Lord Madara, but only you and your daughter and granddaughters are truly respectable Uchiha, Hinata said, blowing on her hand, which held a small fireball that didn't do her the slightest bit of harm. Don't worry. It doesn't offend me, as it only proves that I am the pinnacle of the Uchiha. After me, only my daughter and granddaughters could surpass me, and only Makoto has managed to beat me a few times if we're talking about Uchiha, Madara said with a proud smile. What the hell are you doing, Hinata? Menma said, approaching the Hyuga, but Hinata, with incredible speed, slapped him across the chest, sending him tumbling to the ground, much to the shinobi's surprise. Naruto finished kissing Narumi, who had a wide smile and a blush as red as her hair. I feel you have more power than Hinata. I'm surprised, tomato. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the redhead only frowned slightly at being called that. He, just kidding, but anyway. Naruto vanished in a flash and reappeared behind Hinata, embracing her around the waist. Hinata raised her arm to wrap it around Naruto's neck, who felt the firm curve of her backside. What does this mean, Hinata Hyuga? Hiyashi asked, looking seriously at his eldest daughter. It means I'm leaving. I can't stand another second in this village, especially when I see that every day you all just get more arrogant and weaker. You taught me the value of strength and power, which is why I was so arrogant in the past, but now I just want to become the strongest Hyuga. My little sister, however, surpasses me by far. You also arranged my engagement to Menma, something I never liked at first, since that bastard made me do things I didn't truly mean, but which I thought were innocent childish pranks, like making Naru-kun believe I wasn't his friend. It hurt me a lot that he never called me Hinata-chan again. I had to swallow that pain for what was right for the Hyuga clan, and I had to be with Menma even though I never liked him. I had to give him my first kiss, although, well, Naruto took the most important thing from me, as it always should have been. I never said this before because I wanted you to see me as tough, or to think of me as someone arrogant, someone you'd see as a slut who betrayed her boyfriend. But know that you are the ones to blame, since you never think about your children and never know what's important to them. You even wanted to force Ino to marry Menma because you think she ran off with Naruto. I wanted to make a name for myself and become the strongest of the Hyuga clan so I could refuse that engagement and marry the one I truly loved. But Naruto left, and I felt so devastated. But when he returned, he was so different, and he made me feel so many things, so many thoughts, that Naruto figured it out even though I denied it. And that's why I'm going with him, because I love Naruto-kun, and I always have. Everyone's eyes were wide with shock, even Narumi, who didn't know all the details and had to say was surprised by the whole story. Naruto also smiled a little, remembering when he entered Hinata's mind right when they were face to face, when they were both about to leave for the village hidden in the waterfall for the mission to rescue Team 7, who went with the bridge builder. Seeing her memories, and even though she denied it, wondering why she was so foolish for never saying how she felt, he understood what she must be feeling inside and all the times she cried silently about everything. Don't worry, Hinata-chan, from now on I'm going to give you all the love you've been denied, Naruto said, turning Hinata around. She blushed at his words, and the raven-haired boy claimed her lips in a very lascivious kiss while looking in the direction of Menma, who was grinding his teeth. Hinata was in a trance from Naruto's kiss, and in a flash, he left her next to Kateria. Kateria created a magical teleportation circle, where she instructed Hinata and Narumi to follow her. Wait, Menma and Sasuke said at the same time. Hinata, don't leave me. The Namikaze said, crying. Hinata just smiled arrogantly. Menma, I don't love you, I never loved you, honestly, I pity you. I'm going to be with a real man now, so leave me alone. Hinata's words shattered Menma's heart. Sasuke, Narumi, come with me. You don't need a loser like that Dobi. I am a man, the Uchiha said arrogantly. Narumi, ha 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 ha. A man, are you even a man? Remember that time you showed me your member just to impress me, and you only made me laugh. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke, you're still a child, and you must accept that you'll never have a real woman, apart from that ironing board Sakura. You. LL. Never have me, because you're not worth it, Narumi said, crushing Sasuke's ego. Kateria, well, it's time to go. You'll be under my care until you're ready to join the ranks of Naruto-sama's army. Kateria's words astonished everyone. Kushina, daughter, you can't leave us. We're your family. Will you abandon us? Her mother's words made Narumi raise an eyebrow. Abandon your family. You tell me that. When you abandoned Naruto. And look who he is because of it. And Uzumaki never abandons someone he loves, and I want to be by Naruto's side, even if I'm his wife or his sex slave. The latter was said with lust. I won't accept this, Minato said angrily. Narumi and Hinata walked with Kateria toward the portal. Don't go, were the last words their parents said before Narumi and Hinata disappeared along with Kateria. Naruto began to laugh arrogantly, watching Kushina, Menma, and Sasuke shed tears. Fine, even though you didn't do what I asked, Minato, I won't destroy your village. Naruto's words elicited a sigh from those present. But everyone saw a sadistic smile on Naruto's face. Naruto, but I never said they'd be in one piece. Naruto's words made everyone back away. They all heard a scream of pain, which was Yamato, who had woken up after Hidan stabbed him in the eye with his scythe. This caused Yamato to wake up instantly, bleeding from the wound. Everyone watched in fear as Madara stood behind Hidan. Madara drew his sword and decapitated Hidan, who showed no sign of pain. Seeing this, everyone turned to look at Yamato, who began to scream even louder. They all watched in terror as a lot of blood gushed from Yamato's neck, increasing until, after torrents of blood fell, Yamato's head was severed from his body. Many wept for their lives, witnessing Naruto's cruelty. Madara walked towards Hidan's head and placed it on his inert body, making Hidan appear as if nothing had happened. Naruto, well, Konoha, I've shown you again that you're nothing, so goodbye. Naruto made Hidan disappear in a magic circle and sent him to his dimension, where all the Zetsu and soldiers were, just like Hidan. Naruto, with a sadistic smile, disappeared along with Madara into a dimensional portal. Ha 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 ha, Madara and Naruto would be laughing. Makoto and Akame, what did you do this time, you pair of fools? The Uchiha pair would say seriously. I've seen that before, and it's not good. Naruto, it's nothing, my black-haired beauties, Naruto would say, scared. I'm scared. Makoto, what can you do? That's how I love you, Naruto-kun. The older Uchiha kissed Naruto's lips, and he returned the kiss. Madara, hey, I'm still here. Makoto's father said angrily, receiving a grim look from his daughter. SSN. Pedro already took him away. Naruto. Run. Bitch, run. Madara disappeared from the scene, leaving Naruto alone with his Uchiha clan. Rias, alright, Naruto-kun, I have to tell you that we're going to Kyoto tomorrow. I hope you'll come, the redhead said with a smile. Naruto. How much money do you need? Rias gave Naruto a light tap on the head for what he said. Someone had to put that idiot in his place. I'll be right there. Besides, it's time to visit that yokai leader we met at the clan air meeting, Naruto said lustfully, thinking about the busty vixen. When Rias heard that, she punched Naruto in the ribs, and he rubbed the spot. That's what you get for being a vixen. Ow, Rias-chan, that hurt, Naruto said with fake anime-style tears. Rias, that's what you get for being a Don Juan, but at least you don't leave us hanging, Rias said lustfully. This chick wants sex. Naruto watched with fear, and a little blushing, as everyone in the room took off their clothes until they were naked, even the sweet Haku, and the serious Mikasa, were the same and a little blushed. Naruto, I think we'll be 2 hours late tomorrow, the red-eyed boy thought, resigned. Do. In T ask, just enjoy it. Chapter 11. The next day. Naruto was waking up, in his double bed, were all his women, from Grayfia to Penemu. Jesus Christ, I love you, baby. Mikasa and Haku were also there naked. No. Yesterday. Mikasa and Haku gave themselves to Naruto body and soul, and he claimed them as his own, now he was reciprocating their love. Because that's what a man does. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Rias said, waking up. Good morning, Rias-chan, said Lucifer, kissing the redhead. Era, Naruto-kun, I want my kisses too, Akino said playfully. You tempt me, let's do it. Naruto began kissing Akino, the kiss transforming into one of lust, but before Akino could climb onto Naruto's lap, Rias reminded them that they had to go to Kyoto. You take the fun out of life. Akino, Era, Bushu, you don't want to leave me alone with Naruto-kun, he, the Himahima said pervertedly. This girl wants sex. Hey, we're here too, the other women said with a nervous tick. What? About me? Akino, oh, I didn't see you girls, he, or I think I did, said the Himahima playfully. Oh. By the way, I was being sarcastic. Naruto. Alright girls, let's go to Kyoto, said the Lucifer, standing up and exposing his body. What? A hunk. Naruto-kun, if you keep showing us that meat rod, we're going to devour you, said Tsunade lustfully, which made Naruto a little nervous. Do. In tea ask, just enjoy it. Let's take a bath, said Naruto, jumping into the shower in a second. Some time later. Naruto could be seen talking to a stunning blonde, who was Yusaka. That one over there is the complete Rabai. Naruto. Dono, it's been a while since I've seen you, what brings you so pleasantly, said Yusaka with a kind smile. That little queen is hot and good. Naruto. Well, Yusaka-chan, I've come for 2 reasons. The blonde yokai blushed at the affectionate nickname Naruto had given her, as he winked mischievously. Yusaka. And what are those 2 reasons? She asked curiously. Naruto simply approached Yusaka and squeezed one of her breasts, which made the Kyūbi slightly surprised and let out a small moan at the touch. I came for these 2 big reasons, Naruto said in chibi mode, which made the blonde dragon of wrath proud. That guy is my idol, damn it. Rias slapped her forehead in embarrassment at her perverted fiancé. I am a fan of that man. Naruto. Dono, the yokai leader said, blushing deeply. Naruto. He, Yusaka, you know just as well as I do that a dragon, or a dragon wielder with a lot of experience, who understands the feelings of others, can sense the feelings of others, no matter how small. What? An ability, sir. Well then, I won't hide it anymore. I want to make you mine, and I want you to give me strong children, the yokai said very determinedly. Kuroka, who was next to Naruto, simply said. Yes, I already knew that. Yusaka. Well, Naruto-kun, I think that's what I should call you from now on. What's the other reason you came here? Naruto became serious, as did his companions, and Yusaka herself. Naruto. I know this will sound a little crazy, Yusaka, but I need you to come with me and hide, as well as your daughter, because some things will happen here in Kyoto, and I can't protect you and fight at the same time. Yusaka. I understand that well, but what are we facing that makes you ask me to step aside? Naruto. If my assumptions are correct, they'll try to kidnap you just like they did Kuno, and for that, they'll send someone very powerful. Kyoto won't be left after that, so we'll stay here. I'll use a transformation of you to protect Kyoto, so go with Gabriel-chan and wait for us at home. Yusaka had a very incredulous face at everything Naruto had told her, although she also suspected that something bad was going to happen. Are you sure about this, Naruto-kun? The Kyūbi yokai asked. Naruto-sama has been investigating a secret group that has been making its moves for some time. Naruto-sama has a very reliable informant in that organization, Grayfia said, showing some proof of what she had said with some magic circles. It should be noted that all of this was discussed privately with seals of silence. Alright, I'm counting on you to protect Kyoto. See you soon, the yokai said, giving Naruto a light kiss on the lips. He squeezed her fleshy rear, eliciting a small moan. See you later, Yusaka-chan, Lucifer said, opening a magical teleportation circle that sent Yusaka to the Lucifer mansion. Naruto. Alright, my dears, get everything ready. Days later. It was midnight in Kyoto. Different types of yokai could be seen roaming the area. Some walked in groups, while others were simply enjoying the cold night. An orange magic circle was forming in the sky, from which several hooded figures emerged. Hooded figure 1. I hope you and your servants will be of use. Hooded figure 2. My slaves are the strongest, and they'll shut you up. Hooded figure 1. Well, I hope so, because if you fail, you and your servants will feel the power of my Longinus. You, let the party begin, said hooded figure 2. Yes, Leader Sama, said the figure of a woman, who began to cast magic circles. Throughout Kyoto, multiple fireballs began to appear from the sky, hurtling at great speed. Ambush, some of the yokai in the area said, preparing to repel the attacks, but they all saw a barrier forming. Boom, 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 boom. These were the bomb attacks that were launched, but the barrier repelled them. In the sky, the figure of a woman was visible, who was Yusaka, or so it seemed, since it was Naruto in disguise. Everyone go to your homes and stay inside, as I have prepared barriers that will activate when each homeowner enters their house, and the barrier will only be released when I deactivate it. All the yokai heard and went to their homes, where many, many barriers had formed throughout Kyoto, thus covering the entire yokai village. Ingenious, that was an ingenious and impressive move, said the first hooded figure. Thank you, the yokai replied coldly. You damn thing, how did you know we were going after Kyoto? Asked the second hooded figure. Ha 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 ha, a distorted female voice was heard by those present with doubt. Perhaps it's because I am Lucifer. Naruto had left the transformation, and now everyone saw Naruto Lucifer in all his glory. All the hooded figures were astonished, but especially the second hooded figure, who was seething with rage. "You damned thing," said the hooded figure, launching a Phoenix Clan fireball. "I knew it was you, Razor. Ha ha ha, your idiocy is obvious from miles away," said Naruto with an arrogant and superior smile, as he dodged the fireball. The aforementioned figure removed his hood, revealing Razor seething with rage. His other servants followed suit, also revealing that the instigator of the attack was the purple-haired Yubeluna. "Naruto, Razor, you know this is considered conspiracy and treason against the Alliance's high command, so I will settle accounts for your actions with my own hands." The last hooded figure removed his hood, revealing a teenager with dark blue hair, whose name was Cao Cao. "I've heard of you, Naruto Lucifer, and I want to face you to see if you truly are what everyone says," Cao Cao said, summoning his Longinus, which slightly surprised Naruto. "Well, so you are, wielder of the true Longinus, impressive. But how well do you control it, huh?" Naruto was seething with rage inside. "What's up, Lucifer? It seems my toy impressed you. Just so you know, with this weapon, I can kill any demon with a single cut, and I've mastered it to the highest level," Cao Cao said arrogantly. "Naruto, you're wrong about that. Only 3 people can master that weapon." This astonished Cao Cao, who hadn't known that. "Cao Cao, and who are those 3 people?" he asked curiously. Naruto said nothing, only showing his predatory dragon eyes, while Apophis's voice echoed throughout the area. "Apophis, Cao Cao, not even all the power of your true Longinus can stand against the King of Hell, Lucifer," the dragon said with a touch of arrogance. "Razor, King, what do you mean by king?" the Phoenix asked, a little scared, sensing the overwhelming killing instinct that Naruto was unleashing. "Naruto, the real question here is, are you ready to meet the one who created the demons?" Naruto said, his dragon armor in all its splendor. "But what?" Cao Cao would say, sensing the dragon's aura, but in the blink of an eye, Naruto appeared, delivering a powerful punch to his stomach that sent him crashing into a mountain at high speed, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. Razor froze, staring at Naruto, who gave him a look with those emerald eyes, which sent Razor flying in fear. But Naruto appeared in front of him, grabbing him by the neck. "A demon never runs in battle. You, as a demon, have already failed, bastard," Naruto said, tightening his grip on Razor's neck. But behind Naruto, Yubeluna launched multiple bombs that struck Naruto's back. He simply looked at her and trapped her in a genjutsu, causing her to faint. "Naruto, tell me, Razor, how does it feel to have the leader and founder of the demons showing you why he's the most evil man on the planet? If you're so evil, why do you want this shitty piece with those damned angels and fallen angels?" Razor managed to say. "Naruto, that's because we all have a common enemy, and because I'm tired of seeing my demons fall in a stupid war, and I won't allow anyone to interrupt the peace we'll have. You had a family that supported you, a sister who admired you, but now she only sees you as a stupid kid who didn't get what he wanted." Naruto made Revel look at Revel in the distance, who was angrily beating her former Sakito. Revel gave Revel a cold look as she burned the Phoenix Towers. "Have mercy, don't kill me," Razor said, terrified. "Demons don't beg for mercy," Naruto said with disgust. "But I'm not the one who's going to kill you. At least you'll serve as cannon fodder," Naruto said diabolically, while in a reflection he saw Cao Cao trying to pierce him with his spear. But Naruto, using Kamui, became intangible. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed throughout the area. "Damn you, Cao Cao," Razor said, fading away in agony. "I was coming for Lucifer, but you were in the way. But I told you that if you failed, I would kill you with my spear, and it came to pass. Now die and let me complete my mission," Cao Cao said, seeing that Razor had become nothing. "Ha ha 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 ha, well, just as I remembered the true Longinus," Naruto said with a smile. "Tell me where the yokai leader is, and perhaps I'll spare your life," Cao Cao said seriously. "Naruto, I figured they'd go after her in Kuno-chan, so I sent her somewhere else." "What?" Cao Cao said angrily. "Fine, I'll kill you and then I'll go after her," the wielder of true Longinus said arrogantly. "Naruto, we'll see about that," he said, smiling. Cao Cao, at great speed, was stabbing Naruto with true Longinus. "Die, you bastard, ha ha ha." Cao Cao laughed, but the smile was contagious, and Naruto laughed even louder. "Why? Don't you disappear?" Cao Cao asked, astonished. Naruto just smiled devilishly, trapping Cao Cao in the Tsukuyomi. "Where am I?" Cao Cao asked, on guard. "Relax, you'll only suffer for a few days." "Who said that?" "Me." "Who are you?" "I am me." "Who am I?" "I am me and you are you." Naruto appeared in front of Cao Cao, wielding a katana. Cao Cao was suddenly trapped in a cross shape, from head to toe. Hundreds of Narutos stood with katanas in hand. And so, for 72 hours, Naruto stabbed Cao Cao until he was in agony. Out of the genjutsu. Cao Cao fell to the ground, bleeding from his mouth and nose, and with a lifelong trauma. What the hell was that? Cao Cao said. Feeling very tired. But a kick to the ribs made him scream in pain. Ah, damn it, Cao Cao said, clutching his badly injured rib. So you thought this was going to kill me, huh? Naruto said, holding the true Longinus. Cao Cao was very surprised, since Naruto seemed unharmed. But how is it possible that you're unharmed? That should have killed you. Naruto, haven't you heard the story of the true Longinus? Naruto asked seriously. Cao Cao, yes, I know it. The true Longinus was the spear that Saint Longinus used to stab Christ. Naruto, good, that's the first part of the story. Now, do you want me to tell you the real story? What are you talking about? I asked, curious. Naruto, it's true that Saint Longinus was the one who stabbed Christ, that's true, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. Christ is the first son of God in flesh and blood, but something went wrong, and the God of the Bible, upon creating him, left him with a great amount of his power and a terrible curse, which was that whoever, or any artifact that kills Christ, will obtain divine power, that is known as Longinus. In those times, to create a child, whether angel or of some other race like dragons, it had to be something special. It's not like now where you can have children of flesh and blood through relationships. Before, to create a child, you had to have an expert in magic and a great source of power. The God of the Bible was that source of power and had great control over magic, and he had an expert in the subject of magic to create the body. Some of the first to be created were Lucifer, Michael, and Gabriel, but it would take thousands of years for them to be perfected. And that led to some angels lacking certain emotions, like me, who was missing a screw. After my fall, many, hundreds of thousands of years later, the God of the Bible wanted to have a son of flesh and blood, being a human. Therefore, with something they called the Holy Spirit, they left the little Christ on earth in the womb of a virgin. But that helper betrayed the God of the Bible and, through his own means, imposed that curse, and incidentally caused Christ to have great opponents after him. Christ was born perfectly healthy, kind to everyone, regardless of race, though he was unaware of it. But the man who imposed that curse intervened again, influencing the leaders for many years, leading to the story we all know. He influenced Saint Longinus to stab Christ. You know that, but what you don't know is that Saint Longinus died at the same time he stabbed Christ. The human lifespan was reduced by about 40 years. The man who orchestrated everything tried to extract the true Longinus from Christ's body, believing he could use it to kill my father, but he couldn't. So he left and never reappeared until now, when I realized that he was the one who bestowed the true Longinus upon you with a seal in your past life, as you are the reincarnation of an ancient hero. And you know why I know all this? Naruto said with a smile. Cao Cao, who was speechless, couldn't utter a word. Naruto, I am the true Lucifer, the first son created by God, the one who fell from his grace and one of the three original wielders of true Longinus, just like Michael and Gabriel. I was the first to raise this spear. It wasn't Saint Longinus, nor that damned Mephisto, who I'm sure is also responsible for creating that false Lucifer. After returning the spear to Father, I declared war on him because I wanted to destroy humanity. After all, I had closely followed the life of Christ, and that's why I was filled with rage at what had happened to him. I had to give up things and people that made me happy because the death of that great boy made me shed real tears, and I didn't understand why Father still believed in humanity. It was thousands of years later that I understood the sacrifice of my brother and my father. You're lying, this can't be real, Cao Cao said, terrified. Ha ha ha, then how do you explain that I didn't disappear when I had the true Longinus in my hands? Cao Cao couldn't answer. You know, I would spare your life. My father forgave humanity countless times throughout history, but you stained the true Longinus with blood, the one that holds the soul of my brother Christ. That's why I'm so furious, and that's why you'll be the first to see the true power of the true Longinus. Cao Cao began to back away, terrified because Naruto was revealing his demonic face. Naruto recited a chant, while Cao Cao ran for his life. In the sky, all of Naruto's women were astonished by the story told by their dark-haired friend, and now they understood why he always asked who the wielder of the true Longinus was. My loves, step back a little and close your eyes for a bit because this might hurt a little. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the women did as he had been told. As Naruto began the chant, a golden aura enveloped him. Unbeknownst to him, his wings flickered from bat wings to white, feathered ones, and his hair turned golden blonde with silver highlights for a few seconds, just as his eyes changed from crimson to sapphire blue. Naruto, true Longinus, true spear, bearer of the will of Christ, release yourself before me, first brother of Christ, and first bearer, unleash all your power, and come to me, all that negative energy you have possessed for millennia, let us destroy all evil, let there be destruction, lunar destruction. From the moonlight, a gigantic spear of light began to fall, creating a colossal crater upon impact. When the smoke cleared, a large crater, several kilometers in diameter, was visible. There was no trace of Cao Cao, no sign of him being disintegrated by the light, which was strange since he was only human, yet that power disintegrated all evil beings. Naruto could be seen with a smile, but it wasn't malicious, he smiled kindly as he gazed at the true Longinus. Now I release you, brother. Naruto said, and a white light shone intensely from the spear of light, after which everything returned to normal. Gabriel, who was there witnessing everything, had tears in his eyes, for he understood why many angels fell from heaven for things that shouldn't even matter, and he also wept for the story of his deceased brother, for they had been very unjust to him. Chapter 12. After Naruto killed Cao Cao and sealed the true Longinus in a magic circle, he fell to his back with a sincere smile. Naruto-kun, his women would say, a little worried. I'm fine, girls, it's just that I feel very nostalgic. He would say melancholically, thinking of the times he set traps for his brother to make him fall from grace, but he always stayed true to his path of good. He's a saint. Okay, let's go back to Kyoto and fix the minor damage we caused in our fight, he said, already getting up from the ground with a big smile. The whole group was walking, Naruto carrying the body of an unconscious Yubeluna on his right shoulder, while Revel walked silently beside Naruto. Naruto, Revel-chan, I know how you must feel, but don't be ashamed, you still carry the Phoenix name with pride. Razor is dead now and can't tarnish your clan any more than he already has. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I'm just disappointed in him. I was glad he died since I lost all respect for him, but changing the subject, what will you do with her? The blonde Phoenix asked. Naruto just smiled maliciously, something that gave Yubeluna a small chill as she fainted. Ah, my head, it hurts like hell, Yubeluna said, waking up. Well, you're finally awake, huh? Revel said with a malicious smile. Raw. Revel-sama, please forgive me, everything we did was for Razor, we couldn't disobey his orders, the purple-haired girl said, now observing that she was in a kind of slaughterhouse. Yubeluna paled when she saw Naruto coming, who was seriously observing the bomb queen from head to toe. We're all going to die. Naruto, well, you're telling the truth, so I'll release you, but now you belong to Revel-chan, and since Revel-chan belongs to me, that means you belong to me. I have no proof, but I also have no doubt. Yubeluna paled for a moment, but upon hearing what Naruto said, she blushed since Naruto was hot. That turns me on. Well, although that would be more of a gift for you than a punishment, I'll have to punish you, but first let me check your memories, said Naruto, who now had ring-shaped eyes. Naruto touched the purple-haired girl's head, observing her memories for a few minutes. Ha 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 ha, well, so that's what Raizvam was planning, ha ha ha, good thing I took the true Longinus from that useless human, laughed Naruto while wiping away a tear from laughing so much. And that's coming from the guy who reincarnated in a human body, said Madara mockingly. Naruto. No, faggot, I know. Naruto was about to speak, but Yasaka suddenly appeared in the room. Naruto, Yasa-chan, said the Lucifer, but Yasaka tackled him, ending up on top of him. Suddenly, I felt like I was surrounded by pillows. Naruto, I'm in my prime, so you have to tame me now, don't you think? Damn, what a deal. Naruto gave a lustful smile and kissed Yasaka. That's delicious. Madara, I don't want to interrupt you too, but could you finish up? I'm getting a little tired. Naruto, tired of what? You haven't moved your ass in ages, you lazy bum. Oh. Madara had a vein of anger bulging as he glared at Naruto with unrestrained rage. Hey. Calm down, old man. Naruto started running for his life, followed by Madara who was throwing many fireballs that would kill even cage-ranked ninjas, but since Naruto is the protagonist of this theory, he was as cool as a cucumber. That guy is my idol. Everyone else, including Yubeluna, had an anime-style sweat drop. Damn, that guy's really out of line with Naruto. Hey, it was just a joke, he said, dodging a fireball. Madara, you're going to learn to respect your elders. You're right, Madara, after all, you're an old man, ha ha ha. Some balls this big. Madara. I offered you my friendship. Ha 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 ha. Were the laughs of all the women in the room, while Madara tried to hit Naruto, but Lucifer cleverly used Kamui to become intangible while sticking his tongue out at Madara and mocking him. What skill, sir? Hours later we can see Naruto in his bed while entering and exiting the femininity of a blonde with enormous breasts. This was Yusaka. I am going to enjoy this. Some clones of Lucifer were in the same situation as the others, and a guest who was Yubeluna. The next day, Naruto was in a meeting with the 4 males. With Naruto were his retinues, except for Madara, as well as Rias's and Sona Citri's. Well, Naruto-sama, what is the purpose of this meeting? Ijuka asked seriously. Naruto replied, yesterday, my retinue and I stopped an attack by the leader of a faction called the Heroes, who was accompanied by Razor Phoenix. I learned many things by delving into the memories of the bomb queen, Yubeluna. I have to tell you that Yubeluna is now in Revel's custody, but Razor's retinue is now my war prize. I sent the rest of the retinue to Cateria Leviathan. Searsex, so you sent them to your army? Naruto, yes, and I also discovered something important. It turns out they wanted to use the sacred power of Christ that was in the spear, so that, together with the sacred gear of a vampire they want to capture, they could recreate the seal of the God of the Bible, thanks to the released sacred energy, and with that, unleash Trihexa. Upon hearing this, most were surprised, but before some could panic, Naruto said that he had already taken action on the matter, and Madara had already captured that vampire girl, whose name was Valerie Tepes. I instructed Madara to wait for me with her at my mansion. You know that no one except those I trust enters there without being destroyed by the barrier. Good move, Naruto-sama, Ijuka said, impressed. And by the way, I have the true Longinus, Naruto said, summoning it. This impressed the males, as well as Rias and Sona's entourage. Well, this gives us a great advantage, Ijuka said, resting a hand on his chin. What else did you discover? Searsex asked, noticing Naruto's serious demeanor. I plan to go with Madara, Cateria, and Yubeluna to destroy some of the bases where some of the heroes are hiding. They'll be a nuisance in the future. Well, I think that would be best, Falbium said seriously. I'll accompany you on the mission, Seraphol said gravely. Are you sure, Saratan? Naruto asked. Seraphol, blushing slightly, said yes, looking away. It was a bit strange for her, as she wasn't one to be embarrassed about something so easily. All right, come with me to my mansion so we can leave early tomorrow to finish off those scoundrels, Naruto said with a predatory smile. All right, let's go, Naruto said, disappearing with his Sakido, but not before giving Rias a kiss, since she would be with her Sakido for a moment. At Naruto's mansion, a magic circle appeared, from which Naruto and his Sakido emerged. At a table sat a blonde with red eyes and Madara, both drinking tea served by Kurenai. Naruto said, wow, I thought you were going to have her tied up. I think she's more understanding than others, glancing discreetly at his women. Did you say something, dear? Makoto, Eriko, Gabriel, and Grayfia asked with sweet smiles. It means danger. No, I didn't say anything, Naruto denied. You did the right thing, Bob. I thought so, Makoto replied. Hey you're that Naruto Lucifer guy, right? The red-eyed vampire asked. Yes, but to you I'm Naruto-sama, okay. Naruto replied arrogantly. But I am also the one who rises to the top. As you well know, my dear, you possess a sacred gear of the Longinus type, very powerful and important for the plans of a certain idiot I want to massacre. I could use you as bait, but it's better if you stay here. So you'll keep me locked up here, Valerie would say playfully. Well, shorty, it's in your best interest to stay here, it's the second safest place in the entire world and beyond. Oh yes, and what's the safest place on the planet? Valerie Tepes would ask curiously. That would be my room. Only I, my women, and those who will be my women enter there. Besides, it's protected with a very special magic. Everyone had a few drops of sweat on the back of their necks. No one had noticed that Valerie had a slight pink tint on her cheek. Just like that. Well, Seraphol, do you want to sleep in my room or in a guest room? Seraphol blushed, as did Valerie. The blonde was thinking about how bold this guy was, and the Maou was only thinking one thing. If I go into that room with him, it will mean he sees me as a woman. This is my chance, Seraphol thought. I want to sleep in your room, she said decisively. Naruto, Fine, but first we have dinner. After dinner, Naruto was taking a bath, for, you know, dogs. Sex. Anal sex. Although he was in his boxers, all his women were in their pajamas. No, 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 no. Girls, I don't think this is appropriate attire for that, Naruto said curiously. Rias, Naruto-kun, tonight we'll just sleep. You can live with that, you're strong. Naruto. But the delicious thing he did to you. Rias, remember we have visitors too, so be considerate and nice, okay. An hour later, Naruto was asleep, with Serafall on top of him. Oh. The next day, Naruto could be seen with Madara, Kateria, Yubeluna, and Serafall. Well, finish them off. In short, Naruto destroyed the entire hero faction, leaving no one alive. Hours later, Naruto and Serafall were walking together through Lilith City. They were chatting peacefully. Naruto touched Serafall, and she disappeared in a magic circle, both arriving at Naruto's room. Serafall, I'll be direct with you. I'm also a little embarrassed to confess because I've known you since you were little, but since I'm in a new life, I want you in it, and I want to make you happy. I know it's been difficult for you to find a partner because no one approaches you with good intentions, and they only see you as a piece of meat. But you know better than anyone that I've always understood you, and I've always loved you just the way you are. I adore you, and I wouldn't change a thing about you. Nosborn. What a charmer. Serafall was very surprised and blushed, and without thinking twice, all she did was kiss the red-eyed boy's lips. Lemon time. Naruto and Serafall were kissing passionately, while she ran her hands over Naruto's torso and abdomen. Naruto began to massage the fleshy package she had behind her, realizing that it was quite large. Serafall moaned into the kiss as Naruto massaged her rear. They both fell onto the bed and continued kissing, but this time, they removed their clothes. Once naked, Naruto began sucking Serafall's breasts, who bit her lip with pleasure. Serafall then moved down to Naruto's impressive member, giving it a small lick on the tip, which made Naruto tense slightly due to the cold touch of her tongue. Serafall slowly began to insert Naruto's member, giving him fellatio, which Naruto enjoyed, holding back as best he could. Since the mixture of warmth and the coldness of Serafall's tongue was overwhelming, it was a touch that excited him more and more. She held on for about 5 more minutes until he released his entire load, filling Serafall's throat. You did release a lot for me, Naruto-chan. Now do the same, but here, Serafall said, very wet in her intimacy. In a second, Naruto was impaling Serafall, his member pressing against the entrance of her cunt. Naruto began to insert his member into Serafall's vagina, who began to moan with growing lust. Naruto realized that a layer of energy covered Serafall, and in a second she looked different, now with her pigtails loose, showing her long hair, and her eyes now with a shine as she looked at Naruto. At the same time, her breasts grew, becoming the same size as Hanabi's. You excited me so much that I lost my transformation. It's been quite a while since I've been released, she said as her cunt dripped while her fluids soaked the bed. She didn't know it, but Naruto had become even more aroused upon seeing her shape. He grew harder and began thrusting into Maou, who moaned with pleasure. Naruto continued like this for half an hour, while Serafall was on the verge of orgasm. I'm coming, Serafall said, as she soaked Naruto's member, which, feeling the fluids, gave one last thrust which made Serafall stick out her tongue and receive all of Naruto's cum. They would be like that for several hours, until the others arrived and joined the party. End of Lemon. The next day, Naruto could be seen waking up somewhat fatigued from what had happened hours before, but he was satisfied. After all, he got his revenge for his women's prank of leaving him without his pleasure all night. Well said. Of course, Naruto had unrestrained sex with Serafall for several hours, and although his women had arrived and wanted to join in, he had them locked up or tied up so they wouldn't interfere. Those who had to endure the most punishment were Rias, Chisato, and Penemu, who were the ones who instigated the prank. They wouldn't be able to walk for days, but some of Tsunade's healing magic fixed everything. You might wonder, where is Gabriel when Naruto and his women have sex? After all, she sleeps with them. The answer is simple. Gabriel was innocently sitting in a chair, observing everything, taking notes in a notebook about what she has to do when her time comes and she marries Naruto. She is the person. Naruto, Konan, Kuritsuchi, are you awake? Naruto asked the blue-haired and black-haired women, who opened their eyes. Good morning, Naruto-kun, they both said, kissing his lips. What do you want, Naruto-kun? They both asked sweetly. Well, you know, I'm a little bored. Do you want to visit the elemental nations and mess around a bit? Naruto said with a wicked grin. That's what being bad is all about. We'll get ready right away, they both said with a playful glint in their eyes. I'll go too, Seiko said, waking up. Okay, Naruto said, kissing her. Alright, we'll leave in half an hour, Naruto said. I'll leave a clone so the others can keep sleeping peacefully. Half an hour later. Naruto was having breakfast while Madara read a newspaper. So, do you want to come? Naruto asked Madara, who refused, since he had to go shopping with Kurenai. The members of Eriko's and Grayfia's entourage came down to the dining room, they were going out to make contracts. Konan, Karatsushi, and Seiko were ready. Naruto took them, and they disappeared in a magic circle. Elemental Nations. IWA. At the gates of Iwa, they appeared from the magic circle, passing through without asking, since everyone knew the granddaughter of the third Tsushikage. Everyone looked at Naruto with respect, as he was well known and loved in every village that hated Konoha thanks to the destruction he caused, and not only that but also because he humiliated the fourth. When they arrived at the office, the atmosphere became tense, until the Tsushikage jumped up and hugged his granddaughter. My girl, how have you been? He hasn't done anything to you, has he? Onoki said, looking at Naruto. What have I done? Old man, you know I can take care of myself, Karatsushi said, somewhat irritated. You say, thank you, you damn pig. Onoki asked curiously, well, what brings you here? Nothing, I just wanted to know how everything was, Karatsushi said with a smile. Many things have happened, many of them good for the village, as well as certain things you should know, he would say, somewhat amused and mocking. Onoki, good things that have happened to us include the fact that AIM, Kiri, and Iwa are now a complete alliance. We have most of the smaller countries as allies, which has put us in a good economic position, leaving us with more money than Konoha and Suna. By the way, Naruto, when you returned a few weeks ago, you created a small chaos which left its mark on Konoha. After all, Sasuke ran away again, transplanted Fugaku's eyes, which killed him, and obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, according to what my spies informed me. He fled Konoha and currently has a group called Taka. It is said that Sasuke went to Oto and killed Orochimaru and stole his most dangerous techniques. Naruto. Finally, a worthy opponent. Ha ha ha, no. Ha 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 ha. Onoki and Naruto laughed. What about the Raikage? Naruto asked. Ah, that guy. When he heard what happened in Konoha, he closed all his borders and isolated the village. It was like that until recently. Well, I guess I'll have to have some fun. Last time I only came for Hinata and Narumi, he said playfully, remembering their faces of pleasure after the devil spent several nights with them. B. Stud. Well, I'll wait for the news, Onoki said, laughing, since with Naruto, anything was possible. Naruto, Kuratsuchi, Konan, Seiko, let's go to AIM. After that, we'll have some fun, he said while laughing evilly. Simpson. You are. Goodbye grandpa, I'll try to come more often, Karatsushi said, bidding farewell to his grandfather. Take good care of yourself. Next time, I hope to meet my great-grandchildren, Onoki said with a smile, which made Karatsushi smile in return. That's right, I'll have to bring you a great-grandchild who's the cage, since you're practically dying inside, he said playfully, making the Tsuchikage feel a bit down. In a megacar, they arrived and were greeted by Nagato at the village gates. Naruto, I guessed you sensed my power from that distance, huh? Nagato, that's right, I figured you'd come to visit, the redhead said with a smile. Nagato-kun, how have you been? Konan asked, hugging her childhood friend. Everything's wonderful. People respect and love this place. We live in pleasant peace. This is what I always wanted, he said, closing his eyes and breathing in the fresh air. Naruto, I've heard some interesting things that have happened since I visited a few weeks ago. I was hoping you'd come soon, as we need to discuss something important. Let's go to the Amekage Tower, Nagato said. At the Amekage Tower. Well, here's what's going on. I've been informed that in some parts of the world, bodies have been stolen, and many ninjas from all the villages have disappeared. I have a hunch that this has something to do with Sasuke Uchiha and his group. They've moved very quickly. I want to ask you a favor, locate him and find out if it's the same Sasuke. At the same time, I want you to bring Karen Uzumaki here. As Uzumakis, we must be more united than ever. But if it's difficult, you can take her with you, since they want her as a breeding machine in Kumo and Konoha. I should also tell you that there are certain women who might interest you, since they're either family or acquaintances of your women, or they're very interesting women who aren't having a very good time, Nagato said, pulling out some photos showing several women. You. My soul brother. Naruto put a hand to his chin thoughtfully. I'm interested. Girls, let's go, Naruto said, disappearing in a magic circle and reappearing in the sky with his demon wings. I've already found the Uchiha, Naruto said, disappearing along with the trio of women. Elsewhere. Sasuke could be seen walking with 3 people. Their path was interrupted by a magic circle from which Naruto emerged with his usual smile. Upon seeing the Lucifer, Sasuke gritted his teeth, activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Ooh, how scary, Naruto said with an arrogant smile. Beside Naruto appeared Seiko with her demonic sword, formerly known as Kubikiribocho. Upon seeing her, the white-haired boy could only stare in astonishment and hatred. Konan, Karatsushi, put up a barrier so no one can get out of here. Yes, Naruto-kun, they both said simultaneously, raising a barrier as they watched. So, Uchiha, you're just going to watch and not act. Naruto said, smiling arrogantly. You bastard, I'll kill you. Sasuke said, unleashing Amaterasu, but Naruto didn't even flinch, letting himself be surrounded by black flames that began to disappear seconds later. But what would the oldest of the group say? Naruto, Seiko-chan, have some fun with those 3, but don't kill the tomato-haired one, he said, laughing at the end. I don't have tomato-colored hair, Karen said angrily, but she couldn't say anything more because Naruto and Seiko appeared in front of her. Seiko kicked Karen, sending her tumbling to the ground, while she spun her sword around, nearly cleaving Yugo and Suigetsu in half. Naruto had Sasuke by the neck and kicked him in the abdomen, sending him rolling on the floor. Pathetic, Naruto said. And tell me, pathetic Uchiha, did I break your soul when I took Narumi? Look, fate will repeat itself, and with another Uzumaki. Karen belongs to me, Sasuke said, gritting his teeth and activating his perfect Susanoo. Ooh, how scary, Naruto said. Naruto-sama, let's show him our Susanoo form, said Naruto's medallion, or rather, Apophis. Good idea, Naruto said. Naruto unleashed a black chakra that reached a great height, surpassing Sasuke's by more than 15 meters. His Susanoo form had a dragon-shaped helmet, adorned with black and gray wings behind it, along with Magatama decorations on its torso. You feel like an ant now, Naruto said, laughing. Seiko's fight stopped when Suigetsu and Yugo stared in amazement at Naruto's Susanoo. If they had thought Sasuke's Susanoo was large before, they couldn't have been more terrified by this one. Oh no, Sasuke-kun, Karen said, frightened, as she recovered from her brief faint. Sasuke was sweating profusely, unable to compete with it. Naruto landed a single punch on the Susanoo's chest, cracking it. Then he landed another punch, this time on the Susanoo's forehead, where Sasuke was standing. Sasuke was sent crashing into the crater. Outside the barrier, Karatsushi was yelling. Go on, go on. Konan had a small sweat drop, but at the same time, she watched the scene with malice. Now Naruto was in the same crater, pummeling Sasuke's face, who was taking the blows. Naruto grabbed him by the neck and threw him into the air, appearing behind him and connecting with a palm strike on Sasuke's back, causing him to spit blood and be sent flying to the ground, where he became embedded. Sasuke-kun, Karen called, running towards him. This caused Sasuke to bite her, eliciting a cry of pain. What a strange ability, Naruto said. Are you feeling better? Karen asked Sasuke, but he stood up. Get out of my way, you nuisance, the Uchiha said, thinking of his next strategy. A small tear escaped Karen's eye, which Naruto noticed. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and space distorted around Karen, who was absorbed by Naruto's Kamui. Damn it, what did you do to her? Sasuke said angrily. I took her right under your nose, can't you see? Naruto said comically. You're going to pay for everything you've done to me. Sasuke clasped his palms together. Kushio's Edo Tensai. 40 coffins would rise from the ground, which wouldn't impress Naruto at all. What did impress him was that there were several shinobi he could use in his army. After all, in war, anything goes, and if they had to blame anyone, it would be Sasuke for cowardly trying to use them in his fights. Sasuke, what are you going to do now, Dobi? Sasuke said arrogantly, but he only heard a laugh from Naruto. You think this is going to impress me? Maybe you have a very valuable weapon, but remember, there's always someone better than you. Your worst choice was using it against me. Sasuke, what can you do? No one will defeat my army, the Uchiha said arrogantly. Are you sure? Naruto said seriously. Sasuke had a bad feeling, but his thoughts stopped when he heard a scream of agony, followed by the sound of a blade slicing through flesh. At Naruto's feet lay the head of a clearly dead Yugo. Ah, this is your friend, Naruto said, taking the head in his hands. You bastards, you'll pay for this. Sasuke said angrily. Naruto was freezing Yugo's head. Oops, I dropped it, Naruto said as Yugo's head hit the ground, shattering into ice crystals. Look on the bright side, you'll still get to see your other friend die, the devil said maliciously. Immediately afterward, Sasuke saw Seiko piercing Suigetsu's stomach, releasing massive amounts of lightning that burned and scorched the white-haired man's entire body. Sasuke watched in terror as the purple-haired girl unleashed massive amounts of lightning that were killing the white-haired boy. Only ashes remained of Suigetsu. Sasuke was seething with rage. He performed the seal to summon the Edo Tensei, but nothing happened. He did the same thing again, and nothing happened. Naruto, I told you clearly, using her in front of me was your worst choice. Well, let's see. The 7 ninja swordsmen of Kurigakure. The 3rd Raikage, the 2nd Tsushikage, the 3rd and 4th Kazekage, the 2nd and 4th Mizukage, Hanzo the Salamander, the 2 original Hokage, Mito Uzumaki, Izuna Uchiha, Orochimaru himself, Tsukumo Hatake, Obito Uchiha, and the Akatsuki, the former Jinchūriki of the 2 through 8 tails. You really did your homework, Uchiha. Although, since I don't want any trouble with Onoki, I'll release the 2nd Tsushikage. Immediately afterward, the body glowed, and the soul flew into the sky, leaving Sasuke stunned. Since I don't want Tsunade to destroy me with her super strength, I'll release Mito. Or better yet, this could be a gift someday. The same thing happened with Mito, but Naruto took her soul and kept it. The same with the bodies that held the souls of Izuna and Yugito, as well as the 1st Hokage, except for the 3rd Hokage, whom he didn't like. 4 dead bodies could be seen, ninjas from different villages, after the Edo Tensei was released. Sasuke took a few steps back and only said one word. How? Naruto, how could I, you ask? In a split second, I released a shadow clone that changed the summoner's power source, so they no longer obey you, Naruto said with a laugh. Now they will all be my slaves, and it will be your fault. And thanks to this, you will have nightmares and visions of them for the rest of your life. What worse punishment than leaving you with this curse day and night, asleep and awake, ha 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 ha. Sasuke paled and watched as Naruto raised his hand and activated his Rinnegan, creating an eternal curse spell. The barrier had already fallen, and Sasuke could be seen on the ground, clutching his head. Conan, this will be the perfect punishment. If this is how he'll end up resorting to suicide, Kuritsuchi would say. I certainly enjoyed killing that scum, Seiko would say. Alright girls, let's go. We have some things to do. First, let me send the new recruits to Purgatory with Kateria. Listen, when you arrive with Kateria, train there and teach all my soldiers everything you know, especially Yubeluna, Hinata, and Narumi, understood? Yes, Naruto-sama, they replied in unison, their eyes lost in thought. Naruto opened a portal for all the Edo Tensei to enter. Naruto, this day couldn't get any better. Chapter 13. After the fight against Sasuke and Team Taka, Naruto used Kamui to summon Karen, forcing her to witness the carnage and horror. Karen cried out, tears streaming down her face. Naruto simply gave her a cold stare and uttered words that sent shivers down Karen's spine. Why chase after someone who doesn't value you? Why destroy your own life for someone who only wants to use you? Because if you ask me, you deserve more than that. I can take you to a place where you can be free and loved. I know Kumo and Konoha are looking for you to be a breeding machine. They want to use you to make more Uzumaki like you. If you come with me, you'll live better than here. Just trust me. These were Naruto's words, words that left Karen thoughtful, since everything the red-eyed boy said was true. Yeah. Dude, no way. Naruto, besides, don't worry, I won't hurt you in any way, since you remind me of who used to be my little sister, but now she's my girl. He said the last part with a chibi face, making Karen sweat drop. That guy's a real jerk. Karen, I don't know what to do. I was raised horribly my whole life. I don't know what to do with my life. Ever since Orochimaru took me to his base, I've never thought about myself, the Uzumaki girl finished, sobbing. Naruto lifted her from the ground and hugged her, resting her head on his chest. Karen, why? Naruto, why what? Karen, why are you hugging me? She said, blushing as she looked into Naruto's eyes. Naruto, well, that's it. Because I care about you. I'm not going to lie to you. If you weren't an Uzumaki like Nagato, I would have left you to your fate. But since he asked me to rescue you because you're an Uzumaki, I agreed to save you from your impending death alongside the Uchiha. By the way, I didn't kill him, he's just unconscious. But the other two are definitely dead. Karen nodded, sensing a tiny drop of Sasuke's chakra. Naruto, do you want to go with Nagato to aim and be protected by him, or do you want to come with me to my world? Karen asked. What are you talking about, Alan? Naruto replied, my world is very different from this one. It's more advanced. Besides, just so you know, I belong to one of the three factions. There are angels, fallen angels, and demons. There are also certain races that are strong. I'm a demon, and the strongest, most dangerous, and most badass of them all. Right, right. Naruto finished with a goofy grin that made Karen sweat drop in anime style. You. Re-sick, Bruce Wayne, she said. I understand. I'm curious about that world, so I'll go with you, the Uzumaki girl said with a small smile, making Naruto, Konan, and Kuretsuchi smile back. Seiko, Naruto-kun, let's not waste any time, and let's move, we need to have more fun, the Lucifer Knight would say calmly. Naruto, alright, Karen, I'll send you with a clone to aim. Wait for me there with Nagato. You can talk to him too, since you're both Uzumakis, I know you have a lot of questions for him. Karen nodded and left with a clone of Naruto. Naruto and the others took flight and headed to Kumo. In Kumo, Naruto and his women arrived, hovering in the sky. Naruto, I'd like to cause a ruckus, but first I'll go after that girl. Konan, are we coming with you or waiting here? Asked the blue-haired girl. I'll be stealthy. She must be at the Reikage Tower. Although, I'm also a little curious. I think I'll borrow the sacred scroll of this village, just like the others. What do you say, girls? Asked Naruto with a mischievous smile. Well, go ahead if you want, said Konan and Kuretsuchi. Seiko just nodded, indicating her approval. Naruto enveloped himself in magical energy, becoming invisible. He flew towards the Reikage Tower, undetected by anyone. After all, he had lowered his chakra to become undetectable, and besides, shinobi couldn't perceive magical energy. Naruto entered through a window and saw Reikage reading a report from a Jonin. Naruto began searching with his eyes, finding a portrait of the third Reikage. If I were an idiot who thinks with his muscles, where would I put the sacred scroll of Kumo? I don't know, you tell me. Yes, gentlemen, the answer is simple, even a civilian would know. Ha ha ha, no. The fool put the sacred scroll behind the portrait of the strongest ninja to ever set foot in Kumo. Naruto laughed inwardly, using a genjutsu so no one would notice. He took out the sacred scroll, reading all the techniques on it. Naruto closed the scroll and encased it in a magic circle. He climbed out the window and down one floor, finding the woman he was looking for. He entered through a window and stood behind her, striking her on the back of the neck, causing her to faint. Naruto left a note with a drawing of himself sticking out his tongue, which was sure to anger Reikage, since the woman was his fiancée. Simpson, you're diabolical. Piece of cake, Naruto said, smiling. He hoisted the woman onto his shoulder and, using a sunshin, appeared next to his women. Let's get out of here, Naruto said. Yes, Naruto-kun, the three replied, following him. Half an hour later. The woman Naruto had fainted could be seen waking up. This one was brunette, with white hair, sky-blue eyes, and a stunning figure, very similar to Samui, only she had smaller breasts than the blonde. Naruto, Era, you're finally awake, Mabui render, said Lucifer, making Mabui open her eyes completely. You're, Naruto Lucifer, Mabui said fearfully, since she had been told many stories about the guy, many of them false, but they terrified her. Look, I'm not going to hurt you, nor will I force you to do anything, I just want you to listen to my request, said Naruto, smiling warmly, which made Mabui blush a little, because Naruto looked incredibly hot, and besides, any woman would want a dominant guy like him. That turns me on. Mabui. What do you want from me? She asked, controlling her blush. Naruto, I think you're very pretty. Actually, I wasn't planning on coming here looking for women again, but damn, if I had seen you earlier, I would have taken you with me. Besides, you have nothing left in Kumo. I looked into you and saw that you have no family. Your only friend, Samui, left with me. And the Reikage even got engaged to you without you being able to refuse, so you have nothing to lose. This way you can also find out what Samui saw in me that made her want to leave with me. The Lucifer finished, leaving Samui speechless. One reason was that Naruto was very bold and didn't mess around, and the other was that he was literally asking her to be his. Wow, your request is rather unusual. You're asking me to be yours and forget about Asama. But tell me, do you have something enormous that would make me submit to you? The brunette asked, making the raven-haired boy smile smugly. Shared by Akugan. Naruto exclaimed, pointing at the brunette who felt something strange in her system and could see differently, perceiving chakra in the animals roaming outside. Mabui's eyes widened at the sight of the enormous package the Lucifer was carrying in his pants. Naruto stopped the technique and saw small drops of blood trickling from Mabui's small nose. I want to go to Samui-chan, I've missed her so much, Mabui said, blushing as she looked at the raven-haired boy, or rather, at his crotch. Greedy one. Naruto gestured for her to come over. Mabui approached Naruto, and he grabbed her waist, pulling her close. The stud. Naruto captured Mabui's lips, making her reciprocate the kiss. Naruto moved his tongue to give Mabui a new sensation to desire, and squeezed her butt, making her moan into the kiss. When Naruto broke the kiss, Mabui wanted to kiss him again, but Naruto placed a finger on her lips and told her that he would give her something better later. Naruto's words made Mabui blush furiously, and a certain fluid of the gods began to drip from a certain intimate area. Naruto also sent Mabui to aim with a clone, while they were on their way to Suna. In Suna, the same thing happened. Naruto stole the sacred scroll and a certain scroll containing forbidden techniques or kenjutsu, which Naruto had already planned to teach to Gaara and Kankuro. Naruto found the next girls who would go to his world. These were Matsuri and Pakura of Shikuden. To convince Pakura, Naruto practically had to have sex with her right there, since she was very insensitive and didn't trust anyone. This was understandable, after all, she was isolated from everyone, just like Gaara. Naruto also went to Oni no Kumi, taking Shien with him. It wasn't difficult for him to persuade her, he simply promised that a Megakure would take care of her village, and that she could retire and live her life. As an added bonus, Naruto took away her ability to see the future, since it can be a blessing for some, but for others, it's a nightmare, and this was what Shien believed. Naruto would turn Karen, Mabui, Pakura, and Shien into demons, each with their Morningstar pawn pieces. Although Naruto already had a healer like Tsunade, it wouldn't hurt to have another one, and he was already planning to ask Tsunade and Haku to train her. He would tell Pakura to train Eriko because of her Shikudam element, an element the Kyūbi mastered perfectly. He would ask Kurenai, Akame, and Makoto to train Shien since she had a brilliant mind and could be a great illusionist, and they could also teach her hand-to-hand combat. With Mabui, it was simple, she and Samui shared the same lightning nature and were skilled with swords, so Samui could train her well, and if she wanted more abilities, Madara was also in the same peerage to help. He could have removed the Lucifer piece from Seiko and Akame and added Madara to the Luciferian nobility, but when choosing his servants, he knew exactly where they were needed. While Seiko and Akame weren't faster than Madara, they possessed something he lacked, absolute mastery of the sword. Madara specialized more in ninjutsu and the use of the gumbai, which he had given to his daughter Makoto. To be a knight, one had to be incredibly fast, which the Uchiha certainly was, but he wasn't as polished in swordsmanship, though he surpassed many knights, as his battle experience spoke for itself. Although the Morningstar nobility specialized in defense, it didn't mean they couldn't have high-caliber offensive attackers. Present time. Naruto, damn, I got carried away. We have to go back, Naruto said, waking up after 4 hours of sex with his women and the new girls who now belonged to him. The others began to wake up and went to take a bath. Half an hour later, Naruto and Konan said goodbye to Nagato, disappearing from the shinobi world with a magic circle. Chapter 14. In a magic circle, Naruto appeared alongside his other companions. Home sweet home, Naruto said calmly. Finally, inner peace. But he didn't know he was being watched by a group of angry women. We're all going to die. Naruto. Saint Peter already took him. I'm screwed, Naruto said, scared. I'm screwed. Where the hell were you? Rias, Eriko, and Tsunade would say angrily, while the others nodded. Me, Naruto would say, but he was sent flying by a powerful punch from Tsunade. That's what you get for being a slut. Ouch, Naruto would say in pain. What's wrong with you, woman? How dare you hit your man? Naruto would say angrily. What a wild, fighting man. This excited Tsunade and the others. Era, Naruto-kun, if you can get us like this, we'll forgive you, Akano would say, licking her lips, and changing the tension of the moment. You did the right thing, Bob. Naruto had a nervous tick on his face, and he snapped his fingers, and all his women, and he, were now in his room. 3 hours later. Naruto emerged from his room, leaving all his women, without exception, fainting from so much pleasure. That's a real man. Now Naruto was wearing a red kimono that left his torso bare. Naruto went downstairs to the living room, where Matsuri, Gaara, and Kankuro were chatting. Looks like you two get along well, Naruto said, suddenly appearing. Gaara, that's right, I remember her from the academy. She was the only one who treated me kindly, so that's good. Naruto, well, maybe you will get a girlfriend after all, Naruto said teasingly, which made Gaara and Matsuri blush and Kankuro laugh. Gaara, idiot. Matsuri didn't say anything, she was just daydreaming, being watched by the trio of men. Naruto, well, it seems she wants one, Naruto said, amused. Gaara, that's not true, isn't it, Matsuri-chan? I mean, Matsuri-san. Me, Gaara-sama's wife. Matsuri murmured, lost in thought, her face flushed. Gaara was red with embarrassment, while Kankuro and Naruto laughed uproariously, snapping Matsuri out of her reverie. She was blushing furiously. Well, changing the subject, I brought something interesting. If you want, you can learn the techniques from these scrolls, Naruto said, pulling the Suna scrolls from a magic circle. Kankuro, these are the most valuable scrolls in Suna. That's right, learn whatever you want from them. Temari and Pakuru will also train in some techniques. Yes, sir, Gaara and Kankuro said simultaneously. Kankuro's eyes lit up when he saw one of the jutsus he most desired, the summoning of the 10 legendary puppets. Meanwhile, Gaara was learning how to control iron sand and a few other jutsus. Alright, we'll talk later, Naruto said, before heading off to take a bath and go to sleep. When he arrived at the bathroom, Naruto noticed it was being used, but he didn't pay it any mind until he heard Valeri singing a beautiful melody. Naruto entered the bathroom, pretending he didn't know she was there. Kya! Valeri screamed, blushing, when she saw Naruto enter the bathroom in her kimono. Bored, Naruto just went to the toilet to urinate, making the vampire see his little friend, which caused blood to trickle from her small nose. Like what you see, Blondie. The raven-haired boy said, making Valeri frown, but she didn't stop staring at him. You're a pig, Lucifer-sama. She said in a tsundere tone, making Naruto laugh inwardly. Oh. Yes, I am your sama. It seems to me you like what you see. You haven't stopped looking at me with those, fuck me, eyes. She gave you, fuck me, eyes. Naruto laughed, amused to see Valeri blush at what he said. As if I'd fall in love with a pig like you, who sees us as steaks you can eat, baka. The redhead said angrily, making the raven-haired boy laugh with amusement. If that were the case, I wouldn't even have these beautiful women in my life. Whom I love and treasure is my most precious gift. You, who can feel their emotions, can't lie to yourself because you see that they love me as if their lives depended on it, and I don't even have to put a leash on them for that. Those women love me, and even though my ways might be a little selfish or arrogant, and in your case, quite perverted. The love we feel is very strong, Valeri-chan. Do you want to feel that love too? Valeri's face was completely red with blush, and she watched as Naruto washed his hands after urinating. See you later, Blondie, said the raven-haired boy, walking towards the bathroom door, but he saw Valeri stop him by the wrist. When Naruto turned towards the vampire, he saw that she was already naked and jumped up, wrapping her arms around his neck. Elsewhere. Damn it. Damn it. My plans were going perfectly, and now that damn son of a bitch shows up. These were the euphoric shouts of a gray-haired boy, destroying everything in his path, followed by another gray-haired boy laughing inwardly. Raizvam-sama, what are your orders? Euclid would say to that boy, already having an idea of what Raizvam wanted to do. The Lucifuge had implanted stem cells in Raizvam that were making the gray-haired boy paranoid. I'll go personally to finish off that damned Naruto Lucifer. I don't know where that son of a bitch came from. I don't know if he's the son of my late, foolish son, but he will die, Raizvam said, now calming down and becoming serious. I'll go with you, Euclid said, feigning loyalty, until Naruto decides to finish him off. Raizvam, let's kill him right now, he said, starting to walk down a hallway, but he stopped upon hearing a somewhat chilling and mature voice. It belonged to an old man with a black beard and completely black eyes. I'll accompany you, the old man said, standing beside Raizvam. It seems things are going in Naruto-sama's favor, although if this pair of fools want to die now, Naruto-sama will have to find another option to bring peace. These were Euclid Lucifuge's thoughts. Lucifer Mansion. Naruto was in a jacuzzi, staring dreamily at Valerie writing him. Calm down, man, calm down. She was small in stature, but she compensated with stamina, and Naruto saw that, how she received everything without complaint. Naruto would have continued enjoying the moment, but the moment was interrupted when Naruto received a call on his mental link from Euclid. Naruto was a little angry and curious, since Euclid didn't request a mental link unless it was something important. Naruto stopped giving Valerie a call and explained what was happening. She got angry but understood that it must be something important. Mental link. Naruto, Euclid-chan, tell me what's going on and tell me it's something very important, because otherwise I'll give you a good punishment, since I was about to consummate my vampiric love with my new girl, Naruto said seriously. Euclid, excuse me, father of us. I'll be direct, Rizvam is on the move, and he's accompanied by the man you told me about. It seems they're both very angry with you and want to wipe you off the map. We're currently heading to Kuo, to your residence. Naruto, damn it, this will ruin my plans, but I'll think of something. That vermin is coming out of its cave now, it's time to finish him off. Mephisto hides very well, so I won't waste this opportunity. Naruto was more serious than usual. You can leave now, I'm going to appear far from the city. They'll sense a spike in my power, so they'll follow me there, Naruto said seriously. Out of the mental link. Naruto became serious. Something Valerie noticed was the bloodlust in Naruto's eyes. I'm sorry about this, Valerie, but we'll have to finish our delicious session another time. There's something important I have to do, Naruto said, getting up, not without first kissing Valerie on the lips. Naruto got out of the shower and snapped his fingers so that his body was enveloped in his usual battle clothes. Naruto summoned Madara through a magic circle. Let's go, Naruto said seriously, a sentiment Madara echoed. Naruto and Madara vanished within a magic circle, reappearing 15 kilometers from Kuo, in a mountainous region. Naruto unleashed a portion of his demonic energy and attacked Madara with a punch, which Madara mirrored. Their fists collided, leaving a small crater from the impact. Naruto said, listen carefully. My plan won't work because the enemy is heading this way. It seems that by killing Cao Cao and taking Valerie to my mansion, Risavim's plans have been ruined, as he lost his 2 keys to open the seal. So, let's fight for a while to unleash our auras and lure them here. Understood, Madara said, activating his Sharingan. Half an hour later. 3 men could be seen landing about 15 meters away from Naruto and Madara, who had abandoned their battle and stood beside each other. Naruto frowned upon seeing the old man. You, Rizvam said, clenching his fists furiously. What? Naruto replied matter-of-factly. I don't know who the hell you are. Maybe you're a Lucifer like me, but you'll never be better than me. Now you will die for interrupting my plans for dominion, Rizvam declared. Laughter erupted from both sides. Naruto laughed at Risavim's words, and Euclid laughed in the same way. What the hell are you laughing at? Rizvam asked his right-hand man. At stupidity, what are you saying? Euclid retorted, bumping into Rizvam. A barrier formed, covering the entire mountain village. A trap, Rizvam and the old man accompanying him exclaimed. Rizvam looked at Euclid, but he realized he wasn't there. When he looked ahead, his eyes widened as he saw Euclid staring at him with hatred and bloodlust. But that bloodlust paled in comparison to the one Naruto was sending Mephisto. Naruto, I think I shouldn't hide anymore, he said, raising his aura. Behind Naruto, a sinister-looking demon could be seen, drinking the blood of both demons. This aura is similar to. No, that would be impossible, Mephisto said, terrified. What do you mean? Rizvam asked. Naruto, you know, Mephisto, for many years, I've pondered how you created a body that could withstand my destructive power, since my cells are quite harmful to ordinary bodies. But I understand now, you stole my cells and my blood from my corpse. You took advantage of my death to try to create a second Lucifer. You knew very well that I never had children, and since I was the king, many thought I had 1 or 2, which was incorrect. You were always envious of the power of the God of the Bible and his sons, Lucifer, Michael, and Gabriel. I will make you pay for what you did to Christ. This time you won't escape, Naruto said furiously, unleashing a great amount of power that overwhelmed Mephisto and Rizvam. This is impossible. How is he alive? Mephisto said, terrified. This must be a joke, Rizvam said, taking many steps back. Come on, idiot, bring your lapdogs. Naruto said angrily. Rizvam summoned a magic circle from which evil dragons emerged. The evil dragons roared with fire to intimidate the enemy, but Naruto only smiled maliciously. "Let me have some fun, my lord," Apophis said from the medallion. Naruto, "Okay, then go out and destroy them." Naruto summoned Apophis, surprising the evil dragons and Rinnegan. Madara, get on Apophis and have fun roasting the dragons, but leave Crom Cruok alive. I want to enjoy him myself, he said macabrely. The battle began, and Naruto quickly cornered Mephisto, giving him no respite with the sheer number of combos Naruto landed. Euclid started a hand-to-hand fight with Rinnegan, who was surprised by the Lucifuge's speed and strength. "Since when are you so strong?" Rinnegan said, throwing a punch that Euclid dodged. "That's because I trained in secret, and Naruto-sama unleashed my true power," Euclid said, releasing ice stakes that impaled Rinnegan's arms and legs. "Ah, damn it," he couldn't finish, as Rinnegan received a punch to the face. Euclid summoned a sword that Naruto had given him long ago and cut Rinnegan's left arm. Rinnegan miraculously freed himself and clutched his arm, which had a large gash. As he was about to summon a magic circle for an attack, he began to feel dizzy and exhausted. "What's happening to me?" Rinnegan cried, falling to his knees. "Do you recognize this sword?" Euclid asked, showing the sword to Rinnegan, who nearly had a heart attack at the sight. "No, no, no, no." Rinnegan screamed in terror. "That's right, I've taken a piece of your soul. Naruto-sama will recover the power that was stolen from him," were Euclid's words as he struck Rinnegan on the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. Euclid then placed several runes, which Naruto had shown him, immobilizing Rinnegan's body. "As easy as squashing a fly," Euclid said, disappointed with his performance. Rinnegan hadn't trained all these years. He was so arrogant that with his current power, he thought he could defeat Naruto-sama. Now, Euclid watched the battle between Naruto and Mephisto. Crack, 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 that was the sound across the battlefield as Naruto struck Mephisto, who hadn't been able to land a single attack on him, not even with his ability to cancel magic. He couldn't stop a super enraged Naruto. "I'll kill you, you damn brat. You won't stop my plans. I've sacrificed so much, and you and your family have always held me back. You won't stop me," Mephisto said, but then he looked into Naruto's eyes. "Grave mistake. Tsukuyomi." "Ah," was the old man's scream as he fell to his knees. Around the battle, multiple dragons could be seen, charred. The only one still fighting for his life was Crom Cruok. "This has to be a joke. Apophis was weaker than me. What the hell happened?" Crom Cruok, burned in multiple places, said. "Madara, I'm already bored with you, Rimbo Hemboku." Bam, bam, bam. Multiple explosions were heard as Crom Cruok reverted to his human form, his gaze vacant. Back with Naruto. He had Mephisto by the head, striking him hundreds of times with his right fist, with all his might. Mephisto's face was disfigured in multiple places. "Euclid, bring me that bastard. You both will die this instant," Naruto said in a sepulchral voice. "Yes, sir," Euclid said, a little scared, seeing Naruto's bloodthirsty eyes. Euclid shot Rinnegan next to Mephisto. Naruto unleashed ice from his hands, freezing both men's legs completely, along with their blood, arteries, and leg bones. Both men awoke to the absolute cold. "No one messes with me and lives to tell the tale," Naruto said with otherworldly eyes, filling the entire place with his murderous instinct. Madara felt uneasy sensing that murderous instinct, and he understood that Naruto was truly enraged. Naruto delivered two powerful punches that shattered the frozen legs of Euclid and Mephisto. "Ah!" They screamed in pain as they lost their limbs. "Ha ha 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 ha, suffer, you bastards," Naruto said, smiling with pure evil. Madara threw Crom Cruok's body to the ground, next to Rinnegan and Mephisto. Have mercy, Rinnegan and Mephisto cried, terrified. "For you three, I have the best of endings, so die now," Naruto said coldly. "Naruto, Apophis." "Yes, my lord," Apophis replied. "I have a grand banquet for you, with drinks and everything, my dearest dragon." Apophis smiled with pure evil, showing his sharp teeth. Naruto glared with pure malice at the trio of Cliffoids standing before him. "Wait, what are you going to do to us?" Rinnegan asked, terrified. Naruto summoned a magic circle from which a bucket approximately 5 meters tall and 7 meters wide emerged. He poured the entire contents of the bucket onto the trio, who realized it was apple liqueur. Apophis smiled sinisterly and stretched his body until his head reached the trio of Cliffoids. Crom Cruok realized what was happening and tried to get up, but Apophis grabbed his legs. "You will be my feast," Apophis said with a macabre smile. And so, Apophis began to slowly devour the trio of Cliffoids, who screamed in agony as Apophis savored the delicacy served up by Naruto. Throughout the entire ordeal, until Apophis finished his feast, Naruto watched everything with a macabre smile. Madara and Euclid, who witnessed everything, simply wore smiles of pure evil, observing the bloody scene that Naruto was enjoying. Thus, Cliffoth had fallen. Naruto activated his Rinnegan and made several hand seals where the pool of blood of the dead trio lay, and he took their souls, which remained motionless. Madara could see him because of his Rinnegan, and Apophis could see him too because of his connection with Naruto, but Euclid could see nothing. Naruto, don't think you can rest in death, you damned ones. For you, I have the worst of punishments in the worst of the underworlds, and you will be guarded by the most terrible demons, Leviathan, Asmodeus, and the Lord of the Flies, Beelzebub. The souls of the Clepod trio were terrified, and a crimson portal opened, through which 3 demonic beings seized them. Upon passing to the other side, they regained their real bodies, so their punishment could begin anew. I entrust your punishment to you, friends, Naruto said with a macabre smile, receiving a nod from his 3 companions. It was an underworld he created himself to punish the worst souls in the world, even himself if he were to die, since he had done many terrible things. But his friends died before him and arrived in that place where they took on different forms, Leviathan now being a titanic beast. And Lucifer had wandered through different universes due to the blessing of the God of the Bible, until he reincarnated again in whomever he deemed worthy. Naruto sent the worst souls to the 3 original Maou to punish and also visited them when he had time. Naruto, Madara, and Euclid arrived at Lucifer's mansion. All the women were gathered. Naruto, Grayfia-chan, it's all over now. Euclid will be with us now, Naruto said with a smile. Grayfia, with great speed, delivered a powerful punch to Euclid, followed by 2 kicks to the stomach that left Euclid with butterflies in his eyes. That's what you get for being a slut. You already knocked him out, Naruto said with a bead of sweat. Saint Peter already took him away. Kurenai was pulling Madara's ear, since he hadn't told her he was going out with Naruto. Oh. My woman rules me. Ow. Ow, ow, I already said I'm sorry, Madara said with his ear red. Oh. My god, I'm scared. Kurenai. Let's go to our room, we have a lot to talk about, Kurenai said. Hey. That's nice. Naruto. They all screamed to pounce on him. Holy shit, I almost shit myself from the scare. But this time they took him to their room to have a night of lots and lots of sex, and this time Valerie accompanied them. Chapter 15. Sometime later. From the day Naruto defeated the Cliffoth members, he enjoyed his days, surrounded by all his women without exception. Some people are so lucky. 3 months had passed since Naruto brought Euclid back to the family, and although Grayfia was initially furious with her brother, she eventually forgave him. Cruel, but fair. In these months, he had experienced some very happy and important moments, and he couldn't be happier. What a great line. But Naruto also knew that the Chaos Brigade was still out there, along with their supposed leader, Ophis Ouroboros. At this moment, Naruto was preparing to attend the meeting of the heirs of the demon houses. Naruto had thought about it a lot, and decided it was best to stay with his women and enjoy the wild life. That's the spirit, you heard him say. At some point in the future, taking command of the king of the underworld, without having to be one of the 4 moles, but simply a force that would command the demons in wars, would be like an elite force made up of his 2 noble families and his vast army of Zetsu and demons that he would add over time. The 4 moles knew this well, and they were glad that at some point he would lighten their burdens. Back to the cool stuff. Next to Naruto was Rias, wearing a red dress that made her look very beautiful. My weakness. Naruto-kun, don't look at me like that, you're embarrassing me, Rias said shyly, which made her look very cute. Why are you so beautiful? Naruto-kun, we're here too, Eriko said jealously, wearing a violet dress that showed off her stunning figure, making Naruto blush. That's the whole ribeye. We're here too, all the others said, frowning. I'm scared. Girls, you all look beautiful, Naruto said with a warm smile. Nosborn, what a heartthrob. Naruto-kun, Naruto-chan, some said, each receiving a kiss from Naruto. I want to live that beautiful dream too, Don Pole. Alright girls, let's go join the others for the meeting. At the meeting, the group split up. Naruto was accompanied by his nobles, who attracted a lot of attention because there were many beautiful women in a certain Madara. Beside his queens were their servants. Naruto was walking hand in hand with Gabriel and Penemu, while everyone stared in amazement at Lucifer, having learned that he had defeated both the Hero faction and the Cliff faction. Madara walked beside his daughter Makoto, accompanied by Kurenai, his now Queen Peace, as Madara was now a special high-class devil, though he still needed to complete milestones to be considered a supreme-class devil. Rias and Akino went to a corner where Issei, Kiba, Kaneko, Asia, Zenovia, and Gaspar were. "Let's go to Naruto-kun," Rias said to her entourage, and they all nodded. Issei was drooling when he looked at Penemu and Gabriel, or rather, when he looked at their enormous breasts. Noticing this, Naruto hugged them possessively, which made Issei cry inwardly. "Oh no, my brother, get yours." Attention, attention. The four demons, now gathered on a platform like at rock and roll concerts, would say. He understands. Sears X. Young heirs, the purpose of this meeting is to promote low-class demons to middle or middle to high class, those you deem worthy, provided they fulfill the contracts, which require 10,000 for promotion. So, nobles, you may come forward and present those you believe are suitable. Most of the heirs, including Naruto, stepped forward. Rias, the heir of the Grimoire house, believe that Kiba, Issei, Zenovia, and Kaneko have the level to be promoted to middle-class demons. However, Akino has already surpassed that level, so I request a test for her promotion to high-class demon. This surprised many of the heirs, until one of the crowd spoke up irritably. Those weaklings shouldn't be promoted. Besides, I can prove it in a rating game. I can corroborate that they're as weak as you, Rias Grimoire, said the heir of the Ashtaro house. Ijuka just cursed internally because his younger brother was an arrogant bastard. Rias ignored what Diodora said and continued speaking. "Anyway, I nominate my servants for this promotion," Rias said with a smile. "You damn bitch, listen to me. We're going to have a rating game, and if I win, you'll let me take Asia. Is that clear?" Diodora said angrily. "Diodora, shut up already. Stop tarnishing our family's honor, you damn bastard." Ijuka was about to continue speaking when Naruto's voice was heard. "You think you're so tough, huh? You think you're in a position to say anything?" Naruto said to Diodora, who blinked several times, not knowing when he had moved. "Huh? What do you think you can do? My clan has more members than yours. You're nobody without your surname," Diodora spat irritably. "Naruto, you have some nerve, but you only speak based on your own incompetence. And you think that if I kill you, Ijuka will try anything against me? Tell me. Do you think an entire clan as weak as yours can stand against me? Because all I see from your clan is dishonor. The only strong guy who was ever in the Ashtaro clan was Ijuka. And tell me, who do you think trained Ijuka? The same one who trained the four males, who are almost invincible. Tell me, you piece of shit, do you think Ijuka will defend you if I hurt you a little here?" Naruto said menacingly, causing several heirs to back away from his murderous instincts. "That's not going to happen because my brother would kill you if you hurt me," Diodora said, sweat trickling down her forehead. "Naruto, hey Ijuka, if I kill him, you wouldn't mind, would you?" he asked calmly, which made Diodora look shocked when Ijuka raised both arms as if he didn't give a damn. "I don't give a shit." Diodora took several steps back, while Naruto gave him a malicious smile. "Weakling." Naruto. "Well, I've had my fun, but remember one thing, if I ever see you insulting one of my women again, I'll burn you to death." Naruto returned to his place, looked at by many with astonishment and fear, and by the women with love and blushes. "What? A savage, fierce man. Naruto. I'm a bit bored, so I'll just say that my knights, bishops, and pawns are ready to become high-class demons, each one is at the same level. I already know that," Sears X would say nonchalantly. A few hours later, the party was interrupted by the former heirs. The battle was almost the same, except that Naruto was the one who erased Kyūbi Asmodeus from existence. Issei became enraged when Asia was kidnapped by Diodora, thus activating his enhanced balance breaker. Issei pummeled Diodora until he was unconscious, an act that prompted Shalba Belzebuth to kill Diodora. Issei fought against Shalba until the latter confessed to Issei that Asia should have already died in the dimensional rift. At that moment, Issei froze. Something broke. Issei let out a scream of fury, while his juggernaut drive transformation became visible. Sensing the danger, Shalba tried to flee, but he was paralyzed, unable to move. "What the hell is happening to me? My body is immobile, Shalba said, trying to move, but he couldn't. Naruto, you thought you were going to escape. What did you do to me? Shalba said, frightened. Ha ha ha, petrification is the name of my dear Hanabi's attack, Naruto said, pointing to a brown-haired girl with red eyes and prominent Byakugan veins staring intensely at Shalba. Hanabi learned to use that ability thanks to Naruto, because his chakra and magic fused seamlessly within her, hence her red eyes when she activated her Byakugan, though she wasn't the only one with those special abilities. Issei launched a fire dragon shot, which destroyed Shalba to death because Naruto had filtered some of the destructive power into her during that final attack, so that he would kill Shalba. His father would surely have a long talk with him before punishing him. I am scared. Naruto-sama, we found the body of the young Asuya Argento in a magic bubble in the dimensional rift, Kateria said, appearing in a magic circle. A little while earlier, Naruto had sent her to search for Asia in the dimensional rift because Rias was worried about her FE and friend. Lucifer, a female voice said. Naruto, hello Levely, it seems you saved Rias's FE. Levely, that's right, I was curious and decided to investigate, and here we are. You want to fight, don't you? Naruto said mockingly, which made Levely laugh arrogantly. Naruto signaled for her to watch Issei destroying everything in his path. Levely activated her armor and went out to fight her eternal rival, the Sekiryute. Naruto was eating some popcorn that only God knew where it came from. Back to the good stuff. Issei returned to normal, seeing a silver-haired girl looking at him mockingly. You got beaten up by a woman, Naruto said, laughing, as did many around him. Even Levely wanted to laugh but pinched herself to look serious. Not. Here, little brats. Come on, Issei, stand up, Naruto said, helping Issei to his feet. But Asia, she's here, the brunette said, tears welling in his eyes until Naruto pointed to where Asia was being cared for by Tsunade. Asia-chan, Issei said happily. Thank that emo girl over there, Naruto said, pointing at Levely. Hey, Levely said angrily. How dare you? Naruto replied, what's wrong? Are you mad, you little brat? Do you want to die? You're dead, Levely would say, going up to Naruto and throwing a punch that he would block with his hand, while he hugged the silver-haired girl and planted a quick kiss on her lips. There's something about this young man. How dare you? Levely would say, blushing. How dare you? Naruto, well, I am a rebel, I like to break the rules. Now the four males were with Naruto, a little away from the others. Naruto, I want you to request a meeting with the leaders of the factions in Asgard. I have an idea to achieve peace between us. Searsex, well, that's something good, since we couldn't use Rizvam to achieve it. Now we must do something different. Naruto, since the plan I had went to shit, I know what I can do. Some will agree with me, but I know others won't. The four males looked a little confused, but Searsex spoke. We'll support you no matter what, sensei, Searsex said with a smile. Naruto smiled and returned to the four males. Naruto went straight to Levely, who was with his group. You know Rizvam is dead, right? Naruto asked. Yes, I know. I just regret that I wasn't the one who killed him, Levely said, frowning. Then don't do anything crazy. I don't want to have to kill you. And tell that little Ophis I want to see her, Naruto said with a smile. Why do you want to see me? A voice asked from behind Naruto. Naruto turned around and saw Ophis. Hello, Ophis-chan, Naruto said with a smile and a small tear escaping his left eye, a gesture that confused both Levely and Ophis herself. What do you want? Ophis asked curtly. Ophis-chan, Naruto said with a loving look. Ophis was confused, not knowing what was happening. What do you want? Ophis said coldly. Naruto was approaching the dragon, who found the large concentration of magic in his hands strange, but she didn't sense any ill intentions coming from him. It's simple, Ophis-chan, Naruto said, lightly touching Ophis's head. I'm going to return your memories. Flashback. Many millennia ago. A huge black dragon could be seen traversing the dimensional rift. This was Ophis, the dragon said to be genderless. He was thinking about a boy with golden wings who had healed one of his damaged wings after a fight against the Great Red. That boy's name was Lucifer. The dragon thanked the angel who had saved him, as he showed no fear. Some time later, she met that same man again, but now he had changed. Although his angel wings were as golden as light, he exuded a great sadness and anger within, even though he offered her a rather kind smile. Without realizing it, Ophis began to take a greater interest in this blonde angel with silver streaks that shone intensely like light. Years later. 40 years had passed since that dragon and angel began to get along so well. The boy, who was the son of God, was strong and feared no one. Perhaps that's why he liked to make friends with beings like himself or her. His gender had not yet developed at that time. Hundreds of years later. 300 years had passed since they had met, but much had changed. Lucifer had fallen from heaven hundreds of years ago and founded his own faction, which was a great power. The demons, led by Lucifer, began a three-way war: angels, fallen angels, and demons. Although Lucifer had become very dark, he remained very friendly with Ophis, who 100 years prior had developed into a female. She was somewhat inexperienced, but she was learning a lot thanks to her only friend, Lucifer. Ophis couldn't explain what happened to her when she was near Naruto. His infinite power was no secret to anyone, but Naruto never sought her out for that reason. He was powerful in his own right and even had the potential to be the strongest if he did worse things than he was currently doing, but he still had some values that his demonization hadn't consumed. Many sought to capture Ophis for her power, but she killed them or left them for Naruto's amusement. 100 years later. Ophis was now a little sad because of something Naruto had just told her. But what had Naruto said to make her so upset? Naruto was just as sad as Ophis, something she sensed through her enhanced dragon senses. I'm sorry, Ophis, I have to do this. It's the only option I have. In a week, I'll face Elohim with my entire elite squad and all my strength. I discovered that someone stole a portion of Great Red's energy, as well as the energy of the celestial dragons and the Dragon King Tanning, and a small part of yours. It was difficult to uncover, but I deciphered the trick. When we faced Krom Kruok, he wasn't trying to kill us, he was trying to steal some of your magical energy. The same thing happened with Tanning, Great Red, and the celestial dragons. This is because if you combine the energies of the dragon gods, that is, you and Great Red, the celestial dragons, Albion and Drake, the Dragon King Tanning, the Dragon Queen Tiamat, among others, you can summon Trihexa from the depths of the abyss. Ophis's expression turned serious. So you want to erase all my memories and make me believe I was just born from the dimensional rift? Ophis said seriously. Naruto nodded. It's the best I can do to save you, because I know that if you see me die, you'll want to destroy everything. And even though that might seem wonderful, I don't like destroying things for pleasure. Besides, my father, Elohim, has techniques powerful enough to seal you away for life, or even kill you, and I don't want that. I don't know for sure when Trihexa will appear, but by then you'll already be in the dimensional rift. I want you to live. You're the only one who understands my darkness, who understands my pain, and that's why I want you to live. I promise and swear that even if it's the end of time, I'll always be there for you. I'll come back to be by your side if I have the slightest chance. Someday the memories will return to you, but I hope I can be the one to bring them back, and be with you again, Naruto said seriously as he shed a few tears. Ophis blushed, only shedding a few tears at Naruto's words. Alright, but promise me one thing. When you return my memories, and if you still love me when that day comes, it doesn't matter if you have someone special, always remember that I love you, and I want to receive my first kiss at that moment. It's a promise, Ophis said, tears of pain streaming down her face as she hugged Naruto, whose index and middle fingers each bore a violet magic circle. I promise, Ophis-chan, the demon whispered, touching Ophis's temple. Back in the present. Ophis's eyes were wide open, filling with tears, as Naruto claimed her lips, also shedding tears during the kiss. Everyone around them stared in amazement, wondering how Naruto managed to conquer so many women. He's a hottie. Ophis gazed into Naruto's eyes. They were the same greenish color they had been when she first met him, but now held that intense hue that had captivated her for decades. Ophis wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck, and he wrapped his arms around her waist. As they took flight, they soared up to the clouds to talk calmly. They broke the kiss, gazing at each other with love. Lucy-kun, my morning star, Ophis sobbed against Naruto's chest. I've been waiting for this moment all these years. I'm sorry for the time I was gone. I'll make up for it, Naruto said, looking into Ophis's eyes. She kissed him again. Oh. Love. I. Love you, were Ophis's last words as she fell asleep in Naruto's arms. The thousands of memories from those hundreds of years must have exhausted you, my love, Naruto whispered, stroking the dragon's hair. Lucifer's mansion. Naruto could be seen in a room of that mansion. He was lying down, with Ophis asleep on his chest. Ophis began to wake up, remembering everything that had happened hours before. She hugged Naruto again and kissed him on the cheek. Naruto began to wake up, seeing Office awake and looking at him with love. Office, I don't plan on losing you again, so I'll stay with you, Office said, blushing and happy. Naruto, you don't mind if I have several women? Asked Lucifer, somewhat scared. Office, that would make me happier, since I would have what they call harem sisters, and I'll also have many children, the dragon said happily. Naruto saw her happiness, and he resolved to fulfill his own mission, and then stay with his women and friends and enjoy life. Naruto, well, come and meet all your sisters, Naruto said with a smile. A while later. In the mansion's living room, Naruto sat in a chair with Office on his lap, hugging her affectionately because she was little and needed to be cared for. Oh. Love. Naruto began introducing each of the women in his life, as well as his friends. For the first time in a long time, Office began to interact with people without destroying anything in her path, and with a happy smile. From a dimensional bubble, a red-haired man with pointed ears could be seen watching everything with a smile. Welcome back, Morningstar. Only you could make Office the same as she was 3,000 years ago. She was getting on my nerves, begging me to leave the dimensional rift, but well, finally, inner peace. Finally, inner peace. The Great Red would say, transforming into his dragon form and wandering through the dimensional rift. Meeting of the factions. This time, the meeting of the factions took place near Asgard. Odin was accompanied by Thor, Azazel by Baraquile, Chamazai, and Penemu. The four males were accompanied by Rias and her peerage, Sona and her peerage and her Sakito, and Naruto and his peerage. Representing the yokai was Yusaka, along with her daughter Kuno and some trusted guards. And Michael came accompanied by Gabriel. Alright, let's begin the meeting, Odin said. Final chapter. Naruto walked to the center of the place so that everyone would pay attention to him. Naruto, I was the one who requested this meeting, Naruto said seriously. Odin, for us all to be here, you must have something important to say, right? That's right, old Odin, Naruto said, making many laugh at the nickname Odin had given him. How dare you? Naruto continued, I want to propose a new kind of alliance, since we don't know what the future holds for our factions, what the future holds for the world, what enemy might threaten our peace, because after all, even in the light there is always darkness. True, true. What you say is certainly true, but it's something we must be prepared for if something happens, because things aren't like they used to be. We've realized that there will continue to be people or beings in the world with black hearts, but a person's true power is activated when they defend their home, the people they love, Odin said wisely, words that made the faction leaders smile. Naruto, then, I, Naruto Lucifer, will be the pillar of this peace. I will protect every kingdom. We will fight as a family, for that is what we will be from now on. Naruto's words made Odin burst out laughing. Michael looked at Naruto in surprise, and the male smiled. Odin, ha ha ha, kid, don't take it the wrong way. I'm not making fun of you or anything like that. But tell me, how do you plan to unite these 5 factions into one family? What you say is admirable and kind, but remember that we have had conflicts between factions before, Odin asked seriously and curiously. Naruto just smiled and shed a few tears, but tears of happiness, an act that confused many. To begin with, Office and I have formalized our relationship. It might sound strange, but I know her better than anyone. I love and cherish her as much as the entire underworld, and she's certain she would defend my home. Then there are my women, whom Office calls sisters. Many of them are of different races and have different feelings. 1 or 2 are domineering or troublesome, as a certain lazybones would say. I get the reference. Many may or may not know this, but I reincarnated in a human body, recovered my memories, and returned home to take revenge on that place where I suffered so much. Let's just say it was my selfish and childish desires, but thanks to Eriko, I was able to survive. And I think that if it weren't for everything that happened, I wouldn't be here now. After all, it's something I should be grateful for. When I returned, I found that many things had changed. I found an adult Grayfia who loved me, and I reciprocated her feelings. Some time later, I began exploring all of Lilith, and I discovered that they wanted to kill a girl who lived only for her sister. Kuroka taught me that anything is possible for family, which is why I cherish every friend, every loved one, all my women without exception. Each one will receive the same love. Because that's what a man does. Each of Naruto's women shed tears of happiness at their beloved's words. After that, I went to visit old Odin to chat about things from the past, and he introduced me to his faithful secretary, Rossweisse, who has a rather peculiar personality, but one that I love because she can be strong, kind, tender, curious, and many other things that captivated me. Many things happened in the following years. For example, I had a friend's lover relationship with Rias. Back then, I saw that she was changing a lot. The truth is, when she stopped being so arrogant, she started caring about her loved ones, and she thanked me for it years later when we met again. I was 3 months away from returning to the shinobi world to fulfill my goal, but in those 3 months, I experienced many things with her, and I promised her that I would always protect her. Although we made a bet that if I lost in a battle, she would be one of my pieces, and she refused at the time, but when I returned, she did want to be my rook. When I returned to the shinobi world, I realized many things, like how much Satsuki Uchiha had changed. I noticed it from the beginning, but I wanted her to prove it to me. With Hanabi, it was different, since she was always curious about me, so you could say I approached her like a Casanova. That's how I met several women over the course of those months. I had a lot of fun during that time. Honestly, I've rarely had so much fun in such a short period. When I returned, I received the news that the old council, before I eliminated them, had arranged a marriage between Rias and Razor Phoenix. I was furious because Rias was mine at that time, body and soul, but I remembered the law that said they could only marry if she was a virgin, something she had given me years before. Rias was as red as a tomato when she heard that. That bastard really went too far. I could talk all day about how happy my women make me, each one different from the other. After some time, an angel fell from heaven and came to give me her love. Her brother entrusted me with his most precious possession, trusting that I, the former king of demons, would care for her like no other, which I always do. I try to make her as happy as I can because, after all, she always waited for me with such devotion and determination. She is Gabriel, the most beautiful seraph in all of heaven. Nosborn. What a charmer. Gabriel would blush furiously, while shedding tears of happiness. Then there is another angel, but this time fallen, because of me or thanks to me, hee. How dare you? She is beautiful, I love her violet hair, her skin tone fascinates me, and above all, she always wanted to be with me. She is Penemu, the most beautiful, gorgeous, and hot fallen angel in all of Rigori. Penemu blushed furiously, imagining Naruto on top of her, pounding her like a rag doll. What a vulgar woman. Then there's my beautiful Seraphal. I have so many things to say about her, but I'll just say that I'm glad to be her partner and that she agreed to be with a baka like me. Seraphal's cheeks were flushed. What can I say about Yasaka? She brings a different kind of excitement to my life. She's different with me than she is in public, but I'll keep that to myself, Naruto said, winking at Yasaka, who was covering her nose because of a small nosebleed. That guy is my idol, damn it. Naruto, having said all that, I want to ask Michael to grant me Gabriel's hand in marriage. Gabriel blushed, his face redder than Rias's hair. Only if I'm the best man at the wedding, as well as the godfather of her children, Michael said with an angelic smile. Hey. Gabriel said, blushing. Okay, Naruto said with a smile. I know where you're going with this, and I approve of the marriage with Ross-chan. Gondal will be delighted and would say the same, Odin said with a smile. Well, tell Gondal she'll also be delighted to be a grandmother, Naruto said, shocking Odin and Thor, as well as everyone else except Naruto's women. What are you talking about, Alan? Seriously, you're going to be a dad, Azazel said, shocked. Naruto was scratching his head, explaining that she wasn't the only one pregnant. All my girls are pregnant, except Gabriel and Ophis because we haven't consummated our love yet. Gabriel and I are waiting until marriage, and Ophis because we're just starting out. What? Several people in the room had wide eyes. That's a man. Naruto scratched his head, blushing slightly, while Baraquile and Searsex glared at him. Rias, Akeno, and Yasaka were speechless, completely baffled by what Naruto was talking about. Wait, what? Oh, right, I hadn't told you, Rias, Akeno, and Yasaka, but I can sense women's pregnancies, and you're all pregnant, even if you haven't realized it yet. The others already knew because I told you. The trio of women touched their bellies and shed a few tears of joy. Odin, Naruto, I want your son with Rossweisse to be my and Thor's pupil when he grows up. What do you think? Sounds good to me, Naruto replied nonchalantly. All the leaders, except Yasaka, were asking almost the same thing of Naruto. Azazel wanted to take on the son he had with Penemu as his pupil, while Baraquile said the same thing but spoke of teaching his son with Akeno how to control lightning. Half an hour later. Odin, well, I speak for everyone when I say that we are now truly a family. Some of Naruto's children will be heirs to the throne of some of our factions. I hope this family grows greatly, and that we continue in this peace, Odin said, opening a bottle of champagne. Naruto, champagne. Pour that champagne. We going to get really drunk tonight. Everything was celebration, everything was tranquility, this was what peace meant. XX. Naruto began marrying all his women. He also formed a real relationship with Zenobia when she became pregnant with his child. And with Levelly when she herself asked him to become her pawn and his wife, which led to Arthur Pendragon joining Naruto's peerage as his knight, and his sister Lefay would later join Issei's peerage, whom she was interested in. There were different types of ceremonies. Naruto married in the order he first met each of them, or in the order he reunited with them. From Eriko and Grayfia, to Gabriel, Valerie, Yusaka, Ophis, and Levelly. Present time. Naruto had finished marrying Gabriel, Ophis, and Yusaka, and at this moment they were on their wedding night. Naruto didn't have to worry about Gabriel falling, since the room was surrounded by the same magic as the special room in heaven. Lemon time. Naruto and Gabriel were kissing, while Yusaka and Ophis began to remove both of their clothes. Gabriel revealed some ceremonial red garments that made her look very cute. Naruto would remove her ceremonial garments, leaving the seraph's naked body exposed. Naruto began sucking Gabriel's breasts, while Yusaka touched herself, and Ophis held one of Naruto's hands, touching her femininity. Naruto lightly bit Gabriel's nipples, making them harden. Naruto kissed Gabriel's lips again, revealing his length. Yusaka began sucking Naruto's member, making Gabriel and Ophis watch with delight. Yusaka began sucking Naruto's balls, while rubbing his length against her breasts. The red-eyed boy's member began to grow larger when suddenly Naruto came in Yusaka's mouth. Naruto put Yusaka in a doggy position, and with one thrust, rammed into the yokai vixen's anus. Ah, chi, give me more, Yusaka said with her tongue out. Naruto began slapping her buttocks hard, leaving them reddish. After several minutes, Naruto changed position and placed her on top of him. From a cloud of smoke, Naruto created a clone, which began rubbing the blonde's private parts. The clone began to penetrate her, which made Naruto also move beneath Yusaka. This was one of Yusaka's favorite games. Naruto began to get even more aroused, and with one final thrust, he and the clone ejaculated in Yusaka's cunt and anus. Yusaka fainted afterward. Naruto then took Ophis, making her moan with pain and lust as he deflowered her. Naruto began to move forcefully, causing Ophis's tongue to stick out in a very lustful way, which made Naruto kiss her. Naruto embraced Ophis's waist and began to move faster than before. Ophis could only moan with unrestrained lust as Naruto ejaculated inside her, and he continued thrusting into her. She would become pregnant afterward. Naruto didn't give her time to think any longer. He lifted her into the air and began thrusting into her. Gabriel watched with a look of pure excitement as Naruto slid his member in and out of Ophis's wet pussy. Ophis came with a cry of lust that, if it weren't for the barrier, everyone in the mansion would have heard. Naruto laid Ophis down and approached Gabriel. Are you ready, Gabriel-chan? Yes, Naruto-kun, Gabriel replied lovingly. Naruto embraced Gabriel and began rubbing his member against his intimate area. He slowly entered, allowing Gabriel to adjust to the pain. It wasn't long before Naruto began moving rapidly, penetrating deeply into Gabriel, who let out soft moans. Naruto kissed her lips as he moved with more force, reaching deep inside her. Naruto felt him thrust into Gabriel's womb as she bit her lips. Naruto came inside Gabriel, letting all his semen drip onto the bed. End of Lemon. XX. After that night when Naruto consummated his love with Gabriel and Ophis, some things happened. He brought Hinata and Narumi into his peerage because of how strong they had become, and because neither of them were the same as before. Back then, he had confused many things and never understood them until he entered their minds and discovered their backgrounds, though he understood Hinata better. Now, both were his pawns. Naruto's army in Purgatory had grown immensely over the years, now numbering in the millions, ready and prepared to be the elite force guarding the underworld from any threat. Naruto had also made Yubeluna one of his pieces, now his last pawn, as she was one of his wives. Naruto had already completed his Morningstar peerage, now possessing the two strongest peerages in the underworld. This led to the creation of a law stating that any demon with a high-class title could hold two peerages, provided they were married to members of different demon houses. For example, Rias was from both the Grimoire and Bale houses, so she could have requested a peerage for the Bale house, but she didn't, as she was content with what she had. This law brought many new reincarnations, which encouraged many demons to seek out partnerships to increase their power. These partnerships were earned based on mutual agreement. However, being demons, many women wanted to see which demon they would marry in battle. Therefore, there were many rating games, which ultimately established couples that would bring great demons into the world. This law helped prevent situations like Rias and Razors from happening again, without requiring a rating game. Naruto's peerages were divided as follows. Nobility Lucifer. King, Naruto Lucifer. Reina, Eriko Otsutsuki. Towers, Kuroka Tuju, and Rossweisse. Ivory, Haku Yuki and Makoto Uchiha. Knight, Seiko Busujima, and Akame Uchiha. Pawn, Hanabi Hyuga, Satsuki Uchiha, Mei Terumi, Konan, Samui, Tamari, Enko Mitarashi, and Ino Yamanaka. Nobility Morningstar. King, Naruto Lucifer Morningstar, or Naruto Morningstar as he was called in the human world. Reina, Grayfia Lucifuge. Towers, Rias Grimori and Kateria Leviathan. Ivory, Tsunade Senju, and Revel Phoenix. Knight, Madara Uchiha, Arthur Pendragon. Pawn, Karen Uzumaki, Mabui Render, Shion, Pakura, Levely Lucifer, Narumi Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga and Yubeluna. It should be said that everyone feared these nobles because Naruto was now known as the great king of the underworld, above the four males, after it was revealed that he was the ancient male Lucifer. Years later. Several years had passed. Naruto was now the father of many children. Rossweisse gave birth to the first, whom she named Lucius Lucifer. Eriko and Grayfia gave birth on the same day. Grayfia gave birth to a girl with silver hair like hers, whom they named Lucia Lucifer Lucifuge. What? A joke, it's the best name ever. Eriko gave birth to a girl with the same violet hair color as her, whom they named Itomi Lucifer Otsutsuki. Kuroka gave birth to a girl, very similar to herself, whom they named Kurumi Lucifer Tuju. Haku, Makoto, and Revel each gave birth to 3 children. Haku named his son Hokuto, who had jet black hair with silver highlights. Makoto named her son Itachi, who had black hair. Revel named her son Alexios, who was blonde like her with his father's red eyes. Chisato, Mikasa, Rias, and Penemu all had daughters with their own hair color. Chisato had a daughter named Anna, Mikasa had a daughter named Carla after her adoptive mother in the distant past, Rias named her daughter Cassandra, and Penemu named hers Bruce. Ophis gave birth to a black-haired boy with eyes like hers, and they named him Disaster, as the child would be the embodiment of chaos itself. Gabriel gave birth to a blonde boy like her with greenish eyes, whom they named Azrael because he possessed a great concentration of power from both light and darkness. Tsunade gave Naruto a son whom they named Hashirama after his grandfather. Yasaka gave Naruto a son whom they named Kurama, who was the spoiled child of Kuno, his older sister. Akino gave birth to twins whom they named Kurenai and Akaris. Valerie gave birth to a son whom they named Vlad. Hinata had a son named Haruto, while Narumi had a daughter named Mito. Satsuki had a daughter named Kiyomi, Akame a son named Shisui after her former best friend, Hanabi named her daughter Hana after her deceased mother, Samui a daughter named Yugito, and so on and so forth, with countless children born. Also during this time, Naruto finished finding the remaining Raizbum subjects. Now there was no longer any threat. Naruto was being hugged by Levely, who was pregnant, as were Pakura, Zenovia, and Mabui. Naruto looked at Madara, who was on a bench with his wife Kurenai Yuhi, who was holding an 8-month-old baby in her arms. Who would have thought that Akino would name one of her children Kurenai because her mother wanted to name a future sibling after her? Elsewhere, Gaara and Matsuri were walking hand in hand, and Kankuro was talking to a girl named Momo Hanakai. Sona Seatree was in the underworld fulfilling her dream of having her own academy that taught politics, the rating game, and other subjects to those of lower rank or with limited resources. Something that many high-class demons hated, but a single look from Naruto silenced them. Naruto was Sona's main benefactor, and she had promised her beloved that when she finished fulfilling her dream, she could start her own family with him and get married, since she was committed to him and loved that he supported her in her dream. Tsubaki was more of the same, as she was Sona's main assistant in the academy's teaching, and also his fiancée. Seraphal and Kateria had become best friends, like sisters, because they had both opened up about things from the past and why Seraphal had previously hated her. Therefore, they were now inseparable, as were all their sisters in the harem, since Naruto wanted them all to get along and love each other like sisters. At a table, the 8 Biju were drinking sake, while Eriko scolded them for being so drunk. When they called her a chicken, she defeated them by drinking sake, so her daughter applauded her with stars in her eyes because of how strong her mother was, who was in a victory pose. Euclid was playing with his niece, while Grayfia watched them with a frown because he was messing up her daughter's hair. It means danger. Naruto. I think this is the best version of me, I wouldn't change this for anything. He, but I feel like things are going to get interesting in a few years when my kids grow up, hehehehe, Naruto said, thinking about the chaos his children would cause. OVA. 1. Many years had passed since Naruto had destroyed Konoha in the finals of the Chunin exams. To be exact, 18 years had passed since then, and 14 years since he was last seen in the shinobi world, which was when he destroyed Taka and took with him the Raikage's principal fiancée, the priestess of the Oni no Kumi, the medical ninja of Team Taka, and a user of a strange Kekkei Genkei, such as Pakura of Shikudam, whom many thought had died, but she was more alive than ever. Land of Fire, Konoha. Minato, 55, stared at the stack of paperwork that had arrived courtesy of his secretary. The Namikaze was reflecting on everything that had happened over the years. It had been 14 years since he'd seen his son, Naruto, and his daughter, Narumi. Since then, his family had been fractured, but at least they had tried to make things better. He and Kushina were still together, the faithful and loving couple they had always vowed to be, and today they loved each other more than ever. Although they had made many mistakes that had led the village to its current state, they had learned from them and vowed to be better for the new generation and their new daughter, whom they named Naruko. She looked very much like her mother, except she had blonde hair like him. From the moment little Naruko was born, Menma hated her because she reminded him of Naruto, and he made that clear from the start. But they kept her away from him because Menma still hadn't matured. You never learn, do you? Naruko was 12 years old and a prodigy in everything, even surpassing Menma, who had stagnated due to the injuries Naruto had inflicted on him during the Chunin exams. Minato, with the help of Jiraiya and Kushina, had also removed the cursed seal to prevent Orochimaru from being revived, which had weakened him considerably. Menma also suffered a deep depression that led him to distance himself from the village for a long time because of what had happened with Hinata and Naruto, which left him devastated and humiliated. He returned to the village some time later when Minato and Kushina, along with Hiyashi Hyuga, arranged his betrothal to a Hyuga woman to fulfill the treaty between the two clans. This woman, named Minami, was unable to impregnate Menma despite his best efforts, as she was sterile due to the injuries Naruto had inflicted. But thanks to the fact that he and Sasuke had previously donated their sperm to a Konoha laboratory when he was a genin, and that sperm had survived, he was able to have his son, whom he hated from birth because he resembled Naruto as a child. Because of this, he left Konoha again. This greatly disappointed his father, Minato, who would never support him again. Since Minami had fallen into a coma from the shock of Menma's words, and Minato was the child's grandfather, he named him Boruto. Later, Menma, filled with remorse, returned to the village, and to ease his pain, he had another child, this time a girl, whom they named Himawari. Over time, Menma began to see his daughter as his equal, as she thought like him and was just as arrogant. Himawari was kinder and more considerate, like her mother, who was also very kind, quite the opposite of her father and older brother. Due to the abuse and beatings Menma inflicted on his wife and daughter from a young age, Minato disowned him and Kushina, taking care of Menma's ex-wife, Minami, and Himawari, who were also victims of Menma's abuse. This act caused Menma to hate his father and mother from that day forward. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha returned to Konoha after his battle against Naruto and would have been convicted for his crimes. However, because he killed Orochimaru, he was only sentenced to 12 years of house arrest. He was spared because he was a valuable asset to the village, he would be more useful alive than dead. Even under house arrest, he could occasionally leave his home, but with an ankle monitor and a chakra suppression seal. He never attempted to escape again due to his mental state, constant nightmares of the dead caused him insomnia and other disturbances. He had married Sakura because she was the only one who wanted to be with him and have children with him, despite how he had treated her in the past. However, he was also sterile due to his battle with Naruto during the Chunin exams. Fortunately for him, Sakura was able to undergo artificial insemination, similar to what they had done with Minami, and thus his daughter Sarada was born. She was a very capable kunoichi and had reached the finals of the Chunin exams. That's right, the Chunin exams were being held in Konoha that year. They had undergone some changes but were still in effect. Sarada was Naruko's best friend, and Naruko saw Sarada as both a rival and her best friend. "Hello, father." A young blonde girl went to hug her father, who returned the embrace with longing, his little ray of sunshine. "Ohio, my child," Minato replied with a smile. "Are you ready for the Chunin exams?" Minato asked curiously, seeing his daughter prepared for the Chunin exams finals. Her attire reminded him of the times when Kushina had a similar style of dress. She wore wristbands that indicated the use of closed-hand taijutsu, and her katana was sheathed, indicating her use of kenjutsu, although the girl specialized more in ninjutsu, a little taijutsu, and hand seals. The girl was small, but she compensated for that with her great speed and versatility. The girl had a big smile on her face. Yes, father. I'm facing a boy named Ayato-kun. He's quite cute, maybe I should ask for his number. The girl said, giggles, which made Minato frown slightly with a fatherly jealousy. In this time that had passed, there was a lot of technology, and cell phones, laptops, and other things existed. Have lots of fun, my child. After all, you always do. And remember not to overuse the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato said, patting his daughter's head. Boruto, that idiot, also made it to the finals, defeating Metal Lee-kun, the redhead said, frowning. Boruto has disappointed me, Minato sighed. Winning in a dirty way, throwing dirt in his eyes. What a loser, just like his father. Naruto whispered, somewhat annoyed. Well, it's time, Oto-san. See you later. The redhead left the office to head to the finals of her Chunin exams. Minato watched his daughter walk away with a smile. She and Sarada will be the future of the Kunoichi, Kushina said, appearing in a flash of light. That's right, my dear, Minato replied, embracing his wife. Nagato-san won't be coming to the finals because of his war against Kumogakure, Kushina explained to her husband. She was an ambassador who traveled freely to Omegakure, as she was an Uzumaki like Nagato, and he held her in high regard for her. But he says someone else will come in his place to represent his shinobi. He says she's a great friend, Kushina finished, showing him the letter with Nagato's signature. I didn't think the Reikage would be foolish enough to go against the united front of Omegakure, Iwagakure, and Kurigakure. He's lost the war 7 years in a row and still won't give up, Minato said wearily, since the Reikage had wanted him to join the war. He's probably desperate for power, that idiot, Kushina said, smiling amusedly. Well, I think it's time to go to the exams, dear, Kushina said, leaving the office. Minato created some shadow clones to finish the paperwork. Good thinking, Woody. Chunin exams. There were about 20 minutes left before the Chunin exams began. Minato was in his cage booth waiting for the representatives from Omegakure, Kurigakure, and Iwagakure. Who do you think will be coming as representatives, my dear? Minato asked his wife, who was fixing her hair, which was a bit messy. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, the guests have arrived, and Anbu said. Let them in then, Minato said seriously. After a few minutes, 3 beautiful women entered the booth, each wearing a cage hat with the signature of the cage they represented. Greetings, Hokage-sama, the trio of women said, bowing respectfully. When the trio removed their hats, Minato and Kushina's eyes widened in surprise, as Kuretsuchi, Meitarumi, and Konan stood before them. Minato, recovering from his astonishment, looked at them seriously. We meet again, Minato-san, Konan said playfully with a superior smile. What are you doing here? Kushina asked seriously, looking at the trio coldly and gripping the hilt of her sword just in case. Oh, wow, so you've got your boobs back, Kushina-chan. Said a very familiar voice to Kushina, none other than Makoto, who entered through the door followed by her daughters, Satsuki and Akame. Kushina's eyes widened at the sight of her former best friend. Miko too, the redhead said sadly, remembering what she had done so many years ago. We're here to look after Konan, Kuretsuchi, and Mei, as they represent their respective villages. We're also here to see our children in action, Makoto said playfully. Is this some kind of declaration of war? Minato asked seriously. Makoto appeared in front of Minato at a speed neither of them could perceive. Minato was shocked by the speed and could do nothing but watch to see what was going to happen. Don't worry. Naruto-kun has declared many wars over the years, and none of them have involved you. Narumi has kept you safe from him ever since, even making him reflect on whether what he did to you was right or wrong. But he still wants to see if you are worthy of forgiveness, as he doesn't believe you deserve it. So act like adults and think. Makoto said, placing her hand on Minato and Kushina's shoulders. They felt a surge of power as they sensed Makoto's chakra, which she had kept hidden. Minato and Kushina's eyes trembled at all the information they'd gathered, due to the atmosphere that had been created. Who would have thought that Narumi-chan would go with Naruto-kun and so that little by little she could make him reflect on his actions. Even though Naruto-kun knew all this time and still let her go, since one never knows what they'll regret in life. Satsuki said curiously, a finger on her cheek, her face thoughtful, which shocked Minato and Kushina. Narumi what? Both Minato and Kushina said, astonished. Attention, attention, an announcer exclaimed over a microphone to begin the Chunin exams. We'll explain later, Makoto said with a smile. Makoto-chan, Kushina was about to say, but Makoto covered her lips with a finger. Naruto might have shown a little kindness only because it was Narumi-chan's wish, but I won't be so benevolent, Kushina-chan. What you did made me feel very sad and angry. And Makoto stopped when Kushina grabbed her by the neck, surprising her slightly. If you want to hit me, I'll fight for your forgiveness, so tell me when and where, and we'll fight like before when we disagreed on something, to Bane. Makoto was surprised but let out a small laugh. Whenever you want, Kushi-chan, Makoto replied, making Kushina glare at her, her eyes flashing just like Makoto's. This brings back memories, Minato thought with a small smile. First match of the Chunin exams. The following participants will remain to fight. Sarada Uchiha of Konoha, the aforementioned, stepped forward with her head held high and her red glasses slightly fogged. Next up is Itachi Lucifer Uchiha of Omegakure. Everyone in the stands was astonished by this announcement and saw a young man with shoulder-length black hair, dressed in shinobi attire, black Anbu pants, a black shirt with the Lucifer house symbol on the back, and a Sharingan eye symbol on the front. Many in the stands felt a pang of fear upon seeing his symbols, remembering the boy who had destroyed the village 18 years prior. Although they couldn't do anything since he wasn't a criminal, he had never been listed in the bingo book and was an honorary shinobi of Kiri, Iwa, and Omegakure. This would cause them considerable trouble, as he would be viewed with suspicion in other villages. Sasuke was terrified upon seeing Itachi, as something told him this boy possessed immense power. That's my child, Makoto said lovingly, gazing at her son Itachi. That's your son? Minato asked, astonished. Yes, your grandson Minato, Makoto replied with a smile. I wish I could say the same, Makoto, but Naruto doesn't consider me his father in the first place, he said dejectedly. Don't lose faith, Minato, Makoto said seriously. Naruto had a revelation a while ago, and that, plus what Narumi showed him, has made him look back on your lives from a different perspective. That's why you should act like a man, and your time will come. The same goes for you, Kushina, your time will come if your hearts are pure. Kushina and Minato looked into each other's eyes and nodded simultaneously. And how is he? Minato asked, referring to Lucifer. Naruto-kun, he's the great king of the underworld and has more than 25 wives and many children. He's a loving husband and father who protects us with his life, Makoto said with a loving smile. Minato and Kushina nodded happily. In the arena, Sarada was astonished because the boy was an Uchiha like her. He never used his surnames during the entire exam, Sarada thought incredulously. You're surprised he's an Uchiha, aren't you? Itachi asked seriously. Actually, yes, Sarada replied sincerely. I'm the son of Naruto Lucifer and Makoto Uchiha, which would make me your uncle, right? Sarada's eyes widened at the prospect of meeting her uncle. Her father had told her many terrible stories about her mother, sisters, and Naruto, but Naruto told her the absolute truth, and that's why she no longer believed her father for making up false things about her grandmother and aunts, and she respected Mr. Naruto a great deal. Judging by your face, I can tell my silly brother has told you about my great father and my powerful mother, right? Itachi asked again, boredly picking some earwax from his ear. My father has certainly told me about Lord Naruto, whom I respect for his strength, and because Naruto-chan has told me about him. That's why I know my grandmother could have been very happy with Lord Naruto. The truth is, what happened almost 20 years ago changed the village for the better, and they abandoned their old arrogance. Sarada said, a little happy about that. A small smile appeared on Itachi's face. I'm glad to hear that, niece. I hope you give me a good dance, he said with a big smile, summoning his grandfather Madara's gunbai, much to Sarada's and everyone else's surprise. I won't give up, Uncle Itachi. Sarada exclaimed, taking out some shurikens. Everyone was very surprised by what the two genin had said. Ijime, the announcer exclaimed, starting the battle. Sarada vanished in a blur of speed, delivering a powerful punch to Itachi's chin, burying him in the ground. This surprised him, as well as the onlookers, who were astonished by the incredible speed and force. Sarada smiled slightly, but then sensed something strange. She saw the Itachi she had just punched pointing in another direction, where the real Itachi sat boredly leaning against his gunbai. You should look around before you rush in, Itachi said, gesturing to the ground. Sarada activated her Sharingan and saw thousands of explosive tags about to detonate. She leapt high into the air just before the explosions. Sarada saw that Itachi was still standing. She transformed herself into a tree trunk, formed several hand seals, and exclaimed, "Fire release." Great fireball technique. She unleashed a massive fireball at Itachi. Itachi, who had anticipated the exchange, watched the fireball with indifference. Itachi walked toward the fireball under the horrified gaze of everyone, but to the surprise of many, including Sarada, the raven-haired man touched the fireball, and it turned to ice. "What the hell?" Sarada exclaimed in astonishment, feeling the cold throughout the area. "My father is the most infernal ice user known, he can kill a person just by blowing cold air on them." "It's so fun," Itachi whispered, punching the ice ball, which sent multiple needle-like ice projectiles flying toward Sarada, who skillfully dodged them thanks to her two-tomo Sharingan. Itachi took his gunbai and, fanning it, sent out powerful gusts of air that made the projectiles fly faster, leaving several wounds on Sarada. Itachi watched as Sarada, still wounded and bleeding, ran toward him, her teeth clenched tightly in pain. Itachi looked at Sarada with a smile, as she was still standing despite the pain. "You have my respect, niece. You're not a weakling like my foolish brother," Lucifer said with a smile. Sarada ran until her kunai clashed with Itachi's gunbai, which didn't retreat. "You should surrender. You have no chance of winning," Itachi said seriously. Sarada smiled maliciously. "I've got you," the Uchiha exclaimed, exploding. Itachi rolled on the ground, surprised by the surprise attack. "Oh wow," he said to himself, because of the Daibakua clone. Sarada took Madara's gunbai in her hands and created a large fireball, fanning it out and creating a huge blaze. Boom. It was a huge explosion that made many cover their eyes from the dust and sand that reached the stands. Sarada was breathing rapidly from the attack she had launched. "Yes, Sarada is the best," Naruto exclaimed from the stands, cheering on her best friend. Applause echoed through the arena as Itachi soared into the sky, 8 demon wings sprouting from his back. Many stared at him in terror, for they were the same wings as Naruto's. "You broke my illusion, Sarada-chan," the Lucifer said with a genuine smile. Sarada felt herself falling and watched as her world shattered into 1,000 pieces, like a broken mirror. She crashed to the ground, her breath coming in rapid gasps of shock. "You broke my little illusion," Itachi said, magically lifting Sarada to her feet. She stared at him in amazement. "You have two choices. Surrender now while you still can, or I will show you my most horrific genjutsu. If you choose the first, I will lose all the respect I have shown you in this fight. If you choose the second, I will respect you even more. Now tell me, what do you choose?" Itachi said, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning dangerously. "I never give up, give me your best shot, idiot," Sarada said with a wide, superior smile. Itachi looked at her with a macabre grin and trapped her in his Tsukuyomi. Seconds ticked by, and Sarada could be seen trembling and screaming in pain at what she was witnessing. "Kya!" The Uchiha screamed in terror, sobbing uncontrollably. Sarada had lost consciousness after that, and Itachi gently lowered her to the ground, leaving the arena in his victory. "Wait." Itachi stopped, astonished at the sound of Sarada's voice, and turned to see her on her knees, her eyes brimming with tears and her fist clenched. "Tell Granny Makoto I want to meet her," Sarada said with a smile. Itachi's face lit up with happiness at that. "All right, niece, I'll introduce you to her someday," he said with a smile. "The winner is Itachi Lucifer Uchiha," the announcer declared. "You're strong, Sarada. Even though you're crying because of what you saw, you're still standing. I'm surprised." "Thank you so much, Uncle Itachi," Sarada said, trying to stand. "Enough," Sasuke said, suddenly appearing and slapping Sarada so hard she fell to the ground. The entire stadium fell silent. Sasuke glared at Itachi, hatred burning in his face. "I had to deal with your damned father in my youth. I don't intend to deal with another Lucifer. I'll get revenge for what that bastard did to me," Sasuke shouted, running with a Chidori in his hands. Makoto watched this with a cold expression but wouldn't do anything, not yet. Some Jonin were preparing to go to the rescue. Itachi, the victim of the attack, simply closed his eyes and stood by. "Chidori!" Sasuke exclaimed. When the lightning blast subsided, Itachi could be seen holding Sasuke's arm, who was kneeling on the ground. The Jonin were about to intervene to stop Sasuke, but they saw their Hokage tell them to stay put. "You're still very weak," Itachi whispered to Sasuke, who experienced a sense of déjà vu. Itachi kneed Sasuke in the face, sending him rolling on the ground. Itachi went to help Sarada, whose cheek was red from her father's blow. "Let me heal you," Itachi whispered, using healing chakra to heal Sarada's cheek. Sasuke, who had gotten to his feet, saw everyone staring at him with annoyance and disgust for what he had just done. Don't you understand? Your bloodline are demons. You're monsters. The Uchiha shouted, clutching his head, remembering all the nightmares he had had years ago. Sasuke ran back towards Itachi and his daughter, but someone appeared in front of him, and their intense gaze made him back in terror. Standing before him was Makoto Uchiha, her onyx eyes glaring at him with hatred. Makoto grabbed Sasuke by the neck and lifted him up until she could face him. The Uchiha tried to break free from her grip, but the woman possessed immense strength. Thank God I came here in the first place, because if it were Naruto, he'd kill you just for thinking about harming one of his children. You haven't changed a bit, you're a rat like your father. You disgust me, Makoto said, tightening her grip on Sasuke's neck. Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama. The Uchiha shouted as best he could, but Minato's face remained negative. Sakura, where are you, Sakura? The raven-haired man called, but Sakura, who was in the stands, only had tears in her eyes and looked at him with denial and disappointment. You lose everything you loved just because of your anger. You always thought everything was yours just for being an Uchiha, and you were so wrong. You disappointed me to such an extent that I don't even intend to forgive you, even if you die. I don't even consider you a son, much less an Uchiha. If I lived in this village, I would have banished you from the Uchiha clan a long time ago, but you're only spared because I don't live here. At Makoto's declaration, Sasuke's eyes widened, his face contorted with pure terror. Now get out of here, you damned rat, Makoto said, releasing Sasuke from her grip on his neck, where he now bore the mark of her grasp. Makoto took Itachi and Sarada in her arms and disappeared. In the cage cabin, Itachi could be seen with a stoic expression as his mother rubbed her cheek against his. I wish the earth would swallow me up, Sarada said, looking at Makoto, who hugged her. Forgive my attitude, Sarada-chan, but I hate that they want to hurt my children, and I see that you're very different from your father. Thank you, Grandma, but what am I going to do now? The younger Uchiha girl said, her head bowed. Go with your mother and go to Kushina and Minato-san's house. They'll take you in, right? She asked the couple, who nodded. Sarada nodded sadly and was about to leave, but Itachi stopped her by the arm. I'll go with you, he said stoically. Sarada smiled slightly and let him accompany her. Next fight. Naruko Namikaze Uzumaki of Konoha. When her name was called, she entered the arena with a wind release and a smile that melted the hearts of both men and women because of how cute and sweet little Naruko was. She was small in stature, measuring about 5 feet 2 inches tall, but she compensated for that with her great strength, skills, and agility. Your opponent is Ayato Lucifer Morningstar of Omegakure, the announcer declared, and everyone gasped in astonishment once more. Konan was frantically whistling, since the blue-haired boy was her son. Ayato landed gracefully in the arena on his paper wings, under the watchful gaze of Naruko, who blushed. What's wrong, Naruko-san? Ayato asked curiously. I wanted to ask for your number and maybe a date, but now I find out you're my brother Naruto's son, the blonde said sadly. A bead of sweat trickled down Ayato's neck at her words, while many female spectators glared at Naruko with hatred for her audacity, as Ayato was quite handsome. You know my father isn't related to your parents, right? Ayato remarked playfully, watching Naruko puff out her cheeks. Naruto, you idiot. Naruko thought of her older brother. Alright, we'll sort that out later, Ayato-kun. I wouldn't mind giving you an aunt's affection, she said, licking her lips at Ayato's shocked expression. Ijime. The censor called to start the fight. End of chapter. Stay tuned for upcoming OVA chapters to continue this new arc of Naruto's children. OVA 2. Ijime. The announcer exclaimed to begin the battle. Naruko and Ayato stared at each other for a few seconds. Then, with a seal on her wrist, Naruko summoned a large scroll of weapons from which several shrapnel bullet projectiles shot out at high speed. Ayato was performing evasive maneuvers while the little blonde continued to bombard him with lead. Eat lead, son, eat lead. In the cage cabin. Luckily, we created bulletproof barriers, Minato said with a bead of sweat, since his daughter was a big devotee of these new weapons of war. Ayato vanished in a burst of lightning, reappearing behind Naruko and delivering a powerful punch to the back of her neck, attempting to make her disappear. However, it was just a clone that was inflating and exploded. Now I know who taught Sarada that jutsu, Kushina said in amazement. Ayato was flying through the air, his entire body covered in burns from the attack. He was thinking about how sexy his aunt looked, shooting bullets. Relax, man, she said. Naruko emerged from behind a tree and formed several hand seals to create a large fireball, which she hurled at Ayato. Now healed by his regeneration, Ayato vanished in a burst of lightning and reappeared in front of Naruto. He delivered an uppercut that sent Naruto flying, but it was also a clone, this one made of shadows. Naruto appeared in the air with 2 grenades in her hands and 2 cigarettes in her mouth. Naruto threw the grenades at Ayato, who watched with amusement, and the grenades exploded, creating a massive blast. "Art is an explosion," exclaimed a black-haired man in the stands. "Silence, everyone," said a black-haired woman with a voluptuous figure. Back to the fight. After the explosion, there was no sign of Ayato, and Naruto stood in the arena with her eyes closed, searching for him. Looking up at the sky, she saw Ayato appear as if nothing had happened. Well, watching the previous fight and fighting in this one are 2 different things. You're not as weak as I thought, and you use technology to your advantage, as everyone should, but without cheating like certain people, Ayato said, looking in the direction of the Team 5 members, where Boruto and Menma, their sensei, were missing. "I think I've played with you enough, Tia." At Ayato's words, the blonde frowned. "I won't be defeated so easily," the blonde Namikaze Uzumaki said, her sword drawn. "That's right, Naruto-sama, show us who's who." A fan shouted from the audience, making everyone cheer for the Namikaze. Ayato appeared a few meters from Naruto and summoned a black katana. In a blur of speed, they were exchanging sword blows, creating destruction throughout the arena. Naruto's powerful and deadly attacks didn't stop, and Ayato responded with equal force. After 5 minutes of exchanging attacks, the blonde Namikaze clicked her tongue and performed a backflip, removing her coat to the surprise of many, as it meant she was going to use her entire arsenal. Naruto plunged her sword into the ground and, with incredible speed, created multiple hand seals. Suiten Mizu no Hakai, water release. Water Hakai erupted from Naruto's mouth, which in seconds transformed into a sea of water with her at its peak. Ayato was caught in whips of water that pinned him to the ground. Naruto stomped on the water wave, causing it to descend and bury him in water, as the water was as heavy as iron. Ayato vanished in a puff of smoke, much to Naruto's surprise, who then saw him reappear within the same wave. He grabbed her head and sent her hurtling at high speed, slamming her against a stadium wall, causing Naruto to cough up blood. The blonde, seeing his blood, became enraged and drew several kunai, which she threw at Ayato, who easily dodged them. However, one of those kunai bore a strange seal. Naruto smiled maliciously and appeared above Ayato with the Flying Thunder God technique in a yellow Rasengan. Ayato was surprised by the technique and saw Naruto in slow motion. "She's beautiful," he thought to himself, marveling at the stunning girl before him. To him, Naruto shone like the sun. "Rasengan," the Namikaze shouted, but Ayato smiled with amusement. Ayato grabbed Naruto's arm and pulled her towards him. Naruto was shocked that the blue-haired boy had stopped her attack so easily and closed her eyes as she saw Ayato bring his hand to her face. But the blonde felt something strange on her lips and opened her eyes wide when she saw that Ayato was kissing her. A pleasant surprise. Kya. The blonde blushed furiously and tried to move to get away, but she didn't even try since the blue-haired boy had let go of her, so she realized it was her who wasn't doing anything. In the cage booth, Minato was furious about what had happened and looked at Conan, who was laughing. "That's it, my tiger, show him the dragon." The blue-haired girl exclaimed to her son, Ayato. Minato had an angry vein popping out on his forehead, while Kushina had a loving smile, thinking her daughter had found her ideal guy. Ayato stopped kissing Naruto, who was completely red with embarrassment. "That's what you wanted, right, Naruko-chan?" The blue-haired boy whispered in the blonde's ear, who was as red as a tomato. All the women in the audience were angry, as were the men, at this action. "Naruko-chan," Ayato said with a smile. "You're such an idiot. I'm so angry," Naruto exclaimed, sending Ayato flying with a single punch. The blue-haired boy made a chibi face as he crashed into a wall, cracking it. "That was my first kiss," the blonde thought, blushing deeply. Ayato returned to the arena with a smug smile. "You'll pay for that French kiss you gave me," Naruto said. "Didn't you like it?" Ayato asked. "I loved it," Naruto replied. The blonde launched herself at the blue-haired boy in a taijutsu battle. Due to his size advantage, Ayato had the upper hand with his powerful strikes, but Naruto's incredible agility allowed her to easily avoid them. Naruto dodged a kick from the blue-haired boy, who in turn dodged a knee strike to his groin. Naruto then performed a backflip, crossing her arms in an X shape. As she charged toward him, she moved with incredible speed, surprising Ayato, who dodged her powerful attacks as best he could. Naruto was now stronger than before. "You have those gaits, Naruko-chan." The blue-haired boy asked, somewhat astonished as he watched Naruko's skin gradually turn redder and her eyes white. A large amount of chakra could be felt in the sand. With a burst of power, Naruko sent the blue-haired boy flying, then appeared above him, delivering a powerful blow to his stomach. He crashed to the ground, creating a crater. Still airborne, the blonde girl formed several hand seals. Fire release, great fire dragon, she exclaimed, sending a western dragon towards the blue-haired boy who watched everything in amazement and smiled at the last second. Naruko, with her senses, felt Ayato above her and saw him lower his arms like a mace, sending her crashing into a tree. The blue-haired boy performed several hand seals, creating a wind cannon in his palms, ready to fire. The blonde girl, getting up and seeing the wind cannon, summoned her scroll and pulled out a minigun that fired both bullets and chakra bullets of wind, fire, earth, lightning, and water. The blonde was the first to unleash her chakra artillery, while the blue-haired boy destroyed her attacks with his wind cannon. The blonde, increasing her chakra and adding the fire nature, sent out fire chakra bullets. The blue-haired boy created a magical barrier around himself to deflect the attacks. This battle is dragging on, Naruko-chan. It's time to end it, said Ayato, who appeared behind Naruko. The blonde wasn't surprised and lowered her weapon to face Ayato. You were just playing with me, weren't you? Ayato wasn't going to answer the blonde's question. The blue-haired boy appeared in front of her and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close. He began kissing Naruko, who didn't even flinch. He started absorbing her chakra, slowly rendering her unconscious. But just when all seemed lost, Naruko's eyes turned completely blue. She exploded in lightning, electrocuting Ayato. Shocked, Ayato watched as Naruko descended from the air, her Rasengan surrounded by yellow lightning. I figured I had something up my sleeve, so I reinforced some of my clones, Naruko exclaimed, launching her attack. Kaminari Rasenmaru, lightning Rasengan. She shouted, striking Ayato in the chest and sending him sprawling to the ground. Everyone in the crowd was cheering for Naruko, who was panting from exhaustion. But they all fell silent when they saw Ayato moving. The blue-haired boy stood up as if nothing had happened after a few seconds, brushing the sand off his clothes. You've surprised me quite a bit, Naruko-chan. Ayato appeared behind the blonde and struck her in the back of the neck, knocking her unconscious. He caught her in his arms to prevent her from falling to the ground. The winner is Ayato Lucifer Morningstar, exclaimed the announcer. The entire female crowd screamed with euphoria at the blue-haired boy's victory. Ayato carried the still unconscious Naruko to the cage booth. Minato said jealously, "You're very strong, boy, but could you hand over my daughter?" Kushina playfully hit Minato on the head, making him lose his jealousy. Alright, the next fight is Juzo of Sunagaku, and her opponent is Kiyomi Lucifer Uchiha of Kurigakure. When those words came from the announcer, everyone turned to look at the tall, voluptuous, dark-haired woman from Kurigakure who carried the Kibas on her back. Or rather, the daughters of the Kibas, since the Kibas possessed a life of their own thanks to being demonic swords blessed by the great King Lucifer. Therefore, each of Satsuki's children would wield a different version of the Kibas. These Kibas were completely red, like the Sharingan eyes of an Uchiha. The dark-haired woman smiled arrogantly and descended to the arena, throwing her swords onto the battlefield where they plunged into the ground. Kiyomi then appeared with a malicious smile, wielding them in both hands. Sano, in the stands, was whistling euphorically, hoping his little sister would win. When I beat you, I'm going to take you on a date, beautiful, and maybe you'll open those legs for me, Juzo said, lust in his voice. Kiyomi just frowned. Ijime, the announcer called, starting the battle. Juzo launched himself with a wind attack, which Kiyomi ducked to avoid. Kiyomi ran at such a speed that even Kakashi's Sharingan couldn't keep up. Kakashi was in the stands watching everything in amazement, as it had been many years since he'd heard of Lucifer, or rather, the Lucifers. Kiyomi ran at great speed, decapitating the Suna ninja. Everyone was speechless at what she had done, since few genin killed each other in the Chunin exams, but the raven-haired girl didn't care about that. Kiyomi Lucifer Uchiha is the winner, the announcer said, somewhat frightened by what he saw. In the cage booth. That's my girl, Satsuki said with a malicious smile. Just as bloodthirsty as her mother, Akame commented with a smile. Kiyomi returned to the stands, noticing how everyone was looking at her, some with fear, others with smiles just like hers. You didn't even let him breathe, sister, Sano said, bumping fists with her sister. I was going to let him live, but the idiot got all lustful, and look, he died, the dark-haired girl said in a bored tone. Everyone looked at Kiyomi with fear at what she'd said. Next participants, pay attention, the announcer said. Himawari Hyuga of Konoha vs. Sano Lucifer Morningstar of Iwagakure, come on up and fight, the announcer exclaimed. Sano, who was in the stands, smiled arrogantly and descended to the arena in a fire sunshin. Himawari appeared with a leaf sunshin. Hello, beautiful, the raven-haired boy said, looking at Himawari, who returned the greeting by bowing her head. Neji Hyuga, who was now the leader of the Hyuga clan, looked at his pupil with a smile. Good luck in battle, Sano-san. I hope this fight is exciting, he said calmly. Sano got into a fighting stance with a smile, though in his mind he was thinking something strange was happening to the Hyuga girl. Ijime. The announcer called to start the fight. Himawari appeared at great speed in front of Sano, whose arms were crossed by Himawari's palm, which was pressed against his chest. The Lucifer smiled with amusement and watched as Himawari stepped back slightly and began throwing palm strikes, which the raven-haired boy nimbly dodged. Himawari, moving slightly away from Sano, looked at him stoically. The raven-haired boy ran at great speed and began throwing punches at the Hyuga girl, who nimbly avoided them with her agility. Sano threw a cross kick, which the blue-haired girl avoided by ducking and then launched an upward kick. A dark-haired boy with red eyes looked curiously at the Hyuga girl, and then at her sister, a brunette with the same red eyes. Interesting, they both said in unison. Sano dodged Himawari's kick and landed a punch to her face that sent her sprawling to the ground, much to the surprise of Neji, his mother Minami, Minato, and Kushina. But the most surprised was Sano himself, due to something he had discovered. Himawari got up, rubbing the spot where she'd been hit, and returned to a Hukan stance. Were you hurt? Sano asked curiously, seeing Himawari gasp from the simple blow. Don't worry about what happens to me, just fight, she said threateningly. Sano looked at her, puzzled, and had to jump to avoid a blow to his chest. He got to his feet, concentrated chakra in his fists, and launched himself at Himawari, whose Byakugan was activated. Himawari opened her eyes slightly and began to back away, leaping from the strange chakra in Sano's fists. And then it happened. Sano appeared above Himawari and threw a punch that she nimbly dodged. The impact of the attack on the ground created an explosion that surprised many. Bakudam release. Many exclaimed in unison. Himawari clicked her tongue at how close she had come and created 3 shadow clones, which she sent to attack Sano. Sano slammed his fists into the shadow clones, causing them to explode. Himawari cursed, unable to move any further. Sano approached a panting Himawari and touched her forehead to see her memories, watching how her older brother Boruto and her father Menma had ambushed her hours earlier and beaten her senseless. Sano stopped viewing Himawari's memories and looked at her with pity. You should have gone to get healed and reported what your father and brother did to you. You could have died if someone else had been your opponent. Himawari fell to the ground, spitting blood from her internal injuries, much to Sano's surprise. He cursed himself for not using his dojutsu to see into the Hyuga's mind. You healed your external wounds with healing chakra, but the internal ones are another matter. Surrender, and I'll ask my sister to heal you, the raven-haired man pleaded, worried about the Hyuga's well-being. Himawari couldn't answer because she fainted. Sano caught her before she hit the ground to prevent her from hitting her head. Minato and Kushina appeared, as did Neji and Minami, who were also worried. What happened to my granddaughter? The fourth Hokage asked, looking at the raven-haired man who was holding the younger Hyuga. Suddenly, Boruto and Menma appeared from a leaf-shaped sunshine in a rather ridiculous pose that made many feel secondhand embarrassment. Sano approached Minato, who was distracted, and touched his forehead, making Minato see what Menma and Boruto had done, filling him with rage. Minato, snapping out of his daze, rushed towards Menma and delivered a chakra-infused slap that sent him flying into a wall, cracking it. This shocked Boruto and everyone else, as the Hokage was now hitting his own son, his bastard son, as many thought. After the exams, I'll see you at the student council offices, he said, brandishing a Rasengan in his palm that terrified Menma and Boruto. And you, Boruto, even if you win the Chunin exams, you'll never be a Chunin, you hear me? And you might even lose your shinobi title because of what you did to your sister. Well, that is, if you don't get killed in the exams first. Terrified, Boruto knelt on the ground begging for forgiveness, as did Menma, but Minato kicked them in the face and looked at them with disgust. Kushina let out a war cry, running towards Menma and Boruto after Sano showed her everything, but Minato stopped her before she could decapitate Menma and Boruto with his sword. Let me go, Minato, let me go. The redhead exclaimed, her eyes filled with rage. Hokage-sama, what's happening? Kakashi asked, and Asuma appeared beside the cage. Don't worry, I'll explain myself, Sano said, drawing everyone's attention. Attention everyone. A giant screen appeared from a magic circle, displaying Himawari's memories. Everyone was now seeing the beating she had received and how she had spent the entire morning healing herself to hide her injuries. Now everyone looked at Menma with disgust and repulsion, as well as Boruto. A brown-haired girl and a dark blue-haired boy appeared on the sand. The boy glared at Menma, annoyed by what he had done, while the girl began healing Himawari's wounds with healing chakra. Why did you do it, Menma? Minato asked his now bastard son. You know what? It's best not to say anything. You have no excuse. Just face the consequences. Menma, damn old man, you're only angry because that damn Naruto will never come back and will never forgive you, you fool. What do you care what I do with these bitches? Give me back my personal whore or I'll kill you. Minato looked at Menma with a stoic expression. Damn it, Menma. After everything that's happened to you, you still haven't learned your lesson. Damn the day I spoiled you when you were little. You disgust me. From this moment on, you are demoted to Chunin, Minato said seriously, making Menma glare at him with hatred. And by the way, Menma, Naruto will be back soon, and let's just say that maybe Kushina and I will be in his good graces now. Just imagine the family we should have been, but now without the obstacle that ruined everything. Minato recited, causing Menma's eyes to widen in shock. If you think I'm lying, just look at the red eyes around you. Menma scanned the arena, noticing various boys and girls with red eyes, some with Sharingan, who looked down on him with superiority. Seeing those eyes, a great anxiety began to grow inside him, and he looked fearfully at Sano, who was the closest, staring at him with a stoic expression. My father always said you were a coward, and I saw it with my own eyes. Sano said, his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, spinning dangerously, causing Menma to back away in terror. Boruto was terrified by all the looks he received, filled with disgust and annoyance. Menma, get out of here. The next fight is about to start. Kakashi said, looking at Menma with disappointment. Menma left with his son for the stands, under the watchful gaze of all those red eyes. Itachi, Shisui, and Kiyomi, the Uchiha trio, wore arrogant smiles on their faces due to the amplification of their genjutsu, which had made Menma nearly wet himself. After 5 minutes, Himawari awoke, feeling healed, to the joy of everyone, who smiled at her. Why didn't you come and tell me anything? Kushina asked her granddaughter, who looked sad, just like her mother. And tell me too, why didn't you come with me? You're like a daughter to me, and you know I would support you. Hiyashi-sama would too, and you know that, Neji said, accompanied by his wife, Tenten. You've done everything for us, and I'm still so weak, and I feel so useless, the younger Hyuga girl sobbed sadly. Kushina hugged her granddaughter, weeping for her beloved granddaughter's pain. You're not weak, said a woman's voice, making Himawari and Minami look up. Minato and Kushina's eyes widened, as did Neji's, upon seeing Hinata and Hanabi, both looking kindly at Himawari. Hinata-sama, Minami exclaimed in amazement at seeing her former superior. Hello, Minami-san. The years have only made you more beautiful, Hinata replied, gently touching the woman's cheek. And you're not weak, Himawari-chan. You're very strong, Hanabi said with a smile, stroking the younger Hyuga girl's hair. Mother and daughter began to cry at the sister's words. Hiyashi, who was in the stands, was weeping at being able to see his daughters again. Menma glared at Hinata with pure hatred. She turned to face him, and seeing her, Menma recalled the intimate moments Naruto had shared with her, which enraged him. But a cold stare from Minato stopped him in his tracks. Hinata-sama, Hanabi-sama, Neji said respectfully. Drop the formalities, Neji. Remember that you are our cousin, and now you are the leader of the clan. You fulfilled your dream of removing the seal of the caged bird, Hinata said with a smile, prompting Neji to smile back. Daughters. Hiyashi exclaimed, coughing, but walking as best he could toward the Hyuga girls. Hello, father, they both said seriously. First of all, don't say anything. In all these years, I've understood what you've been through and the pain I caused you. I want to ask for your forgiveness for everything. The Hyuga knelt on the ground, surprising both Hanabi and Hinata. We forgive you, father, just as we forgave each other, now we forgive you, they both said with smiles that radiated happiness to anyone who looked upon them. The Hyuga embraced his 2 daughters, who returned the hug. Is Kami giving us the gift of forgiveness? Minato wondered, gazing at the sky with crystalline eyes, remembering his son Naruto. After 15 minutes, everything calmed down, and they were ready for the next fights. Hinata and Hanabi were with their father in the stands, chatting with him, as was Himawari, who stayed close to both sisters, as did Minami. Attention, next fight, exclaimed the announcer. Minato-sensei, I have this question, Kakashi said. You know what happened 18 and 14 years ago, and they're appearing as if they're here to stay. What do you plan to do about them? The copy ninja asked curiously. Minato simply sighed and looked at the many of his grandchildren in the stands, who were chatting animatedly. Sarada was beside her mother, Sakura, and Itachi, laughing heartily. Hinata and Hanabi were laughing with their father, and Himawari and Minami. Makoto and Kushina were talking animatedly, teasing each other like in the old days. Minato, nothing will be done, Kakashi. I could have put them in the bingo book as criminals, but I didn't, because deep down, it was all our fault. We were so arrogant that we didn't see how bad the village was from within. We've eliminated all those who held our people back, and thanks to the memory of what happened, many have abandoned their arrogance, and the new generation has grown up without hatred, with good intentions, and with the will of fire. There are some who haven't matured yet, but at least they are few, and no one listens to them, nor do they have the power to change the village. The past is the past. We live for our future. You even found love with Koyuki, becoming an ambassador for both of us, and we've created new opportunities for all our shinobi and civilians, embracing technology and the various things we've learned over time. A Megakure and Iwa may surpass us in military strength, but it doesn't matter anymore. What good is being the strongest village if our shinobi suffer? Konohamaru made me understand this when I was just a 12-year-old boy 14 years ago. He made me understand this even as a child, and that's why he'll be the next Hokage when I retire. I'm sure Hiruzen would be proud of him. To conclude, if anyone is to blame for what happened 18 and 14 years ago, it's me first and foremost, and then us as a shinobi village second. As a father, I wasn't the best, and I paid dearly for it, but I learned from my mistakes. And as Kage, I let many things slide, which led to us suffering that devastating blow. Minato had a smile on his face as he looked at his daughter Naruko. Jiraiya-sama would be proud of you, sensei, Kakashi said with great respect for Minato. Attention, participants. Let them enter the arena. Boruto of Konoha vs. Haruto Lucifer Hyuga of Megakure. Boruto's eyes widened when he saw a dark-haired boy with red eyes looking down at him with superiority. Are you a Hyuga? Boruto asked in surprise, since he hadn't seen any Hyuga relatives during the entire test a month ago. My parents are the great king of the underworld, Naruto Lucifer Morningstar, and the Byakugan princess, Hinata Hyuga, the blue-haired boy said, causing Boruto and Menma to glare at him with hatred. Your father stole my father's wife. Boruto exclaimed angrily, making Haruto smirk. How strange. My mother always told me that your father was a weakling who kissed some guy named Sasuke Uchiha, that he was only with your father because of my grandfather's selfish desires. Do you think such a beautiful woman would be with a scumbag like your father? Don't make me laugh. Now tell me, why hasn't he told you the whole story? Why didn't he tell you why we Lucifers are so desired? After all, a woman who tries us once is a woman who will never try another man again because, you know, we're very big. The blue-haired one would say, causing many women to have nosebleeds, since the rumors that Naruto's little friend could be compared to the arm of an 8-month-old baby had been flying for 18 years, and many were already inhaling heavily because of what he said. Hinata was in the stands, steaming hot, while Hanabi laughed uproariously at what had been said. Her daughter was somewhat shy, just like Hinata had been at first, but Hinata's son, Haruto, was very outspoken, reminding her of herself. Boruto's face was red with anger, as was Menma's. Ijime. The announcer called to start the fight. Damn it, die. Boruto yelled, sending a large fireball from his hands. Haruto watched this with curiosity but didn't even flinch. Haruto touched the air, creating a gust of wind that shot through the fireball, dissipating it and striking Boruto's left shoulder. Argrrrgrgrr. The blonde cried in pain, glaring at the blue-haired boy. Haruto walked over with superiority, watching Boruto raise his arm with difficulty, and launched another attack, this time with water. Haruto raised his palm and touched the water, causing it to freeze. Boruto watched as the water froze, reaching his device and freezing it instantly. Boruto tried to break free, but he couldn't and could only watch as Haruto approached with a stoic expression. Haruto pulled down Boruto's sleeve, revealing the forbidden device the blonde boy used. Well, cheater, cheater. Haruto said with an amused smile. You're trash, Boruto, shouted an angry Naruto from the stands, being held back by Ayato, who had a bead of sweat on his forehead. I'm not a cheater, Boruto said angrily. I just wanted to be the best and join the ranks of the greatest ninjas of all time. Oh, sweetie, You're like a happy, excited puppy, Haruto said, stroking Boruto's head, much to the amusement of everyone watching. You want to go to space, puppy. Puppy, you want to go to space, I'll take you to space. Haruto grabbed Boruto's arm, sending him soaring high above the stadium and crashing into the barrier at high speed. Boruto coughed up blood from the impact, but Haruto reappeared, unleashing a barrage of blows that sent the blonde boy crashing into the barrier repeatedly and violently. Haruto was flying with his wings, after all, and never fell. Let me go, the blonde boy cried, tears streaming down his face from the savage onslaught of the blue-haired boy's punches. Menma, who was watching everything, was simply furious at what he saw. Haruto grabbed Boruto by the neck and threw him against the barrier near where Menma was standing, seeing how bruised and battered his son was. Haruto reappeared and slammed Boruto against the barrier, looking at Menma arrogantly. Haruto vanished with Menma and slammed him into the ground, creating a crater with the force of the attack. Haruto landed gracefully, checking his fingernails to see if they were dirty. As Boruto struggled to his feet, Haruto said, well, it's time to end this. His arm was enveloped in wind chakra. With incredible speed, the blue-haired boy severed Boruto's head, causing his body to fall lifeless to the ground. The head rolled to Haruto's feet, who remained unfazed. The winner is Haruto Lucifer Hyuga, the announcer exclaimed, prompting cheers from everyone at the blonde boy's death. Many women gazed at Lucifer Hyuga with hearts in their eyes. Menma gritted his teeth in anger. That's my son, Hinata exclaimed, hearts in her eyes. Himawari and Minami only smiled slightly, having lost all affection for Boruto, so his death no longer mattered to them. Seeing the Hyuga girls, Menma was filled with rage and leapt into the arena with a kunai. I'll kill your bastard, Hinata, he shouted, hatred blazing in his eyes. Minato saw this and was about to disappear, but he saw a hand stop him. When Minato looked up, he was astonished to see his daughter there. It's you. Menma was about to strike Haruto with his kunai, but he stopped when he saw a hole open and a black fireball hit his chest, piercing through and killing him instantly. Menma was stunned by the hole in his torso, his vision gradually blurring. The slow-motion burst of fire receded little by little, just as Menma slowly retreated. In a split second, the fireball returned to his chest, which remained intact, and went back to the hole from which it had come. Menma was touching his chest to see if he was all right and looked around in terror, feeling a terrifying sensation. Haruto remained calm, looking down at the blonde man with superiority, as if he were nothing. Menma was terrified as he watched reality distort and saw three demonic beings staring at him with pure malice. They were torturing a gray-haired man with a beard and an old man with a beard. Menma was so terrified, watching what they were doing to him, that he wet his pants. Everyone in the audience laughed at the yellow stain on Menma's pants. Menma backed away in fear when Hinata stood behind Haruto, stoically watching him. Menma backed away again when he saw Hinata and Haruto laughing macabrely, making him feel even more terrified. Era, the years have only made you dumber, Menma, said a voice that almost gave Menma a heart attack. Everyone in the audience watched the new figures who had arrived with great astonishment. Menma slowly turned his head, only to see with terror the smile of Naruto, who was standing in front of him. Naruto now stood at 6.7 meters tall, which made Menma stare at the giant before him. Behind Naruto were both of his peerages, the Lucifer on one side and the Morningstar on the other. Minato and the others were surprised when Kuratsuchi, Konan, Mei, and the others vanished from the cage booth in the blink of an eye. The men blushed as they looked at the women of the senior Lucifer, while the women stared at Naruto, Madara, and Arthur with heart-shaped eyes. Menma watched everything with terror in his eyes and could only back away in fear. Always acting like you're the bravest, but you're just a coward. You disgust me, Menma, Narumi said stoically as she looked at her former brother. Naruto had an arrogant smile on his face. Minato appeared next to Kushina, and they knelt before Menma. Minato, Naruto-san, we will punish Menma for attempted murder and for hitting a kunoichi. Naruto, don't worry, I don't want to get my hands dirty with this rat either. But just look at this. Naruto showed the heads of Reikage and Kasuke Baki in magic circles on both hands. Let's just say I was dealing with some supposed gods. Naruto had Eriko and Grayfia show the heads of some Otsutsuki gods named Ashiki, Kinshiki, Momoshiki, and Arashiki. Let's just say I absorbed their powers and saw some things I hadn't seen before. Then I arrived at the united front of AIM, Kiri, and Iwa, and after interrogating the Reikage, I learned that Suna was going to attack Konoha from within because of a traitor, and that traitor was Menma. Naruto showed some flashbacks of the Raikage and the Case Cage, which enraged Minato with Menma. But he wasn't alone. Some members of the council wanted to regain political power and were complicit in the betrayal. So, if you have any last words for Menma, say them now, because I want to kill him. After Naruto said this, Minato and Kushina clenched their fists. There's nothing more to say, they both said, stepping aside. Naruto made their heads disappear and walked until he was standing in front of a terrified Menma. Forgive me, don't kill me, have mercy on me. Menma cried, kneeling on the ground. Without saying a word, Naruto lifted Menma into the air and cast Tsukuyomi, making him see Naruto repeatedly taking Hinata, causing him to scream in helplessness. Then Naruto cut Menma piece by piece until only fragments of the blonde man remained, and he died. Naruto activated his Rinnegan, taking Menma's soul and delivering it to his good friends for infernal torture. Naruto also took Boruto's soul and sent it to them, who were delighted to be tormenting new souls. Roar! The Leviathan roared as it began to torture Menma and Boruto. After everything that had happened, a deathly silence fell over the entire stadium. No one dared even applaud because anything would upset Naruto. Naruto looked at Minato with a stoic expression, making the blonde look at the raven-haired man seriously. Kushina had both hands clasped to her chest, a sign that she was somewhat frightened by what was about to happen. End of chapter. OVA 3. Naruto was looking at the married couple, who were somewhat nervous about what he was going to say. Naruto, you know what? I hated him for a long time. At first, I wanted to kill them for making me feel forgotten and unloved, the way a son should be loved and cared for. Eriko-chan was sealed inside me, and everyone treated me like her incarnation. Minato and Kushina stared at the Kyūbi in amazement, now realizing it was the Kyūbi no Yoko. Naruto, my hatred was so great that it was sometimes unreasonable, but Eriko was there to calm me down. From the hatred I felt, a desire to take everything from them was born, and that's why I wanted to destroy Konoha, why I messed with Menma and Narumi, and why I almost killed everyone. But something always stopped me from doing those things. Something brought me to my senses after all these years, and that's why I came here to make peace with you. I won't say I'm sorry for what happened, I won't say that I see them as parents from this moment on, since they must prove their worth to me, but even though I no longer have their blood, I will see them as parents. I've seen how you've raised your granddaughter and daughter, and that's what parents and grandparents should do. I don't want to go into more detail, but I will trust you. However, if you betray me, say goodbye to me forever. Naruto approached Minato and Kushina with open arms and embraced them, surprising everyone in Konoha. The parents' eyes widened, and a great happiness welled up in their hearts, tears of joy streaming down their faces. We will never abandon you, they both exclaimed in the embrace. Naruto's face showed no expression, but internally he was thinking only one thing. I've done what you wanted. Are you happy, father? Flashback. 4 years ago. Naruto was in his large double bed, lying with all his wives, who were naked and swooning from the pleasurable night he had given them a few hours earlier. Suddenly, Naruto began to glow gold, causing all his wives to wake up, curious to see what was happening. In Naruto's mind. Naruto was wandering in his mind, exploring the deepest part of his soul. He didn't know what was calling him, but he felt something drawing him in from within. When he arrived, he saw a great golden light that blinded him for a few seconds. Opening his eyes again, he saw that he was now in the clouds, and his father, Elohim, was by his side. Those pure ones Azazel sent me are really making me hallucinate, he said to himself, receiving a light tap on the head from the man. It's me, he said angelically, leaving Naruto stunned to see him again. What? He exclaimed, astonished to see him there once more. How are you here? Naruto asked, still in awe. I have always been with you, my son, always within you, so that you would not stray from your path again. I see that you have created peace among the factions and have given life to different children who will one day inherit heaven or the underworld. You have also saved lives throughout these years, and I want to tell you that you have made me proud of you. Although there are some things you haven't yet learned to save, and that's for those people you have hurt. I understand that you suffered in that village and that you saw they didn't change at all, but remember that not everyone is the same. Just think of your wives who come from that village. Your wife Narumi has tried to make you see it with your own eyes, but you have been stubborn all this time. Elohim finished speaking with his son, who now had a bored expression. Naruto, what the hell, old man? It's been ages since I've seen you, and that's the first thing you say. I have so many things to tell you, and that's the first thing you say. Age is getting to you, old man. Naruto received another whack on the head, making him clutch the affected side with fake anime-style tears. Insolent brat, I'm giving you some advice, kid. Besides, what I'm telling you is true, those poor souls were just victims of their own system. You could have handled it differently, but you chose to seriously harm them. You have to learn to forgive, my son. Naruto looked at his father with boredom. Naruto, father, I can't forgive them, because the one who forgave died on the cross. Elohim whacked Naruto again, who was now on the ground with butterflies in his head. Naruto, you're going to keep insisting until I agree, aren't you? He asked boredly, seeing Elohim nod. Naruto, I'll listen to you, but just give me one damn reason, just one, to understand why the hell you want me to forgive those bastards. Bastards from a corrupt village that only treats those with lineage or a higher position as the best. How could I respect idealists who let themselves be controlled by civilians and allowed them to have a say in the village's decisions? Who destroyed the will of fire of my wife Tsunade's grandfather and great-uncle? A village that sought out Karen, among others, to be breeding machines for babies. Tell me, Naruto exclaimed to his father, who remained calm. My son, you only see the worst of the village and don't see beyond the people. You yourself know that although there are bad people in the world, there are also righteous people who only act like everyone else to fit in and protect their own. You know very well, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were always good people, but they let themselves be influenced by others for status, ignorance, or work. That's punishable to a certain extent, but not in the way you did it. But what you did also made them reflect and eliminate the plague from within. So you did something good in that too. Elohim finished, making Naruto look at him confused. Naruto, then what's the damn problem? I don't understand anything, old man. Elohim, those people will die someday and won't see forgiveness from their most beloved. You know that, they love you more than your other siblings despite what you did. They repented deeply, and thanks to that repentance, they have raised their granddaughter and their new daughter with great love and without favoritism. They also punished Menma for everything he had done, since his son was following in his footsteps. Naruto, you're asking the impossible, old man. I can't forgive those people. I don't share their blood, and I don't see them as parents. Elohim, you don't need to see them as parents. You just have to look at their lives from the beginning until now and see their feelings and the circumstances that led them to such acts. As I told you, they were only victims of the Konoha system and the people around them. If you want to see it another way, you were a victim of my incomplete system. Do you remember how you fell? He asked jokingly, making Lucifer's vein twitch with anger. Flashback within a flashback. Lucifer, a blonde angel with greenish eyes, was talking with Azazel and Barakwile. Big brother, what are you thinking about? Azazel asked respectfully. Lucifer, I'm just thinking about a certain dragon I encountered a few years ago, he said happily, thinking of a certain black dragon with infinite power. Azazel, dragons are terrible, but interesting, said the other Tenchi with a smile. Although humans are more interesting, said the green-eyed Tenchi somewhat maliciously, who had seen enough to know how far humans would go. Why do you say that? Asked Barakwile, confused. Lucifer, they listen to all our requests without question and are so weak, but well, they are a creation of our beloved Father, so we will take care of them. Azazel, even though those humans are weak, the females are beautiful. Lucifer gave Azazel a tremendous whack on the head, sending him flying to the fifth heaven from the force of the blow. You really went too far, commented Gabriel, who had arrived. Lucifer, seeing her, couldn't help but blush, although neither he nor Gabriel knew it. After Gabriel left, Lucifer thought about how beautiful she was, and remembering a description of a woman's anatomy, his nose started bleeding, much to Barakwile's surprise, who saw Lucifer's wings flicker from white to black. My son, put aside those impure thoughts, Elohim's angelic voice said, but Lucifer continued his thoughts about Gabriel's breasts. And when he least expected it, he began to fall from the sky, his wings and black hair falling. Stupid old man, the now Gatenshi exclaimed, falling at great speed. End of flashback. Naruto's fists were clenched in anger. Elohim, and to think that 3,000 years later, you would marry her. They really should have fixed that flaw in us. Many fall because of things like this. Many angels don't fall in love to avoid being swayed by such thoughts, and it's sad because many spend their lives alone in heaven watching over good souls, the raven-haired man said, making Elohim look irritated. That's why I'm here too. You'll give your brother Michael the fix for that flaw and tell him to find his soulmate as well, he said seriously. Well, I'll do that gladly, but not the other, Naruto said, making a chibi face and earning another smack from his father. What am I going to do with you, my son? I hope someday you'll listen to my advice and learn to forgive. By the way, now you can take on your angelic form when you concentrate sacred energy. Goodbye, my son. Stop being so foolish and stupid, you're a father now. Naruto had a bead of sweat on his forehead and watched his father disappear. Where his father had stood, a crystalline sphere remained, filled with a red energy in the center, shaped like a heart. Naruto suddenly awoke to find all his wives staring at him curiously. Is there something on my face? He asked, sounding bored, but Rossweisse created a mirror, allowing Naruto to see his reflection. He noticed his hair was golden blonde and his eyes were greenish. In his right hand, he held the sphere his father had created. Naruto focused intently on his back, noticing that his wings had transformed into white feathers. Ceasing to emanate sacred energy, his hair returned to its usual jet black color, and his wings reverted to their black hue, each feather falling until they resembled bat wings. Very strange, Naruto said nervously, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his wife's gazes, and now he had to tell them everything that had happened. Gabriel was the most curious, as for a few minutes she saw herself as she had been 3,000 years ago, with her golden hair. The next day, Naruto ascended to the sixth heaven, handing the artifact to Michael. After that night, Naruto began to reflect little by little. After all, he was the father of many children, and he wanted all the time in the world to raise them with love. End of flashback. Naruto had a small smile, remembering his father, Elohim. There's much to discuss, much to fix, and things to change. Mainly, I need Homura and Koharu dead, he said calmly, causing Minato and Kushina to look at him curiously. What about them? They're both incapacitated due to age and are no longer part of the council, Minato asked, intrigued. Well, let me tell you, those two were the ones who sent the request to the Raikage and Cage, the raven-haired boy said calmly. Minato and Kushina looked at each other again, then at Naruto. Do you have proof of that? Minato asked, twirling his kunai on one of his fingers. Grayfia-chan, Naruto said to the silver-haired girl, prompting her to display the evidence in a magic circle. Minato, seeing this, didn't even flinch, still holding his kunai on his finger. Anbu, bring Homura and Koharu to me this instant. Minato ordered his Anbu, who sped off to retrieve them. After 5 minutes, the Anbu returned with Homura and Koharu, who were kneeling. Execute them. Naruto shouted to Madara, who approached the elderly couple, sword in hand, their faces contorted with terror. With a single, clean cut, the older Uchiha sent Homura and Koharu's heads crashing to the ground with a thud. All right Namikaze and Uzumaki, see you in a few days. Some of my children will be staying here for a while, waiting for my return. I have some business to take care of in the underworld. I'll come back in the next few days to talk to you. At Naruto's words, Minato and Kushina nodded. And you, Naruto-chan, I give you my blessing, even though it's strange because. Naruto said, looking at the blonde, who blushed as Ayato watched her with amusement. Idiot, Naruto exclaimed with a tsunere pout. I like her, father. I'll give her about 5 kids. Ayato said playfully, making Naruto smile while the blonde Namikaze's face turned red with blush. Minato and Kushina had sweat drops on their foreheads. All right, see you soon, Naruto said, patting Minato and Kushina on the shoulders. Naruto and his peerage retreated within a magic circle. The end.